Chapter 701 I'm here to find CP9. Seven Waters City. Cavendish was slightly startled and said, "Are you coming here to change this broken ship? I've said it before, this broken ship is too slow, just 2 big waves will be enough to sink it. But do you have money? I heard that Seven Water City specializes in ships for the Navy, and the price is very expensive. In this sea, if we only talk about shipbuilding technology, Seven Water City can be called the best. They also believe in the iron rule that money is in place and strength is in place. No matter if you are a navy or a pirate, as long as you have enough money, they don't care who you are. They will agree to this deal." Even the pirate ship owned by Pirate King Roger, Oro Jackson, was built by Tom, the shipbuilder of Seven Water City. It's enough to make Seven Water City famous. Ship. Qin Yu looked up slightly and could see that seeing the ships anchored at the port, he said, "You are really strange. You are obviously pirates. If you need a ship, why don't you rob one? I'm afraid it's not your turn to order a pirate ship." "Rob a pirate ship?" Cavendish was stunned. There is nothing wrong with this simple, rough and direct solution. At least, they are pirates. Why not rob? "People in front, are you pirates? If you are pirates, please go to Dock No. 2. A shipwright poked his head out and shouted at the lookout tower at the estuary. The Seven Waters City welcomes pirates very much, and the principle is that money is the hard truth. However, in the face of the Navy headquarters, they still have to make a living by manufacturing warships. Under the Navy headquarters turning a blind eye, the Seven Waters City will still choose to separate pirates and warships. Arrange to go to the most hidden dock number 2. At the same time, let the strongest shipwright deal with it. It's a pirate." Qin Yu responded casually. He quickly saw the shipwright guiding him. Cavendish looked at Qin Yu, who had no intention of steering, and rolled his eyes helplessly, then quickly steered the ship to dock number 2. This time, Qin Yu came to the Seven Waters City from a long distance, not to build or rob ships. Instead, he came to get the signpost to Sifa Island. According to the information given by Xiaoqi, there are 2 ways to enter Sifa Island. First, by recording the hour hand, open the Gate of Justice of Sifa Island, ride the dark tide vortex current, and go directly to the estuary of Sifa Island. Second, take the sea train route built by the legendary shipwright, Tom the Fishman, and ignore the vortex current and go directly to Sifa Island. However, the Gate of Justice was built by Bekponga, and when the world government, Sifa Island and the undersea prison were pushed into the city, the 3 of them disturbed the entire sea with the vortex of the current. Once ordinary ships set foot on it, if the Gate of Justice is not opened, they will be attacked by the whirlpool of the sea current, and the ship will be destroyed and people will die directly. It can be said that the first method is to let Sifa Island take the initiative to open the Gate of Justice, which is simply impossible. What's more, Sifa Island is still tampering with the record clock pointing to Sifa Island in order to reduce the threat from the outside world. Not only does it have a time limit for use, it also has strict circulation rules. Once ordinary people are found to have the record clock of Sifa Island, they will be questioned. Hand in the record clock that you accidentally get, and you will also get a reward. According to Xiaoqi, the record clock of Sifa Island is one of the most difficult things to get besides Lavrov. So, Qin Yu came to the Seven Waters this time to get the record clock, or find someone to lead the way for him. "Hey, your ship looks very broken, does it need to be replaced?" A light voice came from the coast. Qin Yu came back to his senses and looked in the direction of the voice. The first person that came into his sight was an old face. Yamakaze Keiku, the second person in CP9. However, the current Yamakaze Keiku did not get the animal-type giraffe devil fruit. So in terms of strength, it is obviously inferior to that a year and a half later. "No, I'm here to find someone." Qin Yu patted the dust off his body and entered Escanor's character template again. His expression was instantly replaced by arrogance. Feeling the temperament of Qin Yu, which had changed instantly, Cavendish's nerves suddenly tightened. According to the time they spent together, Cavendish knew clearly that if he had the inner personality to kill people when he was asleep. So now the moment when Qin Yu's temperament changed, it meant that he entered the combat mode. According to this inference, Qin Yu did not come to rob the ship this time. Instead, he came to seek revenge. "Looking for someone?" Keiku was slightly startled and said, "Everyone who comes here is looking for a shipbuilder to build a ship. Do you have someone in mind who can order a ship?" As CP9, which is second only to CP0, belongs to one of the highest intelligence organizations of the world government. Keiku, Lucci, and others have been in the Seven Water City as shipbuilders for a long time. Even Ispagu, the mayor of the Seven Water City, could not see through their identities and origins. This made Keiku preconceived about Chinyu's words. "No, I'm here to find CP9. Escanor spoke suddenly. The arrogant words shook Keiku's nerves like thunder at this moment. Looking at Escanor's sight, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he didn't have time to think about it, and his right foot kicked out like lightning. Storm foot hurricane. Bang! With his hands on the ground, Keiku spun like a gyroscope. The moment his feet cut through the sky, a series of vacuum slashes, like a raging tide, rushed towards the pirate ship where Escanor was. The sudden scene made Cavendish's face change drastically. He never thought that the shipbuilder in front of him would be the legendary CP9. Cavendish had also heard of this most feared and powerful intelligence organization. It is said that the success rate of the mission is 100%. Anyone who is targeted by them, whether ordinary people, the Revolutionary Army, or even pirates, cannot escape from their palms. At this moment, Escanor determined at a glance that this shipbuilder was related to CP9. Is this crazy move sending a sheep into the tiger's mouth? However, looking at the vacuum slash that was coming violently, Escanor was still indifferent, and Cavendish's face changed, and he had no choice but to take action. Beautiful sword Bluebird. The moment Durand fell into his hand, the blue blade light instantly he chopped back. As the sound of breaking through the air resounded through the sea, two attacks that were no less powerful than the others collided with each other hundreds of meters apart. Bang! The violent collision waves swept across the sea. Looking at this scene, Keiku's figure shook, and he quickly pulled back, intending to distance himself and figure out the matter. He also secretly pressed the emergency dial bug. Chapter 702 Are You Tickling Me? Bang! The collision sound of the slashing exploded like thunder. The strong wind spread like a tide sweeping in all directions. The seemingly sharp blow was enough to easily break the rock. However, it fell on the figure in front of him, which was like an iron tower and had muscles as prominent as a rock. Everyone present couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Facing such a fierce attack, the iron tower body in front of him gave people the illusion that it was motionless. Are you tickling me? Escanor raised his eyebrows and met Bruno's eyes. If this is your confidence, then it's my turn next. 6 Style Steel Fist. Puff. His 5 fingers clenched suddenly, and the moment the armed color domineering covered him, it seemed that even the air was crushed. The next moment, without any fancy moves, at such a close distance, Escanor punched out with a bang. Bang! The air blockage seemed to be blown up at this moment. As the ripples of air were stirred along the way, Bruno felt a fierce and unparalleled gale blowing towards him. At this moment, it seemed that even the skin on his face was blown out of shape. A chill even rushed straight to his forehead from the spine. Chapter 703 Starting Price 300 million. Arrogant guy, my defense is the strongest among us. Bruno roared, and his 10 fingers suddenly tightened, and his muscles bulged like steel. Iron block steel. In addition to the basic skills, there are 6 style enhancement skills and 6 style secrets in the 6 styles. To be selected into CP9, not only must you be proficient in the 6 style basic skills, but you must also carefully study the 6 style enhancement skills. The steel that Bruno is using now is an extended defense skill that extends on the iron block and has stronger defense. Boom! The dark armed color domineering, covered with a fist, instantly fell on Bruno's abdomen. That determined face became stiff and solidified in an instant. The next moment, with a distorted expression, the whole person flew out like a cannonball. Bang! Under the heavy hammer, the ripples in the air were like a wave rolling back. Bruno instantly smashed into the wall 100 meters away. The huge impact force directly smashed the thick wall. Looking at Bruno, who was full of confidence in his own defense just a moment ago. In an instant, he was directly defeated like paper. It can be said that he is not only confused now. I am afraid he is still doubting his life. One punch. Another punch. The Cavendish present and the people hiding in the dark were stunned. They never thought that the dignified CP9 would be so childish in front of Escanor. They couldn't even take the opponent's punch. If it were them, the end would probably be no less bad, right? Ahem. Escanor, you dare to attack us? If it is reported to the Navy headquarters and the world government, it will be a serious crime. Keiku was the first to climb up from the ruins. As a 6-style strongman, Keiku did not faint directly, which was better than Bruno who lost consciousness. However, looking at the miserable posture, he still lost most of his fighting power. Keiku, don't fight me. Escanor dispersed the breath of his body and walked towards Keiku. I came here just to confirm the whereabouts of Nico Robin with you. Nico Robin. Cavendish was slightly stunned, and he finally realized that he was completely kept in the dark. However, he was able to defeat CP9 for a woman. This is true love. Are you here for Nico Robin? Keiku's face changed drastically. I thought that woman was alone, but I didn't expect that she had this relationship with you. However, you were able to reveal my identity as soon as we met. It seems that you have a very strong intelligence network. It should be clear what is behind Nico Robin. At this point, Keiku took out a bounty order and said, because you made a big fuss in the Sabayati archipelago, the world government and the Navy headquarters have discussed this. This is a newly issued bounty order. You also have a bounty order. Cavendish was slightly startled, and when he saw the amount on the bounty order, his pupils couldn't help shrinking. 300 million bounty. The first bounty, it actually started at 300 million. Cavendish's face was full of disbelief. No. It should be said that he now wanted to fight Escanor to death with a knife. Originally, he was eyeing the first supernova. Now, it is rare to make the skeleton demon the 5th king of the sea. Ace the Fire Fist became the captain of Whitebeard's 2nd division. After waiting for a long time, a blank period finally appeared. Now Escanor started with a bid of 300 million. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, who would believe it? Damn Escanor! Cavendish clenched Durandal in his hand. What's wrong? Escanor turned his head and glanced at him. This calm and indifferent attitude made Cavendish, who met his eyes, shudder. Looking at the sandbag-like fist, it was like pouring a basin of cold water on his head. He laughed dryly and said, I want to ask you, do you want to eat apples? I'm good at peeling apples. Looking at Cavendish who was scared in an instant, Qin Yu, who was in the template, couldn't help but roll his eyes. Before he could speak again, Keiku's voice sounded again. Escanor, not long ago, our CP intelligence system added a new task, which is to convey to you the decision from the world government. You showed great strength in the Sabayati archipelago. However, you also provoked Kaido, one of the 4 emperors. He could lower his status to attack Laxus, who has the Navy headquarters as his backer, and he might also attack you. So, the 5 elders give you a choice, replace Crocodile and become the new candidate for the 7 warlords of the sea. As long as you agree, the offense against RCP-9 just now because of Nico Robin will be written off. The slightly long voice seemed to be infused with magic sound at this moment, echoing in the port for a long time and could not be dispersed. The starting price is 300 million. He was even invited by the world government to replace the vacant 7 warlords of the sea. This feeling is that he is the king of the world at the beginning. When he thought of this, Cavendish almost crushed his fingers. Comparing people is simply infuriating. 7 warlords. Escanor raised his eyebrows and said, I think, in addition to the benefits, you should have other requirements, right? Interests and responsibilities often coexist. What's more, for the 5 elders hidden behind the world government. That is completely like a wild goose passing by, and it must be plucked out. It's probably difficult to let you become a 7 warlords for nothing without paying enough value. Escanor, you are really a smart person. To become the new 7 warlords, you need to promise to bring back Crocodile's head afterwards. Seeing Escanor's question, Keiku secretly breathed a sigh of relief, looked around and said, at the same time, kill all those who know my identity here. As long as the other party is interested, there is a prerequisite for negotiation. What's more, due to the privileges of the 7 warlords, for any pirate, having this halo is a sweet existence. In Keiku's eyes, no one would be willing to give up the fat meat at their mouths. Kill? Cavendish's nerves tensed up all of a sudden. No. It should be said that the people present were no exception. After witnessing Escanor's one-punch-man-like strength, no one believed that they could escape alive under his nose. Their eyes turned in unison, and the moment they fell on him, an inexplicable oppressive atmosphere spread. Even Cavendish couldn't help but tighten the Durand in his hand. They were eager to know what decision Escanor would make. The feeling now was like fish on a chopping board. Chapter 704 Going further and further on the road of licking dogs. For a while, the huge port was shrouded in an inexplicable oppressive atmosphere. Everyone's eyes were locked on Escanor. Sorry, I still like women. Escanor raised his eyebrows and glanced at Keiku. The small voice seemed to be infused with magic sound at this moment, striking the depths of people's souls. Looking at Escanor, who refused the position of Shishibukai with an arrogant look, as if it didn't matter. The people present were in disbelief. Women, compared with status. Could it be that Nico Robin is more attractive than the position of Shishibukai? Escanor, do you know what you are talking about? Keiku looked anxious. The position of Shishibukai is simply a dream come true for you pirates. The 5 elders have given conditions, but these conditions can be fulfilled slowly in the future. As long as you nod and agree now, you will have privileges that others cannot compare with. You are rejecting this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for a woman now. It's not worth it at all. Don't forget how deeply Nico Robin is involved. If you insist on standing up for her, you will be chased by the world government and the Navy headquarters endlessly. At this point, Keiku looked at Escanor eagerly and said, "You are a smart man. You should know what is important, right?" Facing the generous conditions given by Keiku. In Cavendish's eyes, it is also a sweet potato. If it were him, facing this kind of amnesty temptation, I'm afraid he really couldn't refuse it for a while. Sorry, I'm a lunatic. Escanor suddenly said. Now, can you tell me about Nico Robin's whereabouts? Where is she now? Madman. This is a madman. Listening to the words echoing in his mind, Keiku felt his soul was shaking. They never thought that Escanor would give such an answer. However, this is not wrong. The way a madman acts cannot be measured by common sense. Escanornio, you are indeed a lunatic. Keiku exhaled a deep breath, raised his head and met her gaze, and said, however, you are too late. Nico Robin has been sent to the island of Law and is under special guard. As long as you are a person on this sea, you should know very well that this island of Law is the justice portal of the world government. For 800 years, no one dared to go wild. After that woman was sent to the island of Law, it means that she will never be able to turn around. She should wait for the verdict obediently. In the original work, the island of Law has never been breached since its establishment. It is known as the Shield of Justice. Once a person is regarded as a guilty person by the world government, when he sets foot on this island that never sleeps, it means that he will never be able to leave alive. Escanor is looking for Nico Robin by name. But in Keiku's eyes, this is simply unrealistic. It's good to know her whereabouts. Escanor said lightly. Just knowing. Keiku was stunned for a moment. However, before he could react, a rapid air wave suddenly sounded. Air door. Buzz. The air behind Keiku suddenly shook and opened, and the air door was suddenly pushed open. Bruno, with blood on the corner of his mouth, stretched out his head and grabbed Keiku. Without any hesitation, he dragged Keiku into the air door. The whole process was not dragged at all, and before Keiku could react, the air door was suddenly closed. Bang! The air door disappeared into the void. Looking at this sudden scene, Cavendish suddenly woke up and said anxiously, Escanor, why don't you chase them quickly? If you let them run away, what happened here will be spread out. In Cavendish's eyes, the horror of CP9, Escanor, can be defeated with one punch. If one punch can't solve it, then just give it one more punch. However, that was Escanor, not him. Now Cavendish was obviously tied to the broken ship of pursuing love. He believed that CP9 would not let him go easily. When he thought of the rejection he gave when Escanor asked him to leave not long ago, it made Cavendish regret it. Let them run. Escanor replied lightly, saying, they are still useful to me. Aren't you leaving? Leave. Cavendish now wanted to use Durand in his hand to peel a few more apples to vent his anger. Looking at Escanor, who looked as if he had done something insignificant, he gritted his teeth and said, I want to leave too. But now that you've let CP9 go, they'll tie you and me together and won't give up on hunting me down, so you have to take responsibility. As a companion, I want to know what you're going to do next. Facing Escanor's crazy behavior of provoking CP9, Cavendish thought about leaving directly. However, when he thought about it, with his current strength alone, he had no power to fight back against the pursuit of the world government. Cavendish decided to hold on to Escanor's thigh. I'm going to the island of Sylvania to save people now. Escanor said arrogantly. If you decide, I can take you with me. Going to the island of Sylvania? That's fine too. Cavendish nodded in agreement subconsciously, then suddenly woke up and roared, You said you were going to the island of Sylvania to save people. Escanor, are you crazy? No. You lunatic, do you know what you're thinking? That is the gateway to the world government. No one has ever been able to leave since it was created. You are going to the island of Siege now. This is completely to die. I know you are joking, Escanor, this joke is not funny. Speaking of this, Cavendish's smile was very bitter. Looking at Escanor, who was indifferent. He knew that he was not only on a pirate ship. Moreover, he was sold and was still happily counting money for others. Sorry, I am not joking. Escanor replied lightly. Before he could speak again, an ethereal system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, you have obtained 10% fidelity, and the current fidelity is 40%. The system is being randomly unlocked, please wait for the host. The sudden scene made Qin Yu, who was in the character template of Escanor, a little surprised. I thought that it would take some time to achieve 40% realism, but I didn't expect it at all. Before going to the island of Siege, it would be achieved by chance. However, after careful thinking, Qin Yu also guessed that it was probably him who said that he was willing to be a madman for a woman. In the original work, Escanor was a first-class licking dog, and in the end he was one of the 7 deadly sins. Licking the existence of nothing. Disappeared directly from the world. Now that Qin Yu has obtained the character template of Escanor, is he going to go further and further on this licking dog road? Chapter 705 Frankie. Escanor, what are you thinking about? Are you regretting it? Cavendish asked anxiously, if you regret it, catching up now may be able to save it. Being a Shishibukai is actually quite sweet. When thinking about what just happened, Cavendish felt like he was in a dream. A hallucination. If God gives him another chance now, he will never board this pirate ship. No, I will still save Nico Robin. Qin Yu exited the influence of the template personality and said, since she chooses to rely on me, then, I will never watch her being taken away by the people of the world government. At this point, Qin Yu looked back at Cavendish and said, I don't think you want to be abandoned one day. Cavendish was stunned, feeling that he couldn't refute it. As a captain and a newcomer, Cavendish went to sea completely with his passion and never thought about such deep-seated problems. As Qin Yu said, if one day he fell into the hands of the Navy or the world government, who would rescue him? Chaotic thoughts flashed through his mind, and Cavendish's expression changed. Finally, he took a deep breath, raised his bangs, and said conceitedly, don't worry, I will go with you. Sifa Island is not a good place. In Cavendish's eyes, at this critical moment, he could say such words. How handsome he was, he could imagine it in his mind. If he survived this trip and came back alive, who knows, he could make his fame rise to a higher level. Let his beauty spread more widely in this sea. I don't need a burden. Qin Yu replied lightly, his eyes turned in vain and fell on the broken hull not far away, and said, Frankie, how long do you want to hide? Come out for me. Or, do you want me to invite you out in person? The small voice, at this moment, seemed to be infused with magic sound, which made Frankie's nerves tense all of a sudden. Even Cavendish, who was originally planning to refute, was stunned. They have seen that Qin Yu can easily sense the enemy's means. However, even the other party's name can be easily revealed. Doesn't this feel a bit foul? Escanor, do you know him? Cavendish couldn't help asking. Frankie couldn't help but walked out from the dark and said, do you know me? No. Qin Yu glanced at him lightly and said, I don't know you, but I know everything about you. If it weren't for you, Mr. Tom, he wouldn't die. Mr. Tom? Frankie's expression suddenly stiffened. He immediately rushed to Qin Yu, and a pair of mechanical arms directly grabbed Qin Yu's collar. The sudden scene made Cavendish slightly startled. In his eyes, he was not shocked by Frankie's reaction. Instead, it was because of his stupidity. After seeing Qin Yu's methods with his own eyes, this impulsive action of pulling the collar, it's not allowed to be directly rewarded with a simple and rough punch. Facing Cavendish's interested eyes, Frankie's hands, an inch away from his collar, suddenly froze in mid-air. At such close range, facing this arrogant look, Frankie couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Recalling the end of the arrogant CP9 who was punched one by one, he hurriedly said, "Your collar is wrinkled, I'll fix it for you." "Boss Frankie, is this our goal this time? But this little broken boat doesn't seem to be good enough, right?" Two figures flashed out in the dark. In the Seven Waters City, the members of the Frankie family are all bad elements who were rejected by Espagu after applying for shipbuilders. They were absorbed into the family by Frankie. They earn rewards by dismantling ships and selling ship parts. However, due to the lack of legality, the Frankie family mostly conducts activities by robbing pirates' ships. Looking at Zanbei and Cope, who suddenly jumped out, wearing black leather pants and sunglasses. Frankie's eyes lit up, and he swung them back. "Shut up, this is the boss Escanor, who has a bounty of 300 million. I just wanted to straighten his collar." Frankie explained hurriedly. "A bounty of 300 million. Zanbei and Cope's faces turned pale. They finally knew why the big brother who was always fearless was so flattering. If they had known earlier that the person in front of them had a bounty of 300 million. Not to mention calling him the boss, they could even call him dad smoothly. "Okay, stop talking nonsense here." Qin Yu glanced at Frankie and said, "I'm going to Sifa Island now. I need to take the sea train. Please lead the way for me." "Go to Sifa Island?" Zanbei was slightly startled and said, "Boss Escanor, the sea train can indeed go to Sifa Island. However, that route is not available to ordinary people. I heard that those who go to Sifa Island are all prisoners. If the boss is going to sightsee, it would be better to take other routes." "What sightseeing?" Frankie slapped Zanbei's head again and said, "Boss Escanor, you are going to save people. However, the sea train is running, but they will not send you to Sifa Island for nothing. I have a way to send you there, but the premise is that you have to tell me why you know about Teacher Tom." Frankie has always been upset about the death of his mentor. He believes that if it was not for the ship he made randomly that day and was stolen by someone to attack the trial warship sent by Sifa Island, Tom would not have to take the blame for him. Sentenced to death by firing squad. Now, Qin Yu opened his mouth and made clear the relationship between Tom and him. This undoubtedly touched Frankie's nerves. Looking at Frankie with an eager face, Qin Yu hesitated for a moment and said, "Do you want to see Tom again?" "See again?" Frankie was stunned, and then asked excitedly, "Boss Escanor, you said that I should meet Teacher Tom. It's Teacher Tom, is he still alive? Answer me quickly." The hurried voice echoed in the port. Looking at Frankie who called him boss so fluently and seemed to have lost all his moral integrity, Cavendish was originally full of contempt. However, the moment Qin Yu mentioned the word Tom, his emotions were out of control. Cavendish knew clearly that there might be other stories. However, in Cavendish's eyes, what he valued more was the relationship between Qin Yu and Tom. At the same time, is Tom really still alive in this world? Or, in order to go to Judicial Island, Qin Yu made up an excuse and deceived Frankie to help him? Chapter 706 The undercover mission failed. The atmosphere in the huge port suddenly became depressing. Everyone's eyes turned and locked on Qin Yu. Not to mention Frankie and Cavendish. For Zanbei and Cope, over the years, they always saw that there would be a day when their boss would laugh, hold a wine glass, get rid of their pursuit, and disappear alone for 24 hours. Every time he came back, he was tired. At first, they thought that Frankie, who had become an Iron Man, could still develop in any direction. However, over time, they found that there was no reputation of an Iron Man in the Land of Willows. This made them gradually understand what Frankie did during the 24 hours he disappeared. Now Qin Yu opened his mouth and threw Tom out. This undoubtedly pried their nerves. "No, Mr. Tom is already dead." Qin Yu replied indifferently. Seeing Frankie's expression suddenly become lonely and slightly self-deprecating, he continued, "If you are willing to agree to the deal, I can still let you meet, but after so many years, I can't guarantee how successful it is." Meeting with the dead. Frankie was stunned. No. It should be said that even Cavendish and others were full of disbelief. In their eyes, Qin Yu gave people the feeling that he was talking nonsense seriously. Meeting with the dead, isn't this nonsense? Whether to meet or not is your own decision. If I really insist on going to the island of Sifa, I believe you can't refuse my request. Qin Yu glanced at him lightly. The choice is in your own hands. Frankie's face changed again. After seeing Qin Yu punch a CP9 with his own eyes, he knew clearly that this speech mixed with the taste of threat was not false at all. If Chinyu really wants to use tough measures and use Zanbei and others as hostages to threaten him to help, Frankie had no right to refuse. Boss Frankie. Zanbei was about to say something but stopped. However, Frankie soon stopped him and said, I agree to trade with you, but I hope you can keep your promise and not do anything to my people. Don't worry. Chinyu replied indifferently. After looking at the time, he said, there are still 3 hours before noon. Let's go to Mr. Tom's grave first and complete the deal with you, and then send me to Sifa Island, so that you won't say that I got nothing for nothing. For Tom, the fishman who had been dead for 10 years, Chinyu could not guarantee that he could use the resurrection of the dead of the Bone King to completely revive him. However, as long as Tom, the fishman, had a strong obsession after death, Chinyu still had the confidence to forcibly summon his soul in the underworld. Most importantly, the reward obtained when the realism of Escanor's character template reached 40%. It was Escanor's strongest means, and I was the only one in the world. This is the special magical physique that Escanor got after he got the power of the sun in the original 7 deadly sins. As time goes by, the closer it is to noon, the stronger his power will be. When it reaches 1 minute at noon, Escanor is known as the strongest among the 7 deadly sins. At that moment, he will be regarded as an invincible existence. It's a pity that the heaven and earth rewarded to Chinyu by the system obviously lacks 1 minute at noon. However, for him now, it is enough to deal with the trip to Sifa Island. Go to Mr. Tom's grave first. Frankie was stunned and looked at Chinyu with surprise. At first, he was extremely shocked when he heard Chinyu point out his relationship with Mr. Tom as soon as he opened his mouth. Later, Chinyu threatened to let him meet Mr. Tom. At that moment, his mind was completely hot, so he subconsciously agreed to the deal with Chinyu. Now that he has calmed down, his heart has become more bitter. Meeting with the dead is bullshit. However, the arrow had to be shot. According to Chinyu's last words, even if he refused. Facing the huge gap in strength between the two CP9s, even if Chinyu gave him a blank check and asked him to go to Judicial Island first, Frankie still couldn't refuse. However, as soon as Chinyu opened his mouth, he threatened to let him meet his long-dead mentor first. If he hadn't heard it with his own ears, he would never have believed it. Could it be that he really had a way? Frankie couldn't help but looked at Chinyu for a second. Looking at this man with muscles and arrogance, the hope in my heart was ignited again. On the other hand, in the Seven Waters City, in the office of Espagu, wearing glasses and black stockings, Khalifa looked down at the documents in her hands. During the time she was undercover beside Espagu, she would check any documents that came and went in the office every day. Although it was almost impossible to find any clues about the design of Pluto. However, in order to end this undercover life, Khalifa would not give up this boring, day-to-day action. Who? Khalifa looked up suddenly. She chose this time to sneak into Espagu's office to find out the whereabouts of Pluto. It was because she knew clearly that Espagu would leave the office and go to a place at a specific time every day. According to Espagu's living habits over the years, he should return to the office in half an hour. At this moment, there was a sudden sound of footsteps, which made Khalifa's eyes sharp all of a sudden. They, CP9, spent so much effort to get the manufacturing drawings of Pluto and lurked here. She didn't want to fail at this critical moment. Khalifa, contact Lucci quickly, our lurking mission failed. Keiko supported Bruno, who was staggering, and flipped in directly from the window. Looking at the two people in a mess, Khalifa's pupils shrank slightly. Among CP9, Khalifa's strength is the bottom. However, she knew clearly that except for Rob Lucci, who was known as the strongest human weapon in the past 800 years of Sifa Island, Yamakaze Keiko is definitely one of the best in CP9. Coupled with Bruno, who has the superhuman door fruit. In the Seven Water City, this sea area located in the first half of the Grand Line. It is not their opponent at all, let alone severely injuring them. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, Khalifa would never have believed it. However, what Khalifa cares about most right now is the mission of searching for clues of Hades for many years. Keiko, you said the mission was leaked. Who attacked you? That's a provocation to the world government. As the strongest intelligence organization in the world government, second only to CP0. Khalifa knows clearly that they represent the face of the world government. Chapter 707 Strange Feeling. As the strongest intelligence organization in the world government, second only to CP0. Khalifa knows clearly that they represent the face of the world government. Now the other party knows their identities and dares to attack. That is to openly tear their faces and confront their world government. This kind of person, if not a brainless lunatic, is a strong man of one side. It's Escanor. Keiko put the injured Bruno on the sofa, took a breath, and said in a hurry, he came for Nico Robin, and the moment we met, he directly pointed out my identity. Keiko's scalp was still numb when he thought of the scenes of the fight just now. One punch defeated their proud killer. One punch defeated them strongly. That completely subverted their cognition. However, what made Keiko more concerned was why their identities were leaked. At which link was Nico Robin's capture leaked? Escanor. Khalifa was stunned for a moment and said, isn't he the initiator of the chaos in the Sabayati archipelago 3 days ago? The world government also proposed to invite him to join the 7 warlords of the sea to replace Crocodile. Why would he attack you? Why didn't you tell him about this invitation? In Khalifa's eyes, the invitation of the 7 warlords of the sea is a hot commodity. Except for a few pirates, when they heard this invitation, they yawned and their chins were full of tears. Now Keiko and Bruno were beaten up, which is unscientific. Looking at Khalifa's face that was taken for granted, Keiko smiled bitterly, I had the same idea as you at the beginning. But that guy is a complete lunatic. For Nico Robin, he even disdained the position of Shishibukai. Most importantly, he has an arrogant personality. After learning that Nico Robin was sent to Judicial Island, he did not stop us from escaping at all, which gave people a very strange feeling. Strange feeling? Khalifa was slightly stunned and said, Keiko, what is the strange feeling you are talking about? You are not telling me that he may go to Safa Island to rescue people. In Khalifa's eyes, the establishment of Safa Island is said to have never been breached in the past 800 years. The Navy garrison alone has reached more than 10,000 people. Not to mention, there are natural vortex defense lines such as the Gate of Justice. And various troops are strictly guarding it. As one of the faces of the world government, Safa Island, unless it is a fool, absolutely no one will go there to seek death. However, now Keiko told her that she had a strange feeling. Could it be that there are really fools in this world? Maybe he is just pretending. Keiko said after a short silence. With a long history of 800 years, as the face of the world government, it is known as the island that never sleeps. Based on this historical background alone, Keiko subconsciously accepted Khalifa's rebuttal. Facing such a defensive line on Safa Island, only a fool would do it. Otherwise, no one would go to the island to make trouble. Keiko, don't worry too much. Lucci was recruited to capture Nico Robin this time, and you have also discovered that Nico Robin and Escanor have a deep relationship. This is one of the important contributions, and it may offset the failure of this mission. Khalifa lifted her glasses and said. What's more, we have been lurking in the 7 Waters city for such a long time, but we still haven't found the whereabouts of Hades. I'm afraid Hades is not here. Combining all the factors, I don't think the higher UPS will be angry with us. Looking at Khalifa's analysis, Bruno, who was lying on the sofa, couldn't help but say, Khalifa, don't forget that our boss is a fool. However, if Lucci is willing to say a few good words to us, perhaps this matter can be saved. Faced with Bruno's words, Khalifa had no way to refute for a moment. As the highest commander of CP9, he is only a 9 power value, which is lower than the combat power of ordinary people. If this kind of thing spreads, it will completely lose their face. Most importantly, in their eyes, if Spondam is not because of the aura of his father's relationship, he is still a fool with no IQ online. If Spondam really insists on pursuing their crimes, they also had to bear the consequences. Okay, it's a waste of time for us to discuss here. Keiko said hurriedly, before Ispago comes back, let's take the sea train and return to Safa Island. Now contact Lucci first and let him deal with Spondam. Facing Keiko's proposal, Khalifa and Bruno nodded in agreement. As the person in charge of communication, Khalifa took out the Den Mushi and dialed directly. Safa Island. Built on the tallest judicial tower among the 3 major islands. In the huge meeting hall, 4 or 5 figures sat sparsely on the sofa. One of them, a purple-haired man wearing a mask, was sitting at the desk. Looking at the report on the table, his face showed joy. Lucci, I'm very happy that you can catch Nico Robin this time. This is the demon son that the world government has been chasing for 20 years. Now he is in my hands. This time I am afraid that I can join CP0. Shpondam looked at him excitedly, standing in front of the desk, standing on the burly figure with an indifferent face. As a CP9, Shpondam has a Taoism value of only 9. He has always believed in the principle that it is okay to be trash. The most important thing is to have enough power and have no trash under his command. Rob Lucci, who is said to be the strongest human weapon in the past 800 years on the island of Sifa, is simply his trump card among trump cards. Hey, Chief Shpondam, you are simply making a fuss. Facing a mere woman, why don't you leave it to us? Gabra, who is slender and has 2 long black beards, said dissatisfiedly. If we suddenly call back Lucci from the 7 waters, it would be a loss if the mission is leaked. Although I knew long ago that this mission could not be completed, I also wanted Lucci and Keiku not to stay in the judicial island and get in the way. At this point, Gabra covered his mouth and laughed dryly, saying, Lucci, I'm sorry, I just like to tell the truth, I just don't want you to spend a lot of time on the unfinished mission. Any slight change will happen. Otherwise, at this critical moment, if something goes wrong, you will have wasted your efforts. As a CP9, Gabra is the 3rd strongest physical player after Rob Lucci and Keiku. In addition to being proficient in the iron block extension skill, he also has the habit of lying, and prefers to compete with Rob Lucci and Keiku for the first place in CP9. At present, the task of capturing Nico Robin is a great achievement. However, Shpondam chose to call Rob Lucci back. For him, it is undoubtedly a kind of contempt and shame. Chapter 708, Trouble Comes from the Mouth. Gabra, don't challenge Lucci anymore. Owl said suddenly, you have indeed become much stronger, but now Lucci has 3,700 Deo force. You only have 1,900 Deo force, but the difference is too big. You will be abused if you go. I won't tell anyone, but the news will still spread. Looking at the owl who pulled the chain on his mouth and evaluated without mercy, Gabra's face became anxious and said, Owl, your hand-to-hand is absolutely inaccurate. Also, you promised not to tell anyone about my dumping last time. The next day, everyone in the whole island of Sifa knew about this. I will kill you. No, my hand-to-hand is accurate. You all believe that Commander Shpondam has only 9 Deo force points while normal people have 11. Also, my mouth is the most tight, and I will never say anything about other people's right or wrong. As he spoke, Owl pulled the chain on his mouth again. However, anyone who is familiar with Owl knows that he is the best at talking nonsense. You damn owl, shut up. I am your superior. There is no need to participate in the battle at all. Shpondam roared in a hurry. Also, I have the elephant sword that takes the devil fruit, which is not comparable to ordinary people. Looking at the furious Shpondam, the people present have long been accustomed to it. As an intelligence organization second only to CP0, the minimum foundation for joining is to master the 6 styles. In the original work, there is a newcomer known as the Newcomer King, who is only proficient in 3 styles. After being defeated, he was directly wiped out by Lucci, and Shpondam did not pursue it at all afterwards. It can be said that in CP9, strong strength is the foundation. Even Shpondam, as the chief, relies on this. Okay, Chief Shpondam, if Nico Robin's mission is completed, I should return to the 7 Water City and continue the next mission. Rob Lucci said indifferently. I don't have much vacation time approved by Espagu. If I delay the time, with Espagu's caution, I may be found out. As a long-term undercover mission, Rob Lucci had already figured out the character of Espagu. In Lucci's eyes, they could not find any clues of Pluto's design drawings, entirely because of Espagu's caution. Humph, that old guy, if I wasn't worried about alerting the enemy, I would have shot him dead. Shpondam slammed the table heavily in anger and said, Lucci, this time you have made a great contribution. As long as you can get Pluto's design drawings, I will take you to CP0. By then, we will enjoy endless wealth and glory. During this period of time, whenever Shpondam thought of this, he would wake up with a smile even though he was asleep. That was a wish that even his father had to struggle for most of his life to achieve. Now, even the son of the devil who had escaped for 20 years could fall into their hands. This made Shpondam feel the impulse to get infinitely close to this goal. Moshi Moshi, emergency contact, I'm Khalifa. The rapid call of the Den Den Mushi sounded without any warning. The nerves of everyone present were pried open at once. Shpondam was startled at first, then his face showed joy, and he said excitedly, it's Khalifa's emergency call. It won't be a good thing that Pluto's whereabouts are known. In Spondam's eyes, this emergency contact Den Den Mushi has not sounded for a long time. Now it suddenly sounded, and the first thing that came to his mind was this. Captain Spondam, don't be too happy too early, what if it's just false joy? Gabra rolled his eyes in dissatisfaction. Nico Robin, who had been on the run for 20 years, was caught by Rob Lucci. If they also got the blueprints of Pluto, the days ahead would be very difficult for the always competitive Gabra. Not only would he be outclassed in combat power, but even his mission achievements would be suppressed to the point where he couldn't turn things around. Let's get through the phone first. Rob Lucci frowned and reached out to pick up the Den Den Mushi. I'm Lucci. If Khalifa has any urgent matters, she needs to use this Den Den Mushi to contact us. In Spondam's eyes, Khalifa's emergency contact may be more of a double blessing. However, in Lucci's eyes, unless Ispagu discovered his identity. Otherwise, it would not happen. As soon as he left, he revealed a flaw and was caught by Khalifa and others. Lucci, something bad has happened. Our undercover mission has failed. Our identity has been discovered by Escanor. He is coming for Nico Robin. Keiko and Bruno are seriously injured. Khalifa's hurried voice came out of the Den Den Mushi. The expressions of the people, who had different expressions, suddenly became stiff. Their eyes turned in unison and locked on the Den Den Mushi. Whether it was Jabra or Owl, they just couldn't stand seeing Lucci complete the mission. However, they definitely didn't want to see this mission that took several years to lurk in the 7 water cities fail. Is this considered Jabra's fault? Khalifa, what happened? Isn't Escanor the candidate for the new 7 warlords of the sea that the world government intends to recruit? How is he related to Nico Robin? Spondam's face sank, and he snatched the Den Den Mushi from Lucci's hand, roaring angrily, aren't Keiko and Bruno the elite of CP9? Has your body become rusty due to all these years of lurking missions? Rusted? Faced with this comment, Lucci could not help but frown. He was also a member of the undercover mission. If according to Spondam, Keiko and Bruno's bodies were rusted, does that mean that his body was also rusted? No. Spondam obviously noticed the change in Lucci's expression, and hurriedly changed the subject. Khalifa, you said that Keiko and Bruno were seriously injured by Escanor. Then how is Escanor's injury? He dared to attack our CP9 and ruined our mission. At least we need to catch him. As for how the 5 elders deal with him, that is another matter. If Nico Robin, the son of the devil, is a threat to the world government, then getting the design of Pluto will be the fastest way to strengthen the world government. Perhaps, Pluto is difficult to create. However, with the world government and Vegapunk's brain that surpasses humans by 500 years, perhaps, Pluto cannot be mass-produced. However, as long as there are enough materials or alternative materials, it may not be impossible for Vegapunk to copy 3 or 5 Plutos. Once it is really if it reaches this point, I am afraid that the whole sea will change. Chapter 709 Rob Lucci's Decision. In the huge office, the inexplicably oppressive atmosphere, like an invisible big hand, tightened everyone's nerves. Everyone's eyes were locked on Den Den Mushi. They were eager to know what the final result of the battle between Keiko and Escanor was. The 2 of them were seriously injured, so was Escanor also injured? No, we were defeated by his punch. Keiko's voice suddenly sounded. Everyone's tense nerves were almost broken at once. Even Gabra and others couldn't help but stand up suddenly. They didn't want to admit that Keiko and Bruno's strength ranked and positioned in CP9. They didn't think much of Bruno, who could defeat the 2 with 1 punch. However, Keiko's existence was secretly regarded as a competitor by Gabra. However, now even he can't withstand a punch. How strong is Escanor? Keiko, this is not the time to joke, and this joke is not funny. Tell me honestly, is Escanor's end very miserable? Spondam grabbed the Den Den Mushi and roared anxiously. However, as soon as the voice fell, Lucci grabbed his wrist. Captain Spondam, as a member of CP9, no one will joke about their honor. Lucci said indifferently. It seems that the world government underestimated the evaluation of Escanor. At this point, Rob Lucci took the Den Den Mushi and said, Keiko, where is that Escanor? Lucci, are you going to make trouble for him? Keiko asked anxiously. That guy has an extremely arrogant personality. I'm afraid he hasn't left the 7 waters yet. I had a brief negotiation with him. He seems to have an inexplicable obsession with Nico Robin, giving people the feeling that he will break into the island of magic. Break into the island of magic? The people present were stunned again. Even Rob Lucci couldn't help but frown. Facing Keiku's words mixed with speculation, they obviously found it difficult to accept. Keiku, what are you talking about? Spondum shouted angrily. Don't make excuses for your failure. This time it involves the plan to seize the design of Pluto. You must find a way to make up for this mistake. Also, the existence of the Island of Magic represents the face of the world government. No one dares to attack the Island of Magic, unless they are fools. The hysterical voice echoed in the office and could not be dispersed for a long time. Facing Spondum's decision, the people present were silent. In their eyes, no matter how powerful Escanor is, he is just a mere person. Judicial Island is a huge government agency on the sea. It is definitely not something that one person can provoke. Keiku, you take the sea train and return to Judicial Island first. I will take the sea train back to the Seven Water City to clean up the mess. Rob Lucci said indifferently. Lucci, you are going. Spondum's face was ecstatic. In his eyes, Rob Lucci is the strongest existence of CP9. As Owl said, Lucci's Deo power value can only be barely matched by 2 Gabras. This is without counting the Devil Fruit ability. Once Rob Lucci shows all his trump cards, no one knows how strong he will be. Lucci, don't underestimate the enemy. If you go, let Gabra go with you. Although he is a big mouth, he is still good in strength. Keiku hurriedly suggested. Lucci, I'll take a few hours rest and use the special serum to recover soon. Bruno's voice sounded immediately afterwards. With my superhuman system, the ability of the door fruit, if anything else happens, we can also escape unscathed. Seeing Keiku and the other man express their opinions instantly, the expressions of the people present also changed slightly. Especially Owl, Lion Week, and even Gabra, they also thought that Keiku and Bruno might have been scared by the beating. Lucci, it will take another 2.5 hours for the sea train to return to Sifa Island. If we open the Gate of Justice and use the warship to go to the Seven Waters City, it may take another day. Spondum said with a gloomy face. To make up for the failure of Pluto's mission, we need to be sure of the next action, and there must be no mistakes. Next, I'll let Gabra practice with you, restore your condition to the peak, and wait for Bruno and Keiku to return before you set off. At this point, Spondum grabbed the elephant sword and said sternly, I want that bastard who prevented me from being promoted to CP0 to completely regret being my enemy. During this period, you can rest assured that I will mobilize the intelligence personnel in the Seven Waters to find out Escanor's movements as soon as possible. Even if he escapes to the ends of the earth, he will definitely die. Looking at Spondum, who was stubborn, Lucci was silent for a while, and then nodded in agreement. As he said, Lucci often fought with pirates during his years of undercover life. However, in the first half of the Grand Line, there were not many pirates that he could take seriously. In front of a group of shipbuilders, he had no way to go all out. It can be said that he has not warmed up for a long time. Now Spondum lets Gabe pull, Lucci also felt eager to try. Haha, I didn't expect that I would be in this situation when I always wanted to fight with you, Lucci. Gabra laughed, patted the dust on his body, and walked out of the crowd. Lucci, I hope your body will not rust, otherwise you will lose to me, and your title of the strongest will be left to me. Really? Lucci replied indifferently, saying, I hope you can let me use my full strength. After leaving this sentence, Lucci turned around and walked out first. In the Sifa Island, there is still a martial arts arena preset, where Navy soldiers and members of other intelligence organizations usually compete. Now it can obviously come in handy. Watching Lucci and Gabra leave Sifa Island one after another. The other members present, even Spondum, couldn't help but follow quickly. They were also full of curiosity about Lucci's strength. On the other hand, the Seven Waters City Waste Ship Island. Here are mainly some ships abandoned by pirates, merchants, and even Carrera Company. According to the shipbuilder, this is the burial place of ships. It is also the location of the original Tom Shipbuilding Company. Go around this abandoned island, and you can see Mr. Tom's grave. This is the guy who spent a lot of effort to bring Mr. Tom's body back. Several figures appeared on the wreck island, led by Frankie. Following closely behind were Chinyu, Cavendish, and the brothers Zanbei, who showed themselves in the form of Escanor. Chapter 710 Goodbye Tom the Fishman. Boss Frankie, this is the first time I know this place. Zanbei looked around and showed a curious expression. They have always been active on the wreck island. However, they rarely venture into the deepest part of the wreck island. After all, they are engaged in the work of dismantling ships, and the ships they need are either snatched back or sent to the periphery of the wreck island. Therefore, they have not been idle all along, running to the depths of the island. Therefore, they really don't know whether there are graves inside. Shut up, don't you see that Boss Frankie is a little heavy-hearted? If you don't speak, no one will say you are dumb. Cope glared at Zanbei and told him to shut up. After all, anyone could feel that as they advanced deeper into the wreckage island, Frankie's expression became heavier. It seems that you are not here at the right time today, there are people ahead. Qin Yu raised his eyebrows and said lightly. Someone? For Qin Yu, Frankie could not figure out this method of foreseeing the future. However, he knew clearly that there were only a few people who would come to such a broken place. Moreover, over the years, he also figured out who would come. Frankie, this is not a place you can come to, get out. A deep voice suddenly came from the open space behind the ruins. Looking at the figure that suddenly appeared, Zanbei and Cope could not help but stagnate. Their brains are more muscle than IQ. However, Icebagger, who is now the mayor of the Seven Waters City and the owner of the Carrera Shipbuilding Company, actually appeared in the graveyard of Mr. Frankie. This made them unable to help but shout, "Icebagger, you can't stand Boss Frankie, but you actually attacked Mr. Tom's grave, that's simply shameless. For the memory of Boss Frankie, we will definitely defeat you." As soon as the two of Zanbei opened their throats, they rushed towards Icebagger. However, just after taking half a step, they were kicked away by Cavendish. "Shut up, you are really a guy with a head full of muscles, just watch carefully." As a supernova who is often frustrated, Cavendish's IQ is still online. At least, when Icebagger and Frankie met, there was no such a tense atmosphere of hatred. This made Cavendish believe that the relationship between the two was not simple. "Hey, Icebagger, don't be so impulsive. It's rare for Frankie to meet you for the first time. Can't you just say a few words in peace?" A fat figure walked out from the side. If Qin Yu remembered correctly, this old man was the one in the original work. When Zoro arrived at Fishman Island and saw the real mermaid, he automatically deleted his brain memory. The completely unforgettable old mermaid, Granny Kokoro. She is also the secretary of Tom's Shipbuilding Company. She is said to cause the end of the world when a shell falls from her chest. According to Luffy's name, she gives people the feeling of a monster granny. "Kokoro, you don't know the reason at all." Icebagger turned back and glared at Kokoro. If other people knew that Frankie went to Teacher Tom's grave to pay homage, he would have no choice but to die. Don't forget how many spies of the world government are lurking in the Seven Waters City. At this point, Icebagger's eyes turned in vain, fell on Qin Yu and Cavendish, and said anxiously, "Frankie, are you crazy? Let two outsiders come here, if the things here are exposed, what will be your fate, don't you know? If they are from the world government, what are you going to do?" The hurried voice echoed in the ruins. Looking at the excited Icebagger, Frankie surprisingly did not rebel as usual. With a suppressed silence, he looked up and said, "Iceberg, this is Escanor. Yamato and his followers. The purpose of his coming this time is very complicated, but he is definitely not from the world government. Besides, the Yamakaze Keiku, Khalifa, and Rob Lucci beside you are the members of CP9. I brought him here this time. I promised to send him to Safa Island to rescue people, and then meet Teacher Tom again." A slightly long voice came out of Frankie's mouth. In the eyes of Icebagger, he had never seen Frankie show such mature behavior and speech. When did he encounter this in the days of getting along in the past? However, what made Icebagger more difficult to react was that Frankie's words contained too much information. He had already expected that his subordinates might have spies added by the world government. However, Frankie's last sentence was to meet Teacher Tom again. This weird talk undoubtedly tightened his nerves. "Frankie, are you crazy?" Icebagger shouted anxiously, "Teacher Tom has been dead for so long, how can you see him again? Also, don't forget that you killed Teacher Tom. If you were willing to listen to the teacher's words that day, this would not have happened." Hysterical roars echoed in the ruins. Looking at the blue veins on Icebagger's neck, they finally understood why Frankie felt heavier the closer he got to Tom's grave. Looking at Frankie, who was silent, Qin Yu patted his shoulder, walked out with an arrogant attitude. "This is a deal between him and me. Others may not be able to do it, but it doesn't mean I can't do it. Qin Yu narrated slowly. If you also want to see your teacher again, just stand aside and wait obediently. If you ruin my deal, don't blame me for being rude. You. Ispago looked at Escanor who was walking towards him and suddenly became anxious. In his eyes, meeting a dead person is just fooling people? However, before he could refute, Granny Kokoro reached out to stop him. Ispagu, this is little Frankie's decision, we just stand aside and watch. Besides, this man is not a simple existence. Whether he speaks nonsense or not, there will be a result soon. Faced with Granny Kokoro's dissuasion, Ispagu hesitated to speak, and finally stepped aside after looking at Frankie for a while. As Granny Kokoro said, the so-called bargaining chip is whether he can really meet Teacher Tom. The result will be known soon. Instead of stopping him, it is better to let Qin Yu try. Moreover, like Granny Kokoro, Ispagu also felt a different feeling in Qin Yu. If it is really possible, I will see Teacher Tom again. The expectation in Ispagu's heart is the same as Frankie's. Chapter 7:11 Go to Safa Island. In the huge ruins, an inexplicable oppressive atmosphere shrouded it, giving people a lingering feeling. Everyone's eyes turned in unison and locked on Escanor, with a hint of inexplicable urgency. As Granny Kokoro said, instead of questioning here, whether it is a dragon or a phoenix, let Escanor know it clearly after a try. Hey! Qin Yu exhaled deeply. When the character template reaches 70%, he can borrow the character abilities of other templates. Although, it is not completely universal. However, it is not difficult to awaken the soul of Tom the Fishman with the help of the resurrection of the dead. As long as he has the obsession in his heart, everything is enough. Thinking of this, the magic power in Qin Yu's body is surging. The inexplicable chill rolled back like a tidal wave. A series of crisscrossing blood veins appeared under his feet. It was quickly reorganized and constructed with an extremely mysterious posture. When the last flowing blood veins completely gathered under Qin Yu's feet, a dazzling blood-colored light rushed into the sky like a tidal wave. The blood light instantly captured everyone's attention, and the inexplicable scene made everyone's nerves tense. However, before they could make any move, the blood-colored sky in front of them converged like a tide. The moment the vision was restored, the illusory figure that first came into view made the pupils of the people present suddenly shrink. Am I dazzled? Frankie couldn't help but speak first. Ispagu, slap me twice quickly, I want to know if I am dreaming. Slap you. Ispagu's eyes were also straight. Looking at the familiar figure, he exhaled a deep breath and said, I can't beat your iron face. But this scene is too real, I seem to see Mr. Tom. An illusory figure stood quietly in front of Qin Yu. Looking at the beige fishman Tom, Qin Yu nodded at him and said, since you don't want to be resurrected, let's have a good chat next. Wow, I didn't expect to see these two little bastards. Merkieman Tom laughed and said, thank you, little brother. No need, this is a deal. I was planning to invite you to be a shipwright, but now it seems that I'd better forget it. Qin Yu waved his hand and turned away. The familiar laughter, at this moment, seemed to be infused with magic sound, echoing in the ruins. It took a long time to dissipate. Touching his cheeks that were red from the iron sheet, Frankie looked at the long-lost figure that seemed close at hand. Recalling the feeling of powerlessness when he blocked the sea train with his bare hands that day. The coke that was suppressed in his eyes suddenly burst out. Mr. Tom, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. I didn't think things would turn out like this. I tried very hard to save you, but I was too weak and I couldn't do it. Ispago is right. If it weren't for me, Mr. Tom would not have died. A hysterical cry suddenly sounded. The helplessness and regret that had accumulated for a long time exploded like a tide in an instant. Looking at Frankie, who has always been the gang boss of the Seven Waters City and has a fierce face. Like a helpless child, he stumbled and rushed towards the fishman Tom. At that moment, except for the silent tears of Ispagu, everyone present could not help but fall silent. In the adult world, no matter what happens, they can show strength to others. However, once they encounter the softness hidden in the deepest part of their hearts, who would not cry like a helpless child? Hwalala, you bastard boy, I don't blame you. Over the years, your pranks seem to have increased instead of decreased. What's wrong? Has your Frankie battleship reached the 100th? Let me see how it goes. You bastard kid, I'm a ghost, but can't you stop rubbing your coke snot on me? Looking at it for a while, returning to the teaching scene of the past, Ispago wiped away his tears with his sleeves, looked at Chinyu who passed by and said, Sir Escanor, I'm sorry, I doubted you just now. I want to know, why do you want to go to Judicial Island? As the only target who could control the design of Pluto in the eyes of the world government, Ispago knew it clearly. If he hadn't obtained Mr. Tom's exquisite shipbuilding technology, and it was the only way for the world government to obtain the Pluto design drawings, I'm afraid the world government would have killed him long ago. As for the power of the Island of the Immortal, Ispago was very clear. At present, Escanor insisted on trading with Frankie to get the way to the Island of the Immortal. This was undoubtedly beyond his cognition. If I say that I am saving people, will you believe it? Chinyu's steps suddenly stopped, and he met Ispago's eyes and said slowly. Facing the arrogant tone between the lines, Ispago fell into silence. After a moment, he said, I know why Frankie believed you. Come with me, I remember that there is a sea train used for testing that day in Mr. Tom's abandoned warehouse, which should be able to help you. After leaving these words, Ispago turned around and left. Chinyu looked at this scene and followed. Island of the Immortal. The huge sealed practice room, the heavy steel door, made a creaking sound and was pushed open. A figure with bare upper body, showing his strong muscles, walked out slowly first. The white dove with a familiar identity symbol circled in the sky for a while and landed on the man. Lucci, you finally came out. The sea train is ready for you. Bruno said anxiously. 10 minutes ago, after he rushed back from the Seven Waters, he came here to wait. Not only that, he needed to go to the Seven Waters with Lucci again. More importantly, he wanted to express his defeat at the hands of Escanor. However, as soon as Bruno approached, Lucci's right hand stretched out like lightning and grabbed his neck. He pinched Bruno into the air. Lucci. Califa's face changed suddenly. They had already expected that Lucci, who had always been cold and had absolutely no companion thinking, would be unhappy because of the failure of the mission. However, I never thought that Lucci would attack directly when they met. Humph, you failed the mission, but you still have the nerve to come back. If it weren't for the CP, you are all garbage, I would have killed you guys long ago. Lucci snorted and threw Bruno away. His eyes turned and fell on Keiku. Chapter 712. That guy is here. Keiku, you once said in the Den Mushi that the appearance of Escanor was related to Nico Robin. Lucci said with a cold face. You also mentioned that the guy has an arrogant personality and may come to Sifa Island. Now 2.5 hours have passed, and you all came back safely. It seems that you overestimated this guy of unknown origin. Still looking for excuses for your failure. The cold words made the people present change their expressions slightly. Seeing the murderous Lucci, Spondam was the first to lose control and said with a smile, Lucci, you are all my subordinates, don't hurt the relationship. Now Keiku and the others can return safely. As for the so-called Escanor coming to Sifa Island, that is simply a big joke. Sifa Island was established 800 years ago, but no one has ever dared to set foot in this place. If there is really someone, I will be the first to kill him with the elephant sword in my hand. Seeing Spondam, the chief of CP9, persuading, the tense atmosphere in the field eased a little. Seeing this, Califa secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all these years of getting along, she knew clearly that Lucci seemed to be aloof. However, all he was doing now was just acting for Spondam. At least after Escanor was dealt with, Spondam, who was now dissuading him, would not be held responsible. Lucci, it's getting late. I'll take you to the sea train station. Bruno quickly got up from the ground and spoke again as if nothing had happened. However, as soon as he finished speaking, before Lucci could express his opinion, a burst of urgent Den Mushi calls sounded without warning. Captain Spondam, something is wrong. There is an unregistered sea train moving at a very high speed. His target is probably Judicial Island. At this moment, the inexplicable words, like a magic sound, echoed between heaven and earth for a long time and could not be dispersed. After a brief silence in the huge scene, Spondam grabbed the Den Mushi and shouted urgently, Damn guy, are you still asleep? This is Judicial Island. Who would come here for no reason? Look more clearly for me. If you report wrong, don't blame me for taking off your head. At the end, Spondam almost yelled hysterically. No, Chief Spondam, we can see clearly that there is a burly figure standing on the sea train. We have switched the rails to a dead-end road. Please give the follow-up orders quickly. The hurried report came out in the Den Mushi. After the people present looked at each other, Keiko was the first to be unable to hold back and said, "This person is probably Escanor. With his arrogant character, he really came. That guy is coming." Spondam was stunned. The moment before, he still swore that no one would dare to attack Judicial Island. If there really was one, he would have used the elephant sword in his hand to deal with the person. However, now Escanor, who even killed Keiko and Bruno with one punch, jumped out. This slap in the face came too quickly. No. It should be said that it came too hard. Ahem, Lucci, the weather today is a bit too hot. I seem to have a little heat stroke. I need to replenish water and rest. I will leave the matter of dealing with Escanor to you. Spondam took the lead in coughing and added. For this commander with a Tau power value of only 9 and who likes to retreat in the face of battle, the people present are already used to it. Everyone's eyes turned and locked on Lucci. Gabra's voice was the first to be heard in the secret room. Monster, Lucci, you are simply a monster. I will not admit defeat. I will defeat you next time. Bruno, open the air door quickly. I want to vent my anger on that Escanor. I want to prove that I am the strongest existence in CP9 besides Lucci. Looking at the extremely embarrassed Gabra, he walked out of the secret room. They knew clearly who would win. Gabra, Keiko's power is stronger than yours. I'm afraid you will have the same fate if you go. The owl unzipped his mouth and made up for it in time. Bullshit, don't forget, I am a devil fruit ability user. That guy can defeat Keiko, but he is definitely not my opponent. Gabra retorted in a hurry, Bruno, open the door for me quickly. If we delay time, we will all be in trouble. Looking at the stubborn Gabra, Bruno hesitated for a moment and opened the air door directly. Swoosh! Gabra kicked his foot and used the shaving skill to disappear on the spot. When he appeared again, he had already entered the air gate. The rest of the people watched this scene and hurried to follow. Bruno, take me with you. I want to see this arrogant man being killed with my own eyes. Captain Spondam, you are suffering from heat stroke, don't you want to rest? Bruno's steps stopped suddenly. Shut up, time is running out. It would be bad if the show is over. On the other hand, on the horizon 10,000 meters away from the main gate of SI Island, a sea train was rushing forward, like a runaway, and approached SI Fa Island at a galloping speed. The whistle of the train had already alarmed the Navy soldiers stationed at the front gate. Facing this kind of thing that had never happened before, the Navy soldiers gathered here showed an inexplicable curiosity in their eyes, as one of the 3 major portals of the world government. This runaway impact was completely a stupid act of seeking death. Buzz! The air vibrated slightly, and an air door was pushed open out of thin air. Soon, Gabra was seen rushing out first. Following closely behind were Keiko, Khalifa, and Rob Lucci, who was known as the strongest existence in Safa Island in 800 years. Seeing this long-lost figure of a strong man, the Navy soldiers present were stunned at first, and then showed a look of shock. In their eyes, this action of rushing towards Safa Island was a self-destructive act. However, CP9, the strongest intelligence organization in Safa Island, was alarmed and appeared in unison. This scene undoubtedly pried everyone's nerves. In their eyes, what kind of existence is the newcomer to have such a big welcome ceremony? Get out of the way, don't block my sight, I want to see what this Escanor is. Spondam's shouting suddenly sounded. The Navy soldiers who were blocking the front line were startled at first, and then they all showed shock. Chapter 713 Try to stay away from him. Escanor. Is he the guy who caused a big fuss on island number 3 in the Sabayati archipelago and killed Kaido's men when he was defeated? A few days ago, I was responsible for printing a new bounty order. That guy seems to be worth 300 million. Starting at 300 million. The huge scene suddenly became noisy. If the person who came was an unknown guy, they might not take it to heart. However, the person who came this time was Escanor, who was called a madman and had a starting bounty of 300 million. This made them feel a little more urgent. They wanted to know what this madman in front of them was capable of. This height, is at least 3 meters? But it seems that he is a guy with a head full of muscles. Spondam was slightly startled, and then smiled tirelessly. However, these words, when heard by Keiko and Bruno, made them look stagnant. Without time to think, they hurriedly looked at the speeding sea train. The first thing they saw was a huge figure that was like an iron tower, almost tearing the sweatshirt. The cold and arrogant face gave people a feeling that was engraved in their bones. Keiku, Bruno, why do you look a little bit obedient? Did you see the guy who hit you hard with one punch and you couldn't hold it back? Gabra patted Keiku on the shoulder and said. Oh, you see, I can't control my mouth. Keiku, I didn't deliberately tell everyone about this. But don't worry, I will knock this arrogant guy to the ground and make him beg for mercy. As he said this, Gabra walked out of the crowd with a proud face. This seemingly casual speech made the faces of the navy in the field change suddenly, and there was an uproar. In their eyes, CP9 is the strongest in the French island. Now, Gabra's seemingly casual words have completely overturned their cognition. If a punch severely hit a CP9 member, this is not a joke, then how strong the newcomer is. At this moment, they finally understood why all the members of CP9, the strongest intelligence organization, appeared on the scene, giving people a sense of being on high alert. Gabra, be careful, that guy seems to have changed, and looks like he has become taller and stronger. Keiku couldn't help but remind him. Taller and stronger. Gabra looked back and said, Keiku, you are not dazzled. What's more, what's wrong with being taller and stronger? Can it really change the gap in strength? At this point, Gabra's face flashed a cunning and said, I will let him know what the heaviest punch is. As a member of CP9, Gabra is proficient in 6 styles, especially in honing iron blocks into his own strengthening skills. Not only can it move in the case of iron blocks, but it can also combine its own attack power and defense to become a more powerful fighting method. Looking at the blank area formed by the scattered naval garrisons around, Gabra looked up at the sea train that was accelerating in the distance. Captain Spondam, they will hit the broken sea rails in 10 seconds. According to this situation, the sea train will directly collide with the outer guardrails. At that time, I am afraid that the train will be destroyed and people will die. There is no need for you adults to take action. A messenger explained hurriedly. In their eyes, the speed of the sea train is very fast, but once the rails on which it depends on for advancement are missing. In this case of extremely fast advancement, what awaits them will be the destruction of the train and the death of people. For this kind of victory without fighting, they are most looking forward to it. That guy moved. Keiku spoke first. The moment the small voice fell, everyone's nerves were tense. Their eyes turned in unison, locked on Escanor, and there was a hint of urgency on their faces. I was eager to see what kind of big waves this madman could make when facing the French island and the strongest CP9. On the sea train, Cavendish and Frankie couldn't help swallowing their saliva when they looked at Chinyu's back. In a short period of time, the sea train was put into use and the forward speed was increased to the extreme. This undoubtedly made the brakes on the sea train ineffective. They followed Chinyu to the French island with a mentality of death. However, this does not mean that they are willing to die like a coward. Cavendish, you are a pirate with a bounty of over 100 million. Come up with a solution quickly. Frankie said hurriedly. Think of a solution. Cavendish rolled his eyes and said, even you, the conductor, can't do it, what can I do as a passenger? But I believe Escanor should have thought of a solution. Boss Escanor. Frankie was stunned for a moment, looking at Chinyu who was standing at the front of the train like an iron tower, and said, have you noticed that Boss Escanor seems to be bigger? He gives people a feeling of being more arrogant and arrogant. The breath he exudes from his gestures gives people an inexplicable sense of oppression. Facing Frankie's analysis, Cavendish remained silent. He had been following Escanor for longer than Frankie. He knew clearly why Frankie asked this question. He looked up and saw the sun almost climbing to the center of the sky. Cavendish couldn't help swallowing his saliva and said, Frankie, wait a minute, when the alarm rings at 12 o'clock, try to stay away from Escanor. Don't ask why, as long as you know that you must not do it, it's enough. Frankie was startled by the inexplicable words. Before he could ask, a slow voice sounded. Hold on, we have arrived at our destination. Chinyu turned his eyes and quickly passed by the people in front of the gate. Finally, he landed on the iron guardrail. Looking at the distance that was quickly shortened, Chinyu exhaled a deep breath and entered Escanor's personality template again. Arrogance and a look of contempt for others climbed on his face. The moment he raised his head, he put his 5 fingers together on his right hand. Without any fancy moves, he chopped down the iron guardrail 100 meters away. No sword style, no sword. Bang! With a wave of his hand knife, the huge magic power dormant in Escanor's body exploded like a tidal wave. The invisible slash, as if crossing the sky, split the sea in front of him. With a thunderous posture, it spread to the iron guardrail. Boom! The guardrail collapsed. The huge impact force crushed the entire guardrail. The sharp slashing aura, as if the remaining power was not reduced, quickly spread towards the coast. The rolled-up vacuum air wave was like a ripple. Chapter 714 An Absolute Madman. Boom! The indestructible guardrail was shattered. The powerful slash, with the remaining power, chased you straight to Gabra. The sudden scene shook everyone's nerves. Even Gabra had never expected that the opponent, with his bare hands, not only split the guardrail, but also attacked him from a distance of 100 meters. Facing such a close attack and misjudgment, Gabra had nowhere to hide. The only thing he could do was to watch the vacuum slash rapidly enlarge in his pupils. 6 Style Strengthening Technique Iron Block Steel. Bang! Gabra stepped heavily, and his muscles suddenly tightened, giving people a feeling of rapid bulge like fine steel. Facing the invisible slash that was rapidly enlarged in his pupils, he faced it head-on without any fancy moves. Boom! The powerful slash brought a fierce wind back. Under the surging and venting of huge power, Gabra, who stood on the spot like an iron tower, was pressed back 7 or 8 meters. His feet scraped 2 deep grooves on the thick floor. The splashing sword energy wave directly overturned the naval garrison that was slightly closer. Most of Gabra's tang suit was shattered. Before they could react, Qin Yu, who was standing on the locomotive, tightened his feet muscles to the extreme again. Without any fancy moves, he suddenly kicked out. Bang! The solid locomotive hood was instantly stepped down. The huge impact force caused the originally speeding locomotive to stagnate for a short time, and the momentum of the crazy sea train was also offset by most of it. Looking at the familiar scene, Keiku's face changed drastically and he roared in a hurry. Gabra, be careful! The thunderous shout made Gabra, who had just received the attack, stagnate slightly. The next moment, before he could react, a huge body like an iron tower took the lead and came to him like a ghost. Without any fancy moves, the 5 fingers of his right hand suddenly clenched and turned into a fist and punched him in the abdomen. Buzz! The air seemed to be pierced by the punch. However, looking at this sudden scene, Gabra's face showed a trace of ecstasy. In his eyes, this kind of barehanded attack. With the super strong defense he had after using the iron block enhancement skill, this barehanded attack would definitely make the arrogant person in front of him regret it. Witnessing this scene, Keiku's face changed drastically, and he shouted in a hurry, Gabra, don't! Don't! Gabra was stunned. Unfortunately, before he could react, the huge fist, like a cannonball, hit his abdomen. Boom! The thunderous collision sound echoed. The moment the fist landed on the abdomen, the air rippled and the huge impact force was released. Gabra felt like he was hit head-on by a sea train. The feet rooted in the ground were instantly separated from the ground. Under the whistling wind beside his ears, the whole person flew out like a cannonball. While the Navy soldiers along the way were smashed away, they finally spanned hundreds of meters and smashed head-on on the huge gate of justice. Bang! The heavy door made a rolling collision sound. Under the huge impact force, the concrete cast door cracked and smashed out a spider web-like pit. Looking at Gabra, who was hit by a fist and half of his body was trapped in the concrete door. The huge field fell into a dead silence, leaving only the sound of swallowing saliva. A moment ago, I was still laughing and wondering why Keiku and Bruno, who were CP9, were defeated with one punch. They finally understood what was going on. This kind of explosive attack with tons of power, no one could withstand it. Keiku, save me quickly! Spondam's shout came from the ruins. He was not hit head-on by the flying Gabra, but was also hit by other Navy soldiers who came to cause trouble. He never expected that the power of this madman in front of him could be so terrifying. Damn guy, I'm going to kill you! Gabra's roar sounded like thunder. Gabra, who had half of his body embedded in the concrete door, let out a low wolf howl, directly detonating the devil fruit ability dormant in his body. After turning into the dog fruit wolf form, he kicked his feet suddenly. The whole person turned into a residual image and appeared in the air. Storm kick group of wolves and stars. As soon as Gabra showed his figure, without any fancy, his right foot kicked out in the air like lightning. Bang, bang, bang. 4 sounds of air tearing suddenly sounded. The pale blue vacuum slash, like 4 tigers and wolves, attacked Qin Yu across the sky, Facing this sudden attack, everyone's eyes turned and locked on Qin Yu. They were eager to see how Qin Yu would react to the counterattack of Gabra, who had used the animal-type devil fruit to greatly increase his strength. However, as soon as this thought emerged in their minds, the first thing that caught their eyes was Qin Yu, who stood still in the same place. 6 Style Strengthening Technique, Iron Block Steel. Boom! The sound of metal collision sounded like thunder. Under the impact of the huge air wave, the heavy floor around it shattered a lot. Under the dust that rolled back all over the sky, a figure like an iron tower walked out slowly. Higher again. Looking at Qin Yu, who walked out of the dust without any damage, this terrible thought flashed through Keiku's mind. Perhaps in the eyes of outsiders, this change seems difficult to detect. However, Keiku, who has been paying attention to this problem, can clearly distinguish it. Moreover, the power contained in the punch just now is several points stronger than before. At least, in Keiku's eyes, the defense that Gabra used, the 6 Style Strengthening Skill Iron Block Steel, can exert is definitely twice as strong as Bruno. However, now he has the same fate as Bruno. Could it be that the madman in front of him has become stronger again? Chaotic thoughts flashed through Keiku's mind. An unexpected voice fell in his ears again. Go on, I still owe you a punch. Qin Yu suddenly raised his head, looked at Gabra, and said slowly. The inexplicable words made the people in the field look stagnant. Even Cavendish and Frankie, who had just fallen from the barely stopped sea train, were also confused. Facing thousands of Navy soldiers who were watching him covetously, there were also a group of CP9. Qin Yu not only did not pursue the victory, but also spoke wildly. In their eyes, he was simply a madman. You bastard, who is crazy with you? You dared to break into the French island and hurt this commander. What awaits you is only random gunfire. Chapter 715. Don't stop until you hit a punch. Spondam had just been rescued from the ruins of the crowd. Thinking of the humiliation just now, he was the first to lose his temper and roared angrily. Come on, shoot this arrogant guy and let him know that the end of breaking into the French island is only death. Yes. A group of Navy garrisons who were still eating melons suddenly came to their senses, took out the muskets they carried with them, and pointed them at Qin Yu in a line. In their eyes, Qin Yu's attack just now was extremely fierce, and even the members of CP9 could not withstand the blow. However, they're Navy-stationed troops, but there are 2,000 or 3,000 people. They are scattered, and the opponent has no way to attack them at the same time. As long as there is a slight mistake in this process, then waiting for Qin Yu will be bullets pouring down like a rainstorm. There are also cannons waiting for an opportunity to burst. However, this thought just sprouted in the mind, and the words that fell in the ear, like an invisible heavy hammer, hit the depths of the soul. Ants should have the posture of ants. If you intend to shake the towering trees with the body of ants, please accept the beating of society. Qin Yu said slowly. In the eyes of the crowd, he stepped down. Bang! The dormant domineering aura in the body exploded in an instant. The heavy floor under their feet, which had already been overloaded and cracked, was the first to collapse. In an instant, everyone just felt that the air flowing in the 4 directions of the sky was stagnant. The next moment, the domineering aura swept in front of them, bringing an inexplicable feeling of suffocation, and swept the whole place with a crushing posture. Bang! The Navy soldiers stationed around just felt a roar in their heads. The CP9 was no exception. When they suddenly woke up, the first thing they saw was the Navy garrison soldiers who had lost consciousness, foamed at the mouth, rolled their eyes and fell to the ground. Gathered on the front island, a large force of nearly 3,000 people. Under this tyrannical mental shock, like thriving leeks, they were directly harvested. The weapons that had already opened the safety pins lost their strength and fell heavily to the ground with a group of Navy soldiers. The strange scene made the pupils of the dozen people who were only present suddenly shrink. Hiding behind Keiku, Qin Yu deliberately avoided the impact and fainted Spondam under his domineering expression. His open mouth and jaw were almost dislocated. The moment before, he was still vowing to rely on the human wave tactics to drown Uchiha Qin Yu. He never thought that the other party just took half a step forward and glared slightly. Then he killed thousands of his garrisons in seconds. Faced with this kind of glaring and killing, does this mean that the tens of thousands of Navy soldiers stationed on his judicial island are useless? Keiku, what's going on? Spondam was anxious. At this moment, he felt confused for the first time. As the highest authority on the island of Safa, Spondam has always believed that the natural defense line of the vortex formed by the Gate of Justice. With tens of thousands of naval garrisons, coupled with the strongest CP9 in 800 years, the island of Sifa stationed there is absolutely an iron wall. However, this scene in front of him fell into Spondam's eyes. This so-called iron wall is just paper. It's the domineering aura of the king. Lucci said indifferently. I didn't expect to encounter an existence with the appearance of an emperor in the first half of the Grand Line. You can stand here soberly, not only because Keiku helped you resist most of the mental shock, but also because he deliberately avoided you as the target of his domineering attack. At this point, Lucci looked at Qin Yu and said, this kind of existence can no longer be defeated by human wave tactics. Don't have any stupid ideas anymore, let the naval garrisons on the second and third islands not come to die, just leave him to us CP9. The small voice made the few remaining sober people in the naval garrison react quickly. Without any hesitation, they turned around and ran away. Looking at the garrisons lying on the ground, they didn't want to follow in the footsteps of these people. Lu Chi, are you sure? Spondam asked urgently. No. No, if his target is me, I can't stay here any longer. I want to leave this damn place immediately. After saying this, Spondam was the first to turn around and run away. He has confidence in CP9, but as a person who cherishes his life, Spondam will never allow his life to be unprotected. Stop, or die. These 5 simple words were uttered by Qin Yu. Spondam, who was originally trying to escape from this damn place as soon as possible, suddenly tensed up his nerves. The steps he took suddenly stopped in mid-air. After seeing Gabra being punched away by Qin Yu, who appeared in front of him like a ghost, Spondam also had an indelible shadow. Captain Spondam, I advise you to stay here. If we win, you will be safe. Khalifa raised her glasses with a serious look and said, what if we lose? With those ragtag troops alone, you will die no matter where you hide on Sifa Island. Owl, have you found out how much Dao power he has? Facing Qin Yu, who also used the 6 style enhancement skills and knocked Keiku, Gabra, and others away with one punch. Khalifa thought of the most intuitive way. Use the 6 style extension skills that Owl is proficient in to find out how much Dao power this madman has. In this situation of knowing oneself and the enemy, you can achieve a situation of winning every battle. According to my experience and physical analysis, this Escanor probably has 3,800 Dao power points, and this strength is just my rough estimate. Owl quickly unzipped his mouth and replied in a hurry. However, although this value is a rough estimate, the highest level should only be equivalent to the normal Lucci. At the lowest level, perhaps even Gabra, who has used the power of the devil fruit and has a power value of 4,200, can be easily defeated. The hurried voice made the eyes of the people in the field brighten. It can be said that fear comes from the unknown. After knowing the details of this madman who can kill a child with one punch, the fear from the heart will be infinitely weakened. Come on, let's continue the game. Qin Yu said slowly again with an arrogant look on his face. It gives people the illusion that you won't stop until you hit me. Chapter 716 The last 2 minutes. The arrogant words, like the infusion of magic sound, echoed in the 4 directions of the sky. Looking at Escanor, who stood in place like an iron tower with an arrogant and indifferent expression on his face, the nerves of everyone present were suddenly tense. They have seen madmen, but they have never seen someone who stood here and asked the other party to attack him. An absolute madman. Good, very good, you dare to challenge me with only 3,800 Dao power. Gabra was the first to grin and roar. Thinking of the scene of being knocked away by a punch just now, for him who has always been competitive, it was simply a shame. If Qin Yu's head is not twisted off today, Gabra believes that at this time tomorrow, the story of him being knocked away by a punch will spread all over the world. Sifa Island, and even the world government. The most important point is that as a companion for many years, Gabra firmly believes that Owl will use the 6 style extension skills to spy on Qin Yu's Dao power value. In a team like his that respects physical skills, this is the best way to judge strength. When he thought of this, Gabra's muscles bulged like a rock. With the sound of bone crispness, Gabra, who turned into a wolf, turned his whole body into a state of iron block. The next moment, in full view of the public, without any fancy steps, he stepped out. 6 style enhancement skills iron block heavy step wolf. The sound of the wolf's howl, with a posture like piercing clouds and splitting rocks, rushed straight into the sky. The big step fell, and the heavy floor shattered. Gabra's body turned into an iron block and shot out like a cannonball. It took only 3 breaths to cover a distance of more than 100 meters. Every time he landed, the power contained in his steps increased. When the 7th step fell, the ground within a radius of dozens of meters exploded. Facing Qin Yu, who was so close and had no reaction, he clenched his 5 fingers on his right hand. He punched at his abdomen. Bang! The punch came out, as if it was carrying 1,000 pounds of force, and it hit directly down with an unparalleled posture. Feeling the unparalleled fist force, Qin Yu's bangs were blown up on his forehead. The arrogant eyes glanced sideways, and the words that came out were even more shocking. 6 Style Secrets Paper-Painted Martial Arts Iron Block Empty Wood. Bang! Qin Yu's iron tower-like body suddenly expanded several points. With the muscles all over his body tensed, he gave people a tight feeling that he was above the Gabra iron block. Facing this close attack, these slight changes were only a moment. However, Luqi's roar came without any warning. Gabra, quickly withdraw your internal energy. What? Gabra's expression froze. He was not expecting Luqi's reminder. But let alone at such a close distance, even if he really had enough time to withdraw his internal energy. In order to save the face he had just lost, Gabra would never be a coward. Boom! A punch came down hard. A fist like an iron block, with an indomitable attitude. The dull sound of metal collision echoed. Under the release of a force that penetrated the body, another stronger impact, like a lion and a beast, counterattacked in Qin Yu's body. Crack! The crisp sound of bone breaking suddenly sounded. Gabra only felt a piercing pain in the right hand bone that exerted the iron block. The next moment, before he could react, the impact force that surged back through his arm hit him with a raging tide. Bang! Gabra's body, rooted in the ground like a piece of iron, flew backwards like a cannonball. The huge impact force was obviously more domineering than the first blow. The distance of hundreds of meters was shortened in the blink of an eye. With a posture of 10,000 pounds, it hit the heavy concrete door heavily. Boom! The dull explosion sounded like thunder. The heavy door, which had already cracked, shattered in an instant like paper. Under the flying rubble, a disheveled figure fell into the ruins. After looking at Qin Yu for a second time, he spit out blood and fell to the ground. The sudden scene made everyone in the field look stiff. Looking at Gabra who attacked but was thrown away by the huge recoil force. Many people couldn't help rubbing their eyes. In their eyes, every member of CP9 is a strong physical warrior who is proficient in the Navy's 6 styles. However, now not only that, but he was knocked away by a punch one after another. At present, the opponent not only displayed the 6 style enhanced skills, but also studied the 6 style secrets. If he hadn't seen with his own eyes that the opponent was an absolute madman, he would not dare to attack even Saifa Island. They really doubted that this madman who was like an iron tower in front of them is a secret strong man who walked out of the world government. It's impossible. Gabra's Tao power is obviously much stronger than him. Under the 6 style enhanced skills, he will definitely not lose. The owl suddenly woke up and said to himself in a hurry. Haha, data can't explain everything. Qin Yu laughed arrogantly and looked up at the sky. Sometimes, relying too much on data will become the reason for failure. Next, you have the last 2 minutes to have the possibility of defeating me. Although this possibility is very small, I also like it and accept your challenge. At this point, Qin Yu looked around the field and said, are you going to waste time one by one, or a group of people, and we will continue to play the game of one person and one punch? The small voice gave people a sense of madness at this moment. Crack! The sound of a strip of cloth being torn came out without any warning. The sweatshirt that had been supported by muscles like steel. In an instant, it was torn open under the weight. Under the high and strong muscles, an inexplicable heat spread out with Qin Yu as the center. It's about to start, let's retreat a little bit. Cavendish hurriedly pulled Frankie, who was eating melons, back. In this period of contact, every noon, he saw Qin Yu jump into the sea. In Cavendish's eyes, Qin Yu is a devil fruit. The strong one. This action of jumping into the sea is as crazy as the Navy supernova Laxus who slashed Kaido not long ago. However, just when Cavendish was about to help, he found that the sea area with a radius of hundreds of meters was like boiling. The closer to noon, the higher the temperature. When it was close to noon, the sea area with a radius of 1 kilometer had become a posture of steaming with high temperature of 100 degrees. Those so-called fish and sea kings, once approaching this sea area, will be directly roasted without knowing it. This weird scene frightened Cavendish and he chose to flee in panic. Chapter 717 Getting Stronger Every Moment. Back off. Frankie was stunned. Don't talk nonsense to me, just do what I say. Cavendish grabbed Frankie's arm and retreated quickly. Feeling the gradually rising temperature, Cavendish's expression became uncertain. Originally, this kind of hot air rolling back and the burning feeling of the skin, according to his calculation, would only occur at noon. However, it has reached this level 2 minutes before noon. This made Cavendish think of an absurd reason. Could it be that he has become stronger? Chaotic thoughts flashed through his mind. Cavendish hurriedly looked at Qin Yu. The first thing he saw was the burning rock under his feet. It even showed a hint of inexplicable melting. Do you feel that the temperature seems to have risen a lot, and why did they run so far? The lion Week loosened his collar and couldn't help saying. Keiku's expression suddenly changed, and an absurd idea flashed through his mind. Looking at Qin Yu, whose body seemed to have grown again, he shouted in a hurry, "Owl, quickly check this madman to see if he has become stronger." Stronger? Owl's expression froze, and he said, "How did he become stronger? There is no sign of the devil fruit." "Don't ask, just look." Keiku grabbed Owl's arm. If Qin Yu gave him the impression of being 3 meters tall when they first met, now it seems that he is at least 3.5 meters tall. The bulging muscles all over his body, like a rock, not only give people a stronger explosive power. There is also a steaming white vapor evaporating from the body surface. If you don't pay attention to this subtle change, you may not be noticed for a while. However, once you pay attention, Qin Yu's body has changed so much in just a few minutes. The feeling it gives people is completely beyond description of weirdness. "Ka. Keiku, you hurt my hand." Owl reminded him urgently. Seeing Keiku finally let go of his hand, he quickly pulled the chain on his mouth to the end and said, "The last time you were so nervous was 7 years ago when you were caught peeping at the bartender Nolan taking a shower. Now you are suddenly nervous again." He obviously didn't use the power of the devil fruit. How could he become stronger? The dissatisfied words were muttered in the mouth of Owl. However, the movements of his hands were not vague. With his hands flying, the 6 style strengthening skills were combined and directly launched. Immediately, Owl looked at the data strength fed back by the combined skills in his hands with a nonchalant face. However, the scene he saw made his pupils shrink suddenly, and his expression suddenly became stiff. "Owl, what happened?" Keiku was the first to catch the change in Owl's expression and grabbed his shoulders again. Dao power value. His Dao power value turned into 4,000 cracks, spreading in all directions. Under the dust, everyone in the field was stunned. In their eyes, they never thought that the strongest CP9 would one day swing a leg and smash it directly to the ground. "It's your turn." Qin Yu let go of his hand and said slowly without continuing to pursue the victory. It's not that he likes to let the water be abused, but in the original work, Escanor's personality is like that. His arrogance is arrogant. The small voice gave people an extremely annoying feeling when it fell into the ear. Especially, it was a shame when it was placed in Lucci's ears. Bang! Lucci turned over in the ruins, his face suddenly became gloomy. "I haven't fought with anyone for a long time. Since you said you don't need to test, then next, I will finish you as soon as possible." Roar! The sound of tigers and leopards was like thunder. The crisp sound of bones crackled. The body, which was more than 2 meters long, quickly bulged. The mottled yellow skin quickly spread over the body, and the black claws exhaled, and a cold light that captivated people's hearts flowed. In the blink of an eye, the body, which was more than 2 meters long, reached more than 3 meters. Chapter 718 Lucci who lacks social beatings. Are you an animal-type cat-shaped fruit ability user? Qin Yu looked up and said slowly. "Come on, you only have 1 minute and 20 seconds left." The voice was not loud, like an lingering magic sound. The arrogance and contempt mixed between the lines, like a big hand, tightened people's hearts. "Lucci, let us join the battle." Keiku's expression changed slightly, and he said in a hurry. 1 minute and 20 seconds is not enough for these strong physical warriors. It is said that it is enough to kill dozens or even hundreds of people. However, when I think about it, the madman in front of him will become stronger all the time as time goes by. This undoubtedly makes Keiku's nerves tense to the extreme. "Keiku, shut up. Lucci shouted coldly, "Don't forget, I am known as the strongest CP9 in 800 years. I can deal with this kind of opponent in 10 seconds. Carrying the name of the strongest, he has always had an undefeated record. Being regarded as the strongest killing machine in the world government, Lucci has his own pride." This. Keiku's expression changed slightly. However, before he could react, Lucci moved. With the muscles of his feet tensed, he used the animal-type devil fruit, which greatly improved his physical fitness. With Lucci's development of the fruit ability and his identity as a strong physical practitioner, Lucci can double his Tao power value with the devil fruit ability, or even a higher level. Click! A crisp cracking sound came from the deep ruins, and the moment the cracks under the feet spread. Boom! The dull sound of collapse echoed without warning. The muscles of the 2 feet were tense, and the ground collapsed under the huge stomping force. Lucci disappeared from the spot like a ghost. Reappeared again, and came behind Qin Yu. The tail like an iron whip brought a stern sound of breaking through the air, and was thrown out in a preemptive posture. It instantly wrapped around Qin Yu's waist. With the muscles of both hands suddenly tensed, Lucci gave people a feeling that his breath was like an explosion. The 10 fingers of both hands turned into fists, and pointed at Qin Yu like a spear. The sudden scene made Keiku and others' eyes brighten. As a member of CP9, they knew clearly that Lucci's ability to become the strongest was not as simple as appearance. Even a proud guy like Gabra could be convinced by it. The lowest standard is that whoever has the bigger fist has the final say. And Lucci's big fist undoubtedly comes from the 6 secrets he possesses. If he starts with a big move, perhaps he can really defeat Qin Yu within 10 seconds. Arrogant guy, this is my strongest killer move. At this distance and under restrictions, you can't hide. 6 secrets biggest wheel 6 kings spear. The stern words came out, and the voice even brought an inexplicable sound of gas explosion. Lucci's muscles were tense, and the energy dormant in his body exploded at the moment of crazy compression. Bang! The powerful shock wave, like a frenzy, vented out, with a posture of 10,000 pounds, instantly hit Qin Yu's body. The huge impact force directly passed through Qin Yu's body and rushed straight to the sea train behind him. Boom! The huge sea train head was instantly shattered. The rolling air waves, sea water, and sand and dust directly enveloped Qin Yu's figure. The fierce and unparalleled blow shook everyone's nerves. Before everything in front of him completely dissipated, Liu Qi hurriedly wanted to twitch his tail to see if the madman in front of him was seriously injured by the blow. "Is this your full strength? This is a bit disappointing." The slow voice came out in the dust and fell into the ears of everyone, like an invisible hammer, hitting the depths of the soul. Bang! A figure stepped out in the dust and sand. The body, which was originally more than 3 meters long, was once again a head taller than Liu Qi, reaching 4 meters. Under the rock-like muscles all over his body, there was a strong explosive power. It was also covered with a layer of black and ink-like armed color domineering. When the sea water fell like a rainstorm, it washed away all the sand and dust. Qin Yu gave people the feeling of an Iron Man, shining with an indestructible metallic color. The blazing heat emitted melted the rocks directly under his feet. Unscathed? The people present couldn't help but stagnate when they saw this scene. No. It should be said that for Lucci, this scene was like a nightmare. He never thought that his method of killing in 10 seconds would be directly ruined. "Sorry, I disappoint you." Qin Yu lowered his head slightly, looked at Lucci who seemed to be half a head shorter, and said slowly, "You can indeed be called the strongest 5 or 6 years ago. However, guys who don't even understand domineering, you are indeed not qualified to talk to me about winning. It seems that the life of an undercover shipbuilder is too comfortable, making you completely a frog in the well, lacking the beating of society. In fact, I also know the 6 secrets." The small voice came out of Qin Yu's mouth. The moment the 5 fingers of his right hand suddenly clenched, the air seemed to be grabbed and exploded. "It's my turn to attack. 6 style secret Ryu Sakuram maximum round 6 king's spear." Boom! With one punch, the air seemed to be smashed in an instant. Under the ripples, an indescribable terrifying air wave, like a tidal wave, rolled towards Lucci. At this moment, Lucci felt that he was not being hammered at all. Instead, he had the illusion of being crushed by a mountain. At this close distance, he had nowhere to hide. The only thing he could do was to quickly push the 6 style strengthening skills to the extreme. "Kong Mu!" Lucci roared unwillingly. Qin Yu's words undoubtedly touched his nerves. Facing this counterattack, the only thing Lucci could do was to push the power of the iron block strengthening skill Kung Mu to the extreme. Only in this way could he weaken the power of the attack in front of him to the maximum. However, these messy thoughts just emerged in Lucci's mind. Before he could react, Qin Yu's huge fist had already fallen. Bang! The thunderous impact sounded, and the strong fist wind swept away like a 12-level hurricane. Lucci spit out a mouthful of blood with a puff. The whole person flew backwards like a sandbag. The speed was so fast and the strong air wave it brought with it smashed everything along the way. The ruins of the earth where Qin Yu and Lucci were standing were even more unbearable and collapsed. Spiderweb-like cracks spread all around at a fast pace, giving people a shocking feeling. The spectators in the field were directly overturned by this air wave. Chapter 719 Sorry, I'm invincible now. Qin Yu's words undoubtedly touched his nerves. Facing this counterattack, the only thing Lucci could do was to maximize the power of the iron block strengthening skill Kung Mu. Only in this way could he weaken the power of the attack to the maximum extent. However, these chaotic thoughts just emerged in Lucci's mind. Before he could react, Qin Yu's huge fist had already fallen. Bang! The thunder-like impact sounded, and the strong fist wind swept like a 12-level hurricane. Lucci spit out a mouthful of blood with a puff. The whole person, like a sandbag, flew backwards. The speed was so fast and the strong air wave it carried smashed everything along the way. The ruins of the earth where Qin Yu and Lucci were standing were even more unbearable and collapsed. Spiderweb-like cracks spread around at a fast pace, giving people a shocking feeling. The crowd of spectators in the field was directly overturned by this wave of air. Boom! The dull sound of impact echoed again like thunder. Under the huge impact force, Lucci slammed heavily on the half-broken concrete door. Bang! The door collapsed, and the splashing gravel shot out like bullets. The rolling sand and dust brought an inexplicable feeling of suffocation. Keiku and others hurriedly got up under the hurricane. Looking at Rob Lucci, who was directly buried in the ruins, his face was full of disbelief. One punch. Another punch. Looking at the messy ruins in front of them, Keiku and others just couldn't react. They didn't expect that Rob Lucci, who was known as the strongest killing weapon since the establishment of Sifa Island 800 years ago, could not withstand the power of the opponent's punch after using the animal-type devil fruit and the 6-style secret. At the moment, even Lucci can't withstand a punch. Then who can stop the crazy Escanor next? Come on, all of you, you are still CP9, if you can't stop this guy today, you will all die. Spondam's expression changed and he roared. As Spondam is weaker than ordinary people, with only 9 points of Taoism. From the beginning, he dared to stay here and eat melons because of the existence of Rob Lucci. However, now that the strongest backing is gone, the confidence is gone immediately. He looked up suddenly and looked at Escanor, who was 5 meters tall. Spondam didn't have time to think about it, and quickly turned around and fled to the back. I said, you only have 2 choices, stand or die. Qin Yu spoke again slowly. However, before he could chase him, a series of low stomping sounds suddenly echoed. Keiku and others took the lead. At this moment, Lucci was also knocked away by a blow. They didn't know that Qin Yu's strength had risen to that level. However, as Spondam said, once even they couldn't stop Qin Yu's steps. Then the huge Sifa Island would not be able to trap this madman for a single step. There was only one way to go for them. Since it was a dead end anyway, in the eyes of Keiku and others, they had to join forces to attack and try to kill Escanor in the last minute. Roar! A roar like a beast suddenly came out from the ruins. A slightly embarrassed black shadow shot out from it. The speed was even faster than before. Keiku and others who watched this scene showed a hint of ecstasy on their faces. If it was just a few of them, they might not be able to kill Escanor. But if the strongest Lucci was included, they, CP9, all attacked together. Maybe they really had the ability to reverse the situation before the end of 1 minute. Ding! The steady sound of the bell rang without any warning. The sudden scene made CP9 and others, who had pushed their strength to the extreme, pause a little. According to Keiku's speculation just now, Qin Yu was getting stronger all the time. It was determined that there was still a possibility of defeating him within 2 minutes. That meant that they could turn the situation around before 12 o'clock. But now, the bell rang at 12 o'clock suddenly. What on earth is going on? Hey! A deep breath was as harsh as thunder. Qin Yu looked up at the sky, and the sun was completely in the middle. He said slowly, I'm sorry, it seems that my pocket watch is half a minute slow. If you step under 12 o'clock, you will have no chance of winning. Is your clock half a minute slow? The expressions of the people present froze for a moment. Even Cavendish and Frankie were no exception. No. It should be said that Cavendish had already noticed a sign that he was different from usual. However, for him, all this was not important. All along, Cavendish only saw that Qin Yu, who reached noon, just jumped into the sea to cook the Sea Kings. He had never seen him fight at this moment. What are you doing standing there? Do you believe whatever he says? Kill him quickly. Spondum stumbled and roared. However, just after taking 7 or 8 steps, he already felt that the air was like a steamer, giving people a false feeling of heat. Facing this strange phenomenon, it felt like the god of death was calling for death. Keiku and others suddenly woke up. As Spondum said, it doesn't matter whether Qin Yu's clock is half a minute slower. He is still unbeatable now. Now they have no choice but to give it a try. Damn it, go to hell. 6 style secrets, 6 King's Spear. The hysterical roar sounded again like thunder. Rob Lucci's figure, like a ghost, appeared in front of Qin Yu one step ahead. A pair of iron fists with taut muscles, with the stern sound of breaking through the air, smashed towards Qin Yu. Seeing Lucci, who took the lead, Keiku and others did not dare to hesitate at all, and they also rushed out. However, as soon as they took a step, the scene they saw made their pupils shrink suddenly. Bang! The dull collision sound echoed, and the violent shock wave rolled back with a crushing posture. However, facing Lucci's fierce attack, Escanor, who stood in place and whose height had skyrocketed to 5 meters, stopped the 6 King's Spear with one hand. Looking at this scene in front of him, not to mention Keiku, even Cavendish and others were no exception. The moment before, Qin Yu would use the armed color domineering to deal with the 6 King's Spear. However, now that he has given up even the armament haki, does that mean that his strength has skyrocketed again? Sorry, I forgot to tell you that I am now invincible, Qin Yu said lightly. The small voice, at this moment, swept the whole place like a hurricane. It fell into Lucci's ears, giving people the feeling of infusing magic sound. Chapter 720 The Merciless Sun. Invincible. Rob Lucci's expression froze, looking at Qin Yu, who stood in front of him like an iron tower. A trace of madness flashed across his face, and then he roared hysterically. Damn guy, I don't believe that I can't defeat you, I want to end this farce completely. 6 style secrets, paper-painted martial arts. Bang! The powerful force, at the moment when his muscles were tensed, rushed straight to his limbs like a raging tide. Lucci's body swelled up like a balloon. Facing the unshakable Qin Yu, he obviously gave up speed and used the paper-painted martial arts to enhance his own strength. Feeling the huge power filling his body, Lucci clenched his hands suddenly, like a strong bow. With the muscles in his arms tensed, without any hesitation, he hit Qin Yu again. 6 style secrets paper-painted martial arts super large wheel 6 King's Spear. Bang! As soon as the 2 fists came out, they were like angry dragons coming out of the sea, with unparalleled power, and the air along the way was stirred up with large ripples. The distance was so close, but it was reached in an instant. Bang! The muffled sound of thunder and explosion rushed straight into the sky. The rock layer under his feet was shattered. The strong wind brought by it was like a hurricane, sweeping around. Facing the flying sand and dust, Keiku and others who were about to take action were the first to react and looked at Qin Yu eagerly. The scene they saw made their pupils shrink suddenly. The hot air waves steamed out of Qin Yu's body. The huge body, as if an illusion, reached more than 10 meters. He lowered his head and looked at Lucci, and said slowly. Rob Lucci, you are indeed the strongest in CP9, you made me feel a little pain. But you are right, this farce needs to end as soon as possible. Merciless Sun. Buzz. The violent magic power rushed out like a raging tide. The blazing flames seemed to be pulled out from the surrounding heaven and earth, and madly compressed and gathered in the palm of the hand. An extremely high temperature wave rose up quickly. The rock floor under the feet turned directly into molten magma and dissolved. The metal guns and cannons scattered on the ground melted like ice and snow. Feeling this torment, it was like being in the high temperature of a furnace, let alone the skin. It can be said that even the body seemed to melt at any time, and the blood in the body was about to evaporate. He hurriedly looked up and looked at the huge figure that seemed to have grown to a height of more than 10 meters. The madly gathered and accumulated fireball. No. It should be said that it was the sun. It simply shook everyone's nerves. Even Spondam, who had escaped to a distance, roared hysterically with a pale face. No. Escanor, you can't kill me. Only if I'm alive can you enter the Red Earth continent, the holy land of Marijoa, and bring Nico Robin back. I sent her away a day ago. Father, Spandane is a member of the current CP0. The hysterical roar echoed in the world. Looking at Spandane, who was almost crying and kneeling to beg for mercy. If it were in the past, Owl and others would definitely disdain it. However, now facing the blazing sun in front of them, they also have an inexplicable impulse to beg for mercy. Is this fear? Sorry, since she is not here, I will go to the Red Earth continent myself. Qin Yu spoke again slowly. Then, next, it will be my turn to fight back. Arrogant words, hesitatingly uttered. Qin Yu slowly extended his left hand and pressed towards Lucci and others through the air. Bang! The huge magic impact was like a violent storm rolling towards them. Everyone just felt that their whole body was bound by invisible shackles. The next moment, they were directly blown away through the air like a cannonball. When they reacted, they first came into view. It was the sky above the last judicial tower on the Sifa Island. The flag that represented the so-called justice of the world government was originally flying in the wind. However, the moment the fire in the sky lit up, it was like being in a furnace, steaming and burning quickly. The heat that made people dry their mouths and blood evaporated. Lucci and others in the deep air hurriedly looked up at the sky. The first thing that caught their eyes was Escanor, who followed closely. That arrogant face seemed to exist forever. His whole body was exposed, his rock-like muscles were tense, and the index finger of his right hand was raised. The flame-jumping sun, the light directly surged up. The victory belongs to me, you guys go to hell. Merciless sun. The words came out slowly, one word at a time. When the last word fell, Qin Yu moved. The fireball in his right hand was thrown downwards. Boom! The air seemed to be pierced in an instant, and the hot wind and waves were surging like a tide under the flames. Lucci and others who were in the air had not yet reacted, and Spondam was crushed by the sun in an instant. Boom! Huge flames shot up into the sky, and the violent flames and air waves, like a Category 12 hurricane, rolled around. For a time, the whole world was covered by endless flames. The naval garrison on the island of Sifa only felt that they were attacked by the heat wave, and the whole sky was illuminated. They were instantly overturned by the waves of the explosion. In an instant, it gave people a feeling of doomsday. Cavendish and Frankie, who stayed in the front island, were also forced back by the hot wind. It took more than half a minute before they could barely recover. As for the naval garrison, who were able to stay awake in the middle island, their eyes almost popped out when they saw the judicial tower at the end. Looking at the highest station of CP9, the tower with more than 10 floors had already been razed to the ground. The only thing left was the bald island that had turned into ruins. Qin Yu, who was in mid-air, looked at everything below, as well as the noontime gradually passing in the sky, and the fiery restlessness in his body. Qin Yu took a deep breath, withdrew from Escanor's arrogance, and turned back to the front island. At that moment, Qin Yu displayed the domineering aura of observation, covering the entire Sifa Island, and did not find Nico Robin's breath. At the same time, with Spondam's cowardly nature, he dared not lie in front of the merciless sun. It seems that just as Xiaoqi said, Qin Yu was still a step late, and Nico Robin was sent to the Red Earth continent. In one day, given the attitude of the garrison troops on the island of Sifa, they may not have arrived at the Red Earth continent yet. If Qin Yu sets out now, he may still be able to catch up. Ai. Escanor, where are we going now? Cavendish's expression stagnated, looking at Qin Yu, who fell in front of him, and asked anxiously. Chapter 721 Divine Axe Rita. Where to go? Qin Yu raised his eyebrows, and instantly made Cavendish and Frankie's nerves tense to the extreme. At the last moment, they clearly heard Spondam begging for mercy, and what he said. Go to the holy land of the Red Earth continent, Marijoa, to save people. Qin Yu replied slowly. For him, since he promised to keep Nico Robin safe for life. So no matter how dangerous it is, Qin Yu still has to go in. As for the holy land of Marijoa, what kind of dangers it has? Qin Yu doesn't care. Even the fishman tiger can make a big fuss in it. Qin Yu doesn't believe that he can't get out of it unscathed by his own means. Sure enough. Cavendish and Frankie looked at each other with bitterness on their faces. In fact, they had guessed this result at the beginning. Just guessing and getting a reply from Qin Yu are two completely different definitions. Now that he has broken into the Sifa Island, if people outside know that Qin Yu is also targeting the Holy Land of Marijoa, which belongs to the Celestial Dragons on the Red Earth continent, I'm afraid I don't know what expression he will have. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, you have the third character template, the realism of Escanor has reached 60%, and you get a random reward, the God Axe Rita. The ethereal system prompt sound made Qin Yu raise his eyebrows, looking a little bit besides. I never thought that the commotion on the Island of Magic could greatly increase the realism of the character template of Escanor to 60%. I also got a magic weapon that can temporarily solve Escanor's weakness. The Magic Axe Rita. This is the object of Escanor's licking dog, Marin, in the original work. In order to prevent the high temperature of the sun magic in Escanor's body from running wild and burning everything at noon, she created a magic weapon with filling and radiation methods. It can absorb the huge thermal energy in Escanor's body and release it completely at non-noon times. It can keep Escanor in a noon posture for 1 minute. Moreover, this magic axe Rita weighs thousands of pounds. Even the 10 rings Jilan in the original work couldn't help but lift it. Now that Qin Yu is going to the Red Earth continent to rescue Nico Robin. With the experience of the Island of Magic, I'm afraid he can't deliberately choose a time close to noon to raid. This undoubtedly made Qin Yu lose the confidence of the strongest fighting power. Now the appearance of the divine axe Rita made Qin Yu completely free of worries. Let's go, let's take the sea train here to leave first. Qin Yu retracted his thoughts and looked at Frankie. Feeling the occasional surveillance around him, Frankie smiled bitterly. He regretted why he didn't wear a mask at the beginning. Now it's good, the French island has been invaded, and the judicial tower has been razed to the ground. I'm afraid he is on the pirate ship. In the future, he will inevitably be rewarded and hunted by the navy. Chaotic thoughts flashed through Frankie's mind, but after taking a closer look at Qin Yu, who was extremely protective of his shortcomings, Frankie secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Being able to follow a captain who dares to break into the French island and the Holy Land of Marijoa in order to protect his subordinates. I'm afraid this is the treatment that the younger brother in this sea most hopes to get. Extra, extra. In the sky, the voice of the newsbird suddenly sounded. Qin Yu looked up at the sky, frowned, took out a bailie with his backhand, and threw it directly up. The newsbird took the bailie skillfully, and then threw a newspaper, turned around and flapped its wings and left. Qin Yu retracted his sight, looked at the newspaper in his hand, and the front page on it, and his expression changed slightly. It seems that what should have happened in the original work still happened. Moreover, this process was directly advanced by 1 year because of his intrusion. Boss Escanor, what are you reading? Frankie looked at the newspaper and his expression changed drastically. Captain of the Whitebeard 4th Division, Thatch, was killed by Teach, a crew member on the same ship. As the new captain of the 2nd Division, Ace, the Fire Fist, threatened to bring Teach back to Whitebeard for execution. Cavendish couldn't help but read it out loud. As the crew of the 4 Emperors, they not only represent their own powerful combat power. At the same time, he also has the face of the 4 Emperors. Not long ago, Laxus, a supernova of the Marine headquarters, only hit Jack, one of the 3 calamities of the Beast's pirates, a few times. He was personally hunted down by Kaido, one of the 4 Emperors. They remembered that incident vividly. Now there is another Captain Teach, and it is unknown to what extent the matter will evolve. Take another look at Escanor, who is making a fuss on the French island and is about to mess with the Holy Land Marijoa. Cavendish and Frankie couldn't help but look at each other. Faced with such a series of major events, they can already predict that this sea will be in chaos. Let's go, this sea will become uneasy next, and even I can't control it. Qin Yu replied lightly. But only in this way can it become more fun. Half a day later, in the Marine headquarters, the piercing alarm sounded quickly. Everyone's nerves were tense at once. This emergency notice has been issued no less than 3 times in the past month. However, every time a resolution was made, it was left unresolved in the end. Therefore, the generals stationed in the Navy headquarters were less anxious. At least, in their eyes, the next emergency call should not be as big as the previous incident caused by the skeleton demon and Laxus. Bang! The closed office door was pushed open, and a group of Navy generals walked into the meeting hall without hurrying. However, as soon as they set foot in this place, everyone felt a chill in their spine. Looking at Zhang Guo, who had already sat in the first seat with a gloomy face, the pair of eyes that were enough to kill. Many people couldn't help swallowing their saliva. They haven't seen this expression for a long time. Sit down quickly, it seems that you have been lacking in destruction during this period. Zhang Guo shouted coldly. As soon as these words fell, everyone's nerves were tense at once. Without time to think or ask, they quickly found a good seat and sat down. When they sat down, before they could enjoy the torment of sitting on pins and needles, a figure wearing a robe of justice slowly walked into the office. Marshal Sengoku, you have launched 2 emergency conscriptions in half a month. Do you think we are very relaxed? Akainu asked with a gloomy face. I still need to train those stupid people, and I need to be stationed at the headquarters to carry out tasks. You are wasting our precious time. In Akainu's eyes, it would be great if Laxus was killed by Kaido, the beast. At least he doesn't need to worry about training and bets, nor does he need to worry about failure. Now Laxus jumped into the sea, and no one can see him alive or dead. In the case of no whereabouts, but let Akainu lose his temper. Chapter 722 Shocking the Navy Headquarters. In the huge office, Akainu's questioning voice echoed. Facing Sengoku, who was the marshal, only Akainu, who was a thorn in the side, could throw out such harsh words. However, facing Akainu's questioning, all the Navy generals present locked their eyes on Sengoku. They might not be as unhappy as Akainu, but they also had doubts in their hearts. They were eager to know why Sengoku had to initiate an emergency call this time. Marshal Sengoku, you are not going to let us go to find that Laxus together, right? Seeing that Sengoku did not answer, Akainu lost his temper again and asked. Feeling the atmosphere in the field, which suddenly became tit for tat, the nerves of all the Navy generals were tightened. The strength of Laxus in the battle with Kaido, the beast, was indeed beyond their cognition. However, if they were deliberately asked to find a person who jumped into the sea and was chased by Kaido, the beast, and whose life and death were unknown. This is undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack. Feeling the eyes around him, and looking at Akainu who was full of anger, Sengoku said with a gloomy face, "Don't worry, he is back." He? The people present were stunned, especially Akainu. In his ear, this he was pointing to Laxus. However, this thought just flashed through their minds. A golden light lit up in the sky outside without any warning. In the blink of an eye, it crossed a distance of 1,000 meters and smashed into the French window. Bang! As the glass fragments splashed and fell to the ground. A familiar figure condensed in the office. Seeing this extraordinary way of appearing, Garp stopped stuffing donuts into his mouth, rolled his eyes and said, "Kizaru, your way of appearing is pretty good, in my style." "Haha, Mr. Garp, you are flattering me. Am I in a hurry? That's why I couldn't wait to rush in through the window, but looking at everyone's reaction just now, I think the effect of this appearance is indeed much better than I imagined," Kizaru said with a wry smile. However, compared with Mr. Garp, it's still a bit behind. Looking at the two people who were talking and praising each other, Sengoku's face sank and he shouted, "Kizaru, Garp, you guys have enough. Could it be that you have forgotten what emergency call for help you received just now? What is the situation of Sifa Island now?" Sifa Island? The stern voice made the expressions of the people in the field change slightly, even Akainu was no exception. Under their preconceived notions, they thought that this emergency call was related to Laxus. "I never thought that it would be related to the Island of Law. That is one of the 3 major world government facades that coexist with the underwater prison Impel Down and the marine headquarters Marineford. Kizaru, what happened?" Akainu's face darkened and he asked anxiously. If this summons had nothing to do with Laxus, his temper just now was completely wrong. This is really embarrassing. "Akainu, don't you know?" Kizaru looked at him suspiciously and said, "Half a day ago, the Island of Law was attacked by the madman Escanor who caused trouble on the 3rd island of Shampoo. As the commander, Spondam summoned all CP9 to fight, and finally, together with the judicial tower, it was razed to the ground. The whereabouts of all CP9 are unknown, and the Island of Law was directly breached. I am the fastest, and I was ordered to go to the Island of Law to investigate the results. Aokiji led the troops to support and hunt down the whereabouts of the madman Escanor at the same time." The slightly long voice echoed in the office for a long time and could not be dispersed. The faces of the naval generals present changed drastically in an instant. As a member of the Navy, they knew clearly what the island of Lore represented in the world government. Even on this sea, that is the most important place for the world government to pronounce justice. In the 800 years since its establishment, it has never been shaken by anyone. However, now someone told them that the island of Sifa was breached, and the whereabouts of the CP9, which was known as the strongest in history, were unknown. If they hadn't heard it with their own ears, I'm afraid no one would be willing to believe that all this was true. Kizaru, wasn't Escanor offered a reward of 300 million, and the 5 elders issued an order to be one of the candidates to replace the 7 warlords of the sea crocodile? Akainu's expression sank, and he asked anxiously. Why did he attack the island of Sifa, and how many people did he take with him? In fact, Akainu received a notice from Sengoku at the beginning. However, in his eyes, this emergency call was just for Laxus, so he ignored it directly. I never thought that things would evolve to this extent. A little bit of a demon, even the island of Sifa was gone. According to the intelligence, Escanor only took 2 people to the island of Sifa, one of whom was the supernova of the West Sea, the captain of the handsome pirate group, Hakuba Cavendish. Kizaru didn't hide his shortcomings, and hurriedly replied. There is another unknown. But, among the 3 of them, only Escanor took action to break through the island of siege. What? The huge meeting hall was in an uproar. All the navy generals, even Akainu's expression changed slightly. To break through the island of siege, Akainu and Kizaru can actually do it. But, they are the admirals of the navy. Representing the highest battle force of the navy headquarters, the existence of power. Moreover, in the island of siege, there is also the strongest intelligence organization CP9, Rob Lucci, who is known as a killing machine. Looking at the generals on the field, there is probably no one who can defeat him. However, at the moment, Escanor not only defeated CP9 alone, but also broke through the island of siege with a garrison of 10,000 people. Once this kind of thing gets out, I am afraid that the whole sea will be shaken. Facing the successive appearance of the skeleton demon, Escanor, and the things that happened among the 4 emperors. For the navy headquarters and even this sea, it is simply a troubled time. Okay, it seems that everyone knows why I urgently summoned you this time. Zhang Guo knocked on the table and said in a deep voice, I also hope that some people can correct their attitude and not delay the execution of the mission because of personal grudges. As soon as these words fell, Akainu's face turned livid. Zhang Guo did not make it clear, but the people present could clearly see that these words were directed at him. Zhang Guo, what should we do now? The news of the Sifa island being breached cannot be blocked. Once it gets out, the little face we have worked so hard to save will probably be lost again. Crane glanced at Akainu and changed the subject. Faced with this question, everyone's eyes turned and fell on Zhang Guo. As Crane said, even the Sifa tower was razed to the ground. If there is still an intention to block it, it will be even more humiliating if it is exposed. This matter cannot be blocked. We should take the initiative to announce it. Zhang Guo's face sank slightly. However, before he could continue speaking, a burst of urgent calls from the Den Mushi sounded. Chapter 723 Crazy as the 4 Emperors Kaido. In the huge office, the sound of the Den Mushi instantly attracted everyone's attention. It's a call from the 5 elders. Garp glanced at Zhang Guo and said with a slightly unhappy look. I wonder what good things these 5 old men will come up with. Garp has always disliked the celestial dragons, and he dislikes the 5 elders who hide behind and manipulate power even more. According to Garp, the 5 elders jumping out at this critical moment will definitely not be good. Garp, watch your words. Sengoku glanced at Garp and connected the Den Mushi. He knew that if Garp was not of special significance to the navy and even the world government, just based on the way of speaking, it would be enough to be killed 100,000 times. However, Sengoku also wanted to know why the 5 elders asked for a call at this critical moment. I am Sengoku, what is the matter? Sengoku spoke first. The other part of the Den Mushi, after a little hesitation, said, Sengoku, you are in a meeting. However, your meeting does not need to continue, and do what we say next. Do as you say. Sengoku's expression changed slightly. This kind of order is undoubtedly a direct rejection of the autonomous decision of their navy headquarters. What's wrong? Don't you want to? The voice of the 5 elders sounded again. Don't forget, your navy is just the executor of our orders. This time, the situation on Sifa Island was sudden. An Escanor actually broke the symbol of the world government. If this matter gets out, where will our face be? Are you going to block the news? Zhang Guo's face sank, and he said, you should know that Sifa Island was breached, this is a big event. The major forces must have spies in Sifa Island. This kind of big event does not take a day to spread all over the sea. If you say you want to block the information on Sifa Island, it is not realistic at all. Facing Zhang Guo's words, the people present were silent. They can plant pawns in other forces, which does not mean that others can't do it. Even Doflamingo can reach out to the Navy Vice Admiral. Not to mention the 4 emperors or the king of the underground black market. Zhang Guo, shut up. The 5 elders scolded coldly. Now you immediately issue a 500 million bounty to Escanor, and at the same time spread the news, so that people will mistakenly believe that Escanor was able to break through the Sifa Island because of the leak of CP9. CP9 leaked? The expressions of the people present suddenly changed drastically. In their eyes, they never thought that the 5 elders would push CP9 out as a target. 5 elders, you are doing this, it will chill people's hearts. Garp was the first to speak and shouted. Garp didn't know what CP9 was. However, in order to divert attention, pushing CP9 out was undoubtedly beyond their cognition. Humph, you half-retired person, shut up. Being able to become a CP, they already have the awareness of sacrificing for justice. As the strongest shield of Sifa Island, when they are penetrated, they are already dead. No matter whether they survive or not, death is a kind of relief. If they live, they have to bear everything. At the same time, this is a test for them. At this point, the 5 elders paused for a moment, and the eyes of the Den Mushi turned suddenly and fell on Sengoku. This is an order, Sengoku, I hope you don't make any mistakes. Whether it is Sifa Island or Impel Down, if one day, something happens in Marineford, you must also shoulder the responsibility. The stern voice came out, echoing in the office, and it couldn't be dispersed for a long time. Looking at the Den Mushi call that stopped abruptly after saying that, everyone looked at Zhang Guo. Feeling those eyes with different meanings, Zhang Guo sighed secretly and said loudly, everyone, I think everyone has heard it just now. This is the decision from the 5 elders. We can only execute it next. However, in addition to issuing a bounty, we also need someone to lead a team to hunt down Escanor. Kizaru, you have been to the island of Sylvania. Do you know why he would attack? For a madman who suddenly appeared, why is he related to the island of Sylvania and has a reason to attack? This is undoubtedly beyond their understanding. In their eyes, they will never go to the island of Sylvania for no reason. Marshal Zhang Guo, I think that guy is going for Nico Robin, the son of the devil. Kizaru said with a wretched mouth. Nico Robin? The naval generals present, whether it is Zhang Guo or those major generals. They are obviously not unfamiliar with Nico Robin. As a survivor of O'Hara, she is regarded as the biggest cancer in the world government. All along, they have received the task of hunting down Nico Robin, without any interruption. It can be said that, to some extent, Nico Robin's existence is second only to the 4 emperors and the Revolutionary Army. Now Escanor, who suddenly appeared, is related to Nico Robin. This is the first time they have heard of it. If Nico Robin had the support of such a powerful Escanor, there would be no need for ordinary generals like them to hunt her down. In their eyes, Rob Lucci is a living legend in CP9. Maybe not as good as the Admiral of the Navy, but definitely not as good as an ordinary Vice Admiral. You mean, he attacked Sifa Island because of Nico Robin? Sengoku's expression changed slightly, and he asked anxiously, then where is Nico Robin? The sudden questioning made the people in the field tense up. Facing Escanor's crazy behavior and the whereabouts of Nico Robin, they also felt a little more urgent. I heard that Nico Robin was escorted to the Holy Land of Marijoa a day ago. According to the time calculation, she may have just arrived. Kizaru frowned and said, I am also glad that those guys on the island of Silpha sent Nico Robin away in advance. If the island of Silpha is breached, the Nico Robin who was captured with great difficulty will be rescued by Escanor. That would be a huge loss. This time, even Kizaru was surprised to be able to catch the long-hunted Nico Robin. However, these words, falling into the ears of Sengoku, made his expression suddenly change drastically, and he shouted in a hurry, Kizaru, you rush to the Holy Land of Marijoa for support now. Akainu, you lead a large force to block the route out of the Holy Land of Marijoa. I suspect that Escanor, like the 4 emperors Kaido, is a typical lunatic. I am afraid he will attack the Holy Land of Marijoa again and seize Nico Robin. One word stirred up 1,000 waves. The naval commanders present, including Garp, also changed their expressions. If Sengoku hadn't pointed it out, perhaps they really wouldn't have linked Escanor with Kaido, the beast. Now let's get it out of the way. Escanor is just as crazy as Kaido. Chapter 724, Holy Land Marijoa. Sengoku, are you saying that after attacking Safa Island, Escanor will also launch an offensive against the Holy Land Marijoa? He frowned his face like dry bark and said, you should know that Marijoa is not an ordinary place. You rashly mobilized the naval fleet and blocked the route, which may cause dissatisfaction among the celestial dragons. Moreover, these are all your inferences. Have you ever taken the consequences of making a wrong decision? As the Chief of Staff of the Navy, he is the second think tank in Marineford. At this moment, Sengoku made a rash decision of speculation, and she had the obligation to remind him. Tsuru, you are still the same. Garp rolled his eyes and said, has Sengoku done less of these things? As long as we have a clue, we must never give up. No matter whether that guy will attack or not, we still have to go and see. Humph, Sengoku certainly does a lot of these things. Didn't he clean up your ass that time? Tsuru glared. However, before we act like this, we should first inform the 5 elders, otherwise it will be bad if they catch us. Faced with Tsuru's proposal, Sengoku nodded in agreement and caught the Den Mushi on the table. On the other hand, in the Red Earth continent, the Holy Land of Marijoa. The palace where the 5 elders are located. 5 burly figures are sitting here. Looking at the Den Mushi hung up on the table, a monk wearing a kimono and a big bald head spoke again after a short silence. Okay, the matter of Safa Island is temporarily over. Next, let's discuss whether to bring up the last candidate to fill the position of Crocodile. As one of the 5 elders who are hidden behind the scenes of the world government and are the real power controllers. For them, Safa Island is indeed the face of the world government. However, if you trace it back to the bottom, the sinking of Safa Island into the sea will not make them frown. According to them, the existence of the undersea prison, Marineford, and even Safa Island is just one of their means to maintain the order of this world game. The destruction of the judicial tower did not cause much loss to their power. One monk, if you can't find a candidate for the time being, let that guy take his place. The monk with white long hair who had a beard and silver hair and was wearing a suit, also agreed. Faced with this proposal, the remaining 3 people, when they were about to express their opinions, raised their eyebrows. Gurgle gurgle. The voice of Den Mushi sounded again. A monk frowned and said, it's that guy Zhangguo. What's wrong with him? Humph, who cares what he is about, if he is going to plead for CP9, just hang up the Den Mushi directly. Il snorted coldly. Our face is not comparable to the lives of those trash. Il, you are right. Bolt, who had blonde hair and a square face, also agreed, and paused and said, however, Zhangguo, that guy contacted so urgently, let's get through first and see what he has to say. Faced with Bolt's proposal, a monk nodded silently and connected the Den Mushi. I am a monk. What's the matter with Zhangguo? Why are you so anxious to contact us? If you want to plead for CP9, I think you should think about how to bring Escanor back to see us as soon as possible. The monk answered the Den Mushi and responded indifferently. Remember, your duty is just to execute our orders. If there is nothing, hang up the Den Mushi. We have other things to discuss. After leaving this official-like scolding, the monk was about to hang up the Den Mushi. However, just when his hand was halfway out, the words that fell into his ear were like thunder, shaking everyone's nerves. Yiseng, it's bad. If Escanor came for Nico Robin, he dared to attack the island of Safa and returned empty-handed. I'm afraid he will attack the Holy Land of Marijoa. Who is the one who escorted Nico Robin this time? Contact him quickly to prevent Nico Robin from being hijacked by Escanor. The hurried voice echoed in the huge meeting hall. Before they could express their opinions, Zhangguo had hung up the Den Mushi. This feeling made them feel like they were slapped in the face. Call back to ask for details? As the 5 elders who are the biggest rulers behind the world government, they can't lose face. Yiseng, Zhangguo said that Escanor might attack the Holy Land of Marijoa. Who is responsible for the escort this time? Il couldn't help asking first. Faced with this kind of problem, Yiseng, who was in charge of the ruling this year, undoubtedly became the most eye-catching existence. It seems to be Spandine in CP0. The estuary of the Holy Land of Marijoa. A huge battleship quickly docked. Hundreds of Navy officers landed on the dock from the ship and lined up on both sides. On the shore, 3 Tianlong people wearing transparent hoods were already waiting here. Saint Henry, I didn't expect you to come here to wait for a mere slave. A burly Tianlong man with a snotty nose spoke first. Saint Henry, who was standing beside him, smiled excitedly with his fat face shaking, and said, Saint Yusal, you are here for this slave. Those stupid guys didn't even pay attention to this precious slave. If they take this so-called son of the devil back, it doesn't matter whether it's for gladiatorial material or dog riding. I think no matter where he goes, he will be the center of attention. At this point, Saint Henry quickly looked at the Navy ship responsible for escorting him. The moment the gaze fell, a pretty figure wearing a black leather jacket and staggering steps first appeared in front of everyone. Oh, the son of the devil is a woman? She looks pretty good. The rest of the thin, horse-faced Saint Hells, who had not spoken, could not help but brighten his eyes, and his face showed excitement and urgency. However, this expression soon attracted the contempt of Saint Henry and Saint Yusal. Saint Hells, you don't want to engage in activities with these lowly people again. That's an insult to our noble bloodline of the celestial dragons. In the Holy Land of Marijoa, there live the celestial dragons who have been multiplying for more than 800 years. They have always regarded themselves as the creator. Because they think they are noble and superior to ordinary people, they even think that breathing air is a shame for inferior people. In their eyes, except for the celestial dragons, other races are inferior people. Having a relationship with these inferior people will only insult and lower their noble bloodline. In the system of the celestial dragons, it is a joke. Of course, jokes are just jokes, as a celestial dragon who thinks he is superior. Still, he disdains the opinions of others. Some celestial dragons still like to do that with the slaves. Saint Hells is undoubtedly one of them. Chapter 725 Celestial Dragons Game. Saint Henry, shut up. Don't forget that you owe me 1 billion Baileys in the gladiatorial contest, and you haven't returned it yet. Saint Hells gritted his teeth and said. If you can't grow ivory again, the giant behind me will tear the slaves you brought this time to pieces. Let you have no slaves to show in tomorrow's gladiatorial contest. At this point, Saint Hells turned around and kicked the giant behind him, who was 10 meters tall, burly, and wearing an explosive collar. Stupid giant, why don't you yell at me? The giant came back to his senses from his trance, as if he was already used to such orders. He stretched out his arms, his muscles tensed like rocks, and roared like a wild beast. Feeling the sound, Saint Henry's face turned pale, and he gritted his teeth and said, Damn Saint Hells, I will soon find a giant who also knows the armament hacky and tear your waist into pieces. I owe you 1 billion Baileys, but I won't give you the slave this time. After saying this, everyone's eyes were fixed on Nico Robin, who landed barefoot on the dock. And right behind her, there was Spandam, who was cut from the same mold. 20 years ago, Spandane participated in the Demon Slayer Order, destroyed O'Hara, and was promoted to CP0 for merit. This time, the son of the devil who had fled for 20 years fell into the hands of the Sifa Island. In order to ensure that the credit would not be stolen, Spandane contacted his father Spandane directly. This can be said to be a good thing. When I think of it, as long as I bring Nico Robin back to the Holy Land of Marijoa, the father and son can rise to prominence again and be promoted to the top. For Spandine, that was a great joy. Nico Robin, why don't you leave? Spandine frowned when he saw Nico Robin suddenly stop, and then said with a teasing smile. You should be surprised. As a demon son who has been on the run for 20 years and has a bounty of 80 million berries from the world government, he was not interrogated or tortured after being brought to the Holy Land of Marijoa. Instead, he was met by 3 celestial dragons. Looking at Nico Robin, who looked like she was being told what happened, Spandine clapped the whip in his hand and laughed even louder, saying, Do you really think that those adults will see you in person after being brought to the Holy Land of Marijoa? For a sinner like you, you will either be sent to the impel-down prison or be a slave once you arrive in the Holy Land of Marijoa. As for these, I don't know what the celestial dragons will do to you. You have been on the run for 20 years. Now that you are in the Holy Land of Marijoa, don't even think about escaping. Unless you are a lunatic, even pirates would not dare to set foot in it even though they know it is a dead end. This is the game of the celestial dragons. After saying this, Spandine hurriedly put on a flattering gesture and walked towards the three people of Henry Saint. My three lords, she is the prisoner you have scheduled this time, the son of the devil, Nico Robin. Spandine rubbed his hands and smiled. However, there is only one prisoner, how do you three lords divide it? How to divide it? The three people of Henry Saint could not help but be stunned. As a celestial dragon, each of them has his own pride. If you give up the slave you like for no reason, once it gets out, it will be a joke. No matter where your face is, you can't let it go. Using money to seize it, I think it is obviously unfair to you, Henry Saint. After all, everyone knows that you are poor. Hell Saint took the lead and said with a wretched smile. Then let's use the slaves to rob it by force. You. Henry Saint was suddenly angry. However, there was no way. He still owed Hell Saint 1 billion Baileys, and the time to hand in the heavenly gold had not yet arrived. Before the pocket money arrived, he really had no way to compete with others for money. Looking at Saint Henry, who was speechless, Saint Hells looked at the burly Saint Ursal and laughed, since you have no objection. Then this slave belongs to me. Do it. Roar. The giant standing behind Saint Hells roared to the sky, took a big step, and rushed straight to Nico Robin. Some navy soldiers were unable to dodge along the way and were kicked directly in the face. He fell heavily dozens of meters away and vomited blood. Faced with such a fierce scene, the leading Navy Major General's face sank. He was about to draw the saber in his hand and intended to attack. However, he was quickly stopped by Spandine. You are not going to offend the celestial dragons in the holy land of Marijoa, are you? That is a capital crime. Once you make a move, no matter what the result is, you and the other navy on board will all be dead. Blame it on the fact that your navy did not react in time. The small voice made the blonde Kalyuda tightly clench the samurai sword in his hand. He never thought that after the hard escort. There were no casualties along the way, but they were attacked by the celestial dragons in Marijoa, which is known as the safest holy land in the world. Looking at the giant who was running towards Nico Robin with big strides, he took out the huge wolf-toothed club with his backhand, tightened his wrist muscles, and suddenly exerted force like a windmill, sweeping around. The sudden scene directly shook Kataru's nerves. Get out of the way quickly, this guy deliberately attacked our navy. Kataru roared. If it was said that the giant was unintentional at the beginning, then now it is unintentional and is using the feathers of the celestial dragons as a token of authority. The huge wolf-toothed club was swung, and a huge sonic boom was directly set off. The navy soldiers around hurriedly dodged. However, since they were at the dock, there were obviously not many places to dodge. The only thing they could do was to watch the wolf-toothed club fall in front of them. They could only jump into the sea to dodge. However, the entrance to the holy land of Marijoa had already been released with countless sea kings, transformed into a natural defense line. If there were no special means, once they fell into the water, let alone people, even the ships would be torn to pieces. For a moment, looking at the runaway giant, let alone the navy soldiers, even Nico Robin couldn't help but show a pale smile of self-mockery on her face. I thought with the identity of the only survivor of Oraha, she has the qualifications to negotiate after meeting with the 5 elders. She never thought that she would be beaten to serve as a slave of the celestial dragons. If possible, Nico Robin would rather die from the beginning. Chaotic thoughts flashed through Nico Robin's mind. Finally, the figure who defeated Crocodile also flashed past. If she had placed the bet on the skeleton demon from the beginning. After the trace was leaked, she did not think of escaping without authorization. Would she not have fallen to this point? Now being escorted to the holy land of Marijoa, in Nico Robin's eyes, everything has become a foregone conclusion. The only extravagant hope is that the whistling mace in front of her can smash her to death directly. Chapter 726 The Man Who Fell from the Sky. The awe-inspiring sound of breaking through the air enveloped the huge dock. The mace wielded by the giant himself brought a huge momentum. That completely drowned out all the cheers of the celestial dragons. Moreover, the Titan made such a grand move, undoubtedly to please the celestial dragons. Facing the navy who were unable to dodge along the way, he deliberately used heavy hands. In the eyes of the Titan, this crazy behavior not only makes the celestial dragons look good, but also vents the resentment in his heart. It also allows him to be a dog of the celestial dragons. When the Titan thought of this, his eyes instantly locked on the navy soldiers who were escorting Nico Robin. Without any fancy moves, he swung the wolf-toothed giant club in his hand and chopped it down with all his strength. The sudden attack made Kataru's face change drastically. He knew clearly that if this attack fell, the 3 Navy soldiers waiting for him would only have a dead end. The only thing he could do was to stop it. Boom! The thunder-like sound of tearing the air suddenly sounded in the sky of the sky. The huge momentum instantly tensed everyone's nerves. Before they could react, a body like an iron tower fell squarely on the giant. Bang! The huge impact force made it difficult for the giant to bear. Before he could come to his senses, the huge body of 12 or 13 meters was bent in an instant and fell heavily on the dock. Under the dull collision sound, the entire dock shook violently. The solid stone slabs also broke apart. The wind and waves caused the pupils of everyone present to shrink suddenly. When they saw clearly what fell from the sky, the people present couldn't help but look confused. This is a person. A person who fell from the sky and could knock a 12 or 13 meter tall giant to the ground. From what height could he fall to do this? Most importantly, he not only knocked the giant down, but also dusted himself off as if nothing had happened, looked around, and finally his eyes fell on Nico Robin. You are here, I am here to take you away. Qin Yu had already entered the character template of Escanor. As soon as these words fell, 1,000 waves were stirred up instantly. Originally, they were still shocked by Qin Yu who fell from the sky. However, now that they came to their senses, they suddenly remembered. This is the Holy Land of Marijoa. Suddenly a person fell from the sky and threatened to find Nico Robin. Is this an invader? It has been many years since the Holy Land of Marijoa encountered an invader. This is Escanor with a bounty of 300 million. Katalu was the first to see the clue and drew the samurai sword from his waist with his backhand. Shave. Taking a step forward, Katalu, as a rear admiral of the navy, also mastered the 6 styles. With the sound of heavy footsteps, the whole person disappeared like a ghost. When he appeared again, he was already behind Qin Yu. The samurai sword in his hand, with a stern sound of breaking through the air, chopped towards the back of Qin Yu's neck. The sudden scene shook everyone's nerves, even Nico Robin's pupil shrank, and she was about to say something, and was about to remind him. However, the words on the tip of his tongue were obviously swallowed back into his stomach. She was eager to see how this guy with unknown origins in front of her would respond to the attack of Rear Admiral Kataru. Only by doing this could Nico Robin infer whether Escanor was the lingering figure in her memory. Dang! The crisp sound of metal collision suddenly echoed, and the wind of slashing swept across. Under the splashing of sparks, the huge recoil force made Kataru feel a stinging pain in his tiger's mouth. Looking at the neck in front of him, the muscle bulge was like cast steel. After his full-strength attack, only a shallow white mark was left. This huge gap made Kataru stunned. The Escanor in front of him didn't even use the armament haki, so he couldn't break through the defense. Is his knife too blunt, or is the opponent's skin too thick? I like your welcome. Escanor turned back slowly and said. Kataru suddenly woke up. In this situation where the enemy and I are inconsistent, he was distracted. That's a fatal mistake. Thinking of this, Kataru stomped his feet on the ground, intending to continue to shave and get away first. Bang! A thunderous stomping sound suddenly sounded. Looking at Qin Yu's stomping action like a retreat. At the same time that Kataru's pupils suddenly shrank, a figure like an iron tower appeared in front of him first. 5 fingers clenched suddenly, and a huge fist, and punched hard. Iron block! Katalu roared in a hurry. As a major general, he must at least master the Navy 6 styles death style. Before learning armament haki, shaving, moon step, and iron block are the most basic means. However, Katalu awakened armament haki not long ago. The black armament haki quickly covered the muscles behind the actual iron block. The next moment, a heavy punch fell. Bang! The huge power vented like a frenzy. Katalu's eyes widened, and the whole person flew backwards like a cannonball. At this moment, he felt like he was hit head-on by a sea king. The double defense he raised was torn like paper at this moment. Boom! A residual image flew away in front of Spandane. Seeing that the dignified rear admiral couldn't even take a punch, he was thrown dozens of meters and hit a warship. A huge hole was smashed in the heavy hull. He couldn't help swallowing his saliva. If this sandbag-like fist hit him, Spandine didn't believe that his small body could withstand it. You, why are you here? Nico Robin said in a lost voice with a look of daze. Looking at the heavy back that became like an iron tower in front of her. Nico Robin had guessed who he was. As expected of Robin, you guessed it so quickly. Qin Yu turned back and reached out his hand, rubbed Robin's head slowly. This familiar action and feeling made Robin hold back the hot tears in her eyes, and burst out instantly. At this moment, Robin cried like a helpless child. After 20 years of escape, she had thought about what would happen if she fell into the hands of the Navy or even the world government. I have also thought about whether I would be relieved if I died before being caught. In the end, I also experienced the current helplessness and could only face the wanton trampling of the celestial dragons. However, I never thought that in such a dangerous situation, someone would come down from the sky to save me. Okay, we will be able to leave soon. Qin Yu rubbed Nico Robin's head again and looked at Spandine and others. Can we discuss it and pretend that we didn't meet, so that I can take her away? Chapter 727. Even the celestial dragons were cut down. The small voice, at this moment, seemed to be filled with magic sound, echoing in the sky. Looking at the person in front of him who dared to trespass in the holy land of Marijoa, and threatened to let them watch Nico Robin being taken away. This request is simply too crazy. At least, it was the first time that Spandine had heard of it. Roar! A thunderous roar suddenly sounded. The giant who was knocked to the ground turned over and stood up. He clenched the huge mace in his hand suddenly, and with a stern sound of breaking through the air, he chopped it down towards Qin Yu. Little devil, you dare to make this giant embarrassed in public, then die. The moment the voice fell, the swung mace, with the power of 10,000 kilograms, instantly came to Qin Yu. Bang! The huge impact force was vented with a hurricane. Looking at the huge mace, it was raised directly with one hand. The people present couldn't help but gurgle and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Even the giant was no exception. It seems that you mean that you can't turn a blind eye. Qin Yu raised his head suddenly. The 5 fingers of his left hand clenched suddenly. Bang! The huge wolf-toothed club was crushed. Amid the flying debris, Qin Yu raised his right hand in the air and uttered 4 simple words. Divine Axe Rita. The inexplicable scene made people's expressions stagnate. The next moment, before everyone could react, a golden light, with a dignified sound of breaking through the air, swept in the distant sky. Bang! The dull sound of collision suddenly echoed. A golden axe slammed into Qin Yu's hand. The huge impact force caused the heavy floor under his feet to shatter. The sudden scene shook everyone's nerves. However, before they could react, the divine axe Rita in Qin Yu's right hand. It had already chopped down towards the giant who was blocking him. Bang! The air seemed to be chopped and torn apart as the axe fell. A huge vacuum slash of more than 10 meters was condensed in an instant. At such a close distance, the giant had nowhere to hide. The only thing he could do was to raise his hands in a hurry. Puff! Blood splattered, and the fierce slash instantly pierced through the giant's huge body and crushed towards the warship anchored at the port, responsible for escorting the goods. Accompanied by a low explosion. The warship, which was dozens of meters long, was cut into 2 pieces by the axe, along with the giant. Bang! The 2 halves of the giant, which was 12 or 13 meters long, flipped directly into the sea. A large amount of blood gushed out, dyeing the entire sea red. The warship, which was broken into 2 pieces, sank directly into the sea. The sudden and fierce blow shook everyone's nerves. Looking at the red blood on the ground, Spandin's steps were a little slow. Is there anyone who wants to stop me? Qin Yu smashed the divine axe Rita on his shoulder and looked around slowly. If not, then let's go. After saying this, Qin Yu grabbed Nico Robin's hand and turned around to leave. However, as soon as he took a step, an unexpected voice suddenly sounded. You are so strong that you can cut a giant in half with one axe. I have decided to let you be my slave. Henry Saint walked out of the crowd with excitement on his face. If you fight with the slaves of Saint Fells, you will definitely win a great victory. I will be the champion of the arena. After witnessing with his own eyes, Qin Yu killed Saint Hells, the strongest slave giant, with one axe. Henry Saint knew clearly that the man in front of him was very strong. At least, he was much stronger than the slaves they met in the arena of the Holy Land Marijoa. However, facing Saint Henry, this was a matter of course. Many people present could not help but shudder. Especially the Navy soldiers stationed, a single thought flashed through their minds. Are all the celestial dragons so stupid? Saint Henry, this slave, but I like him. He killed my giant, so he can only be my slave. Saint Hells also came back to his senses and shouted in a hurry. Even Saint Ursal, a burly celestial dragon who rarely spoke, was excited and wanted to fight for it. In their usual thinking, as long as they like something, it belongs to them. However, facing the 3 celestial dragons who were talking at the same time, Escanor, who was arrogant in his bones. What would he do? When they thought of this, everyone's eyes turned and locked on Qin Yu. There was an inexplicable urgency on their faces. They were eager to know, facing the rude demands of the celestial dragons. How would this arrogant person react? Sorry, are you going to stop me from leaving? Qin Yu stopped in mid-air. He looked back at the 3 celestial dragons and said slowly. Then go to hell. The simple 4 words came out. At this moment, it was like thunder, shaking everyone's nerves. Without any fancy moves, Qin Yu held the divine axe Rita tightly in his right hand and swung an axe at the 3 celestial dragons. Bang! The air was squeezed and exploded again. A vacuum slash of more than 10 meters condensed in an instant. With a crushing posture, it attacked the celestial dragons across the air. The sudden scene made everyone's pupils shrink suddenly. They already knew that Escanor was crazy enough. However, they never thought that this madman in front of them would go crazy. Even the celestial dragons were chopped. Looking at the scene that quickly enlarged in the pupils, there was a precedent of the giant being chopped. The 3 Hendry saints, who had always been fearless, finally panicked. They had never thought that as celestial dragons, in their holy land of Mary Gosa, there were people who were more arrogant than them. Buzz! The sound of air vibration echoed without warning. The dazzling golden light swooped down first and collided with the oncoming slash. Boom! The attacks, which were no less powerful, collided with each other. The moment the dazzling golden light shot up into the sky, the violent air waves rolled back with a crushing posture. The 3 celestial dragons who were slightly closer, and even Spandine, were thrown out directly. Looking at the tall figure that gradually became clear in the dust that was rising into the sky, Nico Robin's face changed suddenly. Qin Yu smashed the axe Rita in his hand to the ground, and then slowly spoke again. I thought the Admiral of the Navy could watch the celestial dragons being chopped and remain indifferent. It seems that it will take more effort to leave this broken place. The small voice made the Navy soldiers on the scene look happy. Even Spandine, who was crawling on the ground and in a mess, couldn't help but shouting, Kizaru, you came at the right time. That guy not only planned to take Nico Robin away, but also attacked the 3 celestial dragons. You must not let him leave alive. Chapter 728. Did you say I became weaker? Kill him for me. Saint Hendry crawled on the ground and roared hysterically. The remaining 2 celestial dragons also roared. The hatred and murderous look was destroyed by their crotches, which were already soaked with feces and urine, and filled with an indescribable smell. Faced with this manifestation of wandering in front of the gate of life and death, as celestial dragons, they had never thought that they would experience it in person one day. Yo-yo, what a scary guy, I didn't expect Marshal Sengoku to really guess it right. Kizaru put his hands in his trouser pockets, stepped out with his legs splayed, and walked out in the dust. Originally, I was going to secretly do it to you when you were running away, so that I could save a lot of trouble. I didn't expect that your observation haki was so powerful that you discovered me in advance. At this point, Kizaru patted the dust on his body and said with a lewd smile. However, you invaded the island of justice for the sake of the devil's son Nico Robin, raised the judicial tower to the ground, and now you are running wild in the holy land of Marijoa. With all these evil deeds, if I let you leave, let alone Marshal Sengoku, even the 5 elders will blame me. Brother, why don't you surrender obediently? I can save some effort and you can avoid some skin injuries. I know a big secret. I heard that the closer you get to noon, the stronger you become. This is really a strange fruit ability. I will temporarily call it the sun fruit. But it's a pity that it's almost dusk now. Without the power of the sun, can you still be arrogant? The slightly long voice echoed on the dock. When it fell into the ears of everyone, not to mention the garrisoned Navy soldiers, even Nico Robin and Spandine and others changed their expressions. Especially Spandine, he didn't expect that this madman in front of him had made a big fuss on Sifa Island before running to the holy land of Marijoa. Yellow. Yellow monkey, how is my son Spondum? Is he safe? Spandine spoke hurriedly. This is their 9th generation of single inheritance. As a relative of the celestial dragons, let alone Spondum, even Spandine only has a Deo power of 10. Compared to his beloved son, he is only a little higher. Now the other party has even raised the Sifa tower to the ground. What happened to his son? Are you talking about that waste? According to eyewitness reports, he and the Sifa tower were directly swallowed by the sun. That guy is famous for his power value of 9. I think you plan to collect his body, but I'm afraid you don't have a chance. Kizaru tilted his mouth and touched his chin in thought. Although Sifa Island and the Navy headquarters are also on the same front. As the highest commander of Sifa Island, Spondam's status is almost the same as that of the Navy Marshal Sengoku. However, it really depends on who is more worthy of respect. In this world where strength is respected, Sengoku is obviously worthy of the name. As for Spondam, who climbed to the position of commander by relying on relationships. Even his direct subordinates CP9 sneered at him, not to mention the people outside. Dead. Spandane was stunned. He never thought that he would trap his son in the 800-year-old, tortoise-shell-like Sifa Island. There will be a time when he will lose his life. When he thought that the 9 generations of single inheritance would be cut off by his own handle. Spandan's face flashed a trace of ferocity, and he roared. Kizaru, kill him for me, as long as you kill him, I am willing to agree to anything. Don't worry, if he slips away under my nose, I will not be able to explain it. Kizaru twisted his mouth and smiled obscenely. Brother Escanor, it's almost evening, your strength is greatly reduced, you plan to surrender obediently, and let me beat you half to death, and then take you back to the Navy headquarters. The small voice echoed on the dock. Facing the words from Admiral Kizaru, although they were frivolous. However, it was undoubtedly much better than Spandan's empty words. Faced with this tense atmosphere, the eyes of the Navy soldiers stationed around all turned and locked onto Qin Yu. They were eager to see what confidence this arrogant person had in the face of the admiral who was praised as the top combat force of the Navy headquarters. Are you saying that I have become weaker? Qin Yu let go of Nico Robin's hand and looked back at Kizaru. The next moment, in full view of everyone, he took a step forward. Bang! The huge dock suddenly shook violently. The thick floor where Qin Yu landed collapsed. A ghostly figure took the lead and appeared in front of Kizaru. The distance of dozens of meters seemed to shrink into an inch at this moment. The black and ink-like armed color domineering quickly wrapped around the divine axe Rita. Under the entanglement of the flowing cherry, it even increased the feeling of fierceness. Facing Kizaru, who was a general, Qin Yu's arrogance that was deeply rooted in his bones did not hesitate at all. He raised the axe and smashed it down. Ichiri gang gluo ruiying fenghu. Roar! An axe came out. The air was torn apart, like a tiger roaring, shaking the hills. The huge air pressure and domineering mixed together, with the posture of 10,000 pounds, pressing down. The sudden scene made Huang Yuan's expression suddenly change, he had never thought of it. Qin Yu suddenly attacked without saying a word. Facing such an attack, he had the idea of escaping. However, when he thought of a group of trash standing behind him, the only thing he could do was to bite the bullet and fight. Aim no Kurosaku's sword. With both hands, endless golden light bloomed, and it instantly condensed into a lightsaber, blocking the divine axe Rita that was chopped down. Boom! The moment it was in hand, the powerful collision exploded like thunder. The axe fell, with a force of 10,000 pounds, and Huang Yuan's face suddenly changed. The floor beneath his feet was the first to fail, and this huge force collapsed with a sound. Kizaru didn't have time to think, and quickly turned into a spot of light, and was the first to be defeated by the attack. He was a general, and he also raised the power of the devil fruit to the extreme. However, he was weak in physical skills. Facing Escanor, who should have been inferred from the intelligence that his strength was closely related to the strength of the sun, he suddenly burst out with such a powerful force. It made Kizaru feel caught off guard. Boom! Without Kizaru's obstruction, the domineering divine axe Rita, with a mighty force, smashed down to the ground. Under the huge force, the huge dock, with the attack as the center, collapsed with a bang. Under the flying rubble, hideous cracks quickly spread around. Under the rolling dust in the sky, the people who could not dodge around were instantly submerged in it. The fierce gale swept the entire dock like a raging tide. Chapter 729, Create Another Sun. Boom! A thunderous explosion suddenly sounded. The impact force of 1,000,000 pounds swept like a raging tide. The 3 celestial dragons, and Spandine and other useless people were instantly overturned. The huge dock seemed to be split in half at this moment. The sudden scene made Kizaru, who appeared in the air again, change his expression. Looking at the dock below, which was like a ruin, and the 3 celestial dragons who were overturned, he said, "What a hateful kid, if you attack the celestial dragons like this, I will be punished when I go back. However, since you have already started, it seems that the negotiation is invalid. I can only beat you seriously and then take you back to report to Sengoku. Yasakani no Megatama." Buzz. The golden light was pulled apart in Kizaru's hand. Endless spots of light, like a surging tide, a stern murderous intent spread out. "Go to hell," Kizaru said with a wretched smile. The next moment, the golden light in his hand exploded like fireworks. Bang 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 bang. A series of golden beams, like a rainstorm, instantly enveloped Chinyu. However, more attacks were still locked on Nico Robin. In Kizaru's eyes, since Chinyu wanted to save people, he would never let Nico Robin die. Facing a battle of this scale, Nico Robin's strength was completely useless. It can be said that she is now just a pretty burden. She could only watch the beams enlarge in her pupils, and she didn't even have the chance to react. However, this thought just flashed through her mind. A burly figure appeared in front of her one step ahead. Collided with the beams of light falling in the sky. Boom! The dull explosion sounded incessantly. Feeling the sweeping air wave, Spandine, who had climbed up from the ruins, and the 3 celestial dragons looked eagerly at Chinyu. Thinking of the sudden attack just now. For Spandine, he wished he could see Chinyu shot into a hornet's nest. However, just as this thought emerged in his mind, the first scene that caught his eyes made his pupils shrink suddenly. Full body armament haki. Looking at the iron tower body that was more than 3 meters long, with bulging muscles, like a rock, and covered with inky armament haki. Everyone couldn't help swallowing their saliva. The heavy metal color was enough to give people an inexplicable sense of security. Bang! Chinyu took a step out in the dust, and looked at Kizaru who was falling from the sky with his head tilted and said, "You are worthy of being an admiral. Your attack makes my skin a little itchy, and it is worth it for me to use my full-body armed color domineering." Crazy. After this, everyone present, even Nico Robin, found that Escanor in front of them was simply crazy. In their eyes, Kizaru is a dignified admiral of the navy. Chinyu dared to speak like this, which was a contempt for the admiral. However, where did such contempt come from? It is even more worth pondering. "You said that I became weaker at dusk." Chinyu lowered his head slightly and looked at Kizaru who was hundreds of meters away. "Then let you see what is invincible." The small voice seemed to be infused with magic sound at this moment, hitting the depths of the soul. Before everyone could react, Chinyu flipped his right hand down, clenched the divine axe Rita, and threw it into the sky suddenly. The inexplicable action instantly tensed everyone's nerves. He hurriedly looked up at the sky, and the first scene that came into his eyes made his pupils shrink suddenly. The golden axe that rose from the sky, as the height increased, endless golden flames surged out. The next moment, Chinyu suddenly raised his head and grabbed it in the air. Merciless sun! Bang! The sky-high flames, like a sea of fire rolling back, swept across the world with a scorching hurricane. Everyone just felt that the blazing light in front of them rose, and they could see the sky clearly again. Originally, at dusk, in the gradually darkening sky, a second sun appeared. A huge fireball with a diameter of tens of meters, the blazing flames brought extremely high temperature heat. Let everyone in the field feel like they are in a furnace. In particular, the originally calm sea surface, at this moment, was like boiling, steaming out large pieces of water vapor. Gurgle. The sound of swallowing saliva rang out one after another. This was the first time they had seen such a miraculous method that could create a second sun. Even though it was Kizaru, his face was wretched and relaxed, but in an instant, he had a hint of solemnity. There was no time to think about it. When he saw it again, his pupils suddenly shrank. A 7 or 8 meter giant figure with flames wrapped all over his body appeared in front of everyone. A hot air wave, with Chinyu's breath, came like a hurricane. The rocks under my feet melted directly. The high temperature, which had already risen to 40 or 50 degrees, doubled again. Robin, who was closest, was about to have his clothes burned. If it weren't for Chinyu's active overflow of magic power to protect him, I'm afraid his body would beta blood in the body had already evaporated. Find a ship and stand farther away. This battle will soon be over. Chinyu looked back and spoke slowly. The right index finger, with a blazing flame, directly touched the sea stone handcuffs. Crack! The sea stone handcuffs were burned off. In full view of the public, Nico Robin was directly freed from the shackles. He can ignore the sea stone. Catalu recovered in the ruins, looking at the scene in front of him, it was hard to believe. In their eyes, sea stone is the natural enemy of the devil fruit ability. However, Chinyu's actions now undoubtedly overturned his cognition. However, facing the doubts in her heart, Nico Robin did not dare to stay any longer. After feeling the physical strength suppressed by the sea stone gradually recovering, she quickly used the power of the flower fruit to choose a navy warship hundreds of meters away and flew away. She knew clearly that Chinyu, who displayed such a terrifying posture, was obviously planning to end the battle as soon as possible. Then the battle that would be staged next would be absolutely amazing. If you are not careful, you might be caught in the aftermath of the battle and lose your life directly. What's more, the second sun hanging in the sky was hanging in the air, which made people's blood evaporate. The scenes that came into view gave people a feeling of death calling for death. If it weren't for her lack of ability, Nico Robin would have wanted to grow wings and escape from this place as soon as possible. Seeing the prettier burden walking away, Escanor turned his head back mechanically, looked at Kizaru with a sidelong glance, and said slowly, "Sorry, let's continue. But I forgot to tell you that I am invincible now." Chapter 730 The End of Mary Gosa. Invincible? The voice that spoke word by word was extremely annoying at this moment. No. It should be said that the words reveal a sense of arrogance that is deeply engraved in the bones. Facing Escanor, with that arrogant face, everyone's nerves were tensed at once. Whether it was the celestial dragons, Spandine, or even the navy soldiers stationed here and hiding far away. Their eyes turned and locked on Admiral Kizaru. In their eyes, facing this crazy Escanor, the only person who can fight him is Kizaru. Kizaru, as long as you kill him, I can nominate you as the Navy Admiral. Kizaru, if you defeat him, I will give you 100 slaves. I will give you 5 billion Baileys. The three celestial dragons were the first to shout. As celestial dragons who always claim to be above all races, when have they ever suffered such a bad island? Originally, they planned to wait at the dock this time and pick up a loophole. They never thought that what they were waiting for was a social beating. How could a dignified celestial dragon swallow this breath? Feeling the urgent gazes from all around, Kizaru glanced at the life card in his hand, then looked at Chinyu again and said, "Escanor, your strength is indeed very strong, but this is the holy land of Mary Joa, it is not your turn to run wild. I don't need to defeat, as long as I delay enough time, what happens here will soon attract the attention of others and come to reinforce. By that time, you will still be dead." At this point, Kizaru smiled wretchedly and said, "Kid, have you ever tried to be kicked by a beam?" After the standard lines were spoken, Kizaru strode forward. The whole person instantly disintegrated into a golden light all over the sky, like a streak of silk, crossing hundreds of meters in advance and coming to Chinyu. Without any fancy intention, the muscles of the right foot were tightened, and with the power of the laser beam, he kicked Chinyu's neck fiercely. The sudden attack made people unable to follow the eyes. Looking at Chinyu, who seemed indifferent, Huang Yuan's wretched expression suddenly became stiff. The moment their eyes met, he read contempt in Chinyu's eyes. Bang! The beam-like kick instantly landed on Chinyu's neck. The huge impact force brought a dignified strong wind back. The rock under his feet, which seemed to be unable to bear the weight, also collapsed. However, facing Huang Yuan's confident beam kick, Chinyu gave people a posture that was not at all a problem except that his neck was slightly tilted. The moment his eyes fell on Huang Yuan, an inexplicable sense of crisis sprouted in his spine. "I caught you," Chinyu said slowly. However, the action of his hand was completely unambiguous, with a dignified sound of breaking through the air, and he grabbed Huang Yuan's ankle. The sudden scene made Huang Yuan look suddenly. There was no time to think about it, and the whole person burst into a dazzling spot of light. 8-foot light bomb. Boom! The dazzling golden light exploded like a bomb in an instant. The huge impact force swept across like a tidal wave, directly submerging Chinyu. With the help of this huge explosive force, Huang Yuan felt that Chinyu's right hand was slightly loose. Directly elementalized, quickly pulling away. However, just as he escaped a few hundred meters, a voice like the death god's death urges his life to echo in his ears again. In the endless golden light explosion storm, the burly figure stepped out with one step. The 5 fingers of the right hand merged together, and Chinyu was separated by a huge force. Kong swung a knife at Kizaru. Holy Sword Escanor! Boom! The knife fell. The golden light covering the sky was torn apart in an instant. A huge 100-meter-long blazing fire slashed and instantly tore the earth apart, chasing Kizaru with a crushing posture. The sudden scene shook everyone's nerves. Kizaru's expression changed drastically, and he didn't have time to think about it. He hurriedly planned to turn into a light spot and escape. However, this idea just came up. Kizaru suddenly remembered the existence of 3 celestial dragons. Facing such an attack, whether it was a navy soldier or Spandine, in Kizaru's philosophy, it was a bit similar to Akainu. At least, on the road of justice, sacrifice is inevitable. However, when he thought that the admiral's duty was first to protect the safety of the celestial dragons, Kizaru gritted his teeth and planned to rescue people. However, just as this thought came to his mind, an arrogant voice suddenly sounded again. The merciless sun. Chinyu looked at Huang Yuan and hesitated. He grabbed it with his right hand. The sun, which was suspended in the air and had a diameter of 100 meters, moved like a meteor from the sky in an instant, and rolled down with a crushing posture. For a moment, the sound of wind and thunder was so loud that it resounded throughout the holy land of Marijoa. Facing this double blow, let alone other people, even Huang Yuan's nerves were tense to the extreme. Without any hesitation, he turned around and ran away. The truth that it is better to die than to die is completely applicable to any place. Rather than being buried here with those trash, Huang Yuan still planned to be blamed for a few words afterwards. The sky full of light spots dissipated in the void, and the huge fireball and the sharp slash fell in an instant. Boom! The flames that shot up into the sky rolled back like a wave. Under the endless hurricane of fire, even the palace complex of the Holy Land of Marijoa, which was several kilometers away from the dock, was instantly invaded by the fire wave. The fierce slashing crossed the endless land and chopped down the thick city wall. Bang! The thunderous explosion sounded again. The celestial dragons and the slaves who were originally staying in this paradise, the holy land of Marijoa, were all stunned. At this moment, for them, it was simply an illusion that the end of the holy land of Marijoa had come. The tranquility and peace of this holy land were broken again. No. It should be said that it completely subverted the identity of Marijoa as a holy land for 800 years. At the same time, several miles away from the Red Earth continent, the blockade fleet led by Akainu was approaching the port quickly. On the deck of the huge warship, Akainu was looking at the distant horizon with a gloomy face. This was not the first time he had come to this place. He knew clearly that as long as he bypassed this natural vortex and passed through the doldrums, he would be able to see the largest seaport in the holy land of Marijoa. According to the information provided by the Safa Island, Spandine would escort Nico Robin and land here. Once Escanor was crazy enough to attack the holy land of Marijoa, this would be the most likely place to appear. Chapter 731 5 Elder Stars and 1 Monk. General Akainu, we didn't find any suspicious traces along the way. Ghost Spider walked up quickly from the back of the deck and said hesitantly. This time, could it be that Marshal Sengoku made a wrong guess? After all, this is the Red Earth continent, and it is also the holy land of Marijoa. No matter how crazy Escanor is, he will probably have a limit, right? I don't believe that he really dares to go to the holy land of Marijoa on the Red Earth continent to act wildly. The slightly suspicious voice echoed on the deck. However, before Ghost Spider finished speaking, the Navy soldier guarding the mast observation deck was the first to roar. AKA. Admiral Akainu, something bad has happened. The sun is falling over the estuary of the holy land of Marijoa. The sun is falling? Akainu's expression froze. No. It should be said that even Ghost Spider's face changed. A moment ago, he threatened that Escanor would not dare to attack the holy land of Marijoa. Now looking back, he found that the other party had already messed up the scene. This slap in the face is too fast. Damn Kizaru, what on earth is he doing? I'll go see. Akainu's face darkened, and as the molten lava rolled under his feet, the whole person soared into the sky like a cannonball. However, he had just rushed out 7 or 8 meters high. The first thing he saw was the flames rising into the sky, and the waves of more than 10 meters that rolled back in a crushing manner. The hot wind and waves forced Akainu to retreat 7 or 8 meters in the air in an instant. When he reacted, the place he could see was occupied by the flames. He didn't notice that there was a huge fireball in the sky thousands of meters high, quickly fleeing in the opposite direction. I don't know how long it took. A dark dog with hot molten lava rolling directly blasted through the last wave that was coming. Akainu, bathed in molten lava, rushed to the pier entrance of the Holy Land of Marijoa with a dignified sound of breaking through the air with the help of Ubuletin. However, the port of Marijoa, which was once the most luxurious port in the entire Grand Line, has now become a ruin. The broken rock floor and the burning the land was covered with red soil for thousands of miles. It was a mess, with no so-called buildings and sculptures. Trees, rocks, and everything else. In the previous attack, they seemed to have disappeared without a trace. Especially, the slash that seemed to be torn by claws. It quickly spread to the huge castle wall several miles away. The broken copper walls and iron walls, the shattered palace courtyards. There were also blazing flames and waves of terrified cries. At this moment, Akainu felt like the end of the world. As a Navy admiral, he had never thought that such an absurd situation would happen in the Holy Land of Marijoa. Looking at the Fishman Tiger's liberation of the slaves, it was just a small fight. It can be said that in Akainu's eyes, Escanor had simply turned the whole sea upside down. Akainu, you are finally here. Kizaru's voice suddenly sounded. Soon, endless spots of light gathered beside Akainu, revealing Kizaru, who looked a little embarrassed. However, Kizaru, who always liked to be a supporting actor, looked a little bitter. He looked at Akainu and explained helplessly, "You can't blame me. I didn't play supporting role this time. It's just that Escanor's strength and intelligence are wrong." At dusk, he still exerted his full strength with the ability of the Sun Fruit. A monster whose fruit ability has been developed to the extreme and whose physical skills have reached the level of mystery. I really don't know where it came from. Compared with that skeleton demon, it is not much worse. Humph. Akainu snorted coldly and said, "Kizaru, you should know that this time not only you will be punished, but also me. Now, tell me how Escanor is doing, whether he is injured or even seriously injured. If so, launching the entire Navy headquarters to hunt him down may work." Facing this scene that has become a foregone conclusion, Akainu was also a little relieved. He led the team in person several times before, but he failed repeatedly at the hands of the skeleton demon and suffered a lot. Now that this matter falls on Kizaru, the psychological pressure is not so great. However, when Akainu saw Kizaru's hesitant expression, his face froze and he said, "Kizaru, don't tell me that Escanor was only slightly injured." As he spoke, Akainu stared at the changes in Kizaru's expression. At the moment he shook his head, he was shocked and couldn't help but ask in a hurry, "Kizaru, you won't tell me that Escanor escaped unscathed?" The hurried voice trembled a little at this moment. It can be said that facing the mess of Marijoa in front of him, Akainu didn't expect that the situation would turn into this situation even if he used his toes to think. "I fought him for only a few moves, but after he created the second sun, his strength increased several times. Even I felt that it was hard to resist him. There were also a few useless celestial dragons who were holding me back. When I came to my senses, everything was irreversible. That guy had also escaped." Kizaru was no longer as calm as usual. The bitterness on his face almost condensed the expression on his cheeks. Akainu's face suddenly turned pale. As a contemporary, he knew Kizaru's temperament very well. He hesitated for a moment and said, "Kizaru, since that guy has escaped unscathed, it is impossible for us to pursue him now. We have to consider now how to explain to Marshal Sengoku and the 5 elders." "Akainu, do you mean to explain to us?" An old voice suddenly sounded. Akainu and Kizaru's faces changed. Following the voice in a hurry, the first person that caught my eye was a bald monk wearing a kimono and holding the first-generation kaiditsu. However, his already gloomy face was now even more gloomy. "Seng, you 5 elders were originally in the Holy Land of Marijoa, why didn't you provide support in time? If you had helped, Kizaru would not have been caught off guard." Akainu's face changed, and he was the first to speak. Facing the current defeat, even the Holy Land of Marijoa was affected by the battle and was almost destroyed. Then the only way in front of Akainu was to complain first. "Good, very good, Akainu didn't expect that you would also understand the warring states." The monk's face sank and he shouted coldly. "This time, you are responsible for the mission. Not only did you let that arrogant guy rescue the son of the devil, but he also destroyed the Holy Land of Marijoa, and finally let him escape unscathed. Shouldn't you pay a price this time?" Chapter 732 Crazy Speculation. In the huge ruins, an inexplicably oppressive atmosphere spread. Yiseng slowly clenched the first generation of Kaiditsu in his right hand. Facing this sudden scene, Akainu and Kizaru's faces suddenly sank. "Stop, Yiseng, don't joke with them." A man wearing a black suit and a long white beard, walked out of the ruins. The inexplicably oppressive atmosphere shrouding the scene instantly dissipated. Yiseng's stern old face also relaxed a little. When he let go of the hand holding the first generation of Kaiditsu, he snorted unhappily. "Okay, I and Yiseng will deal with the things here. There is not much use for you to stay here now," Il said lightly. "Go back and ask Sengoku to investigate." Escanor and Skull. These two people seem to have jumped out of a stone, and there is no trace of their origins. If these two people are a group, then whether there is any organization behind them is still unknown. At this point, Il's face sank slightly, and said, "According to the performance of these battles, whether it is the skeleton demon or Escanor who possesses the superhuman sun fruit, they all have strength that is not inferior to the admirals of the navy. Or if there is really an organization or pirate group behind them, the threat is probably no less than the existence of the Rocks Pirates 50 years ago." Rocks Pirates? Kizaru and Akainu trademark's faces changed all of a sudden. More than 50 years ago, when the Rocks Pirates dominated the sea. They didn't trademark know where they were fighting. However, facing the notorious record at sea, even the two of them had heard about it. In addition to the leading Captain Rocks, the four emperors in the world are Whitebeard, Kaido of Beasts, and Charlotte Linlin. They all became famous on the sea after the collapse of the Rocks Pirates. There is also the Admiral of the Flying Pirates, Golden Lion, Silver Axe Wangji, Golden Hand John, etc. Each of them has the appearance of a great pirate. If, behind the skeleton demon and Escanor, there is really an organization similar to the Rocks Pirates, will there be any more terrifying guys coming out next? If there are other terrifying guys, how many people are there like this? If this assumption is true, once it really surfaces, can their navy headquarters and even the world government take on this huge challenge? When they thought of this, Akainu and Kizaru looked at each other subconsciously. This made them feel terrified. Capturing the changes in their expressions, Il said in a deep voice, "Okay, there are still many things to deal with next. I hope you can bring us good news next time." After leaving these words, Il and Yiseng turned around and left without staying. At the same time, in the New World. In the huge flying editor-in-chief office where Big News Morgan's is. The sound of Den Den Mushi kept ringing. In the independent office, Morgans looked at the eyewitness report on the desk, and his face was full of excitement and excitement. "Big news, it's really big news. Not only did he cause a big disturbance in the Sabayati archipelago and kill the subordinates of Kaido, the four emperors of beasts, but he also captured the Sifa Island single-handedly. If this news gets out, it will definitely shock the entire ocean. It is definitely super big news. Such strength and deeds are probably only slightly inferior to the skeleton demon that appeared not long ago." As Morgan spoke, his hands holding the information trembled with excitement. In his eyes, all this was far beyond his expectations. Thinking of this, Morgan stood up suddenly and shouted in a hurry, "People outside, lay out the news for me, I want the news to be sent out today." Bang! The door of the office was pushed open in response. A figure rushed in quickly from outside and said, "Editor-in-Chief Morgans, big news, the front page in your hand cannot be published yet." "Can't be published?" The inexplicable scene made Morgan startled. "Why can't it be published? Are ACP0 planning to interfere with our freedom of the press again?" As the largest newspaper company in the New World, Big News Morgans is also one of the kings of underground forces. It has the largest news channel. Looking at any era, newspapers and culture are a powerful soft power. If the world government wants to control public opinion, it must control the source of the news agency. Therefore, there are often many spies around Big News Morgans. Normally, they will pay to rewrite certain news reports. At present, the subordinates of the deputy editor-in-chief suddenly rushed in to stop it. This gave Big News a preconceived idea. Editor-in-chief Morgans? No. No. The deputy editor-in-chief shook his head hurriedly, took out the latest intelligence with his backhand, and then reported in a hurry. This is the latest news about Escanor, the shocking degree is far beyond the French island. Is it more powerful than the French island incident? Morgans couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Before he could continue to ask, he looked down at the eyewitness report and various photos in his hand. His expression changed drastically in an instant, and he couldn't help but fall on the chair and muttered to himself. Crazy, madman, that's just a madman. If this matter gets out, I'm afraid that not only the sea, but even the 4 emperors will be shocked. Not long ago, a skeleton demon with unknown origins rose to become the new 5 emperors, and now a madman Escanor has emerged, and there is also no origin to trace. Will they be from the same force, if they really know each other? As a journalist, Morgans is even more known as a big news. Whether it is the touch of news or the ability to add salt and vinegar to news, it's not something that ordinary people can compare. However, it is precisely because of this reason that what he wants to do is exactly the same as the speculation of the 5 elders. Editor-in-Chief Morgans, are we going to arrange the news now? If we were a little slower, I'm afraid the incident on the French island would be reported first. The deputy editor said hurriedly. At the same time, he took out another photo and said, "This is a request from the witness. She said that Escanor thought the nickname of the madman was too bad, needs to be changed to Escanor, the sin of pride. This pattern is the lion tattoo on his back." The sin of pride? Morgans was stunned. Thinking of the intelligence information he had been collecting, he couldn't help but say excitedly, as expected of a man who is arrogant and rude, "I know how to fully amplify the shock of the news. Hurry up and lay out the newspaper for me." Chapter 733 New World Wano Country. New World, Wano Country Flower Capital. In the huge courtyard, many dancers are dancing. The girl in the lead has long light blue hair, and her makeup highlights her excellent appearance. Her lotus steps are like blooming flowers, and her glances and smiles add a few more seductive looks. With a pair of beautiful eyes, her eyes often flow on the 2 people who are drinking in the first seat. In particular, she paid more attention to the burly figure like a mountain. "Xiao Ziai, why are you always staring at Kaido today? Is it possible that this general is not good looking enough for you? Come and give this general a few drinks." A drunken shout suddenly sounded. Xiao Ziai quickly came to her senses, signaled the singing and dancing to stop, saluted with a smile, and then said, "General Orakai, what you said is like saying that Xiao Ziai is vulgar. Why is General Orakai not in Xiao Zi's eyes? I'm just curious, Admiral Kaido, why are you so depressed today? Is it because Xiao Zi's dance is not popular, or is it because Admiral Kaido and General Orakai are tired of Xiao Zi? The light voice gives people a feeling of self-pity. Especially with Xiao Zi, that face of self-blame and resentment, it makes people feel pitiful. Looking at Xiao Zi, his eyebrows were pressed down, almost tears were in his eyes, and Orakai quickly climbed up and comforted him with heartache. "Xiao Zi, don't get me wrong, this general loves you so much, how could he be tired of you? As for Kaido, he just got humiliated overseas, so he's sulking here." Admiral Kaido got humiliated. Xiao Zi's expression couldn't help but stagnate. During this period, she was lurking beside Orakai. She also knew a lot about Kaido, the beast. Wano country did follow the old idea of closing the country to the outside world. However, Orakai, as the supreme ruler of Wano country, still had some contact with the outside world. At least, he knew a little about the big news in the new world. It is precisely for this reason that Xiao Zi knew clearly that Kaido, the beast, was far more important outside than in Wano country. To be honored as the 4 emperors of the sea, there are not a few countries and islands occupied alone. It is possible to make such an existence humiliated, and still sulk here without taking revenge. This is the first time Xiao Zi has seen it. "Xiao Zi, your question is a bit too much, why don't you quickly give General Orakai and Admiral Kaido a drink to apologize?" Kyo's hero, who was still dozing off with a super crew cut, opened his eyes slightly and scolded with a smile. Xiao Zi's face changed slightly, and she nodded in agreement and stepped forward to apologize. She was intent on finding out more useful information, and completely forgot to keep in mind the iron rule of talking too much will lead to mistakes in her daily life. "Xiao Zi, don't apologize," Orakai said hurriedly, "don't listen to Kyo's hero, this guy doesn't know how to be gentle with women. Kaido came here to drink alone this time because Jack, one of the 3 disasters, was caught by the navy. He was indeed rescued afterwards, but when Kaido ran to chase the new navy, he was injured by the other party, and finally watched the other party jump into the sea and disappear." Admiral Kaido was injured? Xiao Zi's face changed suddenly, but she was more shocked. She was no longer the ignorant girl she was before, and she already knew how powerful Kaido was. At least, in the mouth of Kyohiro, who was known as a social person and gang leader in Wano country, he was not sure of defeating the three calamities. Not to mention defeating or even injuring Kaido, the beasts. Humph, this little injury, I recovered in the blink of an eye. Kaido slammed the wine glass in his hand on the table and said angrily, Orokai, what I am angry about now is that not long ago, someone killed my men in the Sabayati archipelago. During this period, is it because the beasts' pirates are not famous enough, or it has been too long since the whole group was dispatched, so that everyone thinks that my beasts' pirates are easy to bully? Bang! At this point, Kaido, the beasts, crushed the wine glass in his hand. But don't worry, I have issued an order to bring back the head of that bastard. I will let the people on this sea know that my 100 beasts Kaido's madness is not something they can easily provoke. The rolling voices echoed in the courtyard like thunder. Looking at the 100 beasts Kaido, who was obviously drunk, many people present couldn't help swallowing their saliva. They knew clearly that the big man in front of them was very powerful, but his drinking habits were not good. However, in the face of all this, Xiao Ziyi silently remembered this information in her heart. She knew clearly that relying on her own strength and the scattered forces in Wano country, there was no way to take revenge. The only way is to rely on the power of the outside world, perhaps it can be achieved. Come on, pour me some wine. After I finish this glass, I want to let the people on this sea know that my 100 beasts Kaido's madness is not something anyone can provocation. Kaido touched the remaining wine at the corner of his mouth again, burped, and roared. Xiao Ziyi heard this and quickly came to her senses, grabbed the wine pot beside her, and planned to go up to add more wine. Unfortunately, before she could take any further action, a sharp sound of breaking through the air came from the sky. A black shadow was projected in the sky and fell, eventually attracting everyone's attention. The flame disaster Jin among the three disasters? Kyohiro raised his eyebrows, looking a little surprised. The affairs of the three disasters are clearly divided. Plague disaster Quinn manages the largest prison in Wano country, Rabbit Bowl. Drought disaster Jack is responsible for overseas missions. As the strongest of the three disasters, Flame disaster Jin is stationed at the most important seaport in Wano country. 365 days a year, Jin rarely leaves this place. The sudden visit today means that things may not be that simple. Jin, why are you here? Come and have a drink with me. This time when I go out, I must nail Escanor to the wooden frame, and the Navy Supernova must also die. Kaido opened his hazy eyes and shouted in a hurry. However, facing Kaido's persuasion, Jin did not take the wine glass after falling from the sky. He glanced at the scene indifferently and said, Boss Kaido, a big event happened at sea 3 days ago. It is related to the people who killed West Hyapst in the Sabayati archipelago not long ago. Is there a big event? Kaido's drunkenness slightly dissipated, and he immediately waved his hand and laughed unscrupulously, saying, What big event is there? In my eyes, it is not a big event unless the headquarters of the Navy is destroyed or those two guys, Linlin and Whitebeard, are killed. Bullshit Morgans, I was stabbed, and you still say it's a big event. Next time I see him, I will twist his head off. Chapter 734 Opportunity to challenge the big sign. The unhappy roar echoed in the courtyard. Looking at Kaido, who was flushed and obviously getting drunk, no one dared to talk to him in the huge courtyard. In their eyes, even Kaido, the beast, could be injured. Definitely not an ordinary person. Looking at the country of Wano, it can definitely be called a big event. However, the fact that others dare not talk does not mean that Jin, the head of the three calamities, does not dare. After putting down the wine glass handed by Kaido, he took out a newspaper and said, Boss Kaido, that Escanor did not kill Whitebeard and Charlotte Linlin, nor did he destroy the headquarters of the Navy. On the contrary, he captured the island of Safa with his own strength. Conquered Safa Island? Kaido's expression could not help but stagnate, and he quickly said seriously, I can also conquer that kind of broken place. Jin, why are you making a fuss? If it gets out, where will my face be? However, although Kaido said this, he was still a little shocked in his heart. At least, in their eyes, Safa Island and the Navy headquarters have different meanings. It is not strange for pirates and the Navy headquarters to go to war with each other. But Safa Island mainly deals with major kingdoms, underground organizations, and the Revolutionary Army. The conflict with pirates is not big. A pirate suddenly ran to attack Safa Island, which was undoubtedly beyond the expectations of many people. "No, Boss Kaido." Jin took out the second newspaper and said, "At the beginning, I didn't take the fact that Safa Island was conquered to heart, just like the boss. Just half a day later, I got the second newspaper. That guy ran to the Red Earth continent half a day later, causing trouble in the Holy Land of Marijoa, and then took away the son of the devil Nico Robin under the nose of Admiral Kizaru. And the newspaper mentioned that the Pride Sin Escanor and the skeleton demon Uchiha Chinyu might be from the same force. Isn't it just causing trouble in the Holy Land of Marijoa?" "What? You said that the arrogant guy and the bone might be from the same force?" Kaido looked indifferent at first. Soon, his expression froze, and when his eyes widened, he asked in surprise. At Kaido's level, it was indeed shocking to make a scene on the island of Silpha in the Holy Land of Marijoa. However, in the eyes of the four emperors, as long as they wanted to do it, they could do it. However, the thing that most concerned Kaido at the moment was that the skeleton demon and Escanor might come from the same force. Not long ago, the rise of the five emperors of the sea was a sensation. In particular, the battle of the navy to encircle and suppress the world destroyer Bondwald. It also made the skeleton demon's reputation soar directly to the position of the fifth emperor, and the bounty reached 2.4 billion baileys. Although there is still a huge distance from the four emperors. However, facing the growing power of the skeleton demon, Kaido also felt a little apprehensive. "I believe that as long as time passes, the power of the skeleton demon will probably become stronger. After all, even the world destroyer Bondwald and the former Shishibukai crocodile, two giant leaders with bounties of over 100 million 100 years ago, have also joined the skeleton demon. According to this lineup, looking at the sea, it is no longer comparable to the Shishibukai. It can be said that the group that is infinitely close to the four emperors is no exception. However, the big news now is that Morgan suddenly appeared and attacked the Sabayati archipelago in a short time, killing his own men. It is related to Escanor, who captured Safa Island in the morning and caused trouble in the Holy Land of Marijoa in the afternoon. If these two really come from the same force, there are others behind them. That will definitely be a huge impact on the four emperors and even the entire Grand Line. If we are not careful, it may cause a reshuffle of the forces. Boss Kaido, do we still have to continue to hunt him down?" Jin asked in a deep voice. After the news of the Sabayati archipelago came out, Kaido, the beast, personally issued a hunting order to bring back Escanor's head. Now Escanor's identity and the things involved behind him are completely different. If we are not careful, it may shake the status of the four emperors. For a moment, everyone in the field turned their eyes and locked on Kaido. Especially Xiao Ziai, she was eager to know whether there was really someone in this sea that Kaido, the beast, was afraid of. "Damn guy!" Kaido, the beast, roared, and slapped the table with his backhand. Bang! The table shattered in response, and the airwave caused many people in the field to change their faces. Even the big snake sitting next to Kaido was no exception. "Jin, are you going to make me, Kaido, a laughingstock on the sea?" Kaido's face sank, and he roared angrily, "I am the admiral of the beast's pirates, one of the four emperors, Kaido the beast. When have I ever been afraid of death? I'm just afraid that no one can take my life. Pass the order to me. Whoever can bring back Escanor's head will have the opportunity to get a big sign. If anyone has any objections, I'm not afraid, even if it means starting a war." The rolling voices echoed between heaven and earth for a long time and could not be dispersed. Many people in the field changed their faces drastically. Even the cold-tempered Jin was no exception. "Boss Kaido, you gave the right to challenge the big sign, are you going to let those guys go?" Jin asked lightly. Under their three disasters, there are also the Flying Six led by Quinn. However, the Flying Six seem to be under the command of Quinn. But if we really investigate, there are still some people among the Flying Six who are dissatisfied with the three calamities. Those guys are bored. Instead of destroying everywhere, it is better to let them carry out missions. It seems that our beast's pirates have been too calm in the eyes of outsiders during this period, so they have been visited again and again. Kaido, the beasts, said angrily with a gloomy face. "It's time to let them go out and spread the terror of our beast's pirates." At this point, Kaido, the beasts, looked at Jin and said, "You and Quinn, do you have any problem with the qualification to challenge the big boss? Everyone who can be absorbed into the beast's pirates by Kaido, the beasts, is a thorn. If it weren't for Kaido's face, I'm afraid the position of the three calamities would definitely be challenged every day. At present, Kaido, the beasts, proposed to let the Flying Six to chase Escanor, which is to allow the Flying Six to challenge the three calamities and get a chance to be promoted. Boss Kaido, I have no objection, and I believe others have no objection either. Jin responded lightly. It's just that, not long ago, the captain of the 4th Division, Thatch, was killed in Whitebeard's place. I heard that it was done by the subordinates of the new captain of the 2nd Division, Ace of the Fire Fist. Do we need to take the opportunity to attack? Chapter 735 Kojiki Hiri's Determination. Trouble Whitebeard, that sickly ghost. Kaido couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. They were both members of the Rocks Pirates, but they had never seen eye to eye. What's more, the rule of survival on the Rocks ship is that the strong are respected, and whoever has the bigger fist has the final say. Death is not uncommon on the ship. Therefore, as former crew members, Kaido and Whitebeard have never lacked conflicts and battles. Instead, there is a feeling that it is getting more and more intense. The last time we fought, Marco still owed me a kick. Jin said lightly. However, anyone can hear the resentment between the words. Facing his confidant, Kaido obviously knew Jin's temperament very well. After frowning for a moment, he waved his hand and said, "Didn't Whitebeard keep saying that the position of the second team would always be reserved for Odin?" Now he suddenly recognized a new godson and broke the oath of the day, handing the position of the second team to a newcomer. The speed of recognizing a son is always much better than that of an outsider. Haha, this is a typical pirate's ruthlessness. Kaido laughed and said, "If there is a chance, let Jack harass those guys. If possible, kill a few of him and see how he reacts. Just remember that we, the Beast Pirates, are never afraid of anyone. I have always wanted to die, but unfortunately no one in this world can kill me. Whether it is Whitebeard or the so-called 5th Emperor Skeleton Demon, they are shit in front of me." The rolling voice was like thunder, which made people's eardrums hurt. It can be said that each of the 4 emperors has his own distinctive characteristics. Whitebeard likes to adopt a son, and Charlotte Linlin likes to give birth to a son. Kaido of Beasts has an animal fetish and recruits subordinates. Red Hair likes elite lineups. However, as long as you dig deeper, you can find that Kaido of Beasts has crazy capital. Not only does he have the top combat power on the sea. At the same time, he also relies on Wano country as his home base, and he and Orokai seem to be in cahoots. It's just that the complementary alliance between the two makes the Beasts Pirates more confident in committing suicide. Tens of thousands of samurai, the natural defenses of Wano country, and a group of powerful Orokai subordinates. No matter how Kaido commits suicide, he can come back here to hide. It can be said that this place is much better than the Beehive Island that Rocks chose that day and now belongs to Whitebeard's lair. Moreover, in Kaido's lineup, there is also Doflamingo, who is always worried about his own shortcomings when fighting with Luffy, and Kaido will go berserk. He still maintains a deep cooperative relationship. It can be said that to some extent, the comprehensive alliance strength of the Beasts Pirates is greater than that of the other 3. I know. Jin did not stay any longer and turned away. Jin has already known the crazy behavior of Kaido, the Beasts Pirates. As the think tank of the Beasts Pirates, the only thing he can do is to minimize the risk. Orochimaru, I have something important to talk to you about, go in. Kaido left after saying this. Facing the drunk Kaido, Orokai did not dare to be vague and turned around and followed quickly. Without the 2 backbones, the banquet obviously could not continue. After Kyoshiro looked at Kojiki with a smile, he shook his head and turned away with her, who was about to say something but stopped. After the 2 of them were away from the ears and guards who were monitoring the courtyard, Kyoshiro said, "Kojiki, I know you are eager for revenge, but facing Kaido and Orokai, once you reveal your flaws, I am afraid that even I will find it difficult to save you. You are not planning to put your chips on the Skeleton Demon and Escanor, right?" Kyoshiro has been responsible for protecting Kojiki High and the incarnation of Kojiki for 20 years, and he knows clearly what she is thinking. After a brief silence, Kojiki Murasaki nodded and agreed, "Uncle Kyoshiro, we have waited too long. Regardless of whether the Emperor brother can come back, at least we need to make arrangements in advance. I want to go out to sea to see him." "You want to go out to sea? That's probably too big a gamble. This will make all your efforts in Wano country in these years completely in vain." Kyoshiro's face changed suddenly. In these years, Kojiki Hiri transformed into Kojiki Murasaki and endured humiliation for a long time beside Orokai. Only then did she climb to the position of this stunning dancer. Now she suddenly said she wanted to go out to sea and leave. This was undoubtedly beyond Kyojiro's cognition. Uncle Kyohiro, I stayed in Wano country as a dancer just to better support my brother's revenge plan in the future. However, Hiri knows that the current Wano country is not comparable to that of 20 years ago. Don't forget, we are growing, but Kaido and Orakai are no exception. If we continue to wait and see, what awaits us in the end will only be defeat. I hope Uncle Kyohiro, you can help Hiri. At this point, Kojiki Hiri performed a junior etiquette. Seeing this, Kyojiro's face flashed a trace of hesitation, and finally sighed faintly and nodded in agreement. Okay, I'll try to arrange for you to go to sea, but next I'm going to ask someone, I hope he can escort you. After leaving these words, Kyohiro glanced around, and after confirming that the observation Haki was correct again and again, he turned around and left with Kojiki Hiri. At the same time, on a deserted island somewhere in the New World, two afterimages collided with a loud bang with a stern sound of breaking through the air. The sharp blades in their hands, shining with cold light, collided with a bang. Boom! The moment the blades collided, a large hurricane of sword pressure was immediately stirred up, sweeping away with a crushing posture. The surrounding land seemed to be hit by an invisible blade, and large pieces of rocks were directly crushed. The trees a little further away were directly crushed. For a moment, the silence of the entire deserted island was instantly broken. Facing this terrifying fight, there was obviously a group of people a little further away, with indifferent faces, either showing excitement, and commenting on this battle while holding a banquet. On the coast farther away, the pirate ship of Red Hair Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, was moored, the Liphus. There was also a small coffin ship next to it. It can be said that if the world knew that Hawkeye Mihawk, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and Red Hair Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, met in such a place and continued to fight, it would definitely be a big news. However, just as the two of them had finished their collision and were about to continue their fight, a figure appeared in the battle circle without any warning. Captain, another big event has happened. Ben Beckman, holding a cigar in his mouth, dodged the oncoming sword pressure of the strong wind and was the first to speak up and remind him. Chapter 736, A force comparable to rocks. Another big event has happened. The red-haired man's expression could not help but stagnate, and his attack was also a beat slower. Hawkeye, who was fighting excitedly, frowned, and the black knife in his hand quickly turned to avoid the red-haired man. Buzz! The air was torn apart in an instant, and a sword aura of more than 10 meters flew across the barren mountain of hundreds of meters. It was cut in half. Boom! The mountain collapsed with a loud bang, raising a large amount of dust. Seeing this scene, Red Hair laughed awkwardly and said, Hawkeye, you see I'm distracted again. You won this battle. However, this time, your fighting spirit seems too high. You suddenly came to me to spar. I'm really not used to it. Didn't you say you don't like bullying disabled people? Is it because of Laxus's incident that you were affected? As one of the 4 emperors, Red Hair is very concerned about Laxus certainly knew about the fight between him and Kaido, the beast. Moreover, this matter involved his old friend Hawkeye. Humph, you always make excuses like this. Shanks, you have not improved in this aspect. Hawkeye sheathed the black knife with his backhand and snorted coldly. However, at that time, I did underestimate that kid. I didn't expect that he actually hid the identity of a great swordsman. If I can meet him again, I hope to fight him once. Looking at Hawkeye, whose temperament suddenly became cold and dull, and who was completely a steely straight man, he actually showed a hint of eagerness. Red Hair couldn't help but be a little surprised. It was the first time he saw Hawkeye interested in someone. After all, in Red Hair's eyes, among the older generation, the number of swordsmen who could be on the scene was completely limited. For Hawkeye, the only person who could compete with him was the most familiar Red Hair. Facing this opponent who was already familiar to him, Hawkeye was keen on the younger generation to have some existence that could catch his eye. The appearance of Laxus undoubtedly became a stepping stone. Haha, it's rare that you are interested in this little guy. It seems that I have to go and see him next time. The red-haired man laughed dryly and sheathed his sword. Looking at Ben Beckman approaching, he frowned and said, I rarely see you react so much. It can't be that the kid on Whitebeard's ship is in trouble. I was planning to negotiate with Whitebeard in person. That Blackbeard teach is not as simple as it seems. If Ace goes to chase alone, he will fall into Teach's trap. At that time, Whitebeard will definitely go berserk for his godson. No. It should be said that the old era that has been silent for so many years will definitely go berserk. Looking at the red hair with a hint of solemnity on his face, Hawkeye couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and said, "Shanks, you are worried. You have been waiting for this moment for a long time. It seems that the kid you rely on and bet your arm on the new era that day has not grown up yet." Red-haired Shanks, who was infinitely close to the position of the four emperors that day, lost an arm back in the East China Sea. That shocked the whole new world. Even Hawkeye my hawk, his best friend, rushed to the scene immediately after hearing the news. However, in the second dimension, squinty eyes and disabled people are symbols of abnormal strong people. After losing his arm, Shanks made great progress, did several great things, and fought with Whitebeard and others. He completely secured the position of the fourth emperor. "My hawk, you still understand me?" Red Hair smiled and patted Hawkeye on the shoulder. "That kid is a brother of Ace of the Fire Fist. If Ace has a problem, Luffy will definitely not sit idly by. If he is not careful, he may lose his life. What's more, Ace of the Fire Fist has had a banquet with me and drank with me. He is a good kid." Faced with this remark, Hawkeye did not delve into it and said, "Since you want to intervene in this matter, remember that Whitebeard is not a good-tempered guy. Those who can become the four emperors are all tough guys. Looking at you and me talking, it seems that the two of them are completely off track." Ben Beckman forgot to smoke the cigar in his mouth. After the ash burned the corner of his lips, he suddenly came to his senses and said in a hurry, "Shanks, Hawkeye, you misunderstood. The big event that happened this time has nothing to do with Whitebeard. Instead, it is related to the fifth Emperor Skeleton Demon who appeared recently on the sea." As he spoke, Ben Beckman handed over 2 newspapers. 3 days ago, Escanor, the user of the Sun Fruit who attacked the Sabayati archipelago and killed the leaders of the Beasts Pirates, attacked the Island of Justice and destroyed the Tower of Justice. Half a day later, he appeared in the Red Earth continent, destroyed half of the Holy Land Marijoa, and finally faced Admiral Kizaru, and took away the secretly arrested demon child Nico Robin. At this point, Ben Beckman flipped out the newspaper, revealing the second front page headline, and said, "However, what is more worthy of our attention is that this Escanor, who is known as the Sin of Arrogance and now has a bounty of 1 billion Baileys, may come from the same local force as the Skeleton Demon with a bounty of 2.4 billion Baileys. If this intelligence speculation is true, it means that there are infinite possibilities behind them. The worst inference is that a huge force group that is as terrifying as the Rocks Pirates 50 years ago may rise up. At that time, the forces in the New World will be reshuffled." The slightly eerie voice echoed in the sky, and it was impossible to dissipate for a long time. Even the people like Loggy Jesus Bulletin who arrived later couldn't help but change their faces slightly. Ben Beckman didn't say it clearly, but they knew clearly that the rise of a hidden force would be the first to be impacted by the four emperors. Rocks Pirates. Red Hair's eyes condensed slightly. When he joined the Red Hair Pirates and became an apprentice crew member, the Rocks Pirates had already been disintegrated. Rocks, the captain, also disappeared completely. However, Shanks often heard of Rox's fierce reputation from Rayleigh and others. That was a terrifying existence that could gather Kaido, Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin, and Golden Lion. If there was really a connection between the Skeleton Demon and Escanor, the two have shown the strength to fight against the Admiral and retreat unscathed. If there are other people hidden behind them, that would definitely be a huge impact on this sea. Even Shanks, who is one of the four emperors, had to face it. Ben Beckman, get ready immediately. I want to meet Whitebeard in person. If possible, I want to stop the era from running wild before the situation in this ocean becomes clear. Shanks' expression darkened, and he spoke first. Facing his decision, Hawkeye my hawk fell into silence. He vaguely thought of a more important question. According to the newspaper, the relationship between the Skeleton Demon and Escanor was connected from no origin. That situation is undoubtedly similar to the sudden appearance of Laxus. Chapter 737 The Turning Point of the Navy. At the same time, when the four emperors were shocked. In the Navy headquarters, the atmosphere in the huge office became extremely depressing. Facing the newspapers spread out on the table, the expressions of all the Navy generals became extremely livid. In particular, seeing the gloomy face of Sengoku, many generals dared not breathe a word. Akainu, who usually likes to go against Sengoku, also behaved quietly this time. After all, he participated in this time to support the Holy Land of Marijoa in the Red Earth continent. This situation has occurred now, allowing Escanor to escape unscathed after causing trouble in the Holy Land of Marijoa. 3 celestial dragons were killed and dozens of people were seriously injured. As a Navy Admiral, his responsibility is beyond doubt. Damn guy! Zhang Guo slapped the newspaper on the table and shouted angrily. What's wrong, don't you usually like to express your opinions? Now that we see this newspaper, our Navy headquarters has completely lost face, and everyone has become dumb. At this point, Zhang Guo grabbed the newspaper and said angrily, this Morgans is simply making waves without wind. To expose the matter of the Holy Land of Marijoa is already courting death, and to confuse Escanor with the skeleton demon, saying that there is something hidden behind it, a huge force comparable to the Rock's pirates, will reshuffle the new world. Next time I meet him, I will definitely use the shock wave to blast him to death. The hysterical roar echoed in the huge office and could not be dispersed for a long time. It was the first time for them to see the dignified admiral of the Navy act so hysterical. However, looking at the description in the newspaper and the introduction of the Rock's pirates from Crane not long ago, the young generals present knew it clearly. If the skeleton demon and Escanor really have a huge force comparable to the Rock's pirates behind them, then what awaits their Navy headquarters will be a huge challenge. If they are not careful, the pirates will attack in groups. The Navy headquarters, which has suffered a series of defeats during this period, may not be their opponent at all. It will eventually be destroyed on the sea. When they thought of this, the nerves of the Navy generals present were tense. They were eager to know whether Sengoku, as a marshal, had any countermeasures in the face of the assumptions in the newspaper. Okay, Sengoku, it's time for you to finish complaining. He spoke first. This matter has already been made. You summoned us at this critical moment. You must have thought of some way to deal with it. During this period, our Navy headquarters has suffered a series of defeats. Except for Laxus, who, as a Navy supernova, made the Beast Pirates and even Kaido suffer a lot, and helped us save a little face, the prestige of our Navy has been greatly weakened not only in the Grand Line, but also in the 4 seas. At this point, he threw a stack of reports on the table. During this period, many new pirate groups have emerged in the 4 seas. It feels like a blowout, and it is comparable to the great pirate era that opened when the former pirate King Roger was executed. Among them, there are also many newcomers with outstanding strength, and the bounty has reached 70 to 80 million. The crimes committed are numerous. If our Navy headquarters does not take any other actions, whether in the Grand Line or even in the slightly weaker 4 seas, the prestige will plummet, the accusations from the world government will be even greater, and the Navy's funding will be greatly reduced. Chang's voice echoed in the conference room, making Zhang Guo's face turn livid. Not to mention the generals who were his subordinates. He said this without any mercy for their naval generals. But every word he said was true. Since the appearance of the skeleton demon, the Impel Down prison was breached. Their naval headquarters has suffered too much. Moreover, most of these losses were still under the leadership of Akainu, which can be called a dog eating shit. If this situation continues, let alone the naval headquarters has no prestige on the sea. Even their naval generals can't save their faces. You said so much, I think you should have some ideas, right? Zhang Guo's eyes turned and fell on and he was the first to ask. For a moment, everyone's eyes turned at the same time, and there was a hint of urgency on their faces. Zhang Guo, don't pretend to be confused. I have the same idea as you. Summon Laxus to the Navy headquarters as soon as possible. He glanced at Zhang Guo and said mercilessly. Compared with the pirates, the combat power of our young generation is completely lacking. The rise of Laxus can not only hit Kaido, the beast, but also enhance the reputation of our Navy. At the same time, relying on his training method, perhaps a group of powerful forces can be added to the Navy headquarters in a short period of time. He will be the key to our Navy's reversal of the situation. After the voice fell, Akainu's face became a little livid. As a dignified admiral of the Navy, in such a major event, not only was he not relied on. On the contrary, the Navy's hopes were placed on a newcomer. And, this newcomer was still embarrassed by him, which was undoubtedly a slap in his face in public. Seeing Crane speak out his thoughts, Zhang Guo's face also eased a little. Looking around the field, looking at Lien Akainu, holding back his anger and keeping silent, Zhang Guo spoke again, I think Crane's proposal is very good. However, I hope that if you have any opinions, you can raise them. This is not a one-man show. As long as there is a change in the current situation of the Navy headquarters, you can raise them. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Guo looked around the field again. However, wherever his eyes passed, everyone nodded in agreement, obviously not daring to express their opinions at this critical moment. Whether it was to make Marshal Zhang Guo worried or to be hated by Admiral Akainu, this was not what they wanted to see. What's wrong? No one expressed an opinion. Zhang Guo frowned and said, if there is no opinion, then I will send the search order to all branches of the Navy, and let Laxus contact us as soon as possible. Humph, Marshal Zhang Guo, since the idea has been made, I also want to see how Laxus can make our Navy headquarters turn the situation around. Akainu suddenly said. However, I will not give up the bet that was made a month and a half ago. If he can't even pass this level of mine, I believe that everyone here will not put their hopes on him, so as not to let the Navy headquarters make a fool of themselves again. Having said that, Akainu stood up suddenly and said, Marshal Sengoku, if there is nothing else, I will go back first. During this period, it seems that there are traces of escapees from the Impel Down prison in the Mosa Sea. I want to go there in person. Chapter 738 The Fourth Character Template. After saying this, Akainu turned around and left. Looking at this scene, the naval generals present had a slightly changed expression and could only look at Sengoku. It can be said that Akainu's words seemed to be tempered. However, in fact, there was nothing wrong. If Laxus couldn't even win the bet made a month and a half ago, to let the people of the Navy headquarters trust a newcomer and do things, that's harder than climbing to the sky. Feeling the change in the atmosphere in the conference room, Sengoku said with a slightly gloomy expression, it seems that your meaning is similar to Akainu's. However, you can rest assured. When the bet was made that day, I did not think of modifying it. This is also a test for Laxus. What's more, when Kaido, the king of beasts, was hunting Laxus, there were probably not many people present who believed that Laxus could fight Kaido, but the final result was still impressive, wasn't it? At this point, Sengoku glanced at the newspaper in his hand and said, next, I hope everyone can work together to find Laxus and stop our navy from losing face. Along with this, the news about the island of Silpha and the Holy Land of Marijoa spread. The whole sea was shaken. Facing the sudden rise of the sin of arrogance, Escanor, and the skeleton demon Uchiha Chinyu, the relationship was unclear. Everyone couldn't help but be more careful. After all, the reputation of the Rocks Pirates represents an era. If there are really other powerful forces behind Escanor and the skeleton demon, as long as they are mixed in this sea, they will definitely not be able to stay out of it. In the New World, in an unknown sea, a single-masted pirate ship, moving with the wind on the sea. On the bow deck, 3 figures gathered here, and their eyes turned in unison, falling on another body like an iron tower. Since leaving the Holy Land of Marijoa on the Red Earth continent, Chinyu has reunited with Nico Robin and Cavendish. Facing the appearance of Nico Robin, Cavendish, and Frankie only realized afterwards how crazy Chinyu had done. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, the realism of Escanor, the sin of pride, has reached 70%. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, the world turbulence value has reached 5,000 points, the current turbulence value is 5,150, and there is still 4,850 points of turbulence value to unlock the third stage of randomness. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, the third character template has successfully reached 70% realism, and the fourth character template has been obtained. The opportunity to draw, do you want to start drawing immediately? A series of ethereal system prompts echoed in Chinyu's mind. Looking at the 5,000 points of world turbulence value that suddenly soared, Chinyu seemed surprised. He never thought that there would be a fourth opportunity to extract the character template. According to Chinyu's calculation, if he uses the new character template this time, he can do something shocking on this sea. Gather 10,000 points of world turbulence value. Perhaps, there is a chance to lift the blockade of the Samsara Eye in this world. Only by releasing the Samsara Eye, Chinyu's strength in the Naruto world will be enough to recover 70%. At that time, let alone the 4 emperors, I am afraid that the 5 elders and I will be able to fight with them. Once it is at this time, relying on the space jumping ability of the Samsara Eye, Chinyu might be able to return to the Naruto world to take a look. When he thought of the many familiar faces in the past, Chinyu secretly exhaled a breath of turbid air. As soon as the idea in his mind moved, he directly issued a new command. Immediately extract the fourth character template. Ding dang, host, please wait, the system is extracting the character template. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, the fourth character template has been successfully extracted. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Bald Cape Knight Saitama from the One Punch Man world. Saitama? Saitama from One Punch Man? Chinyu was stunned. His face was full of disbelief. He had thought that this time it was about unlocking the Samsara Eye, and the system might give him a trip. Let him get some weak character templates from the cold dimension, which was difficult to make up for the world turbulence value. He never thought that the random extraction of the system this time was actually the legendary cheat, from the One Punch Man, known as the Bald Cape Knight Saitama. In the original world, Saitama's appearance and behavior make people feel unflattering. However, Chinyu knows clearly. Saitama is the most powerful existence in One Punch Man. If Chinyu can obtain Saitama's strength by improving the fidelity of the character template. Once the fidelity reaches 60%, or even 70%. I am afraid that the strength is enough to match Chinyu's strength after unlocking the Samsara Eye. As for the character fidelity reaching 100%, Saitama's strength may be able to punch out a big ending. Feeling the information entered into his mind by the system, Chinyu quickly opened Saitama's attribute panel. Character template, One Punch Man Saitama. Daily value. Combat skills, ordinary punch, super speed movement. Fidelity, 20%. Looking at the concise and clear character template, Chinyu touched the tip of his nose helplessly. The opening is the daily value. According to the setting of the One Piece world, as long as one's own strength exceeds 500 points of daily value, he can be called a Superman. Now when the fidelity of Saitama's character template reaches 20%, the fidelity reaches point. This is invincible at the same level. How many Supermen can be compared with him? Not long ago, Rob Lucci, who was wiped out by him, had a normal power value of only 4,000 points. After the blessing of the fruit ability, it may be infinitely close. However, compared with Saitama with 20% fidelity, there is probably still a certain degree of gap. If he meets Rob Lucci now, Chinyu really wants to try one or two. With the current Saitama template alone, can Rob Lucci be knocked out with one punch? Captain Escanor, we are here. Nico Robin looked at the island that appeared in front of her and couldn't help but speak. Chinyu withdrew from the consciousness space, squinted his eyes, looked at the island in the new world, and said, "Okay, you will send it here. This is the life card for the Gyulazayakai. It only takes half a day to arrive from here." At this point, Chinyu reached out and gently rubbed Robin's head, saying, "No one will dare to trouble you there, and you can sleep well." The sudden scene made Nico Robin startled at first, and her nose twitched slightly, and she nodded in agreement. "Captain, the Gyulazayakai you mentioned, isn't that the pirate ship of the world destroyer Bondi Wald? Wasn't he taken away by the skeleton demon at the last moment of the encirclement and suppression of the Navy headquarters? You and the skeleton demon, are you really from the same place as the rumors say?" Chapter 739 Unconventional Attire. The same place? Chinyu raised his eyebrows. During this period, he had also heard about the big news that Morgans, the big news, had fabricated on this sea. This kind of speculation without any wind has undoubtedly brought the relationship between the skeleton demon and Escanor closer. However, facing all these speculations, Chinyu did not intend to make any explanation. He used so many character templates to act just to cause enough turmoil in this world. In order to obtain enough world turmoil value to unlock the restrictions of this world on him. Re-unlock the big account of the Naruto world. If, because of Morgans's random speculation, Chinyu can get more world turmoil value. Chinyu does not mind. Thinking of this, Chinyu nodded lightly and said, "I guess so. It's just that Bones' temperament is too strange. I don't like him, so I rarely meet him." Too strange temperament? Cavendish and Frankie's facial muscles couldn't help twitching. During this period of time, they knew clearly what it was to be arrogant and arrogant. If we really want to talk about what a weirdo is, Skeleton Demon is one, and Escanor can definitely be counted as one. Under this half-hearted evaluation, Cavendish and Frankie were slightly startled, and after looking at each other, they thought of a key point. Could it be that every existence that came out of the mysterious force that was rumored to be on par with the Rocks pirates? Are they all weirdos? Pucci. Nico Robin couldn't help but snicker. Compared with Cavendish and the others, Nico Robin knew clearly that whether it was Skeleton Demon, Laxus, or even Escanor in front of him, they were all played by Uchiha Chinyu alone. If this matter was spread out, I'm afraid that the entire sea would not only be shaken, it should be completely overturned. You girl, stop laughing here. Chinyu directly reached out and flicked Robin's forehead, saying, if Cavendish and Frankie don't want to stay on the Gyulazayakai, you can leave. If you encounter any problems in the future, you can contact Robin and I will help you. Leave? Cavendish was slightly startled, and quickly shook his head like a rattle and said, Captain Escanor, if you say this to others, I'm afraid only a madman will leave this thigh. At present, your relationship with the skeleton demon has been exposed, and there will be a powerful force comparable to the Rocks pirates hidden behind the scenes. Looking at the entire sea, that reputation is completely catching up with the four emperors. In time, if there are any strong men who emerge, I'm afraid they will be able to suppress them. At this point, Cavendish's eyes flashed with excitement, and said, if you, the boss, now say that you want to recruit some younger brothers, I think this thigh will be full of people even if it has thorns. It can be said that no matter in Cavendish or Frankie's eyes, the unknown is the most terrifying existence. Strong men like the skeleton demon and Escanor who gradually surfaced. Undoubtedly, the definition of this horror has been raised to the extreme step by step. Okay, it's getting late, you guys go back first, I'll leave the pirate flag to you. Chinyu patted Nico Robin on the shoulder and turned away. What he wanted to do now was to test how strong Saitama was. Ulan Island. This is one of the islands where pirates gather in the New World. It is a pirate settlement where pirates come and go and choose supplies. Most of the residents here are so-called pirates who have turned good and do all kinds of things here. Looking at the gradually clear outline of the town, Chinyu quickly exited Escanor's character template. Turned around and replaced it with Saitama, the fourth character template from One Punch Man. A Banana King tights, a red cape, and gloves. And a big bald head with no grass. For the bad taste aesthetics of the bald cape man Saitama, Chinyu really doesn't dare to compliment. Perhaps, as the saying goes, if God takes away one thing from you, he will definitely leave you another thing. At the moment, it is obvious that Saitama is the existence favored by God. He lost his black hair, gained a body of muscular lumps, and an invincible cheat. When he thought of this, Chinyu touched his big bald head. This cool feeling was like the sourness of not wearing underwear and going on stage without any underwear. However, just as these feelings came to his mind, Chinyu instantly realized an important problem. How to imitate Saitama's silly personality. This has always been imitated and never surpassed. Forget it, let's get the business done first, and then think of a way. Chinyu touched his nose helplessly. Looking at the gradually clear outline of the town, the increasing number of pirates obviously made the atmosphere lively. This time, he came to this pirate town mainly to find the whereabouts of Fire Fist Ace. Originally, Chinyu didn't want to get involved in Ace's pursuit of Blackbeard. However, when he thought about it, if Ace fell into Blackbeard's hands and let Luffy, a single-minded person, know about it, I will never sit idly by. Once Luffy goes berserk, it will disrupt Chinyu's layout in the Navy headquarters. What's more, Chinyu also plans to find a stepping stone to increase Saitama's reputation. It is for this reason that Chinyu plans to obtain the whereabouts of Fire Fist Ace through the tavern that specializes in selling intelligence on the pirate island. As for why he didn't find Xiaoqi. Not long ago, Chinyu owed Xiaoqi a favor because of Nico Robin's matter. After more than 10 days, it would be a bit greedy to go to Xiaoqi to ask for information for Fire Fist Ace. What's more, the difficulty of finding Fire Fist Ace is not as difficult as Nico Robin. It is not difficult for the outside intelligence dealers to find the whereabouts of Ace. With the calculation, Chinyu gradually stepped into the center of the town. The shouts of buying and selling around were simply endless. When Chinyu's eyes lit up at the scene in front of him, he finally saw the destination of this trip. Pirate Tavern. In any place, especially for people like pirates who put heads on their waists and lick blood on the edge of a knife, the tavern is their den of money. It is also the place where information flows the fastest. It is not difficult to get information about Fire Fist Ace. Little brother, what do you need? In front of the bar, a fair-skinned woman with red hair was the first to see Chinyu coming. However, when she saw Chinyu, who was dressed in a costume that was out of tune with pirates, she was obviously stunned. According to the aesthetics of the pirates who usually come to this place, this person in front of him is too strange. Bald yellow hanging, wearing a red cloak. This is completely out of place, right? Chapter 740 The Fool Without Flaws. For the woman in front of him who was wearing a tight low-necked, high-slit long skirt and a hot body, he looked at her strangely. Qin Yu's cheek muscles twitched slightly. However, this wave of emotion just flashed through Qin Yu's mind and was quickly calmed down. He knew clearly that in the original work, this outfit was chosen by Saitama himself for the battle report. He never paid attention to the eyes of outsiders. Don't take it to heart. If Qin Yu can't ignore these negative emotions and other people's strange looks, then it would be harder than climbing to the sky to improve the realism of Saitama. No. When I think of Saitama's stupid setting and his self-centered behavior that ignores the world's eyes, Qin Yu suddenly realized that this time the system didn't give him a big gift in vain. Instead, it dug a big pit for him. This is probably too difficult. Little brother, what do you need? The woman quickly concealed the strangeness on her face, managed her facial expressions a little, and smiled charmingly. You can call me Alan, the person in charge of this tavern. Looking at Alan in front of him, who can still talk and laugh in the thieves' den, Qin Yu clearly knows that this kind of person who can be sent outside to connect with guests is definitely a versatile existence. He wasted no time and said, "Can I get intelligence here?" "You want intelligence?" Alan's beautiful eyes lit up. Seeing that business was coming, she made a cocktail with both hands and handed it to Qin Yu. "According to the rules of our store, since you are a customer, you can give us a glass of wine. I just don't know what information you need. You also know that we spend a lot of effort to get intelligence, and we risk being held accountable later, so the price of each piece of intelligence is different." At this point, the woman originally stretched out her finger, wanting to subconsciously tease Qin Yu's chin. However, after seeing Qin Yu's shiny big bald head, this action suddenly froze in mid-air. With an embarrassed look on his face, he pulled his hand back and said, "Besides, we can't guarantee the authenticity of this information. We will not be responsible for any consequences after you get the information. All the responsibilities are on you. You need to judge for yourself. If you think there is no problem, then we can make a deal next." Looking at Alan, who told all the rules of the trade in one breath, Qin Yu frowned. He finally knew that it was not Xiaoqi who liked to open a tavern to extort money, but those who opened taverns and sold information. They all like to get something for nothing. They are just the kind of people who are conceited about their own authenticity. However, for a store that wants to do long-term business, such things as empty talk are obviously not done. Alan in front of him is also a person who has experienced a lot of ups and downs. He told all the rules of the trade as soon as he opened his mouth. In Qin Yu's eyes, this should be considered a real businessman. "Brother, under such harsh conditions, do you still plan to inquire about the information?" Alan asked with a smile again. Although Qin Yu's outfit was not flattering. However, in such a high-profit transaction of selling intelligence, no one would be unwilling to wear a smile. "Yes." Qin Yu simply replied to Alan, saying, "I want to know the whereabouts of Whitebeard's second team captain, Fire Fist Ace." "Fire Fist Ace?" The smile on Alan's face froze for a moment. No. It should be said that there was a brief silence in the huge tavern. Many people's eyes fell on Qin Yu in unison, and saw this banana peel invincible hero costume. They laughed unscrupulously. "Haha, this big bald head, dressed so strangely, came to this place to buy the whereabouts of Whitebeard's second team, Fire Fist Ace. Is he going to die?" A burly man with a body like an iron bear was the first to speak with a big laugh. The people sitting next to him laughed and agreed. In their eyes, Ace the Fire Fist, who could become the captain of Whitebeard's second division, was not comparable to ordinary people. Qin Yu, dressed like this, would undoubtedly die if he rashly went to find out the whereabouts of Ace the Fire Fist. "Why are you looking for the whereabouts of Captain Ace, you bald kid?" A cold voice suddenly sounded. Soon, a black-haired pirate with a monkey on his shoulder and two swords around his waist came out. Behind him, there were dozens of people gathered here to drink. Seeing this man with a monkey walk out, everyone looked at Qin Yu with a hint of coldness. Isn't this the captain of one of the pirate groups, Knight Ranger Doma, who joined the Whitebeard pirates not long ago? I heard that his bounty is now 210 million. I didn't expect him to be here. I heard that Knight Ranger Doma was able to join the Whitebeard pirates because he was defeated by Ace of the Fire Fist. This big bald guy suddenly came and threatened to find Ace of the Fire Fist. Now he was met by Night Ranger Doma. I don't know how it ended. The huge tavern became an uproar. Looking at Night Ranger Doma walking towards him, Qin Yu frowned slightly and quickly calmed down the emotional fluctuations in his heart. If Qin Yu wants to improve the realism of Saitama, the first thing to do is to enter Saitama's idiot mode. Thinking of this, Qin Yu tried to empty his mind, slightly widened his eyes, looked at Doma with a dull face and said, "Are you talking about Brother Ace? He and I are old acquaintances. I heard that not long ago, he left the New World and chased Blackbeard Teach all over the sea, so I wanted to see if I could help." Brother Ace. Doma was slightly startled, and after looking up and down, he looked at Qin Yu, who suddenly became a little dull, with an expression like a woman who couldn't get a discount in the supermarket, and obviously couldn't react. Frowning, he took the lead in asking, "Do you have anything that can prove the relationship between you and Captain Ace? If you can't prove it, don't blame me, you're welcome." At this point, Ranger Doma locked onto Qin Yu, trying to find a weakness. In his eyes, as long as Qin Yu showed any sign of misbehavior towards Ace, he would definitely be attacked by him like a storm. However, this thought just flashed through Ranger Doma's mind. When he saw Qin Yu's silly face, an absurd thought flashed through his mind. The big bald man in strange clothes, like an idiot, gave him the feeling that he was a fool with no flaws all over his body. No matter what means he used to attack. The seemingly flawed weakness, when his eyes fell. The silly eyes in front of him would also lock onto every part of his body that was ready to move. It felt to Doma as if all his thoughts were revealed. Chapter 741 Sky High Intelligence Costs. No way. Ranger Doma shook his head quickly. In his eyes, he was a person with a bounty of 210 million. In the New World, he was also a well-known person. How could he be scared by such a weirdo in front of him? A mess of thoughts flashed through the mind of Ranger Doma. When he saw Qin Yu again, the big bald man with a silly expression in front of him was indeed the same as he knew. He was just an ordinary man without any special features. The feeling of suffocation that made him just now had long disappeared. As for whether such a person would pose a threat to Captain Ace who defeated him single-handedly, that was a complete joke. If he really had such an idea, it meant that he was not as good as the big bald man in front of him. If this kind of bald man with a bad taste was better than him, then he, Ranger Doma. Do he still need to mix in this sea? Have you finished reading it? Qin Yu tried his best to imitate Saitama's tone of indifference. Staring with a silly expression. Humph. Ranger Doma came back to his senses and snorted coldly, "A guy like you can be dealt with one hand. I don't know what your relationship with Captain Ace is, but I don't think you dare to have any intentions against Captain Ace. He is the strongest Rookie King." Rookie King? That's right, the skeleton demon is now the new 5 emperors, Escanor is an uncle, Laxus is a supernova of the navy, and Fire Fist Ace is only the captain of the second team. Qin Yu still responded in an indifferent tone. The cold tone and the unserious attitude gave people the feeling that people were inexplicably angry. "You bastard, what nonsense are you talking about here?" Ranger Doma just turned around and was about to leave. The steps he took stopped suddenly, and he turned around and looked at Qin Yu, who looked indifferent, and clenched his fists. A murderous aura that was still crisscrossing the sea was released by Ranger Doma in an instant. Like an invisible pressure, it rushed towards Qin Yu. This kind of murderous aura can be regarded as the breath accumulated from long-term killing. It can't be compared with the domineering color, that kind of high-level things. However, it is definitely a good way to scare people. Looking at the frowning face of the big bald man in front of him, Ranger Doma couldn't help but show a trace of arrogance on his face. "You are too close, your breath is a bit big, did you eat garlic today?" Qin Yu pinched his nose, took a half step back, turned back to look at Alan at the bar, and said, "I want to find the whereabouts of Fire Fist Ace, how many Baileys do I need?" Ranger Doma was stunned. This is completely different from what he imagined. I thought that once the domineering aura of the turtle was released, it would definitely scare the big bald man in front of him to panic and beg for mercy in public. Now, on the contrary, he was despised in public. Is this not afraid of his murderous aura, or is the big bald man in front of him too weak? Didn't he realize his murderous intent at all? "Captain Doma, this is my guest. I hope you won't make it too hard and break the rules." Alan smiled and said to help. "Of course, if this guest leaves the tavern and gets into trouble, we won't interfere. At this point, Alan looked at Chinyu and said, this guy, do you still want to know the whereabouts of the Whitebeard pirates, the captain of the second team, ace of the Fire Fist? As the person in charge of a tavern, the first thing to do is to be smooth. After all, there are all kinds of powerful people and monsters hidden in this sea. It's not just a tavern that they are provoking. Of course, the people who opened the tavern also rely on major forces behind them. However, they don't want people to make trouble here as much as possible. At this moment, clarifying the pros and cons and making the rules clear is also to let Chinyu retreat. Let the Ranger Doma not make trouble here. Captain Doma, please be patient. The person behind this tavern is Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. A burly deputy couldn't help but speak first. Dad doesn't take the 7 warlords of the sea seriously, but at this time, it's better not to cause trouble for Captain Ace. On the sea, the 7 warlords of the sea, the 4 emperors, and the navy headquarters. It is known as the three-legged power, and the 4 emperors are not afraid of the 7 warlords of the sea. However, as one of the affiliated pirate groups, it is the most basic thing to avoid unnecessary disputes. After all, no one of the 4 emperors likes to bring a burden. Humph, big bald head, you better be careful. Ranger Doma snorted coldly, turned around and went back to the table. Watching the tense situation dissipate, the pirates watching the show still did not retract their eyes, wanting to see if Chinyu would leave with his tail between his legs. Brother, it seems that you can't buy this information today. Alan said with a smile. Why, don't you want to sell it to me? Chinyu turned his head and showed a confused look. Of course he knew why, but in order to better substitute the role of Saitama, he must control his personality well. At this moment, Chinyu realized that the system would not let Big Pie fall. He would rather play a person who likes to attack and kill. He didn't want to encounter this kind of natural character template. This is just fucking stupid. Asshole! Ranger Doma roared. However, he was quickly stopped by his deputy. Thinking of the rules of the tavern, Ranger Doma could only stare at Chinyu with a murderous look. I thought that Alan's words would make it difficult for this big bald man to retreat. I never expected that the other party didn't take it to heart at all. Brother, are you really determined? Alan had a headache. Looking at Chinyu with a silly face, he said, if you must know the whereabouts of Fire Fist Ace, you need 20 million Baileys. 20 million Baileys? Chinyu raised his eyebrows slightly. He never thought that as the captain of the second team, the information of Fire Fist Ace was so valuable. After all, the current ace has not yet revealed his identity as the son of Pirate King Roger. If even this identity background requires 20 million. Before that, Chinyu asked Xiaoqi for information many times in the Sabayati archipelago. How many hundreds of millions is it worth? Brother, don't be surprised. Judging from your expression, this is probably the first time you buy information. Alan explained lightly. After Ace the Fire Fist became the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, the bounty was worth 500 million Baileys. We charged you 20 million, which is a fair price. If you need anything afterwards, we can charge you less for the handling fee. However, I see that you don't have money. If you can't afford it, don't bother me. Chapter 742 A Hero Driven by Interest. I really don't have any money. Can I buy on credit? Chinyu said like a fool. Get out of here. Alan was stunned for a moment, and then spoke angrily. As the person in charge here, she has said everything she can to be nice. She never thought that the big bald man in front of her would listen to her in one ear and out the other. She didn't take it to heart at all. Is it not okay? Chinyu still went his own way, looking sullen, with no intention of leaving. According to Saitama himself in the original work, he has a big worry, which is the increasingly thin emotions. Because of the overwhelming invincibility, he could not feel fear, joy, tension, or anger. In order to become stronger, Saitama lost some of the most important things in life. You! Alan was so angry that he gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, someone come! Bang! The heavy door of the tavern was suddenly knocked open. A figure in a cloak first attracted everyone's attention. The stumbling posture and the black robe on his body had many holes. The dirty appearance showed that he was obviously being chased. I will use 20 million Baileys to find someone to protect me. The light voice was mixed with an inexplicable sense of anxiety. However, before anyone could respond, a loud laugh suddenly sounded outside the door. Haha, you beauty, you really haven't been far away. In the den of thieves, you paid the pirates to protect you. If the wolves here see you, I'm afraid they will not only take your money, but also your body. A burly man walked quickly outside the gate. His tendon muscles were as explosive as a rock. With a height of more than 2 meters, and the hideous scars on his face like centipedes. He looked extremely hideous when he was talking. Following closely behind the big man, there were dozens of pirate servants. This is the Hanyu pirates under the Big Mom pirates. How did they run here? Hanyu? Is it the Hanyu, the executioner who offered a bounty of 190 million and slaughtered thousands of people in the entire town and became famous? How did this girl provoke this guy? Look, this woman is too beautiful. The scene suddenly became lively again. In particular, someone glimpsed the skin under the cloak, which was as white jade. Her beautiful eyes flowed like water, with long light blue hair, red teeth and white lips, which was in harmony with the fragility of her face. It gave people a feeling of pity. This woman is no less than the Empress Hancock. Tisk, have you seen the Empress? I think she is more beautiful than the Empress. If I get this woman, I would be willing to die immediately. The scene suddenly became boiling. For the pirates in the tavern, it was just as Hanyu said. A woman who looks so beautiful suddenly broke into such a place. Let alone 20 million Baileys, I am afraid that even the person will be robbed. Haha, you girl, you made me chase you all over the sea for so long, and now you are still, just surrender to me. If you make me unhappy, I will share you with others. Han Niu laughed loudly and said, I forgot to tell you that I am one of the captains of the Big Mom pirates, one of the 4 emperors. No one dares to mess with us on this sea for you. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too beautiful. You don't stay at home and run out to the sea to cause trouble. You are a beauty who brings disaster. As soon as the voice fell, Hanyu laughed and reached out to grab the girl. The sudden scene made the girl's face pale, and she quickly stepped back. Unfortunately, in such a narrow tavern, there was no place to hide, and she hit the bar in an instant, completely cutting off her retreat. Looking at the pirates around her who were indifferent and just watching the show, the girl had only a sad smile on her face. She never thought that she would escape from that ghost place with difficulty. I thought I could breathe fresh and free air. In a blink of an eye, she fell directly into the pursuit of the pirates. Facing the big hand that reached out, the only thing she could do was to hold the dagger hidden under the cloak tightly. Although she was carrying a deep hatred, if she fell into the hands of these pirates, she was more willing to destroy the appearance of her face. Let these pirates lose interest in her. Of course, she also wanted to die. However, the great hatred she carried did not allow her to be so willful. Bang! The dull collision sound echoed instantly. The rough hand that attacked was directly grabbed by someone's wrist. The sudden scene made the girl's expression stagnate, and she hurriedly looked in the direction. The first thing that caught her eye was a big bald head. It was still the kind of thief. Yellow tights, red cloak, and a pair of salted fish-like drooping eyes, coupled with a dull face. This is definitely a passerby with a strong personality. At least, in the eyes of the girl, she could not feel the breath of a strong man in the big bald head in front of her. If there really was, I'm afraid it would have been perfectly destroyed by the big bald head. Is there really 20 million Baileys? Qin Yu asked the girl with that careless and completely unserious tone, looking at the side of his head. The drooping eyes fell on her, completely ignoring whose wrist was grabbed in his hand. Yes, yes. The girl looked at Qin Yu and couldn't come back to her senses, especially the big bald head, so she could only stammer back. Who are you? You are in the way, go to hell. Han Niu was startled at first, and then he roared angrily when he felt the pain in his wrist. He quickly drew out the big knife from his waist and slashed at Qin Yu with his backhand. The distance was so close that it was just a blink of an eye. Looking at this sudden attack, everyone's pupils suddenly shrank. Even the girl and Han Niu were no exception. Dang! A crisp collision sound suddenly sounded. Looking at the blade with cold light flowing, Qin Yu opened his mouth and bit it. The visual impact was so unexpected that people felt caught off guard. You ask who I am? Qin Yu bit the blade and said inarticulately, my name is Saitama, a hero out of interest. A hero out of interest? The pirates present were stunned. They never thought that Qin Yu would say such shameless words in public. Han Niu was stunned at first, then his face darkened and he roared angrily, "You bastard, since you want to be a hero, I will kill you first." "Kill me?" Qin Yu raised his eyebrows, and then a trace of seriousness appeared on his face. The snow-white teeth, under the sudden force, bit down. Bang! The sound of metal breaking suddenly sounded. The snow-white and shining blade, in full view of everyone, broke open. Chapter 743. It's boring to have overwhelming strength. Dang! The crisp sound of metal breaking suddenly echoed. Watching Qin Yu bite the sharp blade into pieces with his teeth alone, the pirates present were stunned. This mouth of teeth is too much, even the blade can be bitten into pieces. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who would be willing to believe that all this is true? Are you going to get out of here, or let me do it? Qin Yu spat out the broken blade in his mouth and looked at Han Niu nonchalantly. Crazy! The pirates present suddenly woke up. Looking at the careless Qin Yu with his eyes drooping like a dead fish, there was a hint of interest on his face. Qin Yu bit the big knife into pieces, which really gave them an inexplicable visual impact. However, this does not mean that they are optimistic about Qin Yu. On the contrary, they want to see the scene of Qin Yu being killed by Han Niu. Humph, he is indeed an ignorant guy. If you provoke Han Niu, you will not be as easy to talk to. Ranger Knight Doma snorted coldly and said, "But if this big bald guy really knows Captain Ace, let him suffer a little." Doma was unhappy with Qin Yu, but it was mainly reflected in his attitude of not taking anything seriously. If Captain Ace in their hearts is implicated now, the Ranger Knights still can't stand idly by. "Okay, what an arrogant idiot, since you insist on interfering in my affairs, I will let you know why I can join the Big Mom Pirates." Han Niu roared. After a violent roar from the depths of his throat, the body, which was originally more than 2 meters long, suddenly swelled to 3 meters when the muscles and bones made a crisp sound. Dark and dense skin, a pair of huge horns and wide-open eyes. His whole body exuded a tearful killing aura. His scarlet eyes turned in vain, staring at Qin Yu with a condescending attitude, and said in a deep voice, "Little ghost, you see this captain like this, are you scared? If you are scared, why don't you kneel on the ground and beg for mercy quickly? If your attitude is good enough, I can consider leaving you a whole body." As soon as these words fell, everyone's eyes turned and locked on Qin Yu. Even the girl was no exception. At least, in their eyes, in terms of momentum, the big bald head in front of them was obviously crushed by the big black bull. "Excuse me, are you done?" Qin Yu raised his dead fish eyes slightly and looked at the sight casually. "You were scolding me just now, this matter can't be solved by an apology. Take my ordinary punch." The words that came out of his mouth gave people an inexplicable and weird feeling of emphasis. The taste was like a child playing house. Even Han Niu, who was full of anger, was stunned for a moment. He looked at Qin Yu, who relaxed his arm muscles as if nothing had happened. Before everyone could react, Qin Yu threw a punch. An ordinary punch. The move was just like the name, this punch was too ordinary. In the eyes of most people, there was no domineering, no lightning and fire, and no dazzling special effects. Some were like children playing house. It felt like a little girl throwing a little pink fist when she was bullied. The power was absolutely pale and powerless. However, these messy thoughts just flashed through their minds. Puff! A punch! The air flowing in the entire space seemed to be stirred. With Qin Yu as the center, an invisible hurricane formed and rolled out. Boom! A thunder-like air explosion sound came. That ordinary and plain fist landed on Han Niu's body. Bang! The violent breath rushed out with a devastating force. Wherever it passed, the huge body of the drought bull was quickly twisted by the accumulation. The next moment, the whole body, in full view of everyone, exploded. No matter the blood or anything else. Even the dozen pirates standing behind him were also enveloped by the air pressure of the fist. It was as if they were washed and thrown away by an invisible air column. The doors of the taverns, walls, the ground, and everything else along the way. It rushed straight to the rock wall hundreds of meters away. Accompanied by the deafening explosion, the rock mountain of more than 10 meters was shattered. It turned into dust flying all over the sky, and fell like a rainstorm. Looking at that, it was as if it was crushed by a fist, and a tunnel with a diameter of 3 or 4 meters and a depth of about 1 or 2 meters was crushed. All the pirates present, including Alan, the owner of the bar, were also scalped. In their previous thoughts, this seemingly ordinary punch was completely a little sister's pink fist. Acting like a spoiled child is fine. Killing people is simply a luxury. However, the scene before their eyes completely overturned their cognition. The power of a punch directly smashed the 190 million bounty of the drought bowl into pieces. Dozens of pirates were thrown out, and the rocks hundreds of meters away were also smashed by a punch. Looking at the deep ditch that spread from the tavern to hundreds of meters away. This is simply a shocking feeling. At this moment, they felt that their scalps were about to explode. Is this still an ordinary person? Is this still a stupid idiot? This is a human-shaped beast. Who can block an ordinary punch? Especially the Knight Doma who threatened to teach Chinyu a lesson a moment ago. At this moment, his spine was chilled. He is indeed 30 million more than the 190 million bounty of the drought bowl. The dry bowl did not take the enemy seriously, and did not even use the armament haki. But facing the shocking blow just now, Ranger Doma was convinced. Even if he used the armament haki, I am afraid he would not dare to really go hard, such a terrifying ordinary punch. Looking at Chinyu who was staring at her fist as if he was in a trance, the girl could not help but stammered, "You, what are you thinking about? Don't worry, I will give you the reward." "What are you looking at?" Chinyu glanced at the girl with his dead fish eyes and said, "I just think that it is boring to have overwhelming strength." The small voice, at this moment, seemed to be infused with magic sound, echoing in the tavern for a long time and could not be dispersed. The expressions of the people present instantly became stiff. Looking at Chinyu's red cloak and the shiny big bald head. At this moment, the only thought in their hearts. This humanoid beast in front of them is too damn annoying. However, thinking of the terrifying shockwave of the fist. The thoughts that just emerged in the minds of the people present were instantly dissipated with the wind of the fist and dissipated in the void. Hundreds and thousands of eyes were locked on Chinyu, eager to see what actions this human-shaped beast would take. "You, why are you staring at me?" The girl was obviously not used to Chinyu's dead fish eyes and couldn't help asking. "If you want me, I will scream." "Scream?" Chinyu frowned and said, "Are you going to default on your debt? Although I don't hate this kind of people, I'm short of money now, please pay the bill first." Chapter 744 Is this considered an unknown person? Money. The people present could not help but stand there in a daze. In their eyes, facing such a beautiful woman, they should rob her of her money and her body. Now Chinyu only wants money. This is too saintly. However, there is no way to do this, not to mention that Chinyu does not like to take advantage of others. In the original One Punch Man, Saitama has overwhelming invincible strength. However, in his subconscious, he still likes to be an ordinary citizen who abides by the law. It's just that this citizen is a bit casual. Do you want Bailey? I'll give it to you now." The girl came to her senses and quickly took out the Bailey deposit slip hidden in her body. "Here are 20 million Baileys." "Thank you." Chinyu took the deposit slip. This is the bill proof that ordinary people deposit Baileys in banks in the pirate world. Of course, there are also underground black markets that run this kind of business. However, for pirates, it is safer to keep money in their own hands. More pirates are keen to dig a pit, draw a treasure map, and hide the treasure until they die. If there is no such trend, the pirate King Roger would have no way to fool a large group of people out to sea with his mouth when he was dying. Empty words without evidence. The first person to fool the world. Is it enough here? Chinyu's dead fish eyes turned and looked at Alan. Looking at the outside of the tavern, a punch flattened people and rocks hundreds of meters away. Alan's long legs under the high-cut short skirt had already shaken like a sieve. The bright and charming face also turned a little pale because of fear. If I knew earlier that the big bald man with an idiotic face in front of me had such strength, Alan would never think about the 20 million Baileys. She believed that with her small body, let alone a punch, I'm afraid she couldn't even withstand half a punch. Little brother, please forgive me. My young master appreciates you very much. For a person as powerful as you, I will not give you these 20 million Baileys. Alan hurried backstage, took out an envelope and handed it to Chinyu. This is the area where Fire Fist Ace was active 3 days ago. You can go and see it, but I can't be sure if he is still there. He may have left. Take these 20 million Baileys back. Okay. Chinyu accepted it with a smile. In the original work, Saitama was a person who wanted to save even the money for a bowl of rice. It is better not to spend if you can. Didn't you ask me to wait for you when I left? After Qin Yu put away the things, he glanced at the Ranger Doma with his dead fish eyes. This glance made everyone present shudder. Even the Ranger Doma's spine was full of chills. The monkey squatting on his shoulder rolled his eyes and fell to the ground happily. Thinking of the harsh words just now, Ranger Doma forced a stiff smile on his face and hurriedly said, "Brother, you heard it wrong. I just said I'll take you out. When you see Captain Ace, please say hello to us." Looking at the Ranger Doma, who had a bounty of 230 million and was a member of the Whitebeard pirate group, who was so domineering just now. The people present didn't dare to laugh at his cowardly look. After all, looking at the deep ditch outside and the dry bowl that was hit by a punch and left no residue, no one really dared to bet on the difference of 30 million bounty. Qin Yu's eyes drooped, and he looked back at the Ranger Doma indifferently, waving his hand and saying, "No, I don't like this kind of social etiquette. What if I have to treat you to hot pot next time we meet? If nothing else, I'll leave first. By the way, the group of people just now died, and his pirate ship should be useless. Now it's mine, and I can save a lot of money." Looking at Qin Yu, who turned around and left like a miser, muttering about money. The girl was slightly startled, looked back at the others, and quickly followed. Seeing the back of the humanoid beast disappear in front of her, Alan was relieved, and quickly sat on the ground, and hurriedly took out the Den Den Mushi. Facing Qin Yu's sudden appearance, he also made a big fuss in the tavern. Even the pirates under the Big Mom Pirates, one of the 4 emperors, were directly killed by a punch. This kind of thing happened within the scope of her tavern. She must report to the 7 warlords of the sea, Doflamingo, who was relied on behind the scenes. "Sister Alan, are we going to keep an eye on him?" A servant stepped forward and asked. For them, Qin Yu's punch just now was shocking. The pirate with a bounty of 190 million baileys was smashed into slag by a punch. However, behind Han Niu was Charlotte Linlin, one of the 4 emperors. If the 4 emperors really pursued it, for an intelligence tavern like Alan, as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Doflamingo, in order to avoid conflict with the 4 emperors, might abandon them directly. Once that time comes, there is only one way to die waiting for them. It is for this reason that Alan must do what he can to maximize his chances of survival. If he can grasp Qin Yu's next whereabouts, it would be great. However, once Qin Yu finds out about their tracking, if he gets angry at them, the fate waiting for them is probably 1 punch. If 1 punch can't solve them, then 2 punches will come. Alan doesn't believe that he can withstand it. "Sister Alan, what should we do? If we go too late, we might lose you," the servant said anxiously. He asked hurriedly. "Follow me first. I will report this matter to Lord Doflamingo and see how to deal with it next. If it doesn't work, we will not work on this island for the time being." Alan suppressed the uneasiness in her heart and said with gritted teeth. She never thought that she would run a tavern on this island for such a long time. She would encounter a crazy man who didn't care about his life and fought with the people of the 4 emperors on his own territory. However, the strength shown by Qin Yu was very strong. But Alan knew clearly that behind Han Niu, the 4 emperors had even stronger abilities. After weighing the pros and cons again and again, Alan still made a decision. "By the way, have you checked the bounty board just now? Did you find out how much the bounty for this bald guy is? He can't be an unknown person if he can smash a pirate with a bounty of 190 million into pieces with 1 punch. No, that guy's strange clothes and a big bald head are so special. If there is really a bounty, we would have discovered it long ago. It seems that the guy is an unknown person." The scene was boiling all of a sudden. However, when people heard the word unknown person, they couldn't help but be stunned. The power of a punch can kill a pirate with a bounty of 190 million. If this is also considered an unknown person, then are they still pirates? Chapter 745. It's very expensive to let me do things. Little brother, can you wait for me?" The girl looked at the big bald head in front of her and couldn't hold back. The phrase "beauty is a disaster" is not wrong no matter in which world. Especially with her beauty, who can overwhelm the whole country with 1 smile. It is even more of a disaster for the country and the people. If you are not careful, you will follow someone with less strength. I am afraid that you will definitely become a jinx who will die with whoever you follow. Especially, looking at the covetous eyes along the way. The girl knew clearly that the thief bright bald man in front of her should be the one who made her the safest. At least, this guy is a self-proclaimed hero. Since ancient times, heroes have been paired with beauties. Ah! The girl quickly put this excessive fantasy idea out of her mind. Holding her cheeks with both hands, she didn't see that the figure in front of her stopped at all. He bumped into it all of a sudden. Bang! The squeeze in her arms made the girl couldn't help but let out a soft cry, and the cloak covering her was also lifted by the wind. For a moment, her blue hair fell to her waist, and her white jade skin matched her cherry red lips. In an instant, it attracted the pirates roaming around. Looking at a beautiful woman, she was actually stuck on a big bald head. These male creatures all screamed and roared. Dozens or even hundreds of people rushed to the dock. In their eyes, this alien with such eccentric clothes was accompanied by a beautiful woman. It was a complete waste. No. It should be said that this was a gift from God to them. It was worth living 10 years less to have such a stunning beauty by their side. You are too noisy and hinder us from talking. Also, you are blocking my way. Qin Yu looked back at the people rushing in front of him. It was a soft punch. Bang! The air seemed to be pierced, and the wind and waves flowing around suddenly stopped. The next moment, as the fist was swung out, it turned into a violent wave-like impact, crushing the dozens of people who were attacking. Boom! The rock floor of the dock collapsed with a sound. The pirates along the way were directly crushed by the shock wave, and the ships anchored on the coast in the distance were also blown to pieces. They turned into debris all over the sky and scattered on the sea. As for the pirates, they had long disappeared. All that was left was a mess. Another punch to clear the field. The girl was stunned. No. It should be said that she almost suspected that her eyes were about to burst. Such a crazy attack, and such a powerful strength. If you don't trademark see it with your own eyes, who would be willing to believe that all this is true? The pirates rushing around were all stunned. Under Qin Yu trademark's dead fish eyes, they covered their cheeks directly. It felt like they were afraid that they would pollute Qin Yu trademark's vision if they looked a little shabby. Invited a punch in the air. In particular, the 3 servants who followed them had already collapsed on the ground, and they felt a little inexplicably wet under their crotch. In their eyes. This guy must have discovered that he was being followed, so he deliberately used force to warn them. This guy must not follow. Thinking of this, the 3 servants rolled and crawled and hid aside. Kojiki Hiri, why are you following me? Qin Yu looked back at the girl without any spirit. It seemed that he didn't care about the punch just now. As for the origin of the girl in front of him, he had already recognized her. You know me. Kojiki Hiri's expression suddenly changed drastically. He quickly took a half step back and looked at the man in front of him. In her eyes, she secretly escaped from Wano country. She drifted here with the ship, and even the people of Orakai just thought she was missing. No one knew that she would come to the new world. However, Qin Yu was able to reveal her identity in one word. This made Kojiki Hiri's heart tighten. She thought that going to sea was an easy thing. It was a way to help her get revenge as soon as possible. I never expected that we would be attacked by sea kings as soon as we left Wano country. The kappa on the ship fell into the water and disappeared. She was chased by pirates all the way and fled here. If she hadn't been rescued by a guy who claimed to be a hero, she would have been killed by a group of big men. She thought that was the only sense of security she could get. But as soon as he opened his mouth, he pointed out her origins. This undoubtedly made Hiri Kojiki completely confused. Could it be that he was planning to do something bad to her? If there was a regret pill in this world, Hiri Kojiki would rather hide in Wano country and be a dancer. Revenge. This is too difficult. What's wrong, are you scared? Then I'm leaving. Qin Yu glanced at Hiri Kojiki, then turned around and left. In the original work, Saitama's personality originally hated those roundabout conversations. Even when he met Genos for the first time, Genos opened his mouth to sell his misery and planned to let Saitama accept him as his apprentice. It was also directly limited to be summarized within 20 words. Since Qin Yu has a plan, he will use the improvement of Saitama's character template to increase the turbulence value of this world and unlock the Samsara Eye as soon as possible. Qin Yu will better integrate into Saitama, this character template. Especially starting from the details. Ah! Looking at Qin Yu who turned around and left, there was no gesture of nostalgia at all. The fear and worry in Kojiki Hiri's heart felt like a punch on cotton. A moment ago, she was still thinking that Qin Yu's words revealing her identity were intended to do something bad. From this scene, it seems that she is probably thinking too much, right? especially, looking at Chinyu's careless expression. This made Kojiki Hiri a little suspicious, whether he had become tanned and ugly during the days of drifting on the sea. Chi. Mr. Saitama, please don't be impulsive. Kojiki Hiri gritted his teeth and quickly chased after him. I don't know why you know my name, but I believe you have no ill will towards me. If possible, I hope to entrust you to take me to see a guy called Skeleton Demon in Escanor. I am carrying a blood feud, this is my last chance. Meet me? Chinyu's steps were stagnant, and he turned back and looked at Kojiki Hiri without any spirit and said, It's very expensive to let me do things, do you have Bailey? Bailey? Kojiki Hiri was stunned. She was telling the deep hatred with full blood. I thought that a woman carrying such a heavy burden and shouting out with a sad and angry attitude would definitely get the sympathy of the world. This is also the usual means of Kojiki Hiri to deceive people in Wano country. In the original work, she made several upper-class old men living in the Flower City willingly spend all their wealth for her with just a few tears. Everyone bowed under her pomegranate skirt. It has always been men who spend money on her. She never thought that one day, a man would ask her to take out her wallet. Chapter 746 Letter from Red Hair. What's wrong? Don't you have Bailey? Chinyu asked with a raised eyebrow. Kojiki Hiri quickly reacted and said in a hurry, The Bailey just now is all I have. If you are willing to take me to see them, I can agree to any of your requests. At this point, Kojiki Hiri bit her red lips and showed a look of fearlessness. She also tried her best to be fierce. She knew clearly that in addition to the wealth outside the body, women also have one more wealth than men. As long as this wealth can be used properly, no man can escape from her palm. Although the onlookers around were hiding hundreds of meters away and were not too clear about the content of the conversation. However, after seeing Kojiki Hiri's extremely tempting behavior, they couldn't help but swallow their saliva subconsciously. In their eyes, if they were asked to choose, I will definitely choose to push it down. By the way, I really have something for you to do. Chinyu took out a piece of red cloth and handed it to Hiri Kojiki, saying, Help me sew this pirate flag and hang it on the mast. If we go out to sea without a pirate flag as a talisman, it will cause a lot of trouble. Looking at the strange flag that was thrown directly into his hand, which looked like blood, Hiri Kojiki subconsciously looked at it, but he couldn't see his toes when he lowered his head. That indescribable part. It should still be so firm, so upturned, and so elastic. He subconsciously touched his face, which should still be very elastic and silky. Chi. Mr. Saitama, is it that simple? Hiri Kojiki couldn't help asking. Simple? Chinyu's eyes drooped, he touched his chin and thought for a while, then said, You think too much, it's not that easy for me to take you to see those scary guys. Next, you have to wash clothes and cook. That's all for now. If there are no other problems, it's getting late, and I have to chase someone. After saying this, Chinyu turned around and left without any energy. Looking at the big bald head going away. Listening to the first half of the conversation, Kojiki Hiri thought that the man in front of her must be as superficial as ordinary men and would do something unspeakable to her. She never thought that the gap was too big. This undoubtedly made Kojiki Hiri seriously doubt whether she had grown up ugly. There was also an absurd thought in her mind, she would rather the big bald head in front of her do it to her roughly. Well, what? She didn't want to be ignored for her capital of charming thousands of men. However, she thought about it, and this shameful thought was immediately annihilated as soon as it emerged in Gwanjiao Hiri's mind. Seeing Chinyu boarding the ship by himself, she didn't have time to think about it and quickly chased after him. As Chinyu left, the spectators present finally felt relieved and sat on the ground. In particular, looking at the messy dock and the ship that was bombed to pieces. It made their nerves even more tense. The power of a punch is so terrifying. This is definitely not an unknown person. Red pirate flag. This piece of blood red cloth, is it also considered a pirate flag? How can it not be considered a pirate flag? As long as we can find a way to confirm his identity and origin, it's okay even if he uses a colorful pirate flag. Let's go back and report to Sister Alan quickly. This big bald head who suddenly appeared is really scary. Accompanied by the three servants returning to the tavern. What happened on the dock was fully revealed. Whether it was Alan, the person in charge of the tavern, or Night Ranger Doma, who stayed here on purpose to get more new information, and other pirates. His face changed drastically in an instant. Another punch to kill, this is too simple and crude. It is even more terrifying than those fancy moves. No, I have to inform my father and Captain Ace about this immediately. Night Ranger Doma grabbed the Den Mushi in his hand. As for the pirates of other forces in the huge tavern, they also carried out similar operations. In the New World, in the Terra Sea near Beehive Island, the huge Moby Dick is parked on the sea. A smaller pirate ship is parked next to it. The pirate flag flying on it is from the New World, and it has recently become famous. The pirate ship where Allen's, the rookie king of the North Sea, with a bounty of 150 million, is located. As a newcomer, he can set foot on the deck of the Moby Dick, which is known as the stronghold of the Whitebeard pirates. For many pirates on the sea, this is simply a special honor. A young man in his 20s, wearing a noble costume and a full head of blonde hair, jumped down with a sword and landed on the deck of the Moby Dick. In fact, as the rookie king of the North Sea, Allen's, with a bounty of only 150 million, is not qualified to contact the Whitebeard pirates at all, let alone direct contact. If Allen's had not been tasked by red-haired Shanks, who is also one of the 4 emperors, this time, I am afraid that his pirate ship would be sunk directly into the sea by the pirate forces to which Whitebeard belongs as soon as it appeared in this sea area. Although, this time he came to send a letter to Redbeard. It seems that it is a bit embarrassing to let the rookie king with a bounty of 150 million. However, Allen's knew clearly that this was just the threshold to join the red-haired pirates. Compared with the other 4 emperors, the pirate route taken by red-haired Shanks is the elite mode, just like the former pirate king Roger. There is no fixed territory, only a petty temper that intervenes randomly. It seems that this time Allen's was asked to send a letter to persuade Whitebeard to let Fire Fist Ace stop chasing Blackbeard Teach. When he thought of this, Allen's, who had just stood firm, couldn't help but look up at Whitebeard. Humph, that stinky boy Redhair has really become arrogant. He asked a loser to deliver a letter to me. Does he look down on me, Whitebeard? Whitebeard snorted first. The thunderous voice, as if mixed with endless power, rushed straight into Allen's mind. The violent domineering aura lurking in Whitebeard's body exploded directly like a raging tide. It turned into an invisible storm, and rushed towards Allen's with a crushing posture. Bang! Allen's, who had just stepped onto the deck and stood firm, suddenly became painful. His shoulders sank, and the whole person seemed to be crushed by an invisible Titan. In full view of the public, with a bang, he knelt directly on the ground. The painful expression and the hands holding the neck gave people an illusion of drowning. Chapter 747 Whitebeard's Plan. Bang! A dull crash echoed on the deck. Allen's, who was in the strong domineering aura, slammed his hands heavily on the deck to support his whole body. The feeling of difficulty in breathing made Allen's face flushed. According to this situation, in just a few seconds, he would be hit by the domineering aura and fainted due to lack of oxygen. For Allen's, who always thinks highly of himself as the rookie king of the North Sea, when has he ever experienced this feeling? He didn't even encounter it when he joined the Red Hair Pirates. You can't kill me, otherwise our captain will never give up. Allen's raised his head with difficulty and spit out these words between his teeth. This is his first mission in the New World. He doesn't want to be buried here before he becomes famous in the New World. Humph, arrogant brat, even if your captain is here, you wouldn't dare to talk to me like this. I'll give him a small punishment today. If he wants to meddle in other people's business, let him do it himself. Whitebeard roared. He swung his hand back and forth, and the sound of breaking through the air was mixed with a powerful shock. Ripples. Boom! The invisible impact, like a crushing gesture, rushed directly towards Allen's. With the dull sound of collision, Allen's was thrown out like a sandbag. The huge impact force directly took him hundreds of meters away. He fell headfirst on the sea. Captain Allen's. On the nearby pirate ship, a group of servants witnessed this scene, and their expressions suddenly changed drastically. I thought that being able to replace the 4 emperors' red hair Shanks and send a letter to the Whitebeard pirates would definitely be treated with courtesy. For a pirate group like them who had just set foot in the New World, this was a highlight moment. However, no one expected that the result would be so different from what they imagined. They offered a reward of more than 100 million, and Allen's, known as the new king of the North Sea, would be swept out by someone. However, they were angry in their hearts, but they were facing the dignified Whitebeard, the head of the 4 emperors. They dared to be angry but did not dare to speak. The only thing they could do was to bite the bullet and quickly fish out their captain. Looking at the pirate ship sailing away quickly, Marco frowned, looked at the letters scattered on the deck, and said, "Dad, you seem to be in a bad mood today. Then do you still want to read this letter?" "Read?" Whitebeard snorted coldly and said, "What else is there to see?" "Red hair, that bastard, asked a newcomer to deliver a letter to me, which means he doesn't take me seriously at all. Don't forget, Ace is the son of that guy, and he has the ability of the flame fruit. During Rayleigh's training, he has initially mastered the use of the three-color domineering. In this case, he will be the leader among the newcomers. Teach, that guy, dared to kill Thatch, that would break the rules of the ship. If his head cannot be brought back, who on this sea will abide by the rules set by me, Whitebeard?" The stern voice, like a magic sound, echoed on the sea for a long time and could not dissipate. The doubt between the words made Marco swallow the words that were on the tip of his tongue. "Dad, why don't you let me go with Ace, so that there will be one more person to take care of him?" Flower Sword Vista spoke first. "That guy Titch has been patient on the ship for so long, and now he is making trouble. So many of us didn't see it. Let Ace be responsible for Thatch's death alone. This is probably unreasonable." "Dad, Vista is right," Jaws couldn't help but say. Seeing that many captains on the ship showed their agreement, Whitebeard's face sank and said, "I know you are worried about Ace. But it was he who proposed to chase Teach. The wind and waves are getting bigger in this sea. If Ace wants to rise again, he must need a stepping stone." At this point, a gleam of light flashed in the depths of Whitebeard's turbid eyes, and he said, "Teach killed Thatch at this critical moment. If Ace can bring him back single-handedly, he can not only defend the rules of our ship, but also make his reputation famous again. At that time, Ace will have the possibility to compete with other sea powers and truly take up the banner of Whitebeard." As soon as these words fell, the huge deck fell into silence. They also knew Whitebeard's thoughts very well. However, in their eyes, Teach could tolerate under their noses for so long before showing his claws. This ability is not comparable to ordinary people. "Okay, I know what you are worried about. In this sea, as long as those guys don't take action personally, Ace can still win. If there is any unexpected situation, it is not a problem to retreat unscathed." Whitebeard sighed. "Don't forget, it has been rumored on the sea recently that there may be a hidden force behind the skeleton demon, which is even more powerful than Morgan's and the Rocks pirates in the past. Dad, do you believe these speculations?" Marco's expression changed slightly. They also paid attention to the report that was circulated on the sea. In particular, this so-called force that can rival the Rocks pirates suddenly emerged with two lunatics who rose in a short period of time. The arrogant and overwhelming means. It also provided a trace of evidence for this unfounded speculation. "Marco, you are still too young." Whitebeard raised his head and took a sip of wine, saying, "Now it's not a question of whether to believe or not. On the contrary, these guys may threaten the inherent old order of the sea. If we don't change in time, once they rise, we will be passive. Don't forget that when we first met the skeleton demon, he planned the jailbreak in the Impel City prison. At the beginning, this matter was subject to many speculations from the outside world, and it was impossible to figure out how he did it, but now it seems that everything may be explained." At this point, Whitebeard patted Marco on the shoulder. "You don't need to worry too much about Ace. After several failures, he has become more calm and reliable. I believe that in this sea, as long as those guys don't lower their status to attack, Ace will never lose. If those guys really attack, we, the family, will be Ace's strongest backing." "Yes. Dad is right. If those guys dare to interfere in this matter and attack Ace, we will kill them all." Jaws was the first to echo in a deep voice. The other captains also raised their arms and shouted. When facing the word family, this is Whitebeard. The fundamental idea that the sun has been brainwashing them with. Chapter 748. This face does not match the strength. Looking at the people who suddenly became morale boosted, Whitebeard smiled with relief. There is no better feeling than being called Dad by others. "Okay, let's continue the banquet and celebrate in advance for Ace's ability to bring Teach back." Whitebeard grabbed the huge wine plate beside him and laughed. The slightly depressing atmosphere was dissipated in an instant. Even Marco, who was tense and calm, breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to pick up the bottle of wine beside him, a rapid call from the Den Mushi sounded. "Moshi Moshi, this is Doma, requesting a call from Captain Marco." Emergency call! Emergency call! The sudden sound of the den mushi made the atmosphere, which had been slightly relieved, disappear in an instant. Everyone's eyes turned in unison and locked on Marco. As the vice-captain on Whitebeard's ship, Marco is the strongest and also the direct leader of the subordinate pirate groups under the command. Those subordinate pirate groups, once something critical happens, the first person they can contact is Marco. Then Marco will connect with Whitebeard. Looking at the den mushi that keeps calling in his hand, Marco subconsciously looks at Whitebeard. Answer it first and see what's going on with Doma. He seems to be active near Kaido's waters recently. It's possible that Kaido, that bastard, is shameless again. Whitebeard said with a gloomy face. When he thought of the battle between the Navy supernova Laxus and Kaido of Beasts not long ago. For Whitebeard, who is also one of the 4 emperors and was born in the Rocks Pirates, this is simply a shame. Yes. Marco nodded in response, and immediately connected the den mushi, saying, Doma, this is Marco. What happened that made you use the emergency contact den mushi? Is it related to Kaido, the beast? As soon as the call was connected, Marco obviously got straight to the point. In such an emergency contact at this critical juncture, any delay would cause variables in the overall situation. Captain Marco, is Daddy here? Doma hurriedly said, I was resting on Us Island. However, I just met a strange guy who claimed to know Captain Ace. Not only was he arrogant and looked down on everyone, he also punched the Big Mom Pirates' 190 million bounty of the Drought Bowl into pieces. This punch also flattened the land within hundreds of meters and smashed the huge rock wall mountain at the end. Now this guy has gone to sea after getting the information about Captain Ace's whereabouts. According to the information provided by the spy, this guy captured the ship of the Drought Bowl Pirates and replaced it with a strange blood-red flag without any patterns or designs on it. The hurried voice seemed a bit annoying. Facing Doma's narration, the expressions of the people present couldn't help but change. A moment ago, Whitebeard analyzed the situation of the sea very well. He also threatened to eliminate other threats for Ace. They had never thought that before they could digest this. A guy of unknown origin had already appeared, looking for Ace's whereabouts and chasing him. According to this calculation, will it affect Ace's pursuit of Teach? When they thought of this, everyone's eyes turned and fell on Whitebeard. Facing such an unknown opponent, their nerves were undoubtedly tightened. Doma, is that person, the arrogant Sin Escanor who has been making trouble in the Holy Land of Marijoa recently? Marco asked first. Facing this sudden appearance, a pirate with a bounty of 190 million was smashed to pieces with one punch. In Marco's mind, the madman Escanor first appeared. In order to save a woman, he went to make trouble in the island of Silpha and the Holy Land of Marijoa. If they hadn't heard it with their own ears, they wouldn't believe that someone was so crazy. Moreover, if it was Escanor, Marco might be able to use this incident to test the den mushi left by the skeleton demon. Is there any relationship between the two of them? No, not Escanor, the sin of pride. Doma explained hurriedly, this guy wears strange clothes, looks careless, has no spirit, has a big bald head, and claims that his hobby is to be a hero. Big bald head? The people present were stunned. They have been on this sea for a long time, and each of them has their own experience. They have also met many powerful people. However, facing Doma's description, these characteristics and strengths, fighting methods, etc., are completely different from what they know, and they can't find the existence that meets these conditions. There are photos coming. Marco raised his eyebrows and looked at the photos spit out from the den mushi. That dead fish eye, and the careless expression on the face, coupled with the banana costume and big bald head. That kind of visual impact directly made everyone in the field, even Whitebeard, stunned. In their eyes, the existence of this kind of person has nothing to do with the strength in their minds. Doma, did you take the wrong photo? Marco couldn't help asking. The people present also nodded silently, showing an eager look. Even Whitebeard was no exception. In their eyes, the face and strength don't match. Captain Marco, I also think this is a wrong photo, but this guy really looks like a fool. Doma said with a wry smile. However, his strength is really strong. He made 2 shots in total, and the results were the same. It feels like he hasn't used his full strength yet. Next, Doma sent 2 more photos. They were the dock and the land outside the tavern. Looking at the messy land that seemed to have even scraped off a layer of the ground, everyone's pupils shrank slightly. Of course, in their eyes, many people present could also do this kind of powerful destruction. But suddenly, a bald man with such strength and unknown expression appeared on the sea. This undoubtedly made them tense. After all, this way of origin is too similar to the skeleton demon in Escanor. "Dad, what should we do now?" Marco spoke first. "Do we need someone to stop him?" As for the pursuit of Teach, everyone present knew that this was a training and stepping stone arranged by Whitebeard for Ace. However, now a big bald man of unknown origin suddenly appeared. This undoubtedly ruined Whitebeard's plan. Looking at the photo of Saitama with a dead fish and drooping eyes in his hand, Whitebeard's face sank and said, "Jaws, you go there in person. If possible, don't alarm Ace and don't let him know that we are intervening in this matter, otherwise it will damage his confidence." Chapter 749 Can you tell me the trick to become stronger? At the same time, when Whitebeard received the report from the Ranger Doma. New World, Dressrosa. One of the 7 warlords of the sea, as the king of Dressrosa, Doflamingo is also known as the king of the underworld clown. Just like Geu lying down, he was slumped on the beach chair in front of the palace swimming pool. A flamingo feather cape fell to the ground, and many family warriors gathered here. Facing the gaze of the crowd, Doflamingo didn't care at all. Looking at the Den Mushi in his hand, he said, "Alan, the guy you are talking about is not only related to the Whitebeard pirates and Fire Fist Ace, but also killed the Drought Bull with a bounty of 190 million with one punch. This strange guy has no information and origin in the intelligence network, just like those 2 guys." As soon as these words fell, the expressions of the family cotters present changed slightly. After all, during this period of time, the sea, which had already established default rules and gameplay, was disrupted one after another by these unknown guys. Under Morgan's bold guess, all these topics were pushed to the peak. At this moment, in this sensitive period, a guy with an unknown origin and good strength suddenly appeared. Undoubtedly beyond their cognition. "Young master, do you also think that this kind of person really comes from a hidden huge force?" Diamante, wearing a red cloak, spoke first. Let everyone look at Doflamingo in unison. From the beginning, they used the family as a team, looking for a person with ambition and strong potential, and respected him as the young master. Want to make their group stronger. After meeting Doflamingo later, this wish was undoubtedly realized. At the same time, it made the Don Quixote family grow to be second only to the 4 emperors. Among the 7 warlords of the sea, few people can match them. Haha, don't be too nervous. Compared with our Don Quixote family, once this kind of guy with unknown origin appears, I believe those big guys will be even more impatient. Doflamingo laughed dryly and threw the photo away with his backhand. What we need to do now is to wait for a result. The rise of a skeleton demon may be a misunderstanding, and the appearance of Escanor, the sin of pride, may be a coincidence. However, remember that there are not so many misunderstandings and coincidences in this world. If this new idiot can also show shocking strength, it means that there is a terrifying force hidden in this sea, which will open the gate and release the terrifying guys into the sea. At this point, Doflamingo showed a teasing smile on his face. By that time, this sea will not be at peace. As soon as these words fell, the faces of everyone in the field changed drastically. Treble, with a bunch of snot in his nose, couldn't help but said, "Young master, what should we do next? Do we need to make arrangements in advance?" "Arrange in advance?" Doflamingo raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "Violet and Gladius, you 2 go there. If possible, I hope you can invite him to our Dressrosa as a guest. If there is a chance, you can also find an opportunity to eliminate him, but the premise is that it must be done with certainty and without anyone noticing." After leaving these words, Violet's expression changed and she said in a hurry, "Young master." However, before she finished speaking, Doflamingo had already raised his head and said, "Don't worry, I suddenly asked you to go on a mission, of course I won't do anything to that girl. Just this time, go to meet this guy named Saitama, I want to confirm whether there will be any traces of the skeleton demon and Escanor in the sea near him. Your staring fruit can see through people's hearts, maybe you can get the guy's heart. The secrets hidden in it can also detect all the scenes within a radius of 4,000 kilometers. If this matter can be figured out as soon as possible, I believe that many major forces and even the Navy headquarters will want to trade with me." As soon as these words fell, many people in the field immediately brightened their eyes. "Young master, you can think of this kind of deal, which is really beyond our reach." Toribel took the lead in flattering with a nasal tone. Looking at this scene, Goodillos didn't say anything more and turned away directly. Violet, let's go, I hope you don't hold me back, otherwise I don't mind blowing you to death. Violet came back to her senses in silence, looked at Doflamingo again, and quickly chased after him. At the same time, in Wangguo, a huge pirate ship also sailed out of the port and headed towards the sea where Qin Yu was. As one of the 4 emperors, Charlotte Linlin didn't even care about the life and death of her own children. Not to mention, it was the so-called affiliated pirate group. However, a guy of unknown origin killed his men. The most important thing is that this ship is responsible for transporting a lot of candy. For Charlotte Linlin, who has bulimia, only food can't let her down. With the actions of the 3 forces, the entire sea experienced the turmoil of the skeleton demon, Laxus, Escanor, and others in a short period of time. Undoubtedly, the rules of the old era were disrupted. What's more, the speculation from the big news Morgans has become an invisible pusher. 3 days later, in the sea area in the first half of the Grand Line, a pirate ship with a red flag flying was sailing on the sea with the wind. Behind it were 2 pirate ships that had been cut in half and shattered, lying on the sea. The debris of the ship, and some huge sea kings hidden in the depths of the sea, were directly blown to pieces. The messy side, and the vacuum sea surface caused by the punch attack, and the backflow of sea water. The expression of Hiri Kojiki on the ship was stiff. They have been on the road for the past 3 days. Facing this sea full of pirates, Hiri Kojiki was full of worries at first. However, looking at every pirate ship approaching, no matter how much the bounty was, before they even got close, they were smashed to pieces by a punch. This undoubtedly overturned Hiri Kojiki's cognition. When I think of the deep hatred that needs to be shouldered in Wano country. Kojiki Hiri looked back at Qin Yu, who looked like a dead fish with drooping eyes. The posture of picking his nose made her feel that it was difficult to look directly at him. However, she still gritted her teeth and spoke first. Saitama, can you tell me the secret of becoming stronger? I want to become as strong as you, I want to solve the blood feud I shoulder with my own hands, and I want to fulfill my father's ambition to establish Wano country. Chapter 750 I became stronger even though I was bald. You want to become stronger? Qin Yu looked back at Kojiki Hiri with drooping eyes. Do you want to know? Me? Kojiki Hiri was startled. She was shocked by the invincible power of a punch she had seen time and again. She blurted out this. She never thought that the mysterious and powerful bald man in front of her would agree to it. In Kojiki Hiri's eyes, this was completely beyond her cognition. After all, in the eyes of outsiders, if a person's strength is known to others, that means that one's own weaknesses will be more exposed to outsiders. The only way is to hide the secret of one's strength. Only then can one be better invincible. Otherwise, there would not be a saying that teaching the apprentice to starve the master to death. However, Qin Yu agreed without thinking. This made Kojiki Hiri's heart beat fast. Looking at Qin Yu's dead fish eyes, his face was not serious, but mixed with a trace of seriousness. Kojiki Hiri suddenly gritted his teeth and asked, "Please give me some advice, Mr. Saitama. As long as Hiri can avenge her grievances, establish Wano country, and fulfill her father's evil wish, Hiri is willing to serve Mr. Saitama in the future." The stern voice was mixed with a sense of determination. Qin Yu's Saitama face showed a rare trace of seriousness, and patted Hiri's shoulder. "Hiri, listen carefully. To reach my level of intensity, the most important thing is whether you can persist in such high-intensity training." Training. Hiri's nerves were instantly plucked to the extreme when she heard this, and her beautiful eyes looking at Qin Yu were even more urgent. "Did you hear it clearly? Hiri. It is to persist in training no matter how hard it is. I persisted for 3 years to become so strong." Qin Yu spoke seriously again. His eyes were unusually sharp, and his frowning eyebrows formed a Sichuan character, revealing a hint of ruthlessness. "I have been doing 100 push UPS, 100 sit UPS, 100 squats, and then running 10 kilometers day after day for 3 years. I kept doing this every day for 3 years. In the end, I became bald and stronger." "Bald? Stronger?" Kojiki Hiri was stunned. His expression became extremely stiff, and he looked up at Qin Yu, who was talking nonsense here in a serious manner. "I just couldn't come back to my senses." At this moment, the only thought in Hiri Kojiki's mind was, "Is he crazy, or am I stupid? Otherwise, I wouldn't be so stupid as to listen to a person's serious nonsense here. No. It should be said that from the beginning, I shouldn't believe the seriousness on the face of this dead fish with drooping eyes and no spirit. This is an insult to IQ. What's wrong, don't you believe it? Chinyu patted Hiri Kojiki's slightly twitching shoulder. Looking at the tolerance that almost bit his red lips, Chinyu actually felt fucked by this answer. After all, he wanted to make the template of Saitama, the paralyzed man, more realistic. The best way is to stick to the original. Please stop joking, you are just talking about ordinary muscle training, and the intensity is not great at all. Hiri Kojiki suddenly clenched his fists. The resentment in his stomach was instantly detonated. Looking at Chinyu who was so close, he roared hysterically. I must become stronger. I definitely don't call you a teacher just to listen to your meaningless jokes. If you don't want to tell me the secret of becoming stronger, you can just refuse to guide me. Please don't give a weak woman hope, and then tell me that this is a joke. The hysterical roar echoed on the deck. Looking at Guanjiu Hiri whose pretty face was also flushed with anger, Chinyu pointed at the bald head and said, you ignored the most critical issue. I said, becoming bald also makes you stronger. Becoming bald? Guanjiu Hiri was stunned. Looking at Chinyu's unusually bright bald head in the sun. There was no way to refute it for a while. After holding it in for more than half a minute, he said, I'd better be a weak woman. After saying this, Guanjiu Hiri turned around and planned to leave. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for getting 2% realism, the current realism is 30%. The ethereal prompt of the system suddenly sounded in his mind. Looking at the increase, Chinyu touched his nose helplessly. This was his passionate performance. Now the increase is only 2%. This makes Chinyu feel like being hit in the face by a coin. I thought that the character template of Saitama given by the system was a pie in the sky. It's a sweet cake. I never thought that this was a pit. There is an island ahead. Kojiki Hiri suddenly said. In her eyes, no matter what Chinyu said just now, it doesn't matter whether it is true or false. Rather than let her become bald, she would rather entrust Chinyu to take her to see the skeleton demon and Escanor. She doesn't want to see herself bald. Is it Helen Island? Chinyu looked down at the recording clock in his hand. According to the information given by Alan. 6 days ago, Fire Fist Ace stayed on this island to rest. But after 6 days, Chinyu didn't know whether Ace would still be in such a place. Let's enter the port first. Chinyu retracted his sight and quickly steered forward. In just a few miles, the single-masted pirate ship where Chinyu was soon sailed into the port. The blood-red flag fluttered in the wind. As soon as he stepped into the port, sharp eyes from all around were locked on Chinyu. According to a rough estimate, there were at least 300 or 400 people. An inexplicably oppressive atmosphere spread in the void. Saitama, you promised me that as long as you find Fire Fist Ace, you will take me to find those 2 guys. In order to avoid more trouble, we should quickly land on the island and meet Fire Fist Ace as soon as possible to solve the problem. Hiri Kojiki said anxiously. However, she had just taken half a step when Chinyu reached out and grabbed her wrist directly. The sudden scene made Hiri Kojiki startled. Before she could react, a burst of hurried footsteps sounded on the dock. It seems that it's not that the night is long and dreams are many, but that I can also dream during the day. Chinyu drooped his eyes like a dead fish, picked his nose and said, there are so many annoying things. I just want to have a good meal and sleep. As he spoke, Chinyu pretended to yawn. Compared with his careless attitude, Hiri Kojiki was obviously impatient. Looking at the guy walking out of the dark, her expression suddenly changed drastically. During this period, after leaving Wano country, she tried her best to remember all the bounties she could get in her mind. So, she recognized at first sight that the person who came was not simple. Chapter 761 As long as it's cute, it's enough. The dull footsteps echoed on the dock. Soon a large group of people walked out of the dark. The pirate flag fluttering in the wind even pried the nerves of Kojiki Hiri. This is a skull with a white beard, like a crescent-shaped skull. This is the flag of Whitebeard, why are they here? And that Ranger Doma is here too. Kojiki Hiri's face changed. She knew that Chinyu had offended many powerful forces in the tavern. However, she never expected that the other party would come to her door so quickly. If Kojiki Hiri remembered correctly, the leader was a burly man with a height of nearly 5 meters and a face full of anger. But he was the captain of the 3rd Division under the Whitebeard Pirates. Diamond Jaws with a bounty of 800 million berries. This level of existence suddenly appeared here, which really made Hiri Kojiki impatient. Are you Saitama? Jaws spoke first. I heard about you from Doma. A strange man, and with a woman of outstanding appearance, this is a taboo in this sea, and it is easy to cause trouble. At this point, Jaws said in a deep voice, this is still in the first half of the Grand Line. If you set foot in the second half of the Grand Line, she will bring you a fatal disaster. A big pirate with a bounty of hundreds of millions, and some hidden old monsters, forces, etc. They pursue power, money, and women in a morbid way. You should know the truth that beauty is a disaster. The low voice carried an inexplicable sense of depression. Hiri Kojiki's face changed when he heard it. It would be better if this kind of thing was not mentioned, but now the pros and cons were directly pointed out. Let Hiri Kojiki instantly think of the pursuit of large and small pirate groups that he encountered in 3 days. As long as she showed up, the pirates would encounter her. After seeing Chinyu's simple single-masted pirate ship and the nameless bloody flag, they all roared like crazy jackals and attacked their small broken ship. However, the only thing that made Hiri Kojiki feel at ease. No matter what, any enemy who showed hostility and approached would be hit by Chinyu's invincible punch. This overwhelming strength made Hiri Kojiki completely ignore it. All the attacks encountered along the way were caused by her. Now Diamond Jaws suddenly pointed it out. This made Hiri Kojiki's nerves tense up. She knew clearly that no one liked to have a burden around them, especially after entering a more dangerous new world. Thinking of this, Hiri Kojiki looked at Chinyu eagerly. However, the moment she saw it, the warm big hand that quickly enlarged in the pupils directly covered Hiri Kojiki's head. Chinyu raised his dead fish eyes and said without spirit, "What is the beauty that brings disaster? Just being cute is enough. You suddenly came to me and blocked my way. It should not be a good thing, right?" The voice was not loud, filled with a careless tone. If it is accompanied by a posture like picking one's nose, perhaps this kind of non-serious attitude towards the dignified Whitebeard pirates, it is enough to make many people grit their teeth. However, compared with others, Kojiki Hiri was stunned. Looking at the big bald head close at hand, and the words just now, she never thought that Chinyu would give such an answer. Just being cute is enough. If it were in Wano country, this would be an ordinary speech. But on this sea, there are all kinds of life and death disasters hidden. As Jaws said, she is the beauty that brings disaster. As a beauty, she admitted it directly. For the head-patting killing that she had always resisted, Kojiki Hiri felt for the first time that this kind of intimate behavior seemed to be quite good. As Doma said, they are all the same-minded guys. They speak as if they don't care at all. Jaws' face was slightly gloomy, and he glanced at Kojiki Hiri again. I thought that after hearing about the crises you would encounter, you would choose to abandon this woman. However, the answer you gave was very strange, but I am very satisfied with this behavior of keeping your promise. I, Jaws, respect you as a good guy, so now if you are willing to give up chasing Ace, I will let you go. At this point, Jaws looked up and said, if you insist on continuing to chase Ace, don't blame me for being rude and taking you down personally, and then taking you back to see my father. As soon as these words fell, Kojiki Hiri's face changed. No. It should be said that on the huge dock, hundreds of eyes turned in unison and locked onto Chinyu. They were eager to know what choice this banana man would make in the face of the warning from Jaws, the captain of the third team of the Whitebeard pirates. Day. The sound of heavy footsteps suddenly sounded. In full view of everyone, Chinyu jumped from the deck and landed on the dock. The red cloak fluttered in the wind. The gesture of tightening the gloves pried everyone's nerves. The dead fish drooped his eyes, and Chinyu casually said again, "Do you mean that if you defeat you, you won't block my way? Why didn't you say it earlier? Waste time talking to me. When you are hungry, talking will also consume energy." The small voice, at this moment, was like an invisible hammer, hitting the depths of everyone's soul. Looking at Chinyu's casual face, only one adjective popped up in everyone's mind. Crazy. Crazy is irrelevant. In their eyes, facing Jaws, the third strongest person under Whitebeard, this unknown big bald head dared to say such casual words. This is undoubtedly an insult to the Whitebeard pirates. What a jerk you are. Since you don't want to leave on your own initiative, I will take you back to my father. You are the only one to blame. You didn't understand the situation when you were arrogant. Jaws' face darkened and he roared. The pirates watching around, especially the Ranger Doma, changed their expressions and shouted hurriedly, "Let's retreat quickly and don't delay Captain Jaws' fight. If Captain Jaws can't fight with all his strength because of us, we will be the sinners." As soon as these words were spoken as the battle fell, hundreds of pirates on the dock quickly retreated. As in the original work, among the 4 emperors, except for Red Hair, who took the elite route. The other 3 emperors undoubtedly took the route of large numbers. A captain alone brought so many people casually. Not to mention, Whitebeard has such a huge group of forces under his command. According to the original work, Whitebeard's own pirate group alone has nearly 2,000 people. The number of people in the affiliated pirate group 46 can be more than 10 times. Chapter 752 was scared at a glance. The depressing atmosphere swept across the huge dock like a wave. It seemed that the subordinates around him were dispersing like the tide, but Jaws' expression sank, and his eyes were fixed on Qin Yu, who had a casual face and yawned from time to time. He had encountered various opponents and faced many life-and-death battles. But it was the first time that he encountered such a careless and casual guy. Especially the pair of dead fish eyes, which is intolerable. "Damn kid, you dare to look down on me. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you won't learn your lesson." Jaws roared and stomped his feet. The whole dock shook violently, and the heavy stone slabs on which he stepped could not bear the weight and broke apart. The next moment, without any fancy moves, Jaws, who was nearly 5 meters tall, shot out like a cannonball. Shining impact. As soon as he made a move, Jaws burst out with a strong aura. As the captain of the 3rd Division under Whitebeard, Diamond Jaws has a powerful superhuman devil fruit ability and excellent 2-color domineering. In the original battle on the top, he was even more brilliant, and had a head-on confrontation with Aokiji, the general. Now he made a move with great momentum, and his whole body was shining with crystal light. It transformed directly into a diamond form, and with a dignified sound of breaking through the air, it smashed towards Qin Yu head-on like a meteor from outer space. Wherever it passed, the air rippled and the momentum was so great that everyone's nerves, including Kojiki Hiri, were tense. It appeared. This is Captain Jaws' superhuman fruit form. He is born with divine power and can easily overturn a rock mountain the size of a giant. Under a head-on collision, the giant would also be seriously injured, not to mention this small body. Knight Doma was the first to shout urgently. Facing a captain-level attack, he, the captain of an affiliated pirate group, certainly could not forget to show off the intelligence information he was familiar with. By the way, flattering him again, it was like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. However, facing this sudden attack, Qin Yu, who was locked, seemed to be unaware of it, and looked at the Diamond Jaws who was rolling across the sky like a comet with dead fish eyes. This attitude that seemed to be seeking death first made Hiri Kojiki lose his temper. "Saitama, be careful. Be careful." Qin Yu's face seemed to have lost some of his carelessness, and he subconsciously looked at Hiri Kojiki. Seeing Qin Yu's reaction, everyone present, including Hiri Kojiki, felt like they were screwed. He dared to be distracted when fighting against the captain of the Whitebeard 3rd Division, a pirate with a bounty of 800 million. That was simply courting death. "Damn boy, you dare to look down on me, pay the price for your arrogance." Diamond Jaws roared repeatedly. The short distance of dozens of meters was reached in the blink of an eye. His body, which was like a diamond sculpture, smashed down with a heavy weight under the sound of breaking through the air. Bang! The dull sound of collision, like thunder, suddenly echoed. The violent gale swept and crushed like a hurricane. The rock floor of the dock under his feet was directly shattered. Facing this huge force, it was as powerful as 1,000 kilograms. Qin Yu flew backwards like a cannonball. The ground along the way was crushed into a deep groove. It was thrown directly to the coast, smashed several pirate ships along the way, and then smashed into the island reef hundreds of meters away. The thunder-like impact echoed across the entire sea. The solid reef was smashed into pieces, raising a large amount of sand and dust. "There's a chance." A low sneer suddenly sounded. Soon, a black shadow hidden in the dark showed excellent speed under its huge body, and caught up with the broken reef island in the blink of an eye. The big sword like a door panel was suddenly raised above his head, and under the cover of the armed color domineering, it chopped down at the ruins covered by sand and dust. The sudden scene shook everyone's nerves. Even Jaws never thought that at the critical moment when he made a move, someone would hide and take advantage. Most importantly, the identity and strength of this person, even he dare not underestimate. This knife fell, it might be easy to split this sloppy guy in half. However, as soon as this thought came up, Jaws and others' pupils suddenly shrank. The burly figure who appeared on the ruins of the reef island, the big sword in his hand, suddenly stagnated in mid-air. The next moment, before they could react. When the smoke and dust cleared, the figure with dead fish eyes that was knocked away still maintained the original casual posture standing on the dock. The dead fish eyes followed the awe-inspiring sound of breaking through the air and glanced sideways. The intersection of sights seemed to contain countless amounts of information. The burly man who suddenly made a move, his expression suddenly, the situation changed drastically. He didn't have time to think about it and quickly tightened the attack in his hand. The whole person was like being electrocuted, and he quickly pulled back. 10 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters. After retreating a full 200 meters, the burly man looked at Qin Yu with a face full of fear and uncertainty. His hands tightly grasped the big sword, and his heart was beating non-stop under a slight tremor. In that moment just now, Qin Yu gave him the feeling that he was full of flaws. However, if you really look into it, it makes people have an inexplicable illusion. It seems that as long as he makes a move, he will definitely be killed. His intuition is sending a dangerous signal to himself at the highest volume. You bastard, why do you give me such a strong sense of oppression? I am one of the 4 strongest generals under the Big Mom pirates, and I am Charlotte Snag, who has a bounty of 600 million Baileys. Snag's face changed, and he roared with a twisted expression. Compared with the physical attack, the fear imprinted on the spiritual level is more deadly. The feeling given to them by Snag, one of the 3 generals at the moment. They were undoubtedly scared by one look. Is this true? A messy thought flashed through Jaw's mind. As for the existence of the 4 generals, as generals belonging to the 4 emperors, their battles are definitely not rare. It can be said that Jaws knows clearly how strong Snag is. Looking at the New World, he is also a powerful pirate of the first class. Facing him, Jaws dare not say that he will win. However, Snag, one of the 4 generals, seemed so out of control because of Qin Yu's eyes. Is this a deliberate collusion or a real existence? If this is true, then this guy in front of him, who is casual, did not suffer any damage under his powerful shining impact. How strong is he? Chapter 754 Who are you and where are you from? The inexplicable scene changed the atmosphere in an instant. Seeing Charlotte Snaggle, one of the 4 generals from the Big Mom pirates with a bounty of 600 million, showing such a shocked look. This undoubtedly added a heavy touch to the weird atmosphere. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, who would be willing to believe that all this was true? Thousands of meters away, a pirate ship was anchored in the dark. Violet, it seems that God is on our side. Not only is the captain of the 3rd Division of Whitebeard sniping here in advance, but even the 4 generals of the Big Mom pirates are here. Gladius said with his hands in his pockets and a teasing smile. Let's go, let's also help. If he agrees to our request, it's fine. If not, then it's just his bad luck. Just stay here. After saying this, Gladius immediately signaled the other crew members to weigh anchor and set sail for the port. However, Violet, who also stood behind him and possessed the staring fruit, suddenly changed her expression. It can be said that they were able to find Qin Yu's trace so quickly and rush to this place to intercept him. A large part of the reason was that through Violet's fruit ability, Qin Yu's movements were searched in advance and deliberately released in the underground black market. The main reason is that those who are interested will definitely get Qin Yu's information. Gilardius, the situation seems to be a little wrong. Let's watch from the side first and don't act casually. Violet couldn't help but speak. Something wrong? Gladius was slightly startled, frowned, and said, Violet, I don't care what you think, but I hope you remember that this matter is related to the young master's plan. Do you think that in the hands of the 2 capable generals under the command of the 4 emperors, the unknown big bald head who calls himself a hero, do you think he can make other big waves? Looking at Gladius who was stubborn, Violet hesitated to speak, and finally fell into silence. In just a few thousand meters, with a favorable wind, it only took a few minutes, and the 2-masted ship flying the pirate flag of the 7 warlords of the sea Don Quixote family finally sailed into the port, attracting everyone's attention. Another one to join in the fun. Kojiki Hiri's face became a little paler. She originally thought that this sea was very big. Although there are many forces second only to, or even comparable to Kaido, the beast who occupies Wano country and is one of the 4 emperors. However, in this vast sea, to really encounter that chance will be very slim. However, in the short few days following Qin Yu, the number of pirate groups encountered one after another has reached dozens. Now he has encountered 2 of the 4 emperors and 1 of the 7 warlords of the sea at the same time. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who would believe that all this is true? Gradius, a cotter of the Don Quixote family under the command of the 7 warlords of the sea Doflamingo, has a bounty of 170 million. How could he appear here? The face of the Ranger Doma changed slightly. Unlike them pirates, the bounty of Gladius in front of him is lower than his 230 million. However, after Doflamingo became a 7 warlords of the sea, the bounty of the Don Quixote family stopped. Perhaps Gladius's strength cannot be compared with Diamond Jaws and Charlotte Snag of the 4 stars. However, once the real fight begins, Ranger Doma will also. I have no confidence that I can defeat him. However, the appearance of Gladius at this critical moment gave Ranger Doma a glimmer of hope. He was eager to know how this sloppy, dead-eyed banana-headed man would react to 2 of the 4 emperors and a capable general of the 7 warlords of the sea. At the same time, he could also use Gladius to test Qin Yu's trump card. Haha, nice to meet you all. I believe you all know who I am. Gladius grinned and showed what he thought was a warm smile, saying, "This time I came here on the orders of my young master to invite this person to Dressrosa as a guest." Invite him as a guest? The people present were stunned for a moment. In the New World, as long as there is a little intelligence network, everyone knows who Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the king of the underground world, and the clown, is. He is a sinister guy with a changeable personality and unpredictable mood. If he is targeted, I am afraid that all his bones will disappear. Now suddenly, he invites the big bald guy in front of him to visit Dressrosa. This is completely like a weasel paying New Year's greetings to a chicken. After the voice fell, Jaw's face changed slightly. His purpose was to stop Qin Yu from harassing Ace and chasing Blackbeard Teach. No matter what Gladius's purpose was, as long as he could stop the dead fish in front of him from moving forward, it would be enough. However, Jaws was still eager to find out why Charlotte Snag, one of the 4 generals, was so terrified. What exactly caused him to have such a huge emotional fluctuation? Moreover, in the New World, the Beast Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates are both notorious. With such a rough and barbaric way of doing things, why did Charlotte Snag come this time? Will the ultimate goal conflict with them? At this juncture, Jaws didn't want to cause trouble. Who are you, where are you from, why do I want to visit your home? The casual answer suddenly sounded. Everyone's nerves were pried. For pirates who can survive in the New World, knowing the ins and outs is the foundation of survival. Otherwise, if you accidentally provoke a strong man that day, you will die unclearly. Although Gladius is not the leader of a pirate group, he follows Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. As a cotter of the long-established Don Quixote family, he often goes out on missions, and his reputation on the sea is also not small. Now he appeared on the stage, with a face like Long Aotian, skipping the self-introduction link. I thought I could be arrogant, but I didn't expect that I would get a reply of who you are and where you are from. I don't want to say how aggrieved that feeling is, it's just that I lost and got slapped in the face too quickly. You bastard, you dare to say you won't admit defeat to me? Gladius's face darkened and he roared angrily. As a user of the explosion fruit, he was originally a person of strong character and bad temper. Now he came with the reputation of the Don Quixote family, thinking that he could be on an equal footing with the 4 emperors. He never thought that he would get a reply of who you are. Chapter 754 Illegal Immigrants Under the Rules. What's wrong? I don't know you, but you still want to curse me? Qin Yu said with dead fish eyes and yawned. If there is nothing, let's talk next time. After leaving this careless remark, Qin Yu, who was hit on the reef, turned around listlessly and planned to return to the shore. He wanted to improve the realism of Saitama's character template as soon as possible. The only way is to put himself into it as much as possible. Therefore, his current behavior pattern is to act completely according to Saitama's thinking. Looking at Qin Yu, who was completely indifferent to the 2 of the 4 emperors, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and 3 huge forces. The muscles on Gladius' cheeks were twitching constantly. Okay, very good, I was planning to ask you to go back with good words, but now it seems that some people just like to drink the wine instead of toasting. Gladius took a deep breath and shouted angrily. Today, I will let you suffer a little, so that you know clearly who you are talking to. Bang! Gladius stomped his feet suddenly. The moment he fell, the explosion fruit was instantly activated. Boom! The deck cracked with a sound. Gladius used the power of the explosion to increase his speed to the extreme. The whole person appeared in front of Chinyu across dozens of meters like a ghost. You ignorant fellow, you can't catch me at all in this explosion acceleration, Gladius said with a grim smile, just be good and despair in the storm of explosion. Stone bomb! Bang bang bang! The rock hidden in Gladius's sleeve was instantly filled with explosive gas. The next moment, without any fancy tricks, it enveloped Chinyu below like a rainstorm. As a superhuman explosion fruit ability user, Gladius can create something similar to a balloon bomb as a means of attack. Whether it is inflating the body or using media such as stones, it can carry out precise strikes. This time, Gladius was angry. However, in order to complete Doflamingo's order, he only injected a certain amount of explosive gas into the rock. In his eyes, even if these explosive gases were detonated, at most, it would only make Chinyu suffer a little. If he was not careful, he would be killed by the explosion. He could only blame himself for being too weak. Oh, I caught you. A strange tone sounded beside him, looking at the big bald head who suddenly appeared in front of him like a ghost, and I don't know when he passed his stone-throwing explosion net. Gladius was stunned. The moment before, he was still showing off his explosive acceleration, but now he was easily caught by the other party. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Gladius would not believe that all this was true. However, before he could come back to his senses, the extremely ordinary fist had quickly enlarged in his pupils. Looking at this scene, the only thing Gladius could do was to drive his own armed color domineering to the extreme. Bang! With a punch, the air seemed to be pierced from the inside, and the seemingly ordinary fist gave people a posture of holding a heavy weight. It hit Gladius' chest lightly. Boom! The strong wind hit with a sense of crushing. Gladius just felt that the moment the fist fell, his internal organs seemed to be mixed into a ball. The crazy armament haki on his body was like paper. The clothes he was wearing, which were similar to the punk metal mechanical style, were torn to pieces in an instant. The next moment, Gladius flew backwards like a cannonball. The sea surface along the way was torn into a gap. The distance of hundreds of meters was closed in the blink of an eye. One head hit the rocky mountain of the dock in the distance. Bang! The deafening explosion sounded again like thunder. The gravel was flying, and the dust was rolling back. It gave people a feeling of covering the sky and the sun. In the moment just now, they not only felt the earth shaking. More importantly, it felt like a trip on the edge of death. My spine is still shivering. Gurgle. Charlotte Snag couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Looking at the sea surface that was backfilled back into the vacuum zone, he finally understood. If it weren't for the fact that he had been in battle for a long time, his body would have developed a keen sense of life and death. Give him a warning of danger in time. I'm afraid that he is one of the people who are being knocked away now. When I think of the plain and simple fist just now, it can burst out with such a powerful force when it hits Gladius. Then once he gets serious and adds some special effects, what level will his strength reach? Chaotic thoughts flashed through Snag's mind. Looking quickly along the ruins, the first thing that caught his eye was that the rocky mountain of more than 10 meters had long ceased to exist. Instead, there was only a deep pit of ruins. There was also a figure whose clothes were shattered by a punch, which was a bit eye-catching. Lying straight in the ruins, not knowing whether he was dead or alive. Watching this scene, Chinyu sighed helplessly. In his eyes, one punch would kill Gladius. This is not a problem. The main problem is the character template of Saitama, which is that if others don't kill people, he will never kill people. When others want to kill him, he still treats it as a joke. At least, in his understanding, danger that endangers oneself is not a danger. It can only be called a danger when it endangers ordinary people. At that time, Saitama can perform a serious killing punch. If Gladius had just attacked Koshiki Hiri with murderous intent, Chinyu might really be able to kill Gladius with one punch. As for doing things against the original personality template, Chinyu also thought about it. However, he soon discovered that after activating the template of the fourth character, One Punch Man Saitama, once something is done that violates the character template, the system will prompt a warning, and will lock the character template, and the realism will not increase but decrease. At the end, the character template system will disappear directly in the body. This series of chain reactions. Qin Yu attributed all of them to the restrictions from this world. It was as if Qin Yu was restricted by this world in his strength as a Hokage. There was a force in the dark that was interfering with the operation of the rules of this world. Reincarnated people like Qin Yu were like illegal immigrants wandering in the blank zone of rules. It seems that it will be a bit difficult to kill people next. Qin Yu came back to his senses and sighed helplessly. If there was a monkey, a pig, and a kappa behind him. Qin Yu was really worried about whether he would run into someone, so he said, the donor put down the butcher knife and became a Buddha on the spot. When he thought of this, Qin Yu threw away his messy thoughts and subconsciously looked at the direction where Charlotte's nag was. The moment he saw it, Qin Yu's expression froze. The next moment, a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. Chapter 755, One Punch for One Kid. Bang! A dull stomping sound suddenly rang out. Charlotte's nag, who was standing aside and still trembling, moved first. The rock floor under her feet cracked with a sound, and the whole person disappeared like a ghost. When she appeared again, she chased after Hiyori Kojiki. In his eyes, it was obvious that he was thinking of using Hiyori Kojiki as a hostage. After all, a moment ago, when Xiao Ziyi and Qin Yu were fighting, Snag had made a move and planned to Qin Yu's sneak attack killed him. Now even Gladius was hit by Qin Yu's punch and his life or death was unknown. Snag wanted to escape. In his eyes, the safest way was to capture Kojiki Hiyori and use him as a hostage for negotiation. However, just as this thought flashed through his mind, a figure appeared in front of him. The image of the dead fish with drooping eyes, which was like a brand in the depths of his soul, gave Snag a feeling of death calling for his life. The moment his pupils contracted, the words that fell in his ears shook his nerves. Oh, you want to kill my friend, I will kill you. The small voice still gave people a sense of casualness and carelessness at this moment. Looking at the pair of dead fish eyes, it was difficult for people to relate these cruel words at all. Before Snag could react, Qin Yu's fist suddenly swung out. Puff! The air was pierced by a punch. The dignified fist force vented down like a raging tide, crushing down with a mighty posture. Snag, who was in the attack, just felt that the surrounding space, at this moment, was like an invisible big hand, squeezing towards him. Before the fist fell, the skin all over his body was tearing and stinging, and the bones gave people a cracking feeling. At this moment, Snag felt that it was not a fist that was attacking him. Instead, it was a meteorite from the sky. Armament Haki. Fried armor. Looking at the attack at hand, Snag roared in fear. The moment the inky black armament Haki covered his whole body, Qin Yu's fist smashed down. Boom! The thunder-like collision sound directly detonated. The huge impact force poured down like a pour. The fried armor that covered Snag and was strengthened by armament Haki cracked and shattered. The plain fist, with a devastating gesture. It smashed into Snag's body. Bang! The dull sound of thunder-like impact echoed again. Under the release of the fist force, Snag flew backwards like a cannonball. Under the huge impact force, it directly hit the observation tower built on the dock 1,000 meters away. Boom! The observation tower, which was more than 10 meters high, was smashed in response. The whole land collapsed and collapsed as if it had encountered a comet falling from the sky. Under the huge impact force, the hurricane that was raised rolled back like a wave. The entire dock island roared and shook at this moment. It gave people a feeling like an earthquake. The sudden scene shook everyone's nerves. Looking at Snag, who was hit by a punch again and whose life and death were unknown, he almost cracked his eyes. Perhaps in the eyes of ignorant people, the result of this punch is to directly knock the target away. But for them, the meaning is completely different. One is just a cotter under the command of the 7 warlords of the sea, with a bounty of 170 million. The other one is one of the 4 emperors, from the Big Mom pirates, and is known as one of the 4 strongest generals. That is a bounty of 600 million. If you spread it out, it is enough to match 3 Gladius. However, now in front of this big bald head, it still can't withstand a punch. This is a kind of feeling of a kid with one punch. Does this mean that if Diamond Jaws with a bounty of 800 million is replaced, there is no way to withstand this punch? For a moment, everyone's eyes turned and locked on Jaws. They are now eager to know that 2 of the 3 major forces have been knocked away. And their life and death are unknown. The remaining Diamond Jaws, as the leader of the 4 emperors. Under Whitebeard, the three major forces. How should he deal with it? Feeling the gazes from all around, Diamond Jaw's nerves were tense to the extreme. He raised his head slightly to look at Qin Yu, and his expression could not help but stagnate slightly. From the first encounter to the consecutive defeat of the two major forces, the big bald head in front of him gave him a feeling of being completely casual and careless. That feeling was that he was not serious about anything. However, now Qin Yu gave him the feeling that he was frowning, as if he had encountered some problems, staring at his fist. Could it be that he was not satisfied with his strength of beating a kid with one punch? An absurd thought flashed through Diamond Jaw's mind. Facing Gladius, who had a bounty of 170 million, he might be able to defeat him with one move. But against Snag, who had a bounty of 600 million, he couldn't do it. Most importantly, even Diamond Jaws was inferior to this strength. If this big bald head was still not satisfied, did he want to be as strong as the four emperors, their fathers? When Jaws thought of this, he felt a sense of horror. However, compared with Jaws' imagination, Qin Yu didn't think of anything else. He was now wondering whether the rules of this world or the system had weakened him too much. I thought that I could use Snag's intention to hold him hostage to kill him with one punch. Unfortunately, this guy was only thinking about escaping and didn't even have the slightest killing intent. It was impossible to make his ordinary punches reach the serious mode and let Saitama template use killing intent. The most important thing is to kill a kid with one punch. Qin Yu found that as his opponent became stronger, his fists were not invincible now. He was able to blast the drought bowl into slag with one punch, because the bounty of this guy was relatively watery. At the same time, he was killed without even using the armed color domineering. But against Gradius after that, the power of a punch, which was originally 1000, was obviously weakened to 900. When facing Snag who had evil intentions, it was only 950. It was impossible to send out a super strong punch that unlocked the body limiter. It seems that it is really difficult to kill people with one punch next time. However, this idea just emerged in Qin Yu's mind and was quickly dispelled by him. Since one punch can't solve the problem, then two punches. He doesn't believe that anyone can really withstand continuous ordinary punches. When he thought of this, Qin Yu's eyes turned in vain and fell on Xiao Ziyi. That diamond target, did you say you would beat me up before taking me away? Qin Yu raised his dead fish eyes and restored his casual and careless face. However, as soon as the voice fell, let alone the crowd eating melons, even Xiao Zi's nerves were pried. Chapter 756 Naked and lying with arms and legs spread. No, I didn't say that. Xiao Ziyi stuttered and retorted. After seeing the power of Qin Yu's plain and ordinary punch with his own eyes, Diamond Xiao Ziyi didn't dare to compete. Perhaps, he was now in the fear in front of him. Really? Qin Yu suddenly lost his spirit. He thought that Diamond Xiao Zi's confidence could be as hard as the diamonds on his body. Let him practice continuous ordinary punches to see how much strength he can reach. At present, he plays the role of Saitama's character template. Since Xiao Ziyi shook his head to deny, he had no intention of fighting at all. This means that Qin Yu can't attack him casually. Not to mention, try to solve the problem that one punch can't solve, and come with the special skills of the second punch. Looking at Qin Yu who lost his fighting spirit in an instant, Xiao Ziyi couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Ranger Doma, who was standing in the distance, hurried forward and lowered his voice and said, "Captain Jaws, what about Captain Ace?" Ranger Doma's understanding of Qin Yu has always been that he killed the drought bowl with one punch. However, now even Gladius and Snag were killed by Qin Yu with one punch. If he encounters Ace with the fire fist, how far will the situation evolve? That is unknown. Don't worry, it's not that easy for him to find Ace's whereabouts. I will report what happened here to my father first, and then make plans. Jaws responded in a low voice. After a short time buffer, the visual impact that Qin Yu had caused him just now also dissipated a little. In particular, he is a superhuman devil fruit ability user with a defense comparable to Diamond. If equipped with armed color domineering, the defense will definitely be better. Once, at that time, he may not be powerless to fight against the fist of the big bald man in front of him. However, what Jaws needs to consider now is whether to establish this terrifying enemy for Whitebeard. Perhaps, with the strength of his father, he can suppress the big bald man in front of him. But the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, and other captains under his command, etc., all need to be considered before getting an accurate answer from Whitebeard. Diamond Jaws doesn't want to offend the big bald man in front of him to death. Are you really not going to stop me? Qin Yu asked with a dead fish eye roll. No, I heard from Doma that you and Ace are old acquaintances, and we have a consensus. If there is nothing else, Doma and I will go back and report to my father first. Jaws left these words and turned around. He threw out the report to his father to make Qin Yu cautious. You left so quickly, it seems that Ace is not on the island. Qin Yu looked at Violet. This time he came to Ace to prevent the original plot from happening in advance and ruining his layout. Since Ace is not on the island now, there is no need for him to go there. This time Qin Yu missed. However, meeting Violet gave Qin Yu a new idea. When I arrived, Ace was not on the island. He did not like to be disturbed by the outside world when he was on a mission, so I don't know where he is. Jaws paused for a moment and left this explanation. Then he walked away again. With his departure, the pirates belonging to the Whitebeard pirates at the scene retreated like a tide. On the huge coast, only the pirate ship belonging to the Don Quixote family under the command of Doflamingo, the 7 warlords of the sea, was left not far away. Feeling the gaze cast by Qin Yu, the nerves of the people on the ship suddenly tightened and their scalps became numb. Even Gladius, a cotter, could not withstand a punch from Qin Yu, let alone their little arms and legs. If he was punched, it would not only hurt, but they would not even have the chance to cry. Gurgle, this is Dover. The call of the Den Den Mushi suddenly sounded, and the pirates on the ship instantly showed joy on their faces. In their eyes, Qin Yu, who could defeat Gladius with one punch. Perhaps only Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, could defeat him. Violet looked at Qin Yu hesitantly, but still gritted her teeth and answered the phone. I'm Violet, what can I do for you? Violet. Doflamingo was startled and said, Isn't this Gladius Den Den Mushi? Why are you answering the call? Violet, Gladius where is us? Let him answer the phone. In the Don Quixote family, Violet is also a member of the cotter. However, she only joined in the middle, and her status and treatment are completely different from that of an old man like Gladius who has been a member from the beginning. At present, Gladius's exclusive Den Den Mushi fell into Violet's hands. This undoubtedly tightened his nerves. Are you talking about the hedgehog head? He is lying naked with his legs spread out. As if he had not woken up yet, a voice with a weak tone suddenly sounded. The huge dog fell into a brief silence. However, when hearing these words, he subconsciously looked at Gladius lying in the ruins. There is nothing wrong with this horse. At least, in their eyes, it was the first time they saw Gladius wearing punk style, with a hedgehog head, and who wanted to blow people up at the slightest disagreement. There was also such a seductive lying posture. Nude and lying on your back. Doflamingo was stunned. It was the first time he heard such an answer, and in his mind, he forgot to patch it, and an indescribable picture emerged. The next moment he suddenly woke up, grabbed the Den Den Mushi, and roared anxiously, You, who are you, what did you do to my family? In Doflamingo's eyes, a man facing the sky in this posture, wouldn't he have touched that thing and got that thing? As for what that thing is, because it is indescribable, everyone can only imagine it. Are you asking me? Qin Yu kicked his feet, and the whole person fell in front of Violet in an instant like an arrow from a string. In full view of everyone, he grabbed the Den Den Mushi. The dead fish raised his eyes and said seriously, Don't you know me? Ace Saitama, who is a hero out of interest. The small voice swept the whole place like a hurricane, making everyone in the place shudder. Looking at this silly way of self-introduction, they really couldn't connect Qin Yu's current image with the image of a kid who was punched just now. Especially the other part of Den Den Mushi, Doflamingo obviously couldn't react for a moment. He could only stare at the Den Den Mushi. Chapter 757 I can agree to any request you make. The huge dock was shrouded in an inexplicably depressing atmosphere. Looking at Qin Yu, who was answering seriously with dead fish eyes, the people present obviously became impatient. So it was you who not only destroyed my tavern, but also attacked my family. Doflamingo said in a deep voice. Do you know the consequences? The stern voice was mixed with an inexplicable chill. In Doflamingo's eyes, the members of the Don Quixote family were his family. Qin Yu dared to touch Gladius, which was to deny him the face of the 7 warlords of the sea. Who are you? Do I know you? You dialed the wrong number. Qin Yu spoke suddenly. The small voice was like an invisible hammer, hitting their nerves. Looking at Qin Yu, who was talking nonsense seriously, they almost popped their eyes. At least, in their eyes, Doflamingo is a famous Shishibukai. Just now, Qin Yu punched Gladius and grabbed Den Den Mushi. How could it be? I don't know who is talking. However, before Doflamingo could react, Qin Yu had hung up the Den Den Mushi. As for Saitama's funny personality, Qin Yu really doubted that if he continued to maintain it, it would cover his own personality. He became a bald guy with dead eyes and no spirit. To prevent in advance, the first thing to do is to talk less with others. You, what do you want to do? Violet's expression froze. It was the first time she saw someone dare to ignore Doflamingo like this. Even the world government was afraid of him. What for? Qin Yu's eyes turned and fell on Violet. He stepped forward and the domineering aura dormant in his body exploded like a tidal wave. Bang! The deck under his feet collapsed. The aura that emanated from your body was like a tidal wave, rolling forward to all directions. Wherever he passed, all the pirates' eyes widened, rolled their eyes, and the whole person stood up straight, foaming at the mouth and fell heavily on the deck. Bang bang bang! Looking at the pirates who were swept away in an instant. Violet's face suddenly changed drastically, looking at the silly and cute dead fish in front of her. It was completely impossible to associate him with a tyrant like Doflamingo. However, just now Qin Yu's eyes glared, and the mental shock that swept the whole place came out of his body. Violet knew clearly that this was the symbol of the king. In the Don Quixote family, only Doflamingo could do it. However, now that it actually appeared on this big bald head, people couldn't help but feel cheap. You, what are you going to do to me? Violet came back to her senses, and the moment her thumbs and index fingers formed a circle, she pressed directly into her beautiful eyes. As the princess of Dressrosa, she was able to catch Doflamingo's eye. This is not only because she has amazing visual monitoring, but also has the ability to peek into people's inner thoughts. Now that she encountered Qin Yu, who did not play according to common sense, the only thing Violet could do was to peek into Qin Yu's thoughts first. At the same time, complete Doflamingo's commission, the task given to her. Confirm whether the bald Saitama who suddenly appeared in front of her has any relationship with the skeleton demon and Escanor. When she thought of this, Violet did not dare to be vague. She stared down with her eyes and pushed the ability of the staring fruit to the extreme. Buzz! A slight vibration sounded in Violet's mind. The next moment, before she could react, the blood color as far as she could see swept over her like a wave. The moon in the sky had long been replaced by scarlet eyes, and the pupil formed by the 9 Megatama was spinning in vain. The speed of this rotation was still accelerating. When Violet reacted and wanted to move her eyes away, the whole soul seemed to be shrouded by an invisible vortex, and the next moment the peeping picture was cut off. Ah! Violet screamed and fell heavily on the deck. Her face had already turned as pale as paper, and her clothes were soaked with sweat. She looked up at Qin Yu, who was close at hand and had a dead fish eye, and begged anxiously, "Please, please don't kill me, as long as you let me go back, I can agree to any request you make. If I can't go back, my family will be killed by Doflamingo." Really, any request? Qin Yu raised his dead fish eye. Violet was stunned for a moment, thinking of the safety of Rebecca and others, and then gritted her teeth and nodded resolutely, "I promise you, I will definitely be obedient, I won't struggle, and I won't scream. I'll take you into the cabin." Violet struggled to get up while speaking. However, soon a warm big hand pressed on her shoulder. "No need, what I want to do can be solved here." "Here? In this open-air place?" Violet was stunned. She finally understood why the big bald man in front of her had to use the domineering aura to shock everyone into coma. Moreover, why did he punch Gladius so hard that he was lying on his back naked? It turns out that he really has a hobby of close contact with nature. However, when she thought of the promise she had just made, Violet gritted her teeth, closed her eyes, and lay straight on the deck like a salted fish. Her only thought now was to pretend to be a salted fish, hoping that this torture would pass quickly. "What are you doing? Are you uncomfortable? I'm going to ask you to help me use your fruit ability to find the whereabouts of Fire Fist Ace." A casual voice sounded. It fell into Violet's ears, making her nerves tense suddenly. Her legs were spread apart and clamped subconsciously. She opened her beautiful eyes and looked at Qin Yu, who looked silly, and couldn't react. "Is your request that simple?" Violet couldn't help asking. "Ha, woman! Hiri Kojiki rushed over from a distance and landed directly beside Chinyu and said, "It seems that you just thought about it wrongly. That sentence, 'I can do anything,' it really has a taste of being determined to die. You." Violet was suddenly angry, and her cheeks were even more red. However, facing Hiri Kojiki's sarcasm, she really had no way to refute. She could only bite her teeth, crawled on the ground, and said, "If this matter is so simple, I can help you. But I have to go wash my face first, you shouldn't mind." When she thought about using the fruit ability just now to try to spy on the secrets in Chinyu's body, Violet's scalp was still numb, and her steps were a little weak. At the moment, her imagination was indeed too wrong. However, after learning about Chinyu's request, at least she was able to relieve her anxiety. Chapter 758 Doflamingo's Calculation. As soon as these words fell, Violet walked quickly into the cabin with a slightly staggering step. Seeing this scene, Hiri Kojiki frowned and said, "You are too careless. Aren't you afraid that she will suddenly run away?" "Run away?" Chinyu glanced at Hiri Kojiki with dead fish eyes and said, "She won't run away. Because, like you, she bears the blood and sea of hatred for the country being seized by pirates, and at the same time has the heavy responsibility of restoring the country. This is a burden more important than life." The small voice hit Hiri Kojiki's soul like an invisible hammer. All along, in her cognition, the big bald head in front of her was a completely unreliable existence. But now he said something shocking, saying such a truly serious thing. Looking at Chinyu, who still had dead fish eyes and was casual and not serious, an absurd thought emerged in Hiri Kojiki's mind. This big bald man in front of him, this unbearable casual and silly personality. Is he real, or a perfect disguise? If it is true, why did he say something that was completely different from his personality just now? The most important thing is that Hiri Kojiki never thought that Violet would have the same fate as her. Chinyu also saw the changes in Hiri Kojiki's expression. However, he was also wondering if the author of the original work had run out of ideas and had to come up with the same plot. A woman who endures humiliation in Dressrosa. It is no exception in Wano country. And the same is true for Vivi in Alabasta before. This made Chinyu suspect that the author had a strange habit. "Sorry, I kept you waiting for a long time," Violet said on the boat. She walked out of the cabin quickly. Compared with her shock just now, she has obviously recovered now. After a slight hesitation, she took out a recording pointer and said, "This is the recording clock of Donggu Island. When we came here, in order to track down your whereabouts, we found the whereabouts of Fire Fist Ace on Donggu Island. I just confirmed it again and again. Fire Fist Ace is still staying on Donggu Island, but from the look of him, it seems that he has found Blackbeard Teach and seems to be planning to approach him." Looking at the recording clock in Violet's hand, Chinyu knew clearly that she was a smart woman. Otherwise, if it was just an embroidered vase, Violet would definitely not survive 2 episodes. "Well, thank you." Chinyu took the recording clock and said, "I am a hero driven by interest. I don't like to owe people favors. This is a den mushi to contact me. If you have any problems, you can find me. I can help you solve them." After leaving these words, Chinyu jumped back to his sloop. He remembered that when he came here, he looked at the nautical chart and knew that Donggu Island was only half a day's sail away from here. Chinyu was going there now, maybe he could join in the fun. Watching Chinyu leave, Violet came back to her senses, secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and subconsciously glanced at the den mushi in her hand. "Hide it, maybe it can be used. That guy doesn't play by the rules, but his strength should not be underestimated. Let him owe you a favor, who knows if it will come in handy in the future." Hiri Kojiki suddenly said. "By the way, let's work together. If I restore my country in advance and overthrow the oppression of pirates, I will help you. I'm sorry for what happened just now." After leaving these words, Hiri Kojiki also jumped away. She looked like a weak and powerless woman. However, under the protection and guidance of Kyo's hero, Hiri Kojiki still knew some basic combat skills. Perhaps, she couldn't kill a very strong enemy, but she knew that she could protect herself well. Violet was stunned, watching the 2 figures leave, with disbelief on her face. This is her secret, and no one in the outside world knows it except the people of the Don Quixote family. She has always been fighting alone, and her biggest dream is to restore the country, but her only hope is to protect the lives of King Riku and Rebecca. However, Kojiki Hiri, who was still mocking her a moment ago, suddenly said this. If she hadn't heard it with her own ears, Violet would never want to believe that her secret would be leaked to others. Moreover, the person who knows this secret is probably the big bald man who looks unreliable. At the same time, inside Dressrosa. In the huge royal palace, Doflamingo's face was gloomy. It added an inexplicable atmosphere of depression to the scene, as if an invisible big hand was holding people's hearts. Young master, what happened to Gladius? Treble was the first to ask with a bunch of snot, unable to hold back. The rest of the people turned their eyes and locked onto him. As a long-established pirate, he was also a member of the 7 warlords of the sea. After occupying Dressrosa, their authority had not been challenged like this. Moreover, in this sea, anyone who was not a fool knew clearly that behind them stood an ally of the 4 emperors. It was that guy named Saitama who defeated Gladius. Doflamingo said with a gloomy face. Now Violet is probably in his hands. What? Treble sniffed and said, Master Dov, are you saying that Gladius was defeated too? Is that bald weirdo really that powerful? Or was it a conspiracy by Violet? Let me go and kill that old guy and that little bitch. After saying this, Treble turned around and left first. Torrible, don't be impulsive. Diamond Mandy spoke first, before taking action, let's wait for the young master to express his opinion. At this point, even Torrible, who was furious, subconsciously looked at Doflamingo. Okay, don't argue too much, I know Violet's character very well. Doflamingo said lightly. She is a smart person and will never give up on that old guy and run away. However, since the mission failed, she should also suffer a little and remember the reason for the failure clearly. As for dealing with Saitama, we should promote the fact that he may be related to the skeleton demon and the pride sin Escanor. Let others test his strength clearly before we deal with him. At this point, Doflamingo broke the chair handle and sneered, saying, I want to let that guy know clearly that some people are not ignored by him if he wants to. Such an approach can easily lead to a fatal disaster. As Doflamingo's order fell. For a time, this fictitious news, under the channels he controlled, swept across the entire sea. Chapter 759 Blackbeard Teach. Dongguo Island is located in the first half of the Grand Line, on the route towards the West Sea. It is a small island and does not belong to any country. The Navy has been protected by paying protection fees. There are many islands similar to Dongguo Island. As for the garrison, the admirals in the Navy headquarters, every time they go out on patrol, are to collect protection fees from these islands. They also attack pirates who threaten the islands that have paid protection fees. Shinono, I didn't expect that there are only a group of mediocre people in the Navy. Let me show you the power of the future emperor. An unbridled laugh sounded on the dock without any warning. The air flowing around seemed to be stagnant for a moment. The next moment, before everyone could react, Teach, who was holding a rear admiral in his hand, slammed down under the dock with a teasing laugh. Dark Tide Impact. Boom. The dark tide waved, carrying a 10,000-pound posture, and hit the ground below. The huge impact force directly caused the rear admiral in the attack to spit out a mouthful of blood with a splash. The next moment, the rock layer under him seemed to be overwhelmed and shattered like a spider web. The black dark tide shock wave swept like a hurricane. Bang, bang, bang. Wherever it passed, the Navy figures guarding the surroundings were directly overturned like cannonballs. Major General Ha-See. Don't shout, quickly notify the Vice Admiral stationed nearby and ask the Vice Admiral to come to support. This Blackbeard Teach is not just an ordinary pirate on the Whitebeard pirates' ship as rumored. Exclamations rang out one after another. The fallen Navy soldier, with a horrified face, got up from the ground in a panic. At first, in HACE's eyes, this was just an ordinary pirate from the Whitebeard pirates. He never thought that after a confrontation, the ability of the Thorn Spirit Fruit he mastered would instantly lose its effectiveness. He was caught off guard and was knocked out in an instant after 3 or 4 moves. Haha, I didn't expect the Navy would be afraid. Let me kill you all. Standing behind Blackbeard Teach, the fighting champion Ji Bashes, whose muscles were as strong as an iron tower, was the first to laugh unscrupulously. With a flick of his huge body, the whole person shot out like a cannonball. The speed was so fast that there was no lag at all because of his huge body. The distance of hundreds of meters was approached in the blink of an eye. However, before Bashes could make a successful move, a hot air wave came towards him with a crushing posture. At the same time, the hot flames, like a tide, passed through the building in front and quickly enlarged in Bash's pupils. Fire fist! Boom! The hot flames instantly penetrated everything along the way. Before Bash's could react, it hit him head-on. Accompanied by a low explosion, there was no fancy at all. Bash's huge body was thrown out in full view of the crowd. He rushed towards Blackbeard Teach with his remaining power. Bang! The sudden scene caught Blackbeard Teach by surprise, and by the time he could react, the flames had already engulfed him. For a moment, the huge dock was enveloped by the flames. It lasted for 7 or 8 seconds before it gradually went out under Blackbeard's pig-killing screams. Feeling the stinging pain on his skin, Blackbeard Teach got up from the ground in a mess and quickly glanced around. Ace! Captain, I didn't expect to meet you so soon. I thought it would take some time. Blackbeard Teach smiled excitedly and finally locked onto a figure walking slowly in the distance. Aren't you training with Rayleigh? You suddenly come here, are you planning to join forces with me? Captain Ace, why don't you join my pirate group, and we can make a name for ourselves on this sea together. The era of Whitebeard is over, and now this sea is the world of us young people. Only those with ambition can become the king of this sea. Chang's voice was mixed with an unbridled smile. Looking at the arrogant Blackbeard, Ace, who was wrapped in flames, jumped onto a broken building and raised his hat brim and said, Teach, you are still the same, you like to say some unrealistic words. I haven't seen you for a while. It seems that you have accepted a lot of crew members and have become a captain. I really want to know if you have this idea from the beginning. These people are all crew members you have selected in advance, waiting for the devil fruit to appear, and then you will act directly. At this point, Ace looked at Blackbeard and said, I really want to know, if this dark fruit falls into the hands of other people, including me, the captain, will you kill me as well? As soon as these words fell, the huge dock was shrouded in an inexplicable oppressive atmosphere. Ace, who originally seemed a little lazy, now gives people the feeling of a tiger staring at him. As long as Blackbeard said half a wrong word, he might be hit hard by him. Zenono. Captain Ace, your words sound so strange. Blackbeard Teach laughed loudly, and then a trace of gloom flashed across his face. You are really too young. This is a sea where the strong prey on the weak. If Thatch is willing to agree and give me the devil fruit, wouldn't he be spared from death? Why do you have to talk about morality? You are the same as my father. I stayed on the ship for 30 or 40 years for it. During this time, how much credit have I made for the pirate group, so this devil fruit is what I deserve. At this point, Blackbeard Teach grinned and showed his leaky teeth, and said with a ferocious smile, Captain Ace, if you plan to join me this time, I will be very happy. If you plan to let me go back to apologize to Whitebeard, that's simply a joke. I am not the same as I used to be. The arrogant words fell, making Ace's face gloomy to the extreme. He raised his head and locked his eyes on Blackbeard, and said coldly, Really, Teach, it seems that you are really full-fledged. Since you don't want to go back, let me take you back personally. Damn guy, dare to talk to our captain like this, die. Bash's shout suddenly sounded. Soon, 2 figures were seen, one on the left and one on the right, rushing to attack Fire Fist Ace. Chapter 760 Did you just punch me? Death shot. Giant throw. Rapid gunshots, almost without interruption, suddenly sounded one after another. The hot bullets instantly enveloped Ace's body. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the flames burst like fireworks. Directly opened several holes in Ace's body. At the same time, Bash's, who was hiding on the side, rushed out like a ghost, his right hand clasped on the huge building, without any fancy, and smashed it head-on. The broken building with a diameter of more than 10 meters gave people an illusion of covering the sky and the sun when it was flying. Bash's, Fan Oka, you are not his opponent. Don't attack recklessly. Blackbeard's expression changed first, and he shouted urgently. However, facing this sudden attack, Blackbeard's reminder was obviously too late. Ace pressed down the cowboy hat on his head, and his body pierced by bullets was quickly repaired under the turning of flames. The next moment, without any fancy, the blazing fire wave, like a frenzy, exploded in his body. Blackbeard, it seems that the subordinates you found are not as cunning as you envision, so die now. Flame pillar. Boom. A low sound of air explosion suddenly sounded, and the hot flames rushed out of Ace's body. It turned into a huge pillar of flames that rushed into the sky and instantly penetrated the building that was crushed and fell. At the same time, the endless flames swept around in a crushing manner. Even Blackbeard, who was dozens of meters away, was directly swallowed by the vortex of flames formed. Bang! In an instant, endless flames rushed into the sky, and the sweeping heat wave enveloped the entire dock. It must be said that the natural devil fruit has a unique and powerful power. As long as it is developed to the extreme, it is enough to destroy the world and become a dominant existence. Feeling the blazing power in the sea of fire, Ace raised the hat on his head, and the dormant observation haki in his body was instantly driven to the extreme. It directly covered the entire dock. Under Rayleigh's guidance, Ace did not train for long. However, with his outstanding talent, he is far superior to Luffy. When he was a child, Ace awakened the Conqueror haki in the Garbage Mountain of Goa Kingdom. But when he went out to sea later, he was focused on developing the ability of the flame fruit and had no chance to come into contact with haki. As soon as he set foot in the New World, he challenged Whitebeard. Until recently, under Rayleigh's training, he spent a short time to get started with the observation haki and armament haki. It can be said that this speed is so fast that even Rayleigh is called a genius. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of the skeleton demon in Escanor, Ace would definitely be able to inherit Whitebeard and become another emperor on this sea. However, the observation haki swept quickly and covered the dock in an instant. Ace's expression froze and his eyebrows suddenly raised. When he came, he used the observation haki to clearly capture that there were only 4 people related to Blackbeard Teach. Now there are 2 more strange auras on the dock. This made Ace very alert. Captain Ace, you taught me that it is a taboo to be distracted in a life and death battle. Blackbeard Teach's loud laughter suddenly sounded. A cold wave of air swept out like a raging tide. Dark tide, dark hole. Boom. The dark vortex swept out with Blackbeard as the center. In an instant, it quickly rolled back to the surroundings. The flames that washed over the sky were quickly swallowed up by the dark tide, and quickly annihilated in full view of everyone. The sudden scene made Ace's expression suddenly change. Before he could react, a trace of ferocity flashed across Blackbeard Teach's face, and his right hand pressed towards Ace in the air under the rolling endless black tide. Dark water. Bang! Endless suction, like a raging tide, instantly enveloped Ace's body. The sudden scene made Ace's face change drastically. In the previous moment, he wanted to use elementalization to avoid Blackbeard Teach's attack. Unfortunately, as soon as the thought came, the ability of the flame fruit in his body was like a stone sinking into the sea, and there was no reaction at all. Most importantly, when Blackbeard grabbed it with his 5 fingers, his whole body seemed to be quickly pulled away by the invisible suction. Captain Ace, now it's not the same as before, you'd better surrender to me obediently. Blackbeard Teach smiled grimly. The fist wrapped in the black tide, without any fancy, slammed down towards Ace's abdomen. Bang! The dull collision sound suddenly echoed. However, the scene that first came into view made the pupils of Blackbeard Teach and Ace shrink suddenly. Who are you? Blackbeard Teach's face sank and he shouted angrily. Looking at the man in front of him wearing Banana King and a big bald head. The man with dead fish eyes grabbed his wrist without any warning. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never believe that someone could intervene at such a critical moment. Are you asking me? Chinyu raised his eyes casually and said, I'm just a person who is interested in being a hero. This time, I came to take Fire Fist Ace back and fulfill a promise. When you were dueling just now, he glanced at me and distracted me, so this duel has to start over. Chang's voice, mixed with a casual tone, gave people the feeling that he was talking about something unimportant. Looking at Chinyu who was forcibly intervening, Blackbeard Teach's face sank first, and he roared angrily. Go to hell, you bastard! Dark hole attack! The black tide from Blackbeard's left hand surged out again, and the next moment, without any fancy moves, it slammed down on Chinyu's head. Bang! The huge impact force directly made Chinyu, who was standing on the spot, move horizontally hundreds of meters away like a cannonball. In full view of the crowd, it smashed a huge rock of more than 10 meters. For a moment, the sky was full of rubble. But that one, the big bald figure still stood in the ruins as if nothing had happened. The dead fish rolled his eyes and fell on Blackbeard and said, Did you punch me just now? It's wrong to hit people. However, the force of this punch is just right, and it feels like a sour massage. The small voice swept the whole place like a hurricane at this moment. looking at this big bald head who suddenly appeared and forced a foot. Not only did he block Blackbeard's attack first, he also took Blackbeard's attack easily and carelessly. Such unexpected scenes made everyone's nerves tense at once. Chapter 761 Whoever sucks will get pregnant. The huge dock was shrouded in an inexplicable oppressive atmosphere. Looking at Qin Yu who suddenly appeared, took Blackbeard's angry punch, smashed the mountain, and was still unscathed and indifferent. Everyone's eyes were locked on Qin Yu. Big bald head, strange yellow clothes, dead fish eyes, this person seems to have been circulated in the underground black market not long ago. He has a bounty of 190 million Baileys for killing with one punch, and belongs to the Drought Bowl under the command of Big Mom Pirates, one of the 4 emperors. As the brain trust of the Blackbeard Pirates, the West Sea Ghost Sheriff Lafitte was the first to speak. I remember, his name is Saitama, and he claims to be a hero. A hero? As soon as this was said, not only Blackbeard Teach and others, but even Ace's expression could not help but change slightly. All the people present were pirates, and suddenly a man who wanted to be a hero appeared. The nature of this camp seemed a bit out of place. Moreover, with his face full of indifference and his dull look, it was difficult for people to associate him with a hero. No. This thought just flashed through Ace's mind, and another one quickly emerged in his mind, who had become a hero. The figure of a grandfather who was also an idiot all day long. If you really want to say who is most like Garp's grandson, except for Luffy who has no brains, it's only the man in front of him who claims to be a hero for fun. Kill the 190 million bounty of the Drought Bowl with one punch. Blackbeard Teach was stunned at first, and then said with a ferocious smile. This strength is indeed good. Although the reward for Hanyu is a bit exaggerated, you can kill him with one punch, which also shows that you are qualified to become a member of the Blackbeard Pirates. At this point, Blackbeard Teach showed a teasing smile and said, Saitama, come on. Join me and become the king of the sea. At that time, no matter you want to be a hero or a Superman, no one dares to oppose your idea. For me, power, money, and women are all endless. The stern voice, mixed with endless temptation, made Ace's face change drastically. In the brief fight just now, the combat power shown by Blackbeard Teach has subverted his cognition. Whether it is the strange ability of the devil fruit or the physical domineering that he possesses, that is a first-class level. If this strange big bald head really accepted Blackbeard's invitation and joined his army, Ace knew clearly that let alone taking Blackbeard Teach back, I am afraid whether he can get out of it unscathed is another story. Who are you? Why don't you join me and be a hero with me? Qin Yu said suddenly. As soon as he said this, not only Blackbeard Teach, but even Ace's cheek muscles twitched. For these pirates who think they are famous throughout the Grand Line, being ignored is the most embarrassing thing. Zui, turn around and tell me you don't know her. This face was not only slapped too fast, and it was stinging like a bone. Sir Saitama, this person seems to be Blackbeard Teach, who betrayed the Whitebeard Pirates not long ago and was offered a bounty of 350 million. Kojiki Hiri, who was standing in the distance, suddenly spoke. Looking at this stunning beauty who suddenly appeared, whether it was Blackbeard or Ace and others, their pupils also shrank slightly. They never thought that the fool with dead fish eyes in front of them would be related to such a beauty. Blackbeard. Qin Yu raised his eyebrows, put his index finger on his forehead, and after thinking hard for a moment, he said with a frown, I don't know. These 3 simple words swept the whole audience like a hurricane at this moment. Looking at Qin Yu who was serious and talking nonsense here, Blackbeard Teach's face suddenly turned red, and he roared angrily, what a nameless person, dare to talk nonsense here and hinder my Blackbeard from doing things. Today, I will make you remember who I am completely. Dark water. Blackbeard Teach roared again and again. The black tide quickly wrapped around his right hand, without any fancy, and suddenly grabbed Qin Yu through the air. The sudden attack made Ace's face change drastically, and he shouted in a hurry, be careful. He didn't know what Qin Yu's origin was. However, Qin Yu saved him from Blackbeard's attack just now. Seeing Blackbeard attack Qin Yu, he immediately lost his temper. However, facing all this, Qin Yu seemed to be a beat slower. When Blackbeard's right hand suddenly grabbed him through the air, he still stood there indifferently. The invisible attraction enveloped Qin Yu like a frenzy. However, facing this strange move that even Fire Fist Ace suffered, Qin Yu, with a dead fish eye, only shook his body slightly. The whole person, as if rooted in the earth, gave people a feeling of being indestructible. The sudden scene, whether it was Ace and others or Blackbeard Teach, the pupils suddenly shrank. Looking at Qin Yu, the eyes were full of disbelief. Blackbeard Teach was the first to lose his temper and roared again. "No way, get over here!" His right hand suddenly grabbed again in the air. Endless attraction, like a frenzy, enveloped Qin Yu. This time, Blackbeard Teach attacked with anger, and the devil fruit ability was even more extreme. Unfortunately, looking at the strangely dressed big bald head in front of him, he still had an indifferent expression. That unmoving posture made Blackbeard Teach confused. No. It should be said that he is doubting his life now. Since he seized the dark fruit, he mastered the dark water move, a move to capture people from a distance. For Blackbeard, this is simply a tried and tested one. That feeling is like reaching the peak of life, sucking whoever he sucks will get pregnant. However, the feeling Qin Yu gave him now completely overturned his cognition. Just now, they met. Even the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Ace of the Fire Fist, couldn't withstand this blow. Could this alternative big bald head be more powerful than the $500 million bounty of Ace of the Fire Fist? When he thought of this, Blackbeard Teach looked at Qin Yu with a little more vigilance. It was already difficult for Blackbeard to deal with Ace alone. If there is a big bald head with unknown origin and unknown strength. This made Blackbeard Teach, who has always been tolerant, a little impatient. "What are you looking at?" Qin Yu rolled his eyes and said, "Why don't you fight? I'm waiting for you to come up with a result, and then take Fire Fist Ace away. If you don't fight, then I will fight you. Or should you two come together? I'm in a hurry to pick up some bargains." Chapter 762 Standing and letting the beating without fighting back. "Let's go together." Ace and Blackbeard Teach were stunned. They met for the purpose of fighting, and they were completely opposite opponents. They never thought that they would become the same camp in Qin Yu's mouth. What's more, he planned to sweep them both away as soon as he opened his mouth. This arrogant tone. The faces of Ace and Blackbeard Teach suddenly darkened. "Big bald head, this is the first time I have seen someone as arrogant and careless as you," Blackbeard Teach said with a teasing smile. However, there are two explanations for being arrogant. The first is having absolute strength, and the second is that ignorance can give people courage. At this point, Blackbeard Teach's smile became even more intense, and he said, "And you are the second type of person. You don't even know my name, Blackbeard Teach. I will become a king in the future, but you are just a country bumpkin. Are you done? I'm very busy." Qin Yu rolled his eyes and glanced at Blackbeard, saying, "Or, you are not confident enough, you know you can't beat me, and you want the people over there to join in the fight. I don't mind. You." Blackbeard was suddenly angry, looking at Qin Yu who was talking nonsense seriously and couldn't talk to him at all. This feeling is simply like talking to a chicken and a duck, and there is no way to communicate at all. Looking at Qin Yu who still looked stupid, Blackbeard's face sank, and he said, "Captain Ace, I don't think you want someone to forcefully interfere with you when you are dueling with me. Why don't we first he solved it, and then continue?" Ace was slightly startled and said, "Teach, are you going to invite me to join forces? If this matter gets out, you, a traitor, will become a joke. But don't think about it. I just want to beat you half to death as soon as possible and bring you back to see my father, so I plan to get rid of this troublesome guy in front of me first. This is not cooperating with you." Ace seemed a little surprised by Qin Yu's sudden appearance. 3 days ago, he had received reminders from Ranger Doma and Diamond Jaws. Tell him that in addition to the red-haired dissuasion, there was also a bald weirdo of unknown origin. According to Dad's arrangement, Jaws should have intercepted this bald weirdo. Now Qin Yu suddenly appeared here, which undoubtedly surprised Ace. However, it was just a simple accident. In Ace's eyes, he didn't think that Jaws, whose bounty was 300 million Baileys higher than his own, would be killed by this unknown guy in front of him. Perhaps, it was just that he didn't meet him, so that the big bald head in front of him escaped Jaws' interception. Zenono. Captain Ace, you are right. We are just eliminating the enemy separately, which is not considered cooperation at all. Blackbeard laughed. Since it can't be considered cooperation, after solving this big bald head, I will also catch you, Captain Ace, and tell Dad who is qualified to be the king of the new era. Speaking of this, the smile on Blackbeard Teach's face became more ferocious, and the moment his eyes locked on Qin Yu, he roared angrily. Do it! Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots suddenly sounded in the distance. For an ambitious man like Blackbeard Teach, as long as he can achieve his goal, he will do whatever it takes. Just now, he stopped Van Oka and Bashes from attacking Fire Fist Ace because they had not mastered the armament haki. Their attacks could not cause any harm to the natural devil fruit ability users. At the moment, the feeling Qin Yu gave Blackbeard seemed very strange. But in the brief fight just now, Blackbeard Teach was able to confirm that the big bald man in front of him was definitely not a natural devil fruit. Under the premise that there was no way to elementalize, Blackbeard Teach knew clearly that Van Oka and Bashes could become an effective fighting force. Regardless of whether they could cause a fatal blow to Qin Yu. They could also effectively interfere and provide Blackbeard with fatal assists. Teach, your treacherous look makes people feel sick. Ace snorted disdainfully and said, however, you are just like that arrogant bald guy. You don't know what fighting is. Let me teach you what the real way of fighting is. Fire Fist. Bang. A punch was thrown. Flames burst out of Ace's fist in an instant. Under the blazing air wave, it turned into a huge fire fist of more than 10 meters and rushed straight to Qin Yu. Wherever it passed along the way, whether it was the ground or the buildings along the way, it was instantly penetrated by endless flames. The momentum was so strong that it made people's scalps numb. The power of one blow fully demonstrated the name of the Fire Fist. The sudden scene made Blackbeard Teach's expression stagnate, and then he laughed. Captain Ace, you are a bit too much. I also know what the real way of fighting is. As soon as the words fell, the endless black tide in Blackbeard's hand rolled rapidly, and with a sharp sound of breaking through the air, he punched Qin Yu through the air. Dark Water Big Wave. Bang! The black dark water wave, like a silk thread, attacked Qin Yu across the sky. Wherever it passed, it not only tore the air apart, but also shattered everything that blocked the way. At this moment, the overwhelming power it exuded was not much worse than Ace's. Seeing the two great powers, they had overwhelming power as soon as they made a move. Bashes and others who were watching the show tightened their expressions and looked at Qin Yu with urgent faces. Even Kojiki Hiri, who was standing far away, was no exception. In their eyes, facing the attacks of the two natural devil fruit ability users, Qin Yu should also hide. No. It should be said that he should also hide for the sake of face. However, this thought just flashed through his mind. The scene he saw was still full of spiritless face, dead fish eyes, shrugged shoulders, looking at the attack oncoming Qin Yu. 100 meters. 50 meters. 10 meters. Facing this fast approaching attack, in their eyes, they should have pulled away to dodge, or at least defended themselves. There was still no sign of it. The only thing that came into view was Qin Yu, who stood there like a fool, accepting the baptism. Was he standing there and not fighting back? Boom! The black and red waves of attack, with overwhelming power, rolled towards Qin Yu. The huge wind and waves of the explosion rushed into the sky, directly submerging and swallowing everything within a radius of hundreds of meters. What rocky cliffs, or broken buildings? They were directly shattered. Under the violent air waves, even Bashes and others who were watching the show in the distance felt that they could not open their eyes. At this moment, they finally understood why Blackbeard Teach did not allow them to attack Fire Fist Ace without authorization. At this moment, a random move could cause such power. Natural devil fruit users were indeed not something they could deal with. Chapter 764 Every move is attracting hatred. Boom! The thunderous explosion sounded straight up into the sky. The whole port was directly enveloped by the violent air wave. The dust and debris filled the sky, giving people a feeling of covering the sky and the sun. Looking at the scene of such a grand scene caused by the joint attack in front of them, the expressions of Blackbeard Teach and Ace also changed slightly, and they couldn't help but look at each other. They had just had a brief fight. However, it was all a glimpse. In fact, this attack made both sides formally realize the extent of their strength. At least, in Ace's eyes, he knew that he had indeed underestimated Blackbeard Teach. Especially when facing the strange ability of the dark fruit. Coupled with Blackbeard Teach's despicable thinking, it is possible that he will encounter sneak attacks from others. If you are not careful, you will really fall into the hands of Blackbeard Teach. Qin Yu's appearance at this moment undoubtedly bought him some time to think calmly. Perhaps after severely injuring this suddenly interfering bald guy, choosing a strategic retreat is not a shameful thing. Thinking of this, Ace hurriedly came back to his senses and looked at the center of the explosion. He was eager to find out the shameful blow he had just made with Blackbeard. What would happen to that arrogant bald head? It can be said that at this moment, everyone in the field, including Blackbeard Teach, also had the same idea. However, as soon as this thought flashed through their minds, the first scene that came into their eyes made the pupils of the people present suddenly shrink. Looking at him like a sculpture, with his head tilted and his eyes drooping like a dead fish, as if he was thinking. Qin Yu, who slammed his right hand back into the palm of his left hand, suddenly realized. The people present were stunned. Unscathed. Facing the joint attack of the two natural devil fruit ability users. The surrounding buildings and other things were all destroyed, giving people a feeling of sweeping the whole field. The big bald head in front of him, except for the banana peel clothes on his body, which were stained with a little dust. There was no excessive damage to even a hair. No. It should be said that this weirdo in front of him, except for his shiny big bald head, has no hair at all. This gives people the illusion that he is a big bald head of iron and attacks like flowing water. The real fighting method you just mentioned is to add more gorgeous movements, more complicated stunts, and more cool special effects. Qin Yu raised his dead fish eyes slowly and said, I can actually do this kind of thing. But don't you find that such a cool attack, if it doesn't work at all, will be more embarrassing than a simple attack? The scattered voices echoed in the huge ruins. At this moment, it seemed as if it was infused with magic sound, hitting the depths of their souls. From the beginning, they had never looked up to the unknown bald man in front of them. Even if we take a step back, Qin Yu can indeed kill the drought cattle with a bounty of 190 million with one punch. But, in their inherent thinking mode, the bounty is fundamentally linked to strength. Without the bounty and fame, the strength is shit. However, the appearance of the big bald man in front of them undoubtedly overturned their cognition. Shame? Looking at Qin Yu, who looked nonchalant, the cheek muscles of Blackbeard couldn't help twitching, his face sank, and he said grimly, Captain Ace, it seems that this time, we have all been underestimated. We might as well not hold back and use all our strength to get rid of him first. I'll do it first. As soon as these words fell, Blackbeard took the lead. After seeing Qin Yu's strangeness, he obviously couldn't hold his temper. In his eyes, the ability of the dark fruit was already strange enough. But compared with the big bald guy in front of him, there was undoubtedly an indescribable feeling. It was as if the big bald guy in front of him was full of flaws and weaknesses. But it gave people the illusion that they had no idea where to start. Dark A cup ointment road dark sky curtain. Blackbeard roared repeatedly. This time, there was no doubt that there was no ambiguity in his attack. The devil fruit ability dormant in his body exploded in an instant. The moment the dark wave rushed out of his body. Like a huge black curtain, it rushed straight into the sky. In an instant, it gave people a feeling of covering the sky and the sun. Under the control of Blackbeard Teach, it was madly compressed and condensed, turning into a black sun with a diameter of tens of meters. An inexplicable force of attraction and pulling directly enveloped the entire ruins of the dock. Those broken buildings, rock fragments, etc., at this moment, seemed to be pulled by an invisible big hand, and quickly breathed into the black hole. Feeling this terrifying power, Kojiki Hiri and others who were outside the battle circle also quickly pulled away from eating melons. Looking at Qin Yu, who was still standing like a rock, his cloak had been pulled like a wild horse by the invisible attraction. Everyone's nerves were tense at once. It can be said that when they saw Blackbeard Teach's move, they knew clearly. Who is stronger and who is weaker? Who can win? I am afraid it all depends on this move. Therefore, facing the huge black hole with a diameter of tens of meters condensed in the sky, Qin Yu's expression change is very important. Qin Yu pulled off the cloak covering his head, raised his dead fish eyes slightly, slapped his left hand with his backhand, and said with an expression of sudden enlightenment, So, to be serious, you need to be like this, I have remembered it. The slow tone was mixed with a casual feeling. Facing the huge black hole in the sky, the cave was shrouded in a huge attraction. This unparalleled power was compared to Qin Yu's tone. This made people feel like punching cotton with a punch, with no place to vent. Shame. This was a complete shame. Blackbeard's cheek muscles twitched almost cramped. He originally thought that he was already a person who deserved a beating. He never thought that someone would surpass him by dozens of points in the way of asking for a beating. If you have to select the first person who deserves a beating, the big bald head in front of him is undoubtedly the first. Every move gave Blackbeard the feeling that he was trying to attract hatred. When he thought of this, Blackbeard gritted his teeth and resisted the urge to kill. He subconsciously looked at Ace and said, "Captain Ace, there are not many opportunities. We can settle our grudges later, but you should have seen the ability of this man in front of you. If this blow cannot seriously injure or even kill him, the old grudge between you and me cannot be resolved." Faced with Blackbeard's repeated invitations, Ace's face sank, feeling the suction covering his body, as well as Blackbeard teach. The powerful strength shown one after another made him clearly understand that it would be difficult to maintain this battle today. However, Ace also wanted to know what level of strength this big bald man in front of him had reached. Chapter 764 Can a punch open the sky? Thinking of this, Ace's eyes flashed with a hint of fighting spirit, and he said, "This is my strongest move, I hope you can take it." Great Flame Ring Flame Emperor. Boom! The blazing flames instantly exploded in Ace's body. Like a whirlpool, it quickly stirred on the ground. The violent breath, like a raging tide, rushed straight up to the sky. In just a few breaths, it condensed in the void and turned into a huge fireball with a diameter of tens of meters, giving people a feeling like the sun. And Blackbeard's black hole formed a clear confrontation between light and darkness. "Teach, it seems that we are destined to be enemies. Either you die or I die." Ace looked up and saw the strange phenomenon in the sky, and said in a deep voice, "Haha, Captain Ace, we are all fathers, but your words are a bit heartless." Blackbeard Teach laughed and said, "But I also want to use Captain Ace as a stepping stone to become the king of the sea after dealing with this guy. Stop talking nonsense, let's do it." Boom! With a roar, the black hole gathered in the sky, the speed of rotation appeared a little stagnant. The next moment, before everyone could react, it smashed down from the sky towards Chinyu with a crushing posture. Ace, who witnessed this scene, snorted disdainfully, raised his right hand, and suddenly buckled it downwards. Boom! The blazing fireball fell from the sky like a comet. Wherever it passed, the air seemed to be torn apart and stirred up large ripples. Two attacks with a crushing posture appeared above Chinyu in an instant. Feeling the strong wind coming towards him, the red cloak behind him fluttered like a wild horse galloping. Chinyu was helpless in an instant. Facing this kind of attack, according to Saitama's temperament, there is an 80% chance of taking it head-on. Although these attacks will not cause any harm to Saitama, the clothes on his body will definitely be damaged. If Chinyu was allowed to play with all his strength, he would not be able to get over the hurdle in his heart. Alas! Chinyu sighed helplessly. He had originally planned to imitate Saitama and pretend to be awesome to the extreme. Now it seems that the sky will not tolerate him. He raised his head suddenly, his body muscles slightly tensed, his waist twisted, and the 5 fingers of his right hand suddenly clenched. The sudden scene instantly pried the nerves of everyone in the field. Especially Blackbeard and Ace. In their eyes, facing their strongest killer, the big bald man in front of them should flee in panic. Now not only did he not dodge, but he showed a fighting posture. This overturned their cognition. Most importantly, Chinyu's attack method made them unable to associate it with any devil fruit. Haha, this arrogant guy, is he really stupid? Is he going to use ordinary attacks to fight against the power of the natural devil fruit? Blackbeard Teach was the first to smile grimly. Facing the extremely weird scene in front of him, perhaps only this kind of verbal show can make his uneasy mind calm down a little. Ace, who was 100 meters away, was no exception at this moment and moved his lips. In his eyes, Chinyu was casual a moment ago, with a dead fish eye. It makes people feel that they can't get excited at all. Now suddenly, it gives people a serious feeling of two different people. The gap between the before and after completely overturned his cognition. It was for this reason that Ace pushed the observation haki to the extreme and locked it on Chinyu. He was eager to control all his actions. "He's moving!" someone exclaimed. Under everyone's gaze, Chinyu, who had been standing still, finally moved. His muscles were tensed, his waist was twisted to the extreme. And his fists were clenched. At this moment, the 3 bodies the power bursting out from within, at the moment Chinyu turned his body, gathered at one point like a galloping horse. There was no frills. After getting the Saitama template, Chinyu took the initiative to be serious for the first time, and exerted the power of the character template to the extreme. Looking at the fireball and black hole that were rapidly enlarged in his pupils, Chinyu suppressed the blow to the extreme and exploded. Bang! A punch! The air flowing in the entire space instantly fell into stagnation. The next moment, it was directly affected by the direction of the punch. Wherever the fist passed, the air was directly pierced, and the ripples that were stirred did not have time to dissipate. The invisible shock wave, like a huge wave rising into the sky, with a crushing posture, collided with the two killing moves that fell head-on. Boom! The thunder-like explosion sounded and exploded. The fist that soared into the sky, with a devastating gesture, directly penetrated the fireball and the black hole. The red and black explosion lights, like the sky, instantly captured everyone's attention. The violent air waves rolled back, giving people a feeling of a 12-level hurricane. For a while, the world roared and exploded continuously. The overturned rubble and the rolling dust gave people a feeling of being in the end of the world. Standing a little further away, Lafitte and Bashes and others who had been eyeing and planning to attack. They were the first to fail to react and were overturned by the hurricane, like sandbags, directly hitting the ruins hundreds of meters away. The huge impact force made them spit out blood. Looking at this doomsday-like scene, there was no time to think, and they hurriedly looked for shelter and hid in fear. In just half a minute, under the sky full of flames and the collapse of the black tide, it felt like a year. When the flying dust and ruins in front of them gradually calmed down. Whether it was Lafitte and others, or Kojiki Hiri who had already hidden, they hurriedly locked their eyes on the place where Chinyu was standing. The scene they saw was still a big bald figure wearing a banana peel, a red cloak, and a dead fish eye. The ground under their feet was raised to the ground, but it formed a sharp contrast with Chinyu's unscathed posture. However, before they could react, a sudden voice sounded. "Look, the sky has been pierced." The people present, whether it was Lafitte and others, or Kojiki Hiri who was hiding in the distance to eat melons, even Ace and Blackbeard who were overturned and buried in the ruins. They didn't care about the embarrassment and hurriedly looked up at the sky. The scene that first came into their eyes made their pupils shrink suddenly. Even their eye sockets almost cracked. The leaden clouds that accumulated over the island were like covering the sky and the sun. At this moment, it was as if they were pierced by a huge fist. From a distance, the vacuum zone penetrated the nothingness behind. This scene was so shocking. Is this a punch that can split the sky? Chapter 765, A punch will make people cry for a long time. The huge ruins fell into a dead silence. Looking at the sky that was pierced by a punch, the pupils contracted and the spine was full of chills. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva subconsciously, looking at Chinyu who still had a dead fish eye in the ruins. They had only one thought in their minds at this moment. If this punch hit them, they would definitely cry for a long time. No. I'm afraid it's still unknown whether they can survive. You, who are you? Blackbeard struggled to get up from the ground. Looking at Chinyu not far away, his face was full of disbelief. Ace, who attacked with him, was no exception. In their eyes, not to mention Blackbeard Teach, who had been silent on the ship of the Whitebeard pirates for decades. Even Ace was a famous newcomer in the new world in this sea. When the two joined forces, they could not defeat an unknown bald man. They could not even cause a single scratch. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, who would be willing to believe that all this was true? I said, I'm just a hero out of interest. Chinyu's dead fish eyes suddenly turned and fell on Blackbeard and Ace. Just now you said that the real way of fighting needs to add some stunts and cool special effects. Is that so? Bang! Chinyu took a step forward. The place where he landed collapsed as if it were paper. The entire dock shook violently, and shocking cracks spread like a spider web. The huge dock collapsed. The next moment, Chinyu appeared in front of Blackbeard like a ghost without any fancy moves. His 5 fingers clenched suddenly, and his arm muscles bulged like rocks. Under Blackbeard's gaze, he hit out with a bang. The sudden scene shook Blackbeard's nerves. His pupils suddenly contracted, and he had no time to think about it, and pushed the devil fruit ability to the extreme. After seeing Chinyu's mighty punch that split the sky, he didn't dare to gamble. No. It should be said that Blackbeard couldn't afford to gamble. A huge black tide came out of his body, and in front of Blackbeard, it was compressed crazily, forming a dark vortex like ink. He had not had the dark fruit for a long time, but Blackbeard knew clearly that as long as he made good use of the suction of the dark fruit, he could invalidate most attacks. In particular, this kind of thing rational attack. However, just as this thought came to mind, the next moment Blackbeard Teach felt a slight stagnation in the air flowing around him. Chinyu's clenched fist, like a cannonball, slammed heavily on the black hole. Boom! The thunderous explosion echoed. The violent fist force vented like a raging tide. The dark vortex that was the first to bear the brunt of it, like a mirror, shattered. The fist wearing a red glove, with its remaining power, slammed down on Blackbeard Teach's body. Bang! The huge body, at this moment, flew backwards like a sandbag. Under the huge impact force, everything along the way was shattered. With a posture of 10,000 pounds, it slammed heavily on the sea reef thousands of meters away. Accompanied by the deafening explosion, the huge reef of dozens of meters was shattered. A large area of the sea surface was blown up with a huge splash. The sound of thunder rolling in the air was endless. Faced with this sudden scene, Ace's face turned pale in an instant. Without time to think, the flame dormant in his body exploded wildly. Flame ring fire pillar! Ace roared in a hurry. At this critical moment, he could not afford to be vague. The only way was to transform the remaining strength in his body into fruit power to buy himself time. The blazing flames soared into the sky. Forming a huge vortex fire column, it hit the sky above the 9-day cloud. However, before Ace's attack was completely formed, a sense of oppression that captivated his mind had already hit him. At this moment, he felt that the space from all directions was madly pressing on him. The next moment, the flames flowing all over the sky were blown out by the fist. Under the invisible shock wave, Ace's whole body was the first to be overwhelmed and collapsed. The docks along the way, as well as the dozens of meters-long pirate ships anchored in the distance, were shattered in response. The sea surface, which had just returned to calm, was torn into a deep trench. The huge waves that were raised rolled back and forth like a tsunami. The sea kings hidden in it, no matter how big they were also directly crushed into pieces of meat, and along with the sea water, they poured down like heavy rain. Lafitte and others who were in the ruins in the distance, watching this scene, were pale-faced. Under their wide-open eyes, their eye sockets were almost cracked. Originally, in their eyes, they were the top-notch strong men, Ace of the Fire Fist and Blackbeard Teach. Facing this unknown big bald head, they were not even able to withstand a simple punch. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that all this was true. "We're done playing games. Don't waste my time. Come back with me." After Qin Yu threw a punch, he looked at the void in front of him as if nothing had happened. The fireflies in the sky were flying and quickly gathered in front of him. Finally, in full view of everyone, he recondensed the pale-faced Fire Fist Ace. He did not use the armament haki in the previous punch. Compared with Blackbeard's dark fruit, Ace's flame fruit can be elementalized. The fist and shock wave just now blasted his body into slag. However, at the critical moment, Ace was still able to elementalize his body and escape. However, facing this overwhelming fist, Ace clearly felt like he had walked through the gates of hell. Looking at the big bald head with dead fish eyes in front of him, he was really scared. Overactivating the ability of the flame fruit overdraws his physical and mental strength. Before he took a step, his eyes rolled back and he fell heavily into the ruins. "Young man, you really can't stand it." Qin Yu glanced at Ace casually. He grabbed his clothes and jumped towards Kojiki Hiri. Looking at Qin Yu, who appeared in front of him like a ghost, he quickly came to his senses and exhaled a deep breath. This time, eating melons really made Kojiki Hiri look embarrassed and grey. However, with this opportunity, she became more aware that the man in front of her seemed to have no energy to do things. The big bald head who gave people a sense of indifference from beginning to end was probably not as strong as the big pirates on the sea. When he thought of this, an absurd idea flashed through Kojiki Hiri's mind. If he couldn't find the skeleton demon to trade with Escanor, perhaps the big bald head with dead eyes in front of him. It's also a good target for restoration. Chapter 766, The Third Monster of Unknown Origin. What are you looking at? Is my face dirty? Qin Yu rolled his eyes and felt around his face for a few times. No. No. Kojiki Hiri quickly came to his senses and said, "I just want to know where you are going next. Are you taking me to see the skeleton demon in Escanor?" Qin Yu also admired Kojiki Hiri's determination. With a beautiful face like an embroidered vase, he wandered alone on the sea. If he hadn't met him, he probably wouldn't know how many times he would have died. "I want to know what confidence you have that the skeleton demon in Escanor will help you restore your country," Qin Yu said listlessly. "I don't want to make a wasted trip." When they first met, Qin Yu found that Kojiki Hiri had nothing but empty hands and wanted to see the skeleton demon in Escanor. He had no other chips at all. Upon hearing this, Kojiki Hiri was startled at first, then she bit her teeth tightly and said, I can offer myself and do anything for him. As for how to repay you, I can't think of it for a moment. Looking at Kojiki Hiri, who subconsciously puffed out her chest and pulled in her abdomen, intending to show off her greatest asset. Qin Yu only wanted to say one thing, hey woman. Thinking about things is indeed as simple as always. However, if she knew that the big bald man in front of her was the same person as the skeleton demon, I don't know if she would still have the courage to say such a thing. Looking at Kojiki Hiri with a stubborn face, Qin Yu yawned and said, let's go, it's too much to take a nap when it's time. After saying this, before Kojiki Hiri could react, Qin Yu hugged her slender waist with one hand. Leaping up, like a sharp arrow, he rushed towards the distance. Lafitte and others hiding in the ruins, after watching Qin Yu's back completely disappear from sight, pushed away the abandoned building on their bodies and walked out of it. Under that miserable posture, his body was covered with many wounds that were still bleeding. Do Q, give us hemostatic medicine quickly, if we continue like this, we will lose too much blood and go into shock. Bashes was the first to urge. However, before they could check the wounds on their bodies, Du Q's urgent voice sounded in the distance. Lafitte, come and help quickly, Admiral Teach seems to still have a little breath. Still have breath? Bashes and others couldn't help but stagnate, looking a little surprised. They were recruited by Blackbeard. However, they were different from Luffy and others in the original work. Bashes and other members of Blackbeard were all extremely vicious. Even Lafitte, the most decent-looking officer of the West Sea Security Bureau, was an executioner who slaughtered many civilians. What's more, they have only been in Blackbeard's army for a short time. If Du Q told them now that Blackbeard Teach died directly after being punched by Qin Yu, I'm afraid that they will not only not feel sad at all. Instead, they happily returned to the pirate ship where they were hiding and divided up the treasure. If they can continue to get along, they will get along. If not, then they will go their separate ways. This is very pirate behavior. However, since Poison Q told them that Blackbeard still has a breath, they temporarily put aside other thoughts and hurried to the ruins smashed by Blackbeard. Watching Lafitte and others leave on the broken dock, the Navy soldiers hiding farther away, without thinking too much, quickly took out the Den Mushi and dialed the phone connected to the Navy headquarters. On the other hand, Navy headquarters, inside Marineford. A burst of hurried footsteps echoed in the large corridor leading to the meeting hall. Looking at the Navy generals who quickly gathered from all directions. The Navy soldiers stationed at the gate have long been accustomed to it. In their eyes, since the emergence of the skeleton demon, major events have occurred one after another. This kind of gathering of all the Navy generals stationed in the Navy headquarters is not uncommon. Looking at Akainu, who was leading the team with a gloomy face, the two Navy soldiers did not dare to neglect it and quickly pushed the door open. During this period, Akainu, as an admiral, has been in trouble one after another. Now on his gloomy face, there are 4 big words on his forehead, stranger, please stay away. As soon as he stepped into the door, the voice of Sengoku sounded first. Akainu, please sit down when you arrive. Looking at Sengoku sitting in the first seat, Akainu snorted impatiently and said, Marshal Sengoku, just say what you want to say, I don't have much time. Don't forget, I still have to train Drake and others. If you want to waste my time through this meaningless meeting so that Laxus can win, don't blame me, turn around and leave. Looking at Akainu, who has a hot temper like gunpowder as soon as he opens his mouth. Zhang Guo raised his eyebrows and glanced coldly, then said, Akainu, if you change your temper, you will have a chance to sit in the position of marshal in the future, but with your explosive temper now, who would be willing to work with you? You. Akainu's expression froze, and he was even more angry. He never thought that Zhang Guo would be so tough and bring up the position of marshal as soon as he opened his mouth. However, before he could speak, another steady footsteps sounded first. Haha, Zhang Guo, I told you a long time ago, don't listen to the old man Steel Bones' instigation, the position of marshal is not easy to sit. Look at me, being a vice admiral is quite free, I can go wherever I like, and I don't have to be controlled by anyone. Looking at Garp, who suddenly appeared out of nowhere, the slightly depressing atmosphere in the field was instantly broken. Garp, shut up. Sengoku's cheek twitched, and he shouted in a hurry, if I hadn't seen that you are a naval hero, I would have dismissed you, a lawless guy. Your existence is simply corrupting the atmosphere of the Navy. Haha, Sengoku, don't say that. Garp laughed, sat down on his seat, took out a piece of rice cracker and stuffed it into his mouth. I have wanted to retire for a long time, but you can't bear to let me go back to retire. If you want to talk nonsense with me here, you should first tell me the purpose of today's meeting. They are not like me, who can be idle. Looking at Garp with a relaxed face, the cheek muscles of many naval generals and even admirals present were twitching slightly. It can be said that in the entire Navy headquarters, only Garp can live so freely. Feeling the urgent gazes of many people in the field, Zhang Guo's dissatisfaction subsided a little, and after looking around, he said, "The third monster of unknown origin has appeared in the sea." Chapter 767 Monster with One Punch. The third monster. The huge meeting hall fell into silence. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Zhang Guo, and there was a trace of disbelief on their faces. In their eyes, Escanor, who is now offered a bounty of 1 billion baileys and is called the Sin of Pride, has just appeared. Not only did he destroy Safa Island, but he also caused a big disturbance in the holy land of Marijoa on the Red Earth continent. Now another monster of unknown origin has appeared. This rhythm, it's like mushrooms after rain, popping up one after another. Most importantly, during this period of time, after the extensive exaggeration of big news morgans. Behind the skeleton demon and Escanor, there is a huge pirate organization that is comparable to the Rocks Pirates. Originally, this speculation could only make people half believe and half doubt. But now a new monster suddenly appeared. Then this rumor from big news morgans is probably worth pondering. Sengoku, what monster appeared this time, and what did he do? Garp also stopped stuffing senbei into his mouth, and his face became more solemn. He was careless about most of the Navy's affairs. However, facing the monsters that appeared one after another on this sea, a skeleton demon and Escanor have already made people feel thorny and headache. Now there is another one, which Sengoku also calls a monster. This is enough to show the seriousness of the situation. Once, behind these three monsters, there is really a behemoth organization involved. That is an extremely thorny existence for the Navy headquarters and even the world government. Garp, I rarely see you look serious. Sengoku glanced at Garp and said, "This monster has only appeared for 3 days since the sighting report. However, this time, people feel fortunate that this monster did not cause trouble for our Navy, but instead went to offend Big Mom and the Whitebeard pirates." As he spoke, Sengoku took out a stack of information and photos and smashed them on the table. The photos on top became the focus of everyone's attention. Facing this guy who was called a monster by the dignified Navy Marshal Sengoku, it can be said that many people present were eager, even Akainu, who was an admiral, was no exception. However, the moment they saw it, in the photo, Saitama had a dead fish eye, picked his nose, a big bald head and a banana tights. The atmosphere in the field instantly stagnated and became a little awkward. In their eyes, monsters should at least be like the skeleton demon and Escanor, who have quirks, a murderous look on their faces, and have a little personality. However, in the photo in front of him, this guy looks like a fool. If you don't trademark see it with your own eyes, who would believe that the third monster that the great warring states marshal was talking about seriously would look like this? What's wrong? Don't you believe it? Zhang Guo's expression was slightly gloomy. He picked up the photo on the table and said, "Don't say you don't believe it. Even when I got this information, I didn't believe it at first. This guy would be related to those monsters." As he spoke, Zhang Guo casually spread out the scattered information on the table and said, 3 days ago, this guy named Saitama appeared in a pirate town. In order to get the whereabouts of Fire Fist Ace, he clashed with the Drought Bowl pirates affiliated with the Big Mom pirates. The Drought Bowl, with a bounty of 190 million berries, was smashed into slag by his punch, and the Rocky Mountain hundreds of meters away was shattered by the fist. 3 days later, in the recent intelligence, Gladius, a cotter of the Dongquixote family under Dodolang Minga, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, with a bounty of 170 million, was severely injured by a punch and his life and death are unknown. Charlotte Snag, one of the 4 generals from the Big Mom pirates, with a bounty of 600 million berries, was also defeated by a punch. At this point, Zhang Guo flipped out another photo with only the back view. According to the intelligence, this back view is the captain of the 3rd Division of Saitama, who was specially sent by Whitebeard to intercept him after he learned that someone was chasing Ace, and offered a bounty of 800 million for Diamond Jaws. Is this guy here too? Akainu's face changed slightly. If Han Nu and Gladius were completely inferior in the eyes of their generals, then the main combat forces under the four emperors, such as Charlotte Snag of the four generals. In particular, the origin of Diamond Jaws, the captain of the 3rd Division of Whitebeard, undoubtedly tightened their nerves. After all, these guys can survive in the New World. At the same time, being appreciated by the four emperors means that their own strength is definitely a leader in the sea. If even Diamond Jaws, who is known for his amazing defense, is defeated by one punch, then how strong can this funny bald guy be? This is worth pondering. Don't worry, Diamond Jaws got scared at the last minute and didn't choose to fight this monster. Zhang Guo explained in a deep voice. A trace of regret also appeared on his face. It's a pity that the two guys didn't fight, otherwise we could use this to infer how powerful this monster who calls himself Saitama is. Even the captain of the Whitebeard 3rd Division admitted his weakness. The faces of the naval generals present changed drastically when they heard this. In their eyes, that was a pirate with a bounty of 800 million. If these words were not from the mouth of the Navy Admiral, they would not dare to believe it. Marshal Sengoku, don't feel sorry for him. Crane was the first to speak without patience. Whether it was a pirate with a bounty of 170 million or 600 million baileys, he would solve it with one punch. If the information is correct, his danger level is probably not less than 800 million. What we have to do now is to first find out what the origin of this Saitama is, and whether he has any relationship with the skeleton demon and Escanor. Also, where is he now, and whether he will raid our Navy headquarters and even the world government again. After a pause, he continued to add, also, Sifa Island was attacked by Escanor not long ago. We should contact the Impel Down prison next and let Magellan be on high alert. Although the skeleton demon has planned a prison break in Impel Down not long ago, allowing many LV6 heavy criminals to escape, we cannot help but prevent the Impel Down prison from being attacked for the second time. If we, the camp representing justice, are attacked one after another, once these things get out, not to mention us, even the justice we uphold will become a laughing stock. The slightly long voice, mixed with an unquestionable flavor, echoed in the huge conference hall. As the Chief of Staff of the Navy headquarters, Crane still has a lot of say. What's more, her words are impeccable, even Akainu and Sengoku can't refute. It can be said that among the current intelligence, they still have a headache when they think of this one-punch monster. Chapter 768 A More Favorable Method. As Crane's voice faded, the huge conference hall fell into an inexplicable depression. Facing the monsters that appeared one after another in this sea. For ordinary naval generals, even vice admirals, it is extremely difficult. In their eyes, let alone Han Nu and Gladius, the four generals of the Big Mom pirates, Charlotte Snag, are not something they can easily deal with. But now he was solved by a punch from someone who suddenly appeared. With such a crazy record, if they were to take the field, they would probably not be able to do it. Marshal Sengoku, I think this information is only one-sided. Akainu suddenly said. Don't forget the big news Morgans, who is best at making fake news. After creating the skeleton demon and Escanor, and having the same camp behind them, this guy must have made a lot of money. Given his personality, it is hard to say whether this ridiculous bald head is just a plan by him and several major forces to scare our Navy headquarters and even the world government, so that we will be cautious. At this point, Akainu snorted coldly and said, I want to know whether Marshal Sengoku's information has been repeatedly confirmed by the Navy and even the world government's intelligence agencies. If it is not confirmed, it will be the first to bring it out. If it is exposed, this is just false information created by Morgans. I am afraid that our Navy headquarters will lose face again. What's more, can this big bald head who looks so funny be related to monsters? The expressions of the admirals present could not help but change slightly. Akainu's analysis seemed to be a bit far-fetched. However, it also made people feel that it was irrefutable. At least, in their eyes, this funny guy really had nothing to do with monsters. For a moment, everyone present turned their eyes and locked on Zhang Guo. They also wanted to find out whether these intelligences were confirmed by authoritative intelligence agencies. Or was it fake news planned by Morgans, the big news? Feeling the urgent eyes from all around, Zhang Guo's expression also sank slightly. These two pieces of intelligence occurred in the marginal sea area, and the intelligence organization he built under his command was not small. However, those two were the main gathering places for pirates, and his people rushed there, and only relied on channels to get some intelligence and photos. Now Akainu asked him to confirm the authenticity of the information, which was indeed a bit difficult for a while. Gurgle gurgle. The urgent call of the Den Mushi suddenly sounded, instantly prying everyone's nerves. Everyone's eyes turned and subconsciously locked on Tsuru. In the Navy headquarters, Tsuru is the chief of staff and is responsible for coordinating naval intelligence. At this moment, the Den Mushi that cannot turn off the signal in such a meeting should represent a critical situation. Tsuru, please connect the phone first. Zhangguo spoke first. At present, monsters are emerging in this sea. Any information cannot be ignored. Sorry, it seems that there is an emergency. Tsuru took out the silver Den Mushi and connected it in public. However, before Tsuru could speak, a hurried voice came out first. Vice Admiral Tsuru is in trouble. Our G7 troops met Blackbeard Teach on Uri Island. Major General Hart was severely injured. White, the captain of the bearded 2nd Division, Ace the Fire Fist, then arrived and engaged in a fierce battle with Blackbeard Teach. However, within 2 or 3 minutes of their fight, a big bald man in strange clothes appeared on the battlefield. With overwhelming strength, he defeated both Ace the Fire Fist and Blackbeard Teach with one punch, leaving Blackbeard Teach's life or death unknown, and then took away the unconscious Ace the Fire Fist. In the middle of the duel, he even punched through the sky. The hurried voice, at this moment, seemed to be infused with magic sound, echoing in the huge conference hall, and could not be dispersed for a long time. The expressions of the naval generals present, as well as veterans such as Sengoku and Garp, also changed drastically. If it is said that Akainu suspected that Saitama's appearance was planned by Big News Morgans a moment ago, then now that the naval soldiers have witnessed it with their own eyes, it has dealt a heavy blow to the record of Fire Fist Ace and Blackbeard Teach. It is enough to show that this matter is definitely not as simple as it seems. G7 troops, please reply immediately, what means did Saitama use to defeat Blackbeard Teach and Fire Fist Ace? Sengoku was the first to ask impatiently. Faced with this sudden scene, the people who were in a trance suddenly woke up and stared at the Den Mushi in unison. One punch, that guy hit Blackbeard Teach and Fire Fist Ace with one punch, and the entire Uri Island was destroyed. Most of it, Major General Ha is even more uncertain about his life and death. Please send troops to support the headquarters immediately. Another punch? The people present were stunned. This reply overturned their cognition. If Gladius and Hanyo were hit hard by a punch, it would be reasonable. Now not only was Charlotte Snaggle defeated by a punch. Even Fire Fist Ace and Blackbeard Teach could not escape this fate. What is the real strength of this funny bald man in front of him? For a moment, the huge meeting hall was filled with an inexplicably depressing atmosphere. It was like an invisible big hand, clenching everyone's heart. Even Akainu's face became ugly in a rare way. Please rest assured, G7 troops, I will send someone to reinforce immediately. Next, please stay away from the battlefield as much as possible to reduce your own casualties. Crane replied directly, and then signaled the adjutant next to him to dispatch reinforcements. After finishing all this, Crane subconsciously looked at Sengoku and said, Marshal Sengoku, what should we do next? Earth strength shown by Saitama, who suddenly appeared, is probably no weaker than Escanor. He is very dangerous. However, based on the intelligence of the past 3 days, he has only attacked pirates and has not provoked our navy headquarters. According to the regulations, he can only be dealt with by bounty hunters. Ito issue a bounty, the conditions are not met for the time being. If we act rashly, it may have the opposite effect and make him hate our navy. At this point, Crane looked at the information on the table and said, according to the information you got, when he first appeared, he claimed to be a hero out of interest. Earl Hawk, the meaning of this sentence has not been clarified, his purpose has not been figured out either. However, I think we should not act rashly before he shows hostility to our navy headquarters or even the world government. At the same time, I think of another way that is more beneficial to our navy headquarters. Chapter 769 Meeting of the Four Emperors. A more beneficial way? Zhangguo raised his eyebrows, and so did the others. There was a hint of urgency in his eyes when he looked at he. At the moment, they were already overwhelmed by the appearance of a skeleton demon who came out of Impel Down and Escanor, who was causing trouble in the holy land of Marijoa. Adding more enemies now would be a nightmare for them. If it was really beneficial to the navy headquarters and even the world government, they would not mind accepting it. Invite him to become a Shishibukai. He said coldly. Become a Shishibukai? The expressions of the people present changed again, and Sengoku also showed a surprised expression. Not long ago, the world government, led by the 5 elders, proposed that Escanor take over the position vacated by Crocodile. At present, Escanor destroyed the island of Silpha and made a big fuss in the Holy Land of Marijoa. It is obviously impossible for him to take over the vacant position of Shishibukai. Although, there is another candidate in the proposal of the 5 elders. However, now he proposed to try to invite a one-punch monster to take over the vacant position of Shishibukai. This may not be a bad idea. Now they have not figured out the position of this one-punch monster. Is it inclined to the navy or pirates? If we can use the invitation of the 7 warlords to infer Saitama's final camp, it may not be a bad thing. I agree with this proposal. Garp was the first to speak out. This made many naval commanders' expressions change slightly. In their eyes, Garp, as a naval hero, has always been indifferent to these things. It was beyond their expectations that he took the initiative to speak out now. However, just because others didn't know why Garp was so active didn't mean that Sengoku didn't know. After subconsciously taking a second look at Garp, who had a gloomy face, he said, I also agree with this proposal. As for the 5 elders, I will go to negotiate in person, but next, we have to choose someone to negotiate with Saitama. Otherwise, if we can't even meet, this plan will be useless. It's just nonsense. After the voice fell, Sengoku subconsciously looked at Garp. I'll go there myself. I've been stuck in Marineford for too long and my body is rusty. Garp said in a deep voice. Don't worry, Sengoku. I'll find out the whereabouts of Laxus and ask him to return to the Navy headquarters as soon as possible. And Zephyr, the Navy recruit trial is coming to an end. With him back in Marineford, I can be more active outside and deter the villains. After taking a closer look at Garp's statement, Sengoku said, I also hope that you have no selfish motives and get this done. By the way, 3 days ago, there was an intelligence notice that the 4 emperors Whitebeard and red-haired Shanks plan to meet in the New World Beehive Sea. If you go, you can also go there. I don't want to see the time go berserk at this critical juncture. The 4 emperors meeting? The sound of people sucking in their breaths of cold air rang out one after another in the venue. It can be said that in today's short meeting, every piece of information that appeared was like a depth charge. It was so shocking that they also became nervous. Now the big event of the 4 emperors meeting has emerged again. If we are not careful, it may really be as Zhang Guo said. It will cause this sea to go out of control. Haha, Zhang Guo, don't worry. If those 2 guys really plan to mess around, I will pin them to the ground and beat them up. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. Garp laughed and casually said this, then turned and left. Sengoku, who witnessed this scene, opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but finally swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Accompanied by a series of orders, they were issued in Marineford. The sea, which was already turbulent, became even more turbulent. 3 days later. In the Beehive Sea. A Navy warship was hidden on a deserted island in the sea. In the observation tower on the ship, 4 Navy soldiers were monitoring the entire sea area uninterruptedly. Vice Admiral Garp, the Moby Dick of the Whitebeard pirates has been confirmed, but the Red Force of the Red Hair pirates has not been found yet. A Navy soldier was the first to report. Garp, standing on the bow deck, took out a piece of senbei, stuffed it into his mouth, and said, continue to monitor. Since Whitebeard left Beehive Island for no reason and ran to this kind of place where no one is shitting to wait, he definitely doesn't intend to bask in the sun again. Remember, we must not act rashly before the red-haired guy shows up. At the same time, keep an eye on that guy named Saitama. If you find his whereabouts, notify me immediately. This time, Garp took the initiative to go to sea, mainly because he was worried about Ace's safety. For his 2 grandsons, he has always adopted a laissez-faire policy. He said that they should be Navy, but he has always left them enough room for choice. If he really pursued autocratic hegemony, after his son Long ran away to become a revolutionary, he would probably chase that guy all over the sea. He would not be as free and easy as he is now, living like a funny guy. However, letting it develop is another matter. But after learning that Ace was in danger, Garp still couldn't keep his composure. After all, compared with outsiders, Garp knew clearly what identity was involved behind Ace. If this life experience was leaked, it would be a complete nightmare. Unfortunately, after sailing for several days, let alone Ace, Garp didn't even encounter the one-punch monster Saitama. Vice Admiral Garp, the Red Force, to which red-haired Shanks belongs, has appeared at the end of the southern horizon. Request instructions. A Navy soldier suddenly shouted. As soon as these words fell, the huge deck was instantly shrouded in an inexplicable depressing atmosphere. In their eyes, the meeting of the four emperors is a major event. Once the negotiations fail and a conflict occurs, it is not just a fight between two small pirate groups. Instead, half of the forces in the New World are running wild. Hundreds of islands and countries will be involved in the war. At this point, even the Navy headquarters cannot stay out of it. It can be said that this time's spy mission is a life and death mission in the Navy headquarters. If it weren't for Garp, a hero of the Navy, who took action personally, I'm afraid that not many people would dare to take on this mission with confidence. It's good to be here. Continue monitoring and don't reveal any flaws for the time being. Garp stuffed all the senbei in his hand into his mouth and said. Next, I also want to know why these two guys met. If they really fight, I don't mind joining in the fun. As soon as these words fell, the depressing atmosphere in the field was slightly relieved. Looking at the Navy headquarters, facing the four emperors, I am afraid that only this one can say such words. Chapter 770 A Domineering Man. Captain Shanks, I saw the Moby Dick. Locky bit the barbecue in his hand, walked to the side of the red-haired man, and said in a deep voice. Is it really worth it for you to go there in person for such a thing? We have done our best to send newcomers to negotiate. Since Whitebeard doesn't appreciate it, it seems a bit against the rules to let the captain go out in person. As one of the four emperors in the New World, red-haired Shanks became famous later than the other three. However, under this situation of three-legged competition and the suppression of the Navy headquarters, red-haired Shanks can rise, which is enough to prove that his strength is not simple. Most importantly, Shanks is the youngest among the four emperors, and his strength can definitely be regarded as at the peak. At present, for the safety of Ace, Red Hair sent a newcomer to deliver the letter, which was considered to be a face-saving move in the eyes of outsiders. However, Whitebeard showed him a warning in public and sent him back directly. In this case, the Red Hair pirates did not start a war, which was already considered tolerance. At present, Shanks, who is also one of the four emperors, personally arrived at the Honeycomb Sea to meet Whitebeard. It was beyond everyone's expectations. It is precisely because of this reason that people outside generally believe that this meeting and negotiation may cause the sea to go out of control if they are not careful. Raki, you misunderstood the captain's intention. He just thinks that now is not the time to provoke trouble. To break the old era pattern of the sea, the power accumulated in the new era is not enough. Ben Beckman took the lead and said with a cigar in his mouth. What's more, Ace is Luffy's sworn brother and Captain Roger's biological son. If the captain sees him die, he can't stand by and watch him die. As soon as these words fell, Jesus Bulletin and others fell silent and smiled. In their eyes, red-haired Shanks was chosen to board this pirate ship. It was entirely because of his sense of friendship, and these actions at the moment undoubtedly implemented all of this. Beckman, of course I know the captain's intention, but looking at Whitebeard's arrogant look, I can't swallow this breath. Locky stuffed all the greasy barbecue in his hand into his mouth, and said with a little dissatisfaction. Looking at Locky with a face full of indignation, many people present had this feeling. But compared with Locky, who only likes to eat meat and has a more straightforward temperament, they understand better what is more important than the overall situation. Okay, Locky, don't complain here. Whitebeard's ship is right in front of you. Don't embarrass the captain because of your hasty words. Ben Beckman took the lead and patted Locky's shoulder with a smile and said in a loud voice. Everyone, be careful, steer the ship well, don't make mistakes at the critical moment, and be ready for battle to welcome the captain back. Got it, Beckman. Accompanied by a series of responses, the huge red force quickly steered and turned the direction, approaching the Moby Dick. Seeing the distance between the two pirate ships getting farther and farther, red-haired Shanks threw the huge wine jar that had been prepared long ago onto his shoulder, and said with a warm smile, Young men, wait for me to come back and continue the banquet. No one can act without my order. Got it, Captain. As the voices of a group of responses came out, red-haired Shanks's pair of shining eyes were also locked on the pirate ship that was larger than the Red Force. At the same time, the excitement on the Moby Dick was even more intense than that on the Red Force. The people gathered here were all captains of the Whitebeard pirates. However, Compared with the red-haired pirates, there was a few more inexplicable depression on the huge ship deck. Many eyes in the field turned and locked on Jaws, even Whitebeard, who was sitting in the first place, was no exception. "Jaws, haven't you contacted Ace yet?" Marco asked first. As soon as these words fell, everyone's nerves were touched again. After all, when Ace went to chase Blackbeard Teach not long ago, they all supported him. Even the newcomers sent by Red Hair Shanks were directly blasted back by them. If anything happened to Ace now, they would be blamed. For the time being, we only know that Ace and Blackbeard Teach had contact on Uri Island. Jaws looked embarrassed. Later, I have sent the people closest to Uri Island to investigate the situation there. However, when our people arrived, it had become a ruin, because the island had already been attacked by Teach, so there were no other witnesses who knew the final result of this battle. At this point, Jaws couldn't help but look up and look at Whitebeard and said, "Based on the information we should have now, we still can't find Ace." As soon as these words fell, the faces of everyone present became more gloomy. In their eyes, this is a sea of the survival of the fittest. If there is no news for a long time, it is probably a disaster. For a moment, many people in the field subconsciously looked at Whitebeard, who was sitting in the first place. Feeling the urgency of the atmosphere in the field, Whitebeard's face sank, and he snorted coldly, "Humph, notify everyone to find Ace's whereabouts as soon as possible. Don't worry too much. Ace's strength is recognized by us. If something unexpected happens, there are not many people who can stop him with the power of the flame fruit." Dad is right. Ace is indeed relatively young, but judging by his strength, he can definitely be ranked at the forefront on the Moby Dick. Marco also spoke in agreement. Now let's discuss the situation of the guy named Saitama reported by Jaws and Doma. After Jaws left, is it possible for that guy to participate in the battle between Ace and Teach that day? Many people present also care about this issue. I don't think it's possible. Jaws shook his head after pondering for a moment. We were in the Yuling Sea at the time, and it would take at least half a day to get to the URIC, and that's with the clock. According to the intelligence, the fight between Ace and Teach was 4 days after I separated from that guy named Saitama. Hours later, according to many conditions, he can't participate in this battle at all. Faced with Jaws' analysis, all the captains present couldn't help but nod silently, even Whitebeard was no exception. Dad, the Red Fours pirates belonging to the Red Hair Pirates have successfully approached us, and their captain Red Hair Shanks is ready to board the ship. Vista hurried over to the bow deck. Looking at this scene, Marco raised his eyebrows and spoke first. I didn't expect that guy to arrive a lot earlier. Those guys who think they are a little weaker, retreat first, this is a domineering man. Chapter 771 Red-haired man lying down with a gunshot wound. A man with a domineering aura? Many pirates present were stunned. As the main combat pirate member of the Whitebeard Pirates. In addition to the 16 squad leaders, each of them led a detachment of 100 people. A Moby Dick may not be able to carry a large force of nearly 2,000 people. However, as a rare super-large pirate ship among pirates. At present, there are at least 500 to 600 people on the Moby Dick. There are also many new bloods among them, and most of them have only a vague understanding of the strength of red-haired Shanks. So, after hearing Marco's reminder, many people were still confused. Before they could react, a figure had already jumped from the sky and landed on the bow deck. Red hair, white business top, with a black cloak and the legendary capable flip-flops. With a warm smile on his face, he stepped out in full view of everyone. Ta! With the crisp footsteps, the air flowing in the sky in all directions stagnated a little. The next moment, the domineering aura dormant in the red-haired man exploded like a raging tide. Bang! With a low roar of air, the deck under his feet, as if unable to bear the weight, made a crisp cracking sound. The invisible air wave rushed down, and those pirates who were weak and had no time to retreat fell to the ground and fainted. With every step taken and fallen by red-haired Shanks. This domineering aura would climb up a bit. When the 10th step fell, the heavy floor under his feet, as if unable to bear the weight, spread out spider web-like cracks. The violent aura, like a tide, surged in all directions. The sound of heavy objects falling to the ground echoed one after another. Seeing that 6 or 7 out of 10 of his men were swept away in an instant, Whitebeard's face darkened and he said, "Enough, red-haired brat, this is not the place for you to run wild. If your dead captain was here, you might still have the qualifications to show off in front of me, but you, brat, are still too young. Bang! As soon as the words fell, Whitebeard turned his hand behind his back and suddenly pulled out his naginata. He took a big step, without any fancy moves, and chopped down at Red Hair's head. The sudden attack made Red Hair's expression stagnate. This is completely unscientific. It was completely contrary to the steps he had planned, first drinking, talking, and then bragging. Finally, he just fought a few moves, which was completely contrary to the rhythm. Especially when he just boarded the ship, Red Hair felt that the atmosphere in the field seemed a little wrong. However, messy thoughts flashed through Red Hair's mind. Feeling the sound of the slashing and falling in front of him, he could no longer think too much. He grabbed the saber griffin at his waist with his backhand. The next moment, without any fancy moves, it came out of the sheath. Bang! The thunderous collision sound echoed. Two streams of domineering aura, one blue and one red, burst out from the body, and collided with each other in an instant with no less than the other. The violent breath swept out like a wave. What's more, it rushed straight into the sky. In an instant, the leaden clouds accumulated in the sky were instantly cut in half. The originally calm sea surface was even more turbulent. It was as if a pair of invisible big hands were stirring up the whole world. Even Garp and others who were hiding behind the reef in the distance changed their expressions slightly. In their calculations, even if the four emperors split off apart in the new world, each of them was not a good-tempered person. But they would definitely not go berserk as soon as they met. Everything that was happening now was undoubtedly beyond their cognition. Vice Admiral Garp, do we need to intervene? A Navy soldier asked impatiently. Intervention? As soon as these words fell, everyone's nerves were tense, and their eyes turned to Garp. At the moment, Red Hair and Whitebeard were fighting over a disagreement. If Garp wanted to intervene forcefully, it would be like dancing on a grave, which was simply courting death. However, before Garp could speak, a cry of surprise came from the lookout on the mast again. Vice Admiral Garp, something bad has happened. Someone is running over the sea in the distance. The hurried voice shook everyone's nerves. Faced with this strange speech, not to mention the ordinary crew members, even Garp couldn't keep his composure, and his eyes turned in unison, looking in the direction. The first thing he saw was a shadow, speeding across the sea. The speed was so fast that the sea water under his feet splashed, like a huge wave, pouring back to both sides. The strange appearance made Garp's pupils shrink slightly, and when he saw the person clearly, his expression changed drastically. At the same time, on the Moby Dick, the domineering collision of crackling, splashed like electric fireworks. Under the collision of no less than that, the huge wave of breath swept the entire deck. Some pirates who were weaker in strength and could barely stand firm in the domineering clearing of the field by Red Hair Shanks. They were directly overturned by this air storm, and fell heavily on the deck with their eyes rolled up and fainted. Feeling that the deck under his feet was also cracking inch by inch, Red Hair Shanks' face sank and said, "Whitebeard, are you crazy? I just came to persuade you to stop Ace and Blackbeard Teach from going to war. If you are angry with me because of this and want to go to war, I am not afraid of you." The small voice carried an unquestionable taste. 26 years ago, Red Hair Shanks was indeed an apprentice crew member on the Roger Pirates. But today, he is also one of the four emperors, and he said this without any ambiguity. Even Marco, who was standing far away watching the show, had a solemn look on his face. "Humph, red-haired kid, who needs your kindness? Tell me, did you secretly do anything about Ace's disappearance? Don't forget, he is Roger's son. If he has any problems, can you be worthy of Roger?" Whitebeard snorted angrily. Facing Ace's disappearance, he obviously threw his anger directly on Red Hair. This can't be blamed on Whitebeard. After all, on the Moby Dick, they are all his family members, and he got angry to vent his dissatisfaction. These people can't stand it. Red-haired Shanks suddenly appeared and hit the muzzle of Whitebeard's gun. Faced with this sudden scene, Red-haired Shanks was stunned. He finally knew why Whitebeard was furious. He was shot while lying down. However, before Red-haired Shanks could explain, a voice suddenly spoke in a strange tone without any warning. Are you looking for him? He doesn't seem to have woken up yet." Chapter 772 Biting the Attack. "Are you looking for him?" The decadent voice suddenly sounded. Before everyone could react, a black shadow fell from the sky without any warning, and in full view of everyone, it hit the deck heavily. Bang! The dull sound of the collision suddenly echoed, and the heavy deck was also shaken. Faced with this sudden scene, Marco and other captains instantly tensed their nerves. They were about to take action and capture this intruder. When they saw clearly, the figure lying on the deck was stunned. It's Ace. Why is his face swollen and blue? Isn't he a natural devil fruit user? Is Ace not dead? One after another, urgent calls came out. Even Whitebeard and red-haired Shanks, who were in the confrontation, were instantly attracted. Looking at the terrible situation of Fire Fist Ace, his pupils suddenly contracted. The Ace in front of him was in tattered clothes, his face was swollen and blue, and his whole body was covered with dust and blood. This was incompatible with the handsome young man they saw at ordinary times. The most important thing is that in their eyes, Ace is a natural devil fruit user with a reward of 500 million berries and the ability of the flame fruit. Facing a powerful opponent, even if he can't beat him, he should be able to escape easily. Now he was sent back to the ship in such a terrible state. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who would be willing to believe that all this is true? Dad, that's a monster. Ace, who was hit hard on the deck, opened his bruised eyes with difficulty and spoke intermittently. As soon as these words fell, everyone in the field was stunned, even Whitebeard and Red Hair were no exception. Monster! Marco rushed to Ace's side and quickly activated the power of the phoenix fruit to the extreme with his backhand. The crystal green fluorescence poured down on Ace like a waterfall, covering him completely. The bruised places were healed quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ace, who was originally unstable, gradually woke up, but his face was still more of lingering fear and fear. Ace, did that guy teach her you? If so, I will personally chop him off. Whitebeard roared, and the clenched naginata in his hand smashed down on the deck. Bang! The huge force instantly formed a huge impact wave, sweeping around. Looking at the angry Whitebeard, the captains present knew clearly. Their father was really angry. My name is Saitama, an ordinary person who became a hero out of interest. A voice came out of nowhere without any warning. Soon, everyone present saw a figure walking on the water. In full view of everyone, he jumped onto the Moby Dick. Yellow tights, red cloak, and a big bald head shining brightly in the sun. Under the drooping eyes, the decadent face that seemed to be completely unable to lift up the spirit. And that one, who was incompatible with his character, lying on Chinyu's back, was too beautiful. Instantly, Jaw's pupils dilated, and the memory hidden deep in his mind was awakened. It's him. It's him, he is the weirdo Saitama who chased Ace. He is the one chasing Ace. Whitebeard's eyes turning around, it locked onto Chinyu. If this strange, decadent, and careless man in front of him was really chasing Ace, then Ace's sudden disappearance could be explained. However, thinking of Ace's miserable state and his importance to his family, Whitebeard's face darkened and he roared angrily. Damn you, you dare to hurt my family and come to my house. You will pay the price in blood. Puff! The air seemed to be torn apart in an instant. The naginata in Whitebeard's hand flew up like a storm. The next moment, in full view of the crowd, without any fancy moves, he chopped Chinyu head on. Marco, who witnessed this scene, couldn't help but change his face and shouted in a hurry. Dad, don't be impulsive. Whitebeard, don't mess around. Red Hair also shouted anxiously. In their eyes, it was already a good thing that Ace was brought back alive. Most importantly, they had not figured out the position and intention of the big bald man in front of them. And what was involved behind it. At this moment, Whitebeard's rash attack was undoubtedly inconsistent with all this. However, the arrow had to be shot. What's more, Whitebeard was able to become the leader of the 4 emperors and stand out in the Great Pirate era. But he had his own pride. At this moment, the attack in his hand was launched without any pause. The swung naginata, mixed with violent wind, came to Chinyu in an instant. This sudden attack was so powerful. Looking at this attack that was quickly magnified to the extreme in the pupils. The next moment, the scene that first came into view made everyone's pupils shrink suddenly. Bang! The crisp sound of metal collision, like thunder, echoed on the deck of the huge Moby Dick. Under the strong collision, the huge wind and waves were rolled back in all directions. Even the originally calm sea surface was broken by the wind and waves caused by this attack. Garp and others who were hiding behind the reefs in the distance were also stunned. Even their eye sockets were almost cracked. Watching everything that happened on the deck, it was unbelievable. Oh my god, Vice Admiral Garp, that one-punch monster Saitama actually took Whitebeard's attack in one bite, what kind of teeth does he have? A navy soldier was the first to lose his temper. In their eyes, this was a furious attack from the 4 emperors. That was a trick that could kill the strong men on the sea in seconds. If it was an ordinary vice admiral of the navy, I'm afraid he would not be able to bear it directly. However, the scene now presented in front of them overturned their cognition. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, who would be willing to believe that all this was true? This is probably a monster among monsters. If this matter is not handled properly, Whitebeard may also hit a wall. Garp came back to his senses in shock and couldn't help laughing. As soon as these words fell, the expressions of the Navy soldiers present could not help but stagnate. It was the first time for them to see Vice Admiral Garp, a hero of the Navy, give such an evaluation when facing the problem of Whitebeard. Vice Admiral Garp, do you mean that this monster Saitama will be more powerful than Whitebeard? A major general on the ship couldn't help but ask anxiously. After all, in their eyes, Whitebeard is the strongest overlord on the sea, and even the Navy headquarters has to be wary of him. If it is really as Garp said, does it mean that the Navy headquarters will have to deal with one more monster in the future? Chapter 773 Bull has chosen the wrong horse. On the huge deck of the warship, an inexplicable atmosphere of depression, like an invisible sky, shrouded everyone's heart. Facing the evaluation of the dignified Vice Admiral Garp, it undoubtedly touched their nerves. After all, the current situation of the Navy headquarters is not comparable to the past. No, the current intelligence alone cannot prove that Saitama, that guy, is stronger than Whitebeard. It can only prove that he is quite strong. Garp shook his head and explained. But, this method alone is enough to prove that his strength is definitely not worse than the so-called 7 warlords of the sea. Who knows, he can even sit in the position of admiral. Can he be comparable to the admiral? The Navy soldiers present were stunned. In their eyes, the admiral of the Navy was an unattainable existence. It was also the peak combat power of the Navy headquarters against the New World. This big bald man with such a funny appearance was actually given such a high evaluation by Garp, a hero. This simply overturned their cognition. At the same time, on the Moby Dick, hundreds of eyes turned and locked onto Chin Yu. The shock in their hearts was not reduced but increased compared to the Navy on Garp's ship. Especially those captains, which one of them did not have a rebellious period. More or less, he had also suffered a beating from Whitebeard, and knew clearly how powerful this angry blow could be. However, such a fierce blow was taken by a guy of a much different size. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who would be willing to believe that all this is true? Whitebeard, is this how you treat guests in your pirate group? Chin Yu bit his naginata and grinned. If I hadn't knocked that ignorant little devil hammer unconscious, I'm afraid he would have been given to the world government by Blackbeard as a gift to become a Shishibukai. Becoming a Shishibukai gift? The people present were stunned. They knew that Blackbeard Teach had tolerated for so long, and he definitely had inhuman ambitions. However, they never thought that Teach had the ambition to become a 7 warlords of the sea. It was only in the original work that Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, had a conversation with Crane after being arrested. It was mentioned that the real overlord of the sea was the Navy headquarters, but the smartest pirates were not the 4 parties that ruled one side, but the pirates who became 7 warlords of the sea. After all, if the Navy headquarters is the right way, then the pirates are the underworld. Then, becoming a 7 warlords of the sea can definitely be called a smart person walking on the edge of black and white. You will not offend pirates, nor do you have to worry about the Navy taking action against you at any time. With Blackbeard's tolerant personality, becoming a 7 warlords of the sea is undoubtedly the best cover. In particular, based on Blackbeard Teach alone, after knowing the relationship between Fire Fist Ace and Pirate King Roger. This is definitely the best bargaining chip to become a 7 warlords of the sea. Dad, calm down. The blue flame on Marco's body rose, and in full view of everyone, he jumped in front of Whitebeard. Now, Ace is back safely, let's figure things out first and then make plans. Captain Marco is right. Red-haired Shanks also walked over slowly and said, I believe that this young man will also give me a face and not get entangled in this matter for the time being. Asking for face as soon as he opened his mouth. Chin Yu already had a deep understanding of red-haired Shanks' nature. However, this time Chin Yu came to the Whitebeard pirates to fulfill his promise that day. After taking a look, Whitebeard, who still maintained a gloomy expression and dispersed his anger, was the first to open his mouth. Everyone who witnessed this scene secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, when they saw clearly that the naginata in Whitebeard's hand, one of the supreme swords, had a clear tooth mark on the cold blade. The muscles in the corners of their eyes twitched uncontrollably. Even the naginata, known as the black sword, was almost bitten to pieces. If it were a person, I'm afraid he would have bitten one by one. It can be said that facing this scene, even the gloomy Whitebeard's facial expression became very exciting. However, as the overlord of the sea and the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, Whitebeard also knew clearly that what Marco and Red Hair said was not wrong. He suppressed the pain of the naginata in his heart and said in a deep voice, "Kid, you just said that if you hadn't taken action, Ace would be defeated by Teach as a bargaining chip in exchange for the position of Shishibukai. However, I am very sure of Ace's strength. I won't believe your words alone." At this point, Whitebeard looked at Ace, who had recovered a little, and said, "Ace, tell him well that being the captain of the 2nd Division on the Whitebeard Pirates is a symbol of strength, and Teach will never be your opponent." The old voice, mixed with an unquestionable taste, echoed on the deck of the ship and could not be dispersed for a long time. After all, in their eyes, the previous captain of the 2nd Division, Kojiki Oden. That was a strong man who could suppress Kaido and almost slay the dragon. In the Whitebeard Pirates, even Marco, the vice-captain, was suppressed. It is precisely because of this reason that after Kojiki Oden left, the position of the captain of the 2nd Division has been left vacant. The most fundamental reason is not only to mourn Kojiki Oden, but also because there is no one in the huge Whitebeard Pirates who has enough strength to take over this position. Now Ace can become the candidate for this position shortly after boarding the ship, which is enough to show Whitebeard's expectations and recognition of Ace's strength. Now Chinyu told him that Ace is not as good as Blackbeard Teach. Falling into Whitebeard's ears, the meaning of these words is that he, Whitebeard, is old and dim. Did the bull choose the wrong horse? For a moment, on the huge deck of the ship, everyone's eyes turned and locked on Ace. Feeling the urgency in his sight, Ace's face changed continuously, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Dad, this time it was just an accident. If I can figure out the dark fruit and invalidate the power of the devil fruit, I will never lose to that guy Teach. Dad, give me another chance, I will bring Teach back to you this time." The hurried voice echoed on the deck of the ship, making red-haired Shanks secretly relieved. This is enough to show that Whitebeard's talent was wrong, and he really underestimated Blackbeard who possessed the power of the dark fruit. Whitebeard's face suddenly turned ugly when he heard this, and he said, "Enough. Ace, you should know clearly that in this sea of the survival of the fittest, there is no second chance. If you fail, you will die. This time, you have saved your life." At this point, Whitebeard looked at Chinyu and said, "I am glad that you can save Ace. But I really want to know how Ace's injuries were caused. You were too heavy-handed." Chapter 774, The Opponent Who Cannot Be Closed. The deep voice also tensed everyone's nerves. Like Whitebeard, they were also wondering why Ace, who possessed the natural flame fruit, became so embarrassed. However, the moment he heard Whitebeard's questioning, Ace's cheek muscles couldn't help but twitch, and he subconsciously begged Chinyu not to expose what had happened in the past few days. "Are you talking about the injuries on this idiot?" Chinyu rolled his eyes and glanced at Ace's body, saying casually, "This guy has challenged me no less than 10 times in 3 days, and I punched him every time, and then he became like this. One punch made him look like this?" Everyone present, whether it was Marco and other captains, or even Whitebeard and red-haired Shanks, couldn't help but be stunned. In their eyes, the meaning of this punch was too great. No less than 10 battles, ended with one punch? At the same time, it also prevented Ace, who possessed the natural devil fruit, from transforming into an element in time. Does this mean that the bald guy in front of him has the strength to crush Ace? "Damn kid, you dare to speak nonsense in front of your father!" A cold shout sounded without any warning. Soon, a burly black shadow flashed out from the crowd. With a stern sound of breaking through the air, it attacked Chinyu across the air. During the attack, a low roar of a cow was heard. Originally, he was 4 or 5 meters tall, and the next moment he turned into a huge bull-headed human body. Without any fancy moves, his 5 fingers clenched suddenly, and with a heavy gesture, he smashed down towards Chinyu head-on. "Captain Atmos, don't be impulsive." Witnessing this scene, Ace's expression changed drastically. He didn't have time to think about it and roared in a hurry. However, as soon as these words came out, Atmos's fist had already fallen with a bang. Bang! A dull crash suddenly echoed. Under the huge impact force, the strong wind was not small. However, when everyone saw Qin Yu standing still like a rock, everyone's face changed drastically. Unfortunately, before they could react, Qin Yu moved. He clenched his 5 fingers on his right hand suddenly, and threw an ordinary punch with a nonchalant look on his face. The sudden scene made Ace's expression change drastically. He didn't have time to think about it and roared in a hurry. Atmos, get out of the way quickly, or you will die. Get out? Atmos' face froze, but before he could react, Qin Yu's ordinary and plain fist suddenly swung out. One punch. Atmos felt that the whole space seemed to be rolling towards him from all directions, giving him an inexplicable feeling of suffocation. That plain fist quickly enlarged in his pupils. The overwhelming force and fist force instantly made his mind roar and he fell into a blank. At this moment, Atmos felt like he was in a small boat on the raging sea. It seemed that he would be destroyed by the waves at any time. When everything came back to normal, Atmos didn't know how much time had passed. He just knew that his clothes were soaked, and he was panting like a drowning person in the sea. Looking at the plain fist only an inch away from his cheek. Everything just now seemed like a dream, leaving people with an illusion that was imprinted in their minds and could not be shaken off. Was this a dream? Chaotic thoughts flashed through Atmos' mind. However, as soon as this thought emerged, it was annihilated in his mind. At this moment, he found that the deck of the huge ship fell into an inexplicable silence. From time to time, there was a gurgling sound of swallowing saliva. The strange scene aroused Atmos's nerves. He turned around and looked behind him without thinking too much. The first scene that caught his eyes made his pupils shrink suddenly. I saw that the huge reefs disappeared from the sea surface hundreds of meters away from the Moby Dick. A huge vacuum zone with a diameter of tens of meters appeared above the sea surface. The feeling that fell into the eyes was that the huge sea surface seemed to be blown up by a punch. Atmos, who witnessed this scene, had an extremely absurd idea in his blank mind. If this blow had landed on him just now, he would probably have ended up with a serious injury, right? The power of a punch is so terrifying. He finally understood why Ace, the captain of the second team, had a bruised face and a swollen nose. The guy in front of him was a living monster. If he really wanted to evaluate, he would definitely reach the level of the vice-captain of the Four Emperors pirate group. This is an opponent he can't get close to. For a moment, everyone present looked at Qin Yu with a trace of deep fear. Even red-haired Shanks and Whitebeard, who are at the level of the Four Emperors, looked serious. Those who can reach such a high level at this age, they know clearly that as long as they don't die young, their future achievements will definitely not be low. Bang! Atmos fell to the ground. As the captain of the 13th Division, Atmos's performance in the original Battle of the Top was also not dazzling. When facing Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, he was controlled by his puppet string and attacked his companions. It can be said that, to a certain extent, in the Whitebeard pirates, there are only a few combat forces that can be ranked. 16 captains, most of them are not much different from supernovas. Android-haired Shanks' elite troops and generals were completely different. Jaws, take Atmos to the side to rest. Whitebeard was the first to come to his senses and ordered in a deep voice. Faced with this request, Jaws was not vague. After taking another look at Qin Yu, he quickly stepped forward and took Atmos away. However, for them, Qin Yu had made a big fuss in the Whitebeard pirates. In front of the outsider red-haired Shanks, it undoubtedly left Whitebeard with no way out. Under these reasons, they were eager to know how Whitebeard would deal with it. When they thought of this, on the huge deck of the ship, everyone's eyes turned in unison and locked on Whitebeard, with a hint of inexplicable urgency. "Kid, your strength is indeed good." Whitebeard spoke in a deep voice. "But I really want to know why you took action to bring Ace back. I don't believe that there are any good people on this sea. If you can't answer, the next thing will make me very troubled." The stern voice fell, and everyone's nerves were instantly tense, even Red Hair Shanks and Ace were no exception. If it is said that Red Hair came out for Captain Roger and Luffy's layout to prevent the new era from coming early. However, for Saitama, who suddenly appeared, why did he want to stop Ace? But there was a hint of inexplicable curiosity. Chapter 775 I Want Your Body After Death. "You old man, it seems that you are really confused." Qin Yu's dead fish eyes turned and said, "I was commissioned by the skeleton demon to fulfill the agreement between you and him. Prevent the crisis of disintegration of your Whitebeard pirates. If Ace falls into the hands of Blackbeard Teach, he will be sent to the Navy headquarters as a bargaining chip." After learning Ace's identity, the world government will definitely execute him publicly. At this time, I think you will not sit idly by and go to war with the Navy headquarters. At this point, Qin Yu picked his nose and said, one of the 4 emperors going to war with the Navy headquarters is a big event. I believe that others will never miss this opportunity to attack the Whitebeard pirates. As a power hunter, Blackbeard Teach will never watch and give up the opportunity to seize the tremor fruit. After this, the faces of everyone present changed suddenly, even Whitebeard was no exception. Only red-haired Shanks fell into silence. Unlike the Whitebeard pirates who blindly supported the pursuit, red-haired Shanks had obviously thought of this. Qin Yu's words now only made Whitebeard and others think about it with great fear. Even Ace's face suddenly showed a trace of fear. When he looked at Whitebeard and others, there was a trace of apology. You mean, the skeleton demon entrusted you to stop Ace? Whitebeard suddenly said in a deep voice. What is your relationship with the skeleton demon in Escanor? He remembered that when the Push City prison fell, before Ace officially boarded the ship, the skeleton demon did board Whitebeard's pirate ship. At the same time, he also threw a prophecy that they regarded as absurd. However, the prophecy almost came true, which undoubtedly awakened this dusty memory. But now they have another focus. The big bald man in front of him said that the skeleton demon entrusted him to do things. Is this confirming the terrifying rumors on the sea? For me, those guys are just dealing with each other for money. If I were to describe it, it would be like eating 2 hot pot meals. Qin Yu touched his chin and said thoughtfully. As for me, I am just a person who likes to be a hero out of interest. Having eaten 2 hot pot meals? Faced with Qin Yu's cheap explanation, many people present were stunned. In their eyes, this is probably not even a plastic friendship. Whitebeard's face sank slightly. After staring at Qin Yu for a few seconds, he said, Little ghost, since you are saying that this is to complete the commission for the skeleton demon. Then, Ace has been brought back. Did the skeleton demon ask you to bring me a message about why he made this transaction? This is a sea where the weak are preyed on by the strong. I don't believe there are any kind people. Regarding Whitebeard's definition of the sea, the people present clearly agreed silently. Facing the skeleton demon of unknown origin, they also wanted to know what he wanted to get from Whitebeard. He wants your body after death. Qin Yu rolled his eyes and said casually. The small voice, at this moment, was like an invisible hammer, shaking everyone's nerves. Crazy. At this moment, there was only this thought in the minds of everyone present. This is Whitebeard. Known as the strongest man on the sea. However, now he is cursed to death in public. Moreover, the body will be remembered after death. Facing such words, it is a taboo in any place. What a bastard, you dare to speak wildly. Flower Sword Baista was the first to lose his temper. However, before he could react, Whitebeard had already laughed and reached out to stop them. Haha, Baista, don't be impulsive, he is just doing things for others. But, you reply to that kid, if he wants my body, I don't know how long he will have to wait. Besides, he needs to be capable to get it. I, Whitebeard, don't have much, but they have more precious sons than others, and they are not vegetarians. Faced with these heroic words, Qin Yu did not hesitate. After picking his nose, he said, this has nothing to do with me. By the way, there is one more important thing. Kojiki Odin is the former captain of the second team of your Whitebeard pirates, and also your predecessor, Red Hair. At this point, Qin Yu patted Kojiki Hiri, who had been left aside, with the hand that had been used to pick his nose, and said, this girl is Kojiki Odin's daughter, Kojiki Hiri. I told her that you will not help a dead person to avenge, but she insisted on following. The small voice once again pried everyone's nerves. For the beautiful woman who has been following Qin Yu closely since her debut, and who is incompatible with the big bald head. Everyone present undoubtedly paid more attention to it. However, they never thought that this girl had such a connection with them. Most importantly, Qin Yu's last careless words made their cheek muscles twitch. Facing such comments without any scruples and mercy, it was simply exposing scars in public. Even Whitebeard's face suddenly became embarrassed. Are you Princess Hiri? Izzo rushed out first. As one of the people who followed Kojiki Odin, walked out of Wano country and joined the Whitebeard pirates. After Kojiki Odin was poached by Pirate King Roger, he stayed on the ship. He climbed to the position of captain of the 16th Division with his own strength. Although it was far from the position of captain of the 2nd Division of Kojiki Odin, he lived a comfortable life anyway. Are you Uncle Izo? When my father was alive, he often mentioned his little brother. Hiri Kojiki was also surprised by Chinyu's shocking words. However, it was not in vain that she had been in Waran in Wano country for these years. Her expression soon returned to normal, and she hurriedly started to build a relationship. Originally, she was planning to hope that the skeleton demon, who had just become one of the new 5 emperors and had not yet occupied a territory, would cooperate with her to seize Wano country from Kaido. However, after learning that Chinyu was going to the Whitebeard pirates and meeting Whitebeard, Hiri Kojiki changed her mind. After all, in Hiri Kojiki's memory, Kojiki Oden often mentioned the Whitebeard pirates and Roger pirates. Are you the little girl that Tokiwa gave birth to that day? Whitebeard raised his eyebrows and thought of Kojiki Hiri. When Kojiki Oden secretly followed him out to sea, he found a wife halfway and gave birth to 2 chubby sons and daughters. However, Whitebeard never thought that he would meet again in such an occasion after so many years. Chapter 776 Hot and Coveted. Old. Dad, I didn't expect you still remember me. Kojiki Hiri hesitated for a moment and responded with gritted teeth. She had high hopes for the strong man who dominated the sea in front of her. However, as for how to address him, Kojiki Hiri could only bite the bullet and follow this sentence. Marco and others were slightly stunned. Whitebeard's face also changed, and then he sighed, sat down on the chair, and said, Oden, that guy, didn't even have any rules that day, and kept saying that he and I were also sworn brothers. That guy doesn't trademark T want to be my son. As for you being his daughter, it trademark S not too much for you to call me daddy. However, when we learned about the incident in Wano country, we also asked Izo to find out your whereabouts. Later, Kaido threatened that you were all killed, and the matter was left unresolved. At this point, Whitebeard grabbed the wine jar beside him and said, But, I want to know, this time, are you going to let us help you restore your country? As soon as these words fell, the nerves of many people present suddenly tensed up. A trace of hesitation flashed across Hiri Kojiki trademark S face, and then she bit her red lips, squatted slightly and performed the etiquette of a dancer and said, Dad, I know this request is too much. But my father always hoped that Wano country could be founded during his lifetime. Although we and his confidants are also taking action, facing the big snake who colluded with Kaido, it is simply a drop in the bucket. At this point, Hiri Kojiki's face showed a hint of urgency. Dad, you are the person my father respected the most when he was alive. Hiri has no relatives now, and only Dad can help Hiri and fulfill this long-cherished wish. The hurried words echoed on the deck for a long time and could not be dispersed. Izo, who was standing aside, was tense and wanted to say something but stopped. However, he was soon stopped by Marco shaking his head. For a moment, the eyes of everyone present, including Red Hair Shanks, subconsciously looked at Whitebeard. I'm sorry, I, Whitebeard, have always attached great importance to my family. Whitebeard said in a deep voice. Brother Oden is my family, and there is nothing wrong with that. However, he refused our help that day, and it was his decision. If he is still alive, we can do our best to save him, but unfortunately he is no longer here. Kaido and Orokai are deeply rooted in Wano country. Coupled with the natural defenses of Wano country, there is no way to break in unless we fight Kaido head-on. Whitebeard paused, looked around and said, I have already lost my relative, Brother Oden. I don't want to lose more relatives. I hope you can understand. Chang's words sounded like a hammer at this moment. Hitting the soul of Kojiki Hiri. Originally, Chinyu had already reminded him at the beginning, and directly pointed out Whitebeard, and would not take action on such things. However, being told is one thing. But getting the answer in person is another matter. Looking at Whitebeard who had made up his mind, Kojiki Hiri took a deep breath. Slowly stood up and said, Hiri understands Dad's difficulties, thank you Dad for clearing up the confusion. Saitama, are we leaving? I have already said that Whitebeard will not spend energy on a dead person. Chinyu picked his nose and turned away directly. Looking at this big bald head who was not shy at all and spoke without restraint. The facial muscles of many people present could not help but twitch. However, there was a feeling that there was no way to refute it. After all, looking at a beautiful girl being rejected in public. Kojiki Hiri was born with the skills of being pitiful and self-pitying. In Wano country, it is not covered, put it on the Whitebeard pirates. The power is not small. Slow down, kid. Whitebeard suddenly said. What's wrong? Do you want to fight? Qin Yu rolled his eyes and said this out of the blue. It made Hiri Kojiki's feet cold. Facing the head of the four emperors, and on the Moby Dick, he could say such words. I'm afraid only Qin Yu, a man with thick nerves, could do it. However, this can't be blamed on Qin Yu. In the original work, Saitama became stronger because he became bald. The emotional fluctuations of the human body also became gradually weaker. He gave people the feeling of a decadent little man lying down like Geu all day long. If he didn't have a heroic dream in his heart, he would probably have been lying down and not moving. However, facing Whitebeard's sudden dissuasion, the atmosphere on the deck suddenly became depressed. Kid, you are really courageous. Whitebeard laughed and said, your character is a bit similar to that guy Odin. However, I asked you to stop, not to cause trouble for you, but to invite you to become the reserve captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, the 4th Division. Reserve captain of the 4th Division? Everyone present was stunned, including the captains. Dad, Thatch was murdered by Teach not long ago, and according to convention, promotion to the position of captain requires certain merits and assessments. The captain of the 5th Division, Flower Sword Vista, was the first to be unable to hold back and said in a hurry. However, before he finished speaking, Marco reached out and stopped him. Vista, Dad has already said that this is the reserve captain. Saitama is qualified to inherit Thatch's position, but others are also qualified to challenge. This is based on their own strength. Dad has not violated the rules he set. Seeing Marco's explanation, the captain who was still hesitant to speak fell silent. Haha, brother, there are many rules on Whitebeard's ship. If you don't mind, you can go directly to my Red Force. We often hold banquets. Red-haired Shanks suddenly laughed. Would you like to join me and turn this world upside down? The huge deck fell into silence in an instant. Seeing red-haired Shanks walk out of the crowd, the people present were stunned. Even Whitebeard's expression sank slightly. If it is said that Whitebeard's olive branch is to appreciate Saitama's strength, perhaps it is also to repay the favor of rescuing Ace, and the credit of escorting Kojiki Hiri. However, red-haired Shanks, who is also one of the 4 emperors, also extended an invitation in front of Whitebeard. This has changed the taste of appreciation, as if it has become a hot commodity. If people outside knew that 2 of the 4 emperors invited a newcomer at the same time, what was promised was a core position. I am afraid it will definitely cause an uproar among all forces. Who knows, it may also cause competition from other forces. However, before everyone could come to their senses, a hearty laugh suddenly rang out. Haha, I didn't expect to encounter such a lively event just after coming here. It's really heartbreaking. Chapter 777 An Invitation from Garp. The hearty laugh rang out without warning. A stern sound of breaking through the air first tensed everyone's nerves. Looking at the figure wearing a white navy justice cloak and a dog-head hat, landing on the deck in full view of everyone, the expressions of many pirates present changed drastically in an instant. In their eyes, a navy boarded the ship of the 4 emperors of pirates alone, and faced 2 of the 4 emperors. Isn't this sending sheep into the tiger's mouth? Arrogant navy, dare to trespass into our Whitebeard pirates. A pirate was the first to lose his temper. However, he was soon stopped by Marco. Look carefully, who is this guy? If you are impulsive again, he is not someone you can deal with. Look carefully. As soon as these words fell, everyone's eyes turned and locked on the cheek under the dog-head hat. After seeing the appearance of the person clearly, the pupils suddenly contracted. It's the Navy hero Iron Fist Garp. How could he run to this place? Is this the Navy coming to fight us? The scene suddenly boiled up. Facing Garp, who has a special identity and status in the Navy, the appearance of Garp obviously pried the nerves of many people. Shut up! Whitebeard's expression darkened, and he shouted coldly. A mere Navy has caused you to be in such a mess. If this gets out, are you going to embarrass me, Whitebeard? Garp, don't tell me that you are here to meet me. I remember that I don't have much affection for the Navy. From the beginning, Whitebeard knew that the Navy led by Garp was hiding in the distance for monitoring. However, monitoring is monitoring. As long as it doesn't hinder his work, he is too lazy to compete with this madman who chases Roger all over the sea. However, the other party is not only eavesdropping secretly. He also swaggered onto his ship. He can't turn a blind eye to this. Ha ha ha, Whitebeard, don't be so stingy. I didn't plan to fight with you on this trip. Garp laughed. The next moment, with one step, he disappeared from the spot like a ghost. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Ace. He clenched his 5 fingers suddenly, without any fancy moves, and punched him head-on. Bang! The dull sound of hammering suddenly echoed. Ace, who had just recovered, fell directly on the deck. The force was so great that the deck was cracked. The sudden scene instantly pried everyone's nerves. Before they could react, Garp was the first to curse. You bastard boy, didn't I let you be a navy? You sneaked out without paying attention, and you were taken on board by Whitebeard. All my hard work has been wasted by you. Old man, can't you stop hitting people as soon as you appear? It hurts so much, and sooner or later you will be beaten silly like Luffy. Ace covered his head with his hands and said with an unhappy face. You are so good at talking to Luffy. I asked you to take him to be a navy, but you led him astray. If I didn't see you, you are still alive and well, I must beat you to death. Garp glared and said angrily. However, facing this remark, Ace did not refute it this time. He knew clearly that Garp broke into the Whitebeard pirates and ran to this ship because he was worried about him. What's going on? The Navy hero is Captain Ace's grandfather. Oh my god, if this news gets out, the amount of information is too much. The huge deck of the ship suddenly became boiling. Only a group of captains knew about Ace's origin. The rest of the people also knew a little. It seems that it's better not to say this kind of thing, otherwise Sengoku will make trouble for me. Watching the situation suddenly become boiling, Garp couldn't help but pick his nose and said weakly. Old man, I've said it a long time ago, don't tell this matter, it will hinder me from becoming stronger. Ace covered his still aching head and roared anxiously. For him, the older he gets, the more he understands the power of this cheap grandfather in front of him. No matter how strong he becomes, the strength of his fists and the feeling of pain are the same. To reach this level of strength, it is not something that ordinary people can do. At least, even Ace can't do it. Garp, enough, I don't let you mess up on my ship. If you keep messing around like this, don't blame me for sinking you into the sea. Whitebeard's face sank and he shouted unhappily. Garp, who was originally planning to reunite with the old times, gave Whitebeard a white look and said, if Roger knew that you let his son call you dad, I'm afraid the coffin lid will not be able to cover it. However, this time, I'm not here to ask you to take your grandson back. Instead, they came for Mr. Saitama. For him? The people present were stunned. Even Whitebeard and Red Hair's expressions changed slightly. They just invited him for Saitama. No, Garp also had this intention, right? Old man, are you talking to me? Chinyu turned around and looked at Garp. Chinyu was also a little surprised by his appearance. It seems that during this period, his various character templates have been active. But the Navy headquarters also smelled the smell of crisis. Haha, you are really a person with personality, which suits my taste very well. You are not like Sakazuki and others, who always have a stern face. Garp laughed and said, this time, the old man came to bring a message to Sengoku. He wants to invite you to replace the vacancy of Crocodile, the former 7 warlords of the sea. Invitation to become a 7 warlords of the sea? Many of the pirates present had their faces changed drastically. For pirates, there are 2 peaks. The first is to become one of the 4 emperors. The second is to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea recognized by the world government and the Navy headquarters. Once you can reach this height, you can be called the overlord of the new world. However, he never expected that a weirdo who had just risen on the sea. Not only did he get the attention of the Navy headquarters so quickly, but he also recognized his strength and threw out an olive branch to become a 7 warlords of the sea. For a moment, everyone's eyes subconsciously fell on Chinyu, and there was an inexplicable urgency in their eyes. At present, the 2 major 4 emperors groups, together with the Navy headquarters, have come forward to recruit. Just based on this honor, if it is spread out, it will definitely shock the entire sea. Kid, what's wrong? Garp said with a big laugh, this is a good opportunity. After becoming a 7 warlords of the sea, no matter who you are, you can walk sideways on the sea. Although I don't like the so-called 7 warlords of the sea and I want to give them 2 hammers, but your personality is quite to my taste. Didn't you say you wanted to be a hero? This is a good opportunity to show off. Chapter 778, Is there a salary for being a Shishibukai? Is there a salary for being a Shishibukai? Chinyu asked this question out of the blue. The huge deck fell into an inexplicable silence. Some people almost couldn't help but spit out blood. In their eyes, those who can become Shishibukai are all extremely vicious pirates. As ordinary pirates, the concept of Bailey has always been to grab it if it's not enough. You should grab it when you see it. Now, even the captain is afraid of this one. The strong man who has thrown an olive branch to the three major forces, opened his mouth without caring about anything, just mourning whether the Shishibukai has a salary. This thinking circuit is too extraordinary and caught people off guard. However, this can't be blamed on Chinyu. In addition to having the identity of the strongest person who breaks the limiter, Saitama's character template setting is a law-abiding citizen. The most important thing is to have enough food and enough money to buy cheap goods in the supermarket and support until the end of the month. Then he will receive the meager salary of being a hero. It can be said that in the original work, Chinyu has never seen Saitama robbing money. Even if he robs a dime from a child, he will feel guilty. Who knows, Saitama's salary is in place, and he can also ruin the realism. Haha, you are really interesting. Garp laughed first. If you are willing to become a Shishibukai, I will ask Sengoku to give you some money in private, which can be used as salary. However, you look like a pirate, so I will tell Sengoku your answer. At this point, Garp glared at Ace and said angrily, "You little bastard, stay here obediently. If you fall into the hands of our navy, I will not show favoritism." Whitebeard, red hair, you little bastard, you are so embarrassed this time. I robbed the person you wanted, but you don't have to hate me, an old man. I am also following orders. If you want to cause trouble, you can find Sengoku. After saying this, Garp took a step without hesitation. He directly used the shave and disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, he was already dozens of meters away. After several ups and downs, he was even hundreds of meters away. Looking at this scene, even Whitebeard and Red Hair's expressions changed slightly. As people who have survived the old times and come to the present, they know clearly how powerful Garp is. Well, since Ace has returned safely, there is no point for me to stay any longer. Red-haired Shanks patted the dust off his body and broke the silence in the field. After looking at Chinyu for a while, he said, "Saitama, if you change your mind in the future and don't want to be a Shishibukai, you can come to me. I have banquets every day here, and I provide meals, money, and distribution. If you come, everyone will welcome you." Red-haired Shanks turned around with a smile and raised his hand casually. In full view of the crowd, he jumped onto the red force that was responding. The conflict just now was so big that Ben Beckman and others had already been alarmed. If it weren't for seeing red-haired Shanks, nothing serious would have happened. I'm afraid they would have picked up their weapons and started fighting directly. With the departure of the two big men, Chinyu did not stay any longer and put his arm around Kojiki Hiri's waist. In full view of everyone, he jumped directly into the water, and once again treaded water in a terrifying way, and rushed away quickly. For a moment, the huge deck of the Moby Dick fell into an inexplicable silence. Cough cough. A violent cough suddenly sounded, instantly prying everyone's nerves, and they all looked at Whitebeard. "Dad, are you okay?" Ace came forward first. Before others could ask, Whitebeard, whose face was slightly flushed, waved his hand and interrupted directly. "Don't worry, I'm fine. It's just that the fight just now has triggered an old injury. I'll be fine after a rest. It's still that old guy Garp, his physical fitness is still at its peak. It seems that this old bone of mine, even if I rest in peace, that guy won't die easily." At this point, Whitebeard's face sank slightly and said, "Speaking of corpses, I almost forgot the purpose of the skeleton demon. It seems that he is not only a weirdo, but also makes some weird requests." When Ace thought of the negotiation request Chinyu had just given, his face turned extremely pale and he was the first to lose his temper. "Dad, this matter started because of me, let me meet with the skeleton demon." "Ace, don't be impulsive." Marco patted Ace on the shoulder. "Let's not talk about whether Dad will live 100 years. If the skeleton demon really wants to do something bad to Dad, we will definitely not sit idly by. The Whitebeard pirates are not vegetarians, even if they provoke a full-scale war." As soon as these words fell, all the pirates present expressed their opinions. "Captain Marco is right. Whoever dares to touch Dad's hair, we will fight him to the death. If he wants to touch Dad, he must step on our corpses. Looking at the scene that suddenly became lively, Whitebeard smiled with relief and shook his head. However, as to why the skeleton demon was thinking about using his corpse as a trading partner, Whitebeard also subconsciously kept a watchful eye. After all, on this sea, there are many strange things. At the same time, in the flower capital of Wano country, the huge palace is no longer as lively as usual. Many places are still hung with white cloth. Woo-woo my little purple, damn Kyo's hero, why don't you stop those villains from pushing little purple into the sea? The big snake in plain clothes, holding a tissue, cried and accused with tears and snot, sitting aside as if he had not woken up yet. Kyo's hero always keeps a smile on his face. Facing the accusations of the big snake, Kyo's hero doesn't take it to heart at all. In his eyes, as long as Kojiki Hiri can safely fake his death and leave the territory of Wano country, minimizing the impact of this incident on their plans is enough. As for whether they can see the skeleton demon, they can only leave it to fate. Kyo's hero, I'm talking to you, can't you respond to me? The big snake shouted after spitting out his snot. However, this time, Kyo's hero didn't wait for him to speak. A huge black shadow fell from the sky, instantly covering the entire courtyard. Before they could react, the whistling sound of a huge heavy object falling to the ground suddenly resounded through the world. Bang! A huge figure, with a strong smell of alcohol, fell from the sky. It fell heavily on the singing girl stage that was originally built for Kojiki Hizuki. It collapsed directly. The singing girls and samurai who were guarding around were directly overturned by the air wave. A voice with a strong smell of alcohol suddenly sounded. Orakai, I found Kojiki for you. Chapter 779 Entrusted Doflamingo. Kaido, you said you found Kojiki, what on earth is going on, did you bring her back? Orakai suddenly came to his senses and looked around. However, after confirming that Kaido was the only one, Orakai shrank suddenly. Kaido, I didn't expect you to learn to lie and make me happy. However, compared with Orakai, Kyo's hero narrowed his eyes slightly, with a little more care. Compared with him and Orakai, Kaido's intelligence network is not limited to Wano country. It also has considerable power in the New World. He suddenly said that he got the whereabouts of Kojiki Hiri, which is probably not groundless. Orakai, this is the information I got from the Whitebeard pirates. Kaido took out a photo and threw it on the table. Although my people can't enter the core of the Whitebeard pirates, as a member of the frigate, I also took a photo secretly. As one of the 4 emperors, every time he sails, in addition to the main battle pirate ship, there are also pirate ships on alert around. Kaido has no way to insert his own people to the main battle members who can be selected by Whitebeard and set foot on the Moby Dick. But it does not mean that it cannot be done on other frigates. This operation is the same as Akainu alienating the Great Whirlpool Spider and attacking Whitebeard in the original work. This is really Kojiki Murasaki. Orakai took the photo and showed a look of ecstasy. Kaido, what is going on? Why is Kojiki Murasaki outside Wano country, and who is the big bald guy next to her? He is standing so close to Kojiki Murasaki, I want to kill him. Seeing Orakai's murderous aura as soon as he opened his mouth, Kyojiro's face couldn't help but sink. He thought that Hiri Kojiki would keep a low profile after escaping Wano country. He never thought that he would board the Whitebeard pirate ship, which is also one of the 4 emperors, so quickly. He was also discovered by Kaido's people. If Kaido really pursues it, I'm afraid that Hiri Kojiki will be brought back by Kaido's people before he even meets the Skull Demon. Thinking of this, Kyo's hero was the first to speak. Lord Orakai, don't be impulsive. The New World is not comparable to Wano country. People with the same appearance have appeared before. What's more, when Kojiki has endless wealth and glory in Wano country, why would she go out to suffer, unless she has other purposes? Kaido said in a deep voice. Kyo's hero, your guess is right. If this person is really Kojiki, she also boarded the Moby Dick. Don't forget, Odin has been on the Whitebeard pirates. Maybe there is a connection between them. Seeing Orakai's face change suddenly, Kyojiro's cheek muscles stiffened. He never thought that his intention to change the subject would make the topic more sensitive. This is completely shooting himself in the foot. After Kyojiro's face changed successively, many thoughts flashed through his mind, and he said, Lord Kaido, I don't care whether this woman is Xiaozi or not. This matter may implicate Whitebeard, who is also one of the 4 emperors. I believe that Lord Kaido is not afraid of Whitebeard at all, but if we act rashly in conflict with the Whitebeard pirates, I am afraid it will affect the construction of your artificial animal fruit core, Lord Kaido. At this point, Kyoshiro smiled and said, we can use other people's hands to confirm the identity of this woman first, and then we will take action. After this, Kaido fell into deep thought. The big snake on the side spoke first, Kaido, Kyoshiro is right, don't destroy our rule of Wano country for things outside. Don't you have a lot of people outside to do things for you? Let them try to deal with it. Test? Kaido frowned and glanced at the photo. The big bald head said, you all have a point. I'll let Dover negotiate with this guy later. If I can't figure out the matter and let Whitebeard, the old man, worry about it, I'll even lose my sleep. However, if that woman is really Kojiki Yukari, I will definitely make her regret leaving Wano country and make that loser Quinn cry. In Wano country, in addition to Orakai, the super fan of Hiyori Kojiki is Quinn, one of the three calamities. In the original work, after learning that Hiyori Kojiki was killed by Kyoshiro, Quinn held a memorial service in person in Rabbit Bowl. At present, the beast's pirates have suffered losses in the hands of Laxus. This has led to a lack of strength. If even Quinn fails at this juncture. For a person with a single mind like Kaido. But you have to wait for the rhythm of a big head. After saying this, Kaido the beast did not stay any longer, and once again activated the power of the devil fruit and switched to dragon form. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he flew into the sky with a dignified sound. Kyoshiro could not help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Kaido entrusted this matter to Doflamingo, which was also a chance for Hiyori Kojiki to catch his breath. Now Kyoshiro hopes that the big bald man who accompanies the princess can be stronger. At least, it can buy time for Hiyori Kojiki to meet the skeleton demon. Or after seeking help, he was defeated or even killed by Doflamingo. In the following period of time, Kyoshiro knew clearly that he could not be idle. Regardless of whether the plan can be successfully completed, in order to support Hiyori Kojiki. Not long ago, Jack went to sea to seek revenge on Laxus. In order to challenge the big boss, the Six Flying Six also went to sea one after another, intending to bring back Escanor's head. This greatly weakened the top combat power of Kaido Group. This gave Kyoshiro a glimmer of opportunity. If he could seize this opportunity, as long as Kojiki Hiyori could return smoothly. Kyoshiro was confident that he could fight a beautiful battle with internal and external cooperation. Okay, Kyoshiro, you must pay more attention to Kojiki's affairs. Orakai recovered from his sadness, grinned with his teeth like the wind, and said, what if this woman is really not Kojiki? This general will also let the clown guy bring this woman to Wano country to fill the vacancy of Kojiki. Haha, I find myself a genius to come up with this idea. Looking at Orakai who left after leaving these words. Kyoshiro's smile with his eyes narrowed gradually dissipated. He rubbed his swollen head and turned away. What he has to do now is to try to find those lost swordsmen. With the order of Kaido, the beast, falling. In the New World, at the estuary of the Kingdom of Dressrosa. A ship flying the flag of the Don Quixote family also quickly docked. Chapter 780 Revenge from the Don Quixote family. Master, Violet is back. Treppo, who was standing on the dock, sniffed and spoke first. Finally back. Doflamingo sat up in his chair and said in a deep voice, go and see Gladius quickly. Send him for treatment. As long as he has the fruit ability of that guy, no matter what injuries he suffers, he can recover easily. It can be said that in the original work, Doflamingo has two trump cards. The first is Sugar, who has the childlike fruit. The second is the princess of the Tonto clan, who has the healing fruit. According to Doflamingo's calculations, no matter what kind of heavy damage the team suffers. As long as the healing fruit ability is used properly, the Don Quixote family can launch a second counterattack. Now Gladius, as a family member, is in danger of life or death. This made Doflamingo unable to hold back and wait here first. Master Dov, Gladius died soon after being hit by Saitama. Violet jumped down from the deck. Behind her, there were several pirate servants carrying Gladius, who had already been unrecognizable, on a stretcher. The white cloth covering his body clearly showed that even the healing fruit that Doflamingo regarded as his trump card could not be used. Bang! Doflamingo crushed the wine glass in his hand. A violent domineering aura exploded like a raging tide. It turned into a hurricane and swept around. Wherever it passed, the servants stationed at the dock instantly foamed at the mouth and fell to the ground unconscious. Even the 4 servants carrying the stretcher were no exception. The stretcher, which lost its support, fell directly to the ground. Under the flying white cloth, Gladius, whose bones were shattered, was exposed. Looking at the cotton-like figure, Doflamingo's face became extremely gloomy. Good, very good, I didn't expect that someone would dare to kill my family on this sea. I, Doflamingo, will never let him live. Master, let us go and bring back his head soon. Toribel sniffed and said sternly. As a member of the Don Quixote family, he led the assassination and protection team. He is undoubtedly the best candidate. Master, let me go. Seeing Toribel's statement, Pika also spoke in a sharp voice. For a while, the remaining family members also expressed their opinions. In their eyes, the bald man who killed Gladius may be very powerful. But behind them stands a long-established Don Quixote family. It is also known as the king of the underground black market. Quiet. Doflamingo raised his hand and motioned everyone to stop, and then said with a sullen face, Violet, I want to hear your evaluation of that guy. Have you tried to peek into his thoughts? As for Violet's ability of the staring fruit, the people present knew the perversion in it. It can be said that as long as Violet wants, their thoughts will be like naked, and they can't hide it at all. This time, Doflamingo sent Violet to carry out this mission with Gladius. It was completely for Violet to find an opportunity to find out the details of Saitama. See if he is related to the skeleton demon and Escanor. Feeling the gazes from all around, Violet's face changed slightly. What's wrong? Are you telling me that I don't have a chance to see him, or that I can't see his heart? A creepy smile appeared on Doflamingo's gloomy face. However, before Violet could react, a quick den mushy call sounded. Master, I'm Virgo. A low and stiff voice was first heard in the den mushy. Doflamingo raised his eyebrows and said, Virgo, didn't I tell you not to contact me casually unless there is something urgent or I contact you first? As a pawn of Doflamingo in the Navy headquarters, Virgo was able to climb to the rank of Vice Admiral of the Navy and serve as the commander of the G5 base at the same time. But it took Doflamingo a lot of effort. If you contact him on some useless matters without authorization, it will destroy his layout. This is not worth the loss. Master, I have no choice. Virgo said in a deep voice. I contacted you this time because Vice Admiral Garp brought a list of candidates for the new Shishibukai not long ago. The new Shishibukai? The people present were stunned. Doflamingo's expression also stagnated slightly and said, Who is the candidate for the new Shishibukai? According to his plan, he was going to arrange a candidate to inherit the position of Shishibukai. Now someone has taken the lead, which undoubtedly makes Doflamingo a little dissatisfied, and he also wants to know. Who on earth can make Garp, who is known as a hero of the Navy, personally invite him to become a member of the Shishibukai? It's Saitama, the one-punch monster. Virgo said in a deep voice. The small voice, at this moment, seemed to be infused with magic sound, instantly prying everyone's nerves. The moment before, they were still worried about the death of Gladius, and they wanted to tear Saitama into pieces. They never thought that Virgo would tell them that this enemy had become the new Shishibukai. And Vice Admiral Garp would come to invite him personally. This kind of honor is rare among the 7 warlords of the sea. Young master, what should we do next? Virgo asked in a deep voice. What should we do? Doflamingo smiled softly and said, since the Navy headquarters has asked that guy to replace Crocodile. This also shows that he is probably not related to the skeleton demon and Escanor. At this point, Doflamingo smiled grimly and said, since they have no relationship, I don't have to worry too much next time. Violet, you don't need to worry either, I won't blame you. Your staring fruit can peek into people's hearts, but as long as the other party's domineering attainments are too high, you can't do it either. Next, you just need to stay in Dressrosa for me and monitor everything on the island. Next, I have to go to the Holy Land of Marijoa. After saying this, Doflamingo hung up the den mushy directly. Young master, how are you going to deal with that guy? Treble sniffed and spoke first. How to deal with it? Doflamingo laughed teasingly, don't forget, I have Kaido's commission now, and this is the most solid alliance. That damn guy, since he has nothing to do with the skeleton demon and Escanor, of course he can't continue to live in this world. I'm going to the Holy Land of Marijoa to confirm something and will be back soon. Chapter 781 Accidentally Being Cheated by the System. 3 days later, in a certain sea area in the New World. A single-masted pirate ship with a blood-red flag was moving quickly on the sea. On the bow deck, stood a figure wearing a yellow cloak and a shiny bald head. Holding a brand new newspaper in his hand, he sighed a little helplessly. The man who rose to become a 7 warlords of the sea in the shortest time in history. This is the front page of the newspaper. The Navy headquarters also made a big publicity, deliberately letting the people of the sea know clearly that this man who was rumored to be related to the skeleton demon in Escanor not long ago. There is no relationship between the three parties. Once the news came out on this side, it caused a turbulent sea. It also felt like a stone stirred up 1,000 waves. The public opinion fluctuations caused were also not small for other character templates. However, the world turbulence value obtained by Chinyu's body was only a mere 1,000 points. This is a problem for him who needs 20,000 points of turbulence to unlock the Samsara Eye next time. According to each time whatever he does will have less impact on the world. That means he has to be a Shishibukai for dozens of times, but it may not be enough to collect the 20,000 points of turbulence. It seems that he needs to make a bigger fuss next to unlock the Samsara Eye as soon as possible. When he thought of this, Chinyu turned his mind and immediately opened the attribute panel. Host, Uchiha Chinyu. Current role, Saitama. Current role realism, 45%. Chance to extract a follower, 1 time. Chance to extract a follower once? Chinyu raised his eyebrows and seemed a little surprised. It was the first time he noticed the system and the opportunity to extract a follower. Could it be because Saitama's fighting style was too boring? Or is this the special feature of Saitama's template? When he thought of this, Chinyu didn't care where the opportunity to extract a follower came from. As soon as he thought of it, he gave the order directly. System, use the follower extraction opportunity immediately. Ding dang, host, please wait. The ethereal prompt of the system sounded in Chinyu's mind. This made Chinyu's nerves tense. For such an opportunity to enhance strength, it is better not to miss it. If you can use this to increase the turbulence value caused by yourself to the world. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, extract a special green caterpillar from the elf world. The ethereal prompt of the system sounded again. Chinyu was stunned on the spot as if petrified. As a reincarnated person, of course, he knows clearly about the existence of green caterpillars. Looking at the world of Poka Copyright Monday, it is also the existence at the bottom of the food chain. Now, it is a rare opportunity to extract a follower. A green caterpillar actually ran out. Although there is a stock in that world that the green caterpillar evolves into the Rayquaza. However, Chinyu never believes in this thing that fools children. No. Chinyu's expression stagnated, and he quickly remembered an important thing. Just now in the system prompt, he noticed that this green caterpillar was marked with a special label. Could it really evolve to the form of Rayquaza? If there was no system, hey, you would never believe this so-called stock. But now that there is a system, the meaning of all this is different. Thinking of this, Chinyu quickly opened the interface of the green caterpillar. Follower, green caterpillar. Level 1. Evolution condition, reach level 100. Special move, spinning silk, strangling with silk net. Special tip, taking devil fruit can increase the experience value of the green caterpillar. The clear panel made Chinyu's expression stagnate slightly. It can only evolve at level 100, not to mention how hard this process is. However, what Chinyu values most now is the potential of this green caterpillar. If it can really reach the level of Rayquaza, let alone level 100, even if it is level 200, Chinyu will make 2, and it can be level 400. Saitama, what's on your head? Kojiki Hiri's urgent call suddenly sounded. Chinyu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, and quickly exited the consciousness space, waiting to see the green caterpillar lying on his head. Chinyu couldn't help but say fuck. This guy was not careful, and was directly cheated by the system. However, at the moment, Chinyu wanted to find out what was special about this green caterpillar and ordinary green caterpillars. Is it really as he guessed? Can it transform into the mythical beast Rayquaza? This is my pet, the green caterpillar. Chinyu didn't turn his head and directly replied to Kojiki Hiri. He held the green caterpillar on his head and looked at it quickly. The green caterpillar in sight was obviously different from what Chinyu knew. In addition to the green body, there are also golden stripes, and there is a golden mark on the forehead. There is a domineering aura all over the body. Sure enough, it is born extraordinary. It is worthy of being a product of the system, and it must be a fine product. Is this worm your pet? Hiri Kojiki was stunned. In her eyes, Saitama's template was already different. Now even raising a pet is different. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, this big bald man had inhuman strength. I'm afraid Hiri Kojiki wouldn't believe that this weirdo had anything to do with the strong. Facing Hiri Kojiki's expression change, Chinyu didn't take it to heart. What he had to do first was to test how the green caterpillar could be upgraded quickly. Boom boom boom. A violent explosion sounded on the sea in the distance. A stream of water rushed into the sky, splashing large pieces of water. A warship quickly dodged the sniper fire of artillery shells in front. There were 3 pirate ships following closely behind. As for the direction they were chasing, it was obviously coming towards Chinyu's small broken ship. The sudden scene made Hiri Kojiki pause and said, Saitama, do we need to dodge immediately? Coming to this sea from Wano country, Hiri Kojiki has long been accustomed to the life of pirates at this moment. From the panic at the beginning to the calm treatment now, there is undoubtedly a big leap. However, the most important thing is that there is still this big bald head in front of him. Although it seems to give people an unreliable feeling. But Hiri Kojiki knows clearly that the sour feeling of that punch like a child gives people an inexplicable sense of security. Didn't you say that you want to become stronger like me? Chinyu restored Saitama's usual dead fish eyes and turned back and said, now is the opportunity for actual combat. You can try to bring my pet. To confirm whether this green caterpillar is really different, Chinyu knows clearly that he must first confirm the green caterpillar's upgrade. However, looking at the huge green caterpillar in Chinyu's hand, Hiri Kojiki couldn't help but shudder and shook her head hurriedly. I'd better go on my own. As a descendant of a samurai, I can also fight well. Ever since being rejected by Whitebeard on the Moby Dick, Hiri Kojiki continued to seek ways to become stronger from Chinyu. Of course, the way to become stronger by becoming bald was directly abandoned by Hiri Kojiki. She had been following Kyo's hero for 20 years, and her foundation was no worse than that of ordinary navy soldiers and pirates. According to the daily value, there should be hundreds. It's just that her combat experience is almost zero, so she has always been an embroidery vase. Now that she has met a small pirate group, it's just the right object for her to practice. Chapter 782 Who is more unlucky? Bang, bang, bang. Explosions sounded one after another. With a large wave of water, it was directly blown away. A warship was moving quickly on the sea. 3 pirate ships were chasing us closely. Colonel Tina, after confirmation, the 3 pirates chasing us from behind all have bounties of over 100 million. The leader is Hungry Wolf Black Iron, with a bounty of 180 million Baileys. At least 3 Navy officers died in his hands. An adjutant reported the situation anxiously. The other 2 are Mo Yan, known as Silver Axe, with a bounty of 150 million, and Blood Shark, the former North Sea fisherman, with a bounty of 120 million. If we continue to chase them, it's only a matter of time before we are stopped by them. As soon as these words fell, the huge deck of the ship was filled with an inexplicable oppressive atmosphere. Standing on the bow, Tina, wearing a navy robe of justice, had a hint of cyanosis on her face. This time, she received an emergency distress signal from nearby. She deviated from the course without authorization and planned to go to support. I never thought that as soon as I set foot in this sea area, I would be targeted by 3 pirates. This made Tina doubt that this matter was not as simple as what she saw before her. Colonel Tina, there is an unknown pirate ship in front of us, just blocking our sailing direction. If they are a group, I am afraid we will not even have a chance to escape. An urgent call came from the watchtower, which instantly tensed everyone's nerves. Damn guy, since you want to kill them all, don't blame me, drag them to death. Tina's face sank and she crushed the cigar in her hand. She quickly raised her head and looked forward, and the next moment, her expression could not help but stagnate. Single-masted sailboat. Looking at this shabby little boat, and the extremely simple blood-red flag flying on it. Not to mention that Tina found it difficult to accept, even other Navy soldiers were no exception. In their eyes, the weather in the New World is unpredictable and extremely dangerous. To successfully cross this sea area and survive, at least a double-mast and a specially thickened pirate ship are needed. Otherwise, a big wave or a strong wind will hit. I am afraid that the ship will be destroyed and the people will die in an instant. The single-masted pirate ship in front of them has not fallen apart. This is a miracle. Beautiful lady, you should not waste your time to escape. Where can you escape to in this vast ocean? A laugh mixed with teasing suddenly sounded. Tina hurriedly looked up at the sky, and the first thing that caught her eye was a figure swooping down. The speed was so fast, and the big knife in his hand was like the teeth of a shark's sickle. As soon as he appeared in front of Tina, there was no fancy, and he chopped down head-on. The sudden scene made Tina's face change. There was no time to think about it, and she hurriedly pushed the devil fruit ability in her body to the extreme. A pair of slender hands suddenly appeared dark, turned into iron bars, and intertwined in front of them. Black bar iron shield. Bang! The dull collision sound echoed on the deck. Under the collision that was no less than that, the huge impact directly made the deck under Tina's feet make a crisp cracking sound. At the same time, the whole person stepped back 7 or 8 steps before barely stopping his body and leaning heavily on the ship's guardrail. Then, the other 2 black shadows also landed next to Hai Tai first, revealing a teasing smile. Moyen, Blood Wolf, are you planning to provoke a war with our navy? An adjutant was the first to scold in a hurry. Looking at the 3 pirate ships, they quickly surrounded them and used iron chains to forcibly board the ship. They knew clearly that there was no hope of escape. The only thing they could do was to use the power of the Navy headquarters to scare away the people in front of them. Haha, Navy, this is the new world. A shark man who was over 3 meters tall and had a burly figure laughed teasingly. In the new world, your reputation as a navy is of little use. What's more, I forgot to tell you that we will become one of the future members of the 7 warlords of the sea. Once that time comes, no matter how many people we have killed, how many things we have done, and of course how many navy girls we have played with, it will all be erased like chalk writing. By that time, who will think about helping you, a group of kids who have set foot in the new world for the first time, to avenge them? As soon as these words fell, the pirates who gathered around laughed unscrupulously. There were at least 400 or 500 people under the dark figures. This was more than their navy soldiers. The number is 7 or 8 times more. Counting the 3 captains with bounties of over 100 million, they are in trouble this time. Another damn Shishibukai. Tina clenched her slender hands, and a trace of resentment flashed across her resolute face. For the existence of the Shishibukai system, it can be said that most navy soldiers are in awe of it. However, more are still resentful. Especially in the eyes of the navy generals, which pirate who can become Shishibukai does not have blood on his hands. If it weren't for the fear of the terrifying power of the Shishibukai. There is also the Shishibukai system formulated by the world government. I'm afraid no navy is willing to cooperate with pirates. However, facing these 3 pirates who claim to be members of the future Shishibukai family, Tina's face sank. For a moment, she couldn't think of anyone who could get to this position. When she left, she heard that the world government was looking for Escanor, the sin of pride, to be the new Shishibukai. However, later, because of the destruction of the Sifa Island and the disturbance in the Holy Land of Mary Gosa, these 2 things were too big. As a result, this matter was eventually left unresolved. Tina thought that this matter would come to an end. However, she never thought that someone would appear so soon and claim to be a family member of the future 7 warlords of the sea. Haha, beautiful lady, do you feel desperate? Why don't you surrender obediently and let the 3 of us have a good time? Maybe we can let you live. Kurogain laughed ferociously. However, before they could rise again, a dilapidated small single-masted sailboat sailed beside their 3 pirate ships. Looking at this broken ship approaching with a swagger, the originally bleak atmosphere was suddenly broken. The 3 pirate captains headed by Kurogain suddenly became gloomy and shouted angrily. Who dares to interfere with the work of our 3 major pirate groups? If you don't give us a satisfactory answer, you can only blame yourself for being unlucky. Unlucky. Standing at the bow, Hiri Koshiki's beautiful eyes couldn't help but jump. Looking at the speaking Kuratsuka's face, a trace of pity could not help but appear. If these guys knew who the owner of this broken ship was, I'm afraid I don't know what expression they would have. Who is more unlucky, or another way of saying it? Chapter 783 People are worse than insects. Unlucky. Chinyu raised his eyelids decadently, touched the back of his head, and said, My people are planning to play a pirate game and want to participate in a battle to gain some experience. Can you help them? The low voice gave people a feeling of not being serious at all. Especially Saitama's pair of dead fish eyes and funny clothing style, which gave people the feeling that they were just teasing. Especially these words, falling into the ears of the three pirate captains such as Kurogen, made their faces extremely gloomy. The muscles on their cheeks were twitching. However, after seeing clearly that Kojiki Hiri walked out from behind Chinyu, their eyes could not help but brighten. No. It should be said that more people showed the sound of sucking in cold air and swallowing saliva. After all, in their eyes, this woman is no worse than the legendary pirate queen. Light blue hair, tied into a ponytail. Tight kimono combat clothing, with the sword in hand, adds a few points of heroic spirit to the fair beauty. This big bald head, the woman behind is more beautiful than that female navy. If I can get her, I am willing to live 10 years less. Tisk, you only live 10 years less, but I am willing to live 20 years. The scene suddenly became boiling. Even a group of Navy soldiers couldn't help blinking. In their eyes, such a big beauty, with a big bald head. This is like a flower stuck in cow dung. Shut up! Hei Tai shouted coldly, with a trace of greed on his face. Big bald head, I was going to let you explain and then let you go. I didn't expect you to send such a top-notch woman to our brothers. You can only blame your bad luck and bad luck. At this point, Hei Tai grabbed the huge sawtooth sword in his hand and said with a ferocious smile. Beautiful lady, I will take you to play pirates now. As soon as the voice fell, Hei Tai stepped heavily and jumped towards Chinyu. The sawtooth sword in his hand, under the cold light, made a stern sound of breaking through the air, and chopped down with force. The sudden scene instantly tightened Kojiki Hiri's nerves. She swore to become stronger on this sea. The attacking Hei Tai has undoubtedly become her first touchstone. When she thought of this, Kojiki Hiri's sword was instantly unsheathed. He took a lotus step and rushed to block Chinyu. Bang! The dull sound of metal collision suddenly echoed. The huge recoil force was quickly transmitted on the blade, causing pain in Kojiki Hiri's knuckles. The katana in his hand almost flew out of his hand. Kojiki Hiri did practice kendo with Kyo's hero. However, it was okay to deal with ordinary people, but pirates like Kurogen who had a bounty of over 100 million were not something he could handle. After taking this fierce blow, he undoubtedly felt stretched to the limit. My beautiful lady, your temper is really to my taste. Since you want to go first, I won't be polite. Kurogen's eyes flashed with greed. Looking at Kojiki Hiri who was close at hand, the katana in his hand was fierce. Then he exerted his strength to press down. At the same time, he quickly reached out his hand to catch Kojiki Hiri. The sudden scene made Kojiki Hiri's face change suddenly. Looking at the hand that was rapidly enlarging in her pupils and the sword that was pressing down, she had no way to free her hands to dodge for a moment. Little green, spit silk for me. Chinyu's voice suddenly sounded. Kojiki Hiri was stunned. She was in danger at the moment. Chinyu did not help, which made Kojiki Hiri a little confused. Now he let a worm deal with Kuratsuki, which subverted her cognition. However, as soon as this thought flashed out, a green figure rushed out in full view of the crowd. Looking at this large caterpillar, many people present were stunned. Who is this underestimating? However, as soon as this thought came out, the green caterpillar soon took the lead and landed on Kojiki Hiri's head. By the way, he also directly cuckolded her. When he opened his mouth, white silk gushed out like a volcano. It directly covered the hand that Kuroki extended and the whole person. If, in the world of Poka Copyright Monday, the green caterpillar spits out silk, it sprays one by one. Now the special green caterpillar in front of Chinyu, which is different from others and may evolve into Rayquaza, is undoubtedly different. This mouth can spit out hundreds of spider-like postures. After a face-to-face, Kuroki was directly wrapped with white silk. It didn't take 2 or 3 breaths, and the hideous sawtooth sword was directly wrapped into a cocoon. The sudden scene made the pupils of many people present shrink. Especially Kojiki Hiri, whose pretty face was full of disbelief. The moment before, she was full of disgust for this caterpillar that cuckolded her head. She was even more skeptical about Chinyu's intention to let this green caterpillar to help him fight. I never thought that the caterpillar would capture Hei Tai as soon as it attacked. If I hadn't seen this scene with my own eyes. Who would believe that humans are inferior to insects? Asshole, you dare to tease this captain. I didn't intend to use my trump card. Now, you have lost my face. I will tear you apart in public. Hei Tai roared. The next moment, the cocoon, which was originally suppressed and contracted, was suddenly doubled in size. Before they could react, the low wolf howl, mixed with a harsh smell, suddenly resounded throughout the sea. Be careful, Hai-Tai is the ability user of the wolf form of the animal type cat fruit. Tina's expression changed, and she was the first to remind him urgently. The sudden scene shook everyone's nerves. The silk cocoon that was originally staring at was blown up in full view of everyone. The black iron, whose body had grown suddenly, appeared with a dignified sound of breaking through the air, and passed Kojiki Hiri and the green caterpillar first, and appeared beside Qin Yu. In his eyes, he obviously still had the mentality of occupying Kojiki Hiri. At the same time, for such a strange caterpillar, which adult did Kojiki Hiri intend to present it to? So, under the control of these many factors, the last person left was the one who could make an example of him. Only the big bald Qin Yu was left. Black Wolf Iron Claw! Cao Tai roared. The wolf claw on his right hand suddenly spit out sharp nails. Under the cover of the black armed color domineering, with a dignified sound of breaking through the air, it clawed towards Qin Yu head-on. For a while, the sound of tearing the air was endless. However, facing all this, Qin Yu, who was under attack, gave people a feeling of indifference. The dead fish turned his eyes upwards, without any fancy. In full view of the public, he threw an ordinary punch. Chapter 784 Are there 8 Shishibukai? Looking at this sudden scene, Kojiki Hiri's face froze and he shouted in a hurry. No! No! The people present were stunned. Even Kurogain, who had made the move, was no exception. However, Kojiki Hiri's anxious expression, in their eyes, obviously changed its meaning. It seemed that he was begging for mercy for this big bald guy. However, this thought just emerged. The next moment, the fierce wolf claws and the ordinary fists swung by Qin Yu collided instantly. Bang! The violent force seemed to rush out with a mighty force. Kuratsuki's ferocious face froze for a moment, and the next moment, the wolf claws covered with armed color domineering. It was like paper, and it broke with a sound. The fist that looked soft and plain, with a mighty gesture, hit him hard. Boom! A punch! The main space seemed to be pierced. The invisible fist shockwave directly carried the black iron away, and a pirate ship not far away was instantly covered. No matter whether it was a pirate ship of dozens of meters long, or the pirates on the ship. As long as it was under the fist force, everything was swallowed up. Facing this sudden scene, everyone just felt that a strong hurricane blew past. Accompanied by the thunderous explosion, a large area of sea water rushed up to the sky and turned into a downpour. When they reacted, the sea surface seemed to be torn by an invisible big hand, revealing a vacuum zone, extending to the end of the sea surface 1,000 meters away. The pirate ship that was originally surrounded by the angle and blocked the punching route. It had long disappeared, and only the lucky scattered the ship's splints fell to the ground. The violent scene left nothing but the ticking sound of water falling on the huge sea surface. Everyone fell into deathly silence. Seeing this sudden and terrifying scene in front of him, his eyes almost burst. What's more, he rubbed his eyes until they were red, just to see clearly whether the scene in front of him was real. It's true, Captain Black Iron and his pirate ship were blown to pieces with one punch. Who on earth is this? Did we meet a demon? Stuttering and urgent calls sounded one after another. At this moment, they finally understood that they didn't want what Kojiki Hiri said just now. It's not about asking for mercy at all. Instead, he prayed for a chance of survival for Kurogain and all the pirates on his ship. The power of a punch is terrifying. With this kind of existence, they are not worthy of being enemies at all. You, who on earth are you? Susha's face was ashen, and he was the first to lose his breath and shouted urgently. We are family members of the future Shishibukai. If you dare to take action against us, the fury of the Shishibukai will be waiting for you. The sudden reversal made Tina and others look in disbelief. She began to feel a little lucky that they had not rashly attacked this dilapidated sloop just now. Otherwise, what awaits them may be the same as Black Iron with a reward of 190 million. He was punched so hard that not even a scrap was left. However, Tina's nerves were constantly being pried about the unknown identity of the bald man in front of her. However, facing the blood shark's mindless threats, he still couldn't help but roll his eyes. In her eyes, Qin Yu had already killed Hai-Tai. So what if we kill a few more people now? In this sea, the most worthless thing is life. What's more, even the future Shishibukai, after witnessing the power of that punch just now, may consider whether it is for a few insignificant subordinates. Provoke this terrifying enemy. Are you talking about the Kaiwahei in the future? Chinyu rolled his eyes and said, I don't think I have subordinates like you, right? By the way, I just became a Shishibukai a few days ago. I don't know if I have taken the position you mentioned as a future Shishibukai. The small voice was like a hurricane at this moment, sweeping the entire place. Looking at the newspaper raised in Chinyu's hand, everyone present couldn't help but be confused. That was front-page news, with the people and content marked on it. Even Tina and others' pupils suddenly shrank. This is in the new world. Newsbirds of big news are indeed everywhere in every corner of the sea. However, when encountering special weather or rough sea areas, it will take a lot of time for Newsbird to reach it. Therefore, some pirates may be able to get the latest news reports immediately. Some pirates may be separated by several days, even half a month or even a month. At present, the information Tina and these pirates have obtained is obviously still based on the matter between 10 days and Escanor. For Saitama, who appeared on this sea, it only took 10 days to become the new Shishibukai. Undoubtedly, I didn't expect it at all. What is going on? How many people are there in the Shishibukai? Blood Shark shouted anxiously with disbelief on his face. Quickly, count how many people there are in the Shishibukai. Ship, Captain, there are 7 people in the Shishibukai, including the future boss. A pirate hurriedly opened his fingers. The first one is the Tyrant Bear with a bounty of 290 million belly, Bartholomew Bear. Second, Empress Boya Hancock, who has a bounty of 80 million belly. Third place is Kai Xiaojin Bei with a bounty of 430 million. The fourth place is Moonlight Moria with a bounty of 320 million. Fifth place, Don Quixote family, current king of Dressrosa, Tenyasha Doflamingo with a bounty of 340 million belly. Sixth, the world's best swordsman, Joricole Mihawk. Accompanied by a series of names, it was said like a treasure trove. The atmosphere present gradually became solemn. Especially when I looked at the finger that the pirate was holding, it gradually reached the 6th one and was about to reach the 7th one. The huge battlefield fell into an inexplicable deathly silence. 6 have been counted now, and only the last Shishibukai position is left. If the front page of the newspaper is true, the last Shishibukai is the bald man in front of him. Then where will the future boss of the Shishibukai whom they consider to be ranked? Mo Yan, please tell me quickly, are there 8 in the Shishibukai? The Blood Shark's face turned pale. Without any time to think, he grabbed Mo Yan and roared urgently. After witnessing it with his own eyes, Kurogain was killed by a punch, and finally had the courage to throw himself into the air. Now they have to face this terrifying weirdo alone. This is a complete dead end. Are you the new Shishibukai? Tina's expression froze. He couldn't help but look Chinyu up and down. After all, in her eyes, this funny image was the same as the Shishibukai she knew. But it trademark S out of place. If you don't see it described in the newspaper with your own eyes. Tina didn't want to believe it either. However, if the person in front of her was Shishibukai, Tina seemed to see a glimmer of life. Chapter 785 Conditions mixed with color. The huge battlefield fell into deathly silence. Looking at the bald Chinyu, he was filled with excitement. The face was hard to believe. Especially the Blood Shark who just claimed to be a member of the future Shishibukai family. Now he is doubting his life. If this big bald guy is the new Shishibukai, then who is the new boss they recognized not long ago? The 8 warlords? Especially the harsh words just said, this can't be taken back. When he thought of this, Blood Shark suddenly raised his head, a trace of cruelty flashed across his face, and he roared in a hurry. Run quickly, otherwise we will all die. The sudden scene instantly stirred the deadly atmosphere in the field. All the pirates' nerves suddenly tightened, and they, who were originally desperate criminals, were obviously like frightened birds. Quickly pulled away and fled in all directions. Looking at this scene, Tina's face flashed a trace of ecstasy, and she shouted in a hurry, "Quick, this is an opportunity, stop them quickly, don't let these executioners escape." As soon as the voice fell, Tina took the lead. Facing the appearance of Saitama, the new Shishibukai, in her eyes, there is at least one chance for negotiation. As long as Saitama does not take action and defeats the 2 pirate groups, how to negotiate will be left to the people above to worry about. However, this thought just flashed through her mind. Tina, who had just rushed out 7 or 8 meters, was the first to see the eyes of Blood Shark and Demon Flame, locked on her. Tina's expression suddenly changed, and she undoubtedly smelled a hint of danger. This is a trap. Bang! Blood Shark and Demon Flame moved instantly. With big steps, the two obviously exerted their speed to the extreme. One is a fishman, and the other is a long-legged clan. In terms of physical fitness, ordinary people cannot compare. Not to mention a woman. In a short distance of more than 10 meters, Tina only felt a flash in front of her eyes. The two had already appeared in front of her first. My beautiful lady, don't blame us for not being gentle with you. This is a sea stone dagger. If you don't want to suffer, just surrender and be our hostage when we escape from here. Blood Shark smiled grimly and took out a sea stone dagger. As he had been in the New World for a long time, he knew clearly that he had to deal with the Devil Fruit ability users. This thing is accurate every time he tried it. Looking at the two people rushing towards him, especially the sea stone dagger in the hand of Blood Shark, Tina's face suddenly changed drastically. Just as she was about to withdraw and retreat, a yellow afterimage, like a drop from the sky, appeared in front of her without a sound. Without any fancy, the plain fist was thrown out again. Fist! Fist! Blood Shark's pupils suddenly contracted and he cried out in surprise. Not long ago, the scene of black iron being smashed into slag by a punch was vivid in his mind, as if it was imprinted in his mind. Now Qin Yu, who is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, would actually take action for a navy. This was beyond their budget. However, the attack had already been launched, and it was impossible to withdraw it at this critical moment. The only thing they could do was to watch the sea stone dagger collide with the ordinary fist. Bang! The thunderous sound of air explosion suddenly resounded through the world. The violent air wave rolled back, bringing an inexplicable feeling of crushing, and the blood sharks and demonic flames that were attacking from the front were crushed head-on. Under the invisible fist force, the dagger that stabbed first broke like paper. The next moment, before everyone could react, facing the fierce fist wind, the two captains with a bounty of over 100 million were smashed to pieces. With the air wave that crushed the sky, they went straight to the pirates behind them and another pirate ship. Boom! The pirate ship was blown to pieces, and the sea surface along the way was torn apart again. Accompanied by deafening explosions and seawater splashing into the sky, it turned into a rainstorm. A group of pirates who fled in a hurry, and 2 captains with a bounty of over 100 million, along with the pirate ship. On this sea, the traces of survival were directly wiped out. The scene that was staged again made the Navy soldiers present, and even Tina's face stiffen. It can be said that in their eyes, such a shocking scene, no matter how many times you see it, it definitely gives people a feeling of being between life and death. Facing this powerful existence that can destroy a pirate group of over 100 million with a casual punch, they finally understood why this big bald head in front of them was suddenly selected as a 7 warlords of the sea. Colonel Tina. Colonel Tina, our warship has just been damaged. The entire keel has begun to break and cannot be repaired. The only thing we can do now is to abandon the ship to save our lives. A helmsman said in a hurry. However, during the whole process, he subconsciously looked at Qin Yu a few more times. He didn't want to be hit by the big bald guy in front of him unexpectedly because of what he said. This is not a matter of one person dying. But one punch could wipe out the whole group. Abandon the ship? Tina's face changed suddenly. It can be said that after so long in the Navy recruit camp, today is the day with the biggest ups and downs in Tina's life. However, she knew clearly that in the new world where sea kings are everywhere, abandoning the ship means a life and death struggle. What's more, there is no land or reefs here. Once the ship is lost, I'm afraid that before they can wait for rescue, the sea kings and the extremely bad weather will be enough to wipe them out. There is another pirate ship over there. Qin Yu's dead fish eyes turned and looked at the pirate ship left by Mo Yan. Just now, a group of pirates were about to intercept the Navy warship. Everyone rushed onto the ship planned to plunder. Later, because of Qin Yu's arrival, he killed Kuretai and most of the pirates with one punch. Then the chaos caused by the blood shark and the magic flame directly wiped them out. Instead, this empty pirate ship was left. Chi. Lord Saitama, this is your trophy, it seems against the rules, right? Tina stammered. She never thought that a pirate would give her the trophy after saving her in a critical moment. Yes, this is my trophy. Qin Yu came back to his senses, remembered his identity as a Shishibukai, and nodded, I can give you the ship, but I still have conditions. Conditions? Tina's nerves were aroused at once. No. It should be said that even the Navy soldiers on the ship were no exception. Their eyes turned and locked on Tina. In their eyes, the pirates faced Tina, the goddess of the Navy. The conditions proposed were mixed with color. That snow white thigh and plump body. It is definitely the object of every pistol man's fantasy. Colonel Tina, you. An adjutant couldn't hold back first. However, before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Tina's hand. Chapter 786 New Recruit Combat Assessment. The atmosphere on the huge ship deck suddenly became depressing. Looking at Tina's determined look as if she was going to die, Kojiki Hiri couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and an absurd idea flashed through his mind. She wouldn't think the same as me, right? As long as you are willing to help save my men, I can agree to any of your conditions. Tina bit her red lips and said with a determined face. I'll go to the room and wait for you first. After leaving these words, Tina turned around and pretended to leave in front of everyone. Looking at this scene, the Navy soldiers present couldn't help but be pride. What are you thinking about? I just want to know if you have any extra devil fruits or the whereabouts of devil fruits. Qin Yu's slightly decadent tone sounded. Tina's steps froze in mid-air. This is too embarrassing. At this moment, she wanted to find a dog hole to crawl into. Looking at this scene, Kojiki Hiri couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Not long ago, when she and Qin Yu met for the first time, she also claimed that her body was the greatest asset of a woman, but unfortunately, the Saitama in front of her was undoubtedly a blockhead. Otherwise, at his age, if he had a little bit of thought, his son would have to be a soy sauce. However, it was precisely for this reason that Kojiki Hiri would feel at ease to follow him. What's wrong? No. Qin Yu spoke again. It's not Qin Yu's fault for giving this answer. Saitama's character template was originally set as a blockhead. Otherwise, even the hell's blowing snow, the kind of beauty that came to the door, would not be rejected. Are you talking about the devil fruit? Tina came back to her senses with a stiff look, and stammered, I heard not long ago that Mr. Zifa accidentally got a devil fruit while leading the Navy recruits to the trial. However, he was attacked by pirates because of this. I also deviated from the course and went deep into the New World after receiving a signal from Mr. Zifa for help and support halfway. Unfortunately, I was discovered by those pirates before I met Mr. Zifa, and they chased me. If it weren't for Sir Saitama's sudden action, I'm afraid we would have been buried in this sea. Not long ago, Tina still had prejudices against pirates. She thought her beauty would be coveted. She never thought that she was just thinking wrongly. This undoubtedly made Tina feel a little good about Qin Yu. However, what Tina most urgently wanted to solve at the moment was the help and support from Zifa. She never thought that as a former admiral of the Navy, she would lead the team personally. They will also encounter situations that they cannot handle and send out such a signal for help. In Tina's eyes, if they can use Qin Yu's strength to break the current deadlock, it is undoubtedly the best solution. New recruits trial? Qin Yu frowned, looking a little surprised. Just now, when Kurogain and the others mentioned that they would become family members of the future 7 warlords of the sea, there were many suspects in his mind. Now, it is also related to the practical training of new recruits conducted by Zephyr. This made Qin Yu instantly lock in who the candidate for the future 7 warlords of the sea was. It seems that during this period, the activeness of the skeleton demon in Escanor forced the world government and the 7 warlords of the sea to make a choice in advance. According to Tina's narration, even if the trajectory of the world's operation has changed because of Qin Yu, the intruder. However, Zephyr is obviously old. It is completely unlike Garp and Sengoku, who are active in the first line and maintain the strength of their peak heyday. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a problem with the actual combat training of the new recruits this time. Sir Saitama, can you accompany us to meet up with Teacher Zifa? Tina couldn't help but ask. Don't worry, I have a deep friendship with Teacher Zifa. As long as you are willing to help me at the critical moment, I can ask for the devil fruit for Saitama. Facing the crisis that even Zifa, a former admiral of the Navy, had to send out a distress signal. But Tina didn't believe it. Heart, she can solve it with her. Especially, after encountering the 3 pirate captains of Kuroki who offered a bounty of over 100 million to kill. Tina knew clearly that this matter was definitely not simple. If the one-punch monster Saitama in front of her could help, maybe it could solve the urgent need of Teacher Zifa. Okay, you lead the way for me. Qin Yu responded without thinking. But, get me something to eat first, I'm hungry, and the food cooked by the girls on my ship is not delicious. You. Kojiki Hiri was suddenly furious. She was originally watching the show and stayed aside. She never thought that the fire would eventually burn herself. However, when she thought of the food Qin Yu made on the ship these days. What kind of meat bun, boiled fish, lion head, etc. They were all mouth-watering, and the thought of Kojiki Hiri made her swallow a mouthful of saliva. With Qin Yu's promise, Tina also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. For Qin Yu's foodie request, let alone one meal, even if it was 10 tons or 100 meals, Tina could agree with it wholeheartedly. At the moment, the only thing Tina had to do was to quickly transfer the things on the warship to the pirate ship. Then, she would reunite with teacher Zifa. On the other hand, dozens of miles away from Qin Yu, a warship quickly rushed out in the sky of artillery fire. Facing the wind and waves caused by the explosion and the sea water falling from the sky, the already damaged warship became difficult to move forward. Standing on the deck, the Navy recruits who were defending, looked at the waves of artillery shells falling from the sky, and their faces turned pale. The 5 chasing pirate ships, each leading pirate, had a bounty of over 100 million. Together with the pirates under his command, the total number reached 1,000. In any naval battle, they should not be underestimated. Most importantly, they were just recruits who had just undergone actual combat training. There was no possibility of defeating this group of pirates who were licking blood on the edge of a knife. However, what they care about most is hiding behind the scenes. He can control so many pirates to attack the recruit ship led by the former admiral of the Navy, Zifa. This crazy move makes the nerves of these recruits even more tense, as if they were tightened by an invisible big hand. Teacher Zifa, if we go on like this, we will be caught up by these pirates within 10 nautical miles. Is it possible that the nearby naval patrol has not been contacted yet? Bins couldn't help it first. Looking at the danger of the pursuit getting closer and closer, it was like a sharp blade hanging over his head. As a recruit, he felt an inexplicable suffocation. Chapter 787 The Idiot Among Pirates. The hurried questioning instantly tightened the nerves of all the recruits on the deck. For them, Zifa is the most powerful backing. However, facing the relentless pursuit of the pirate fleet behind them, if they can see other support, it will undoubtedly be another encouragement to them. However, facing this question, Zifa's expression suddenly became gloomy. Seeing this, Wu Si from the long-handed clan at the side could not hold back and asked, Teacher Zifa, have you really not received support signals from others? As soon as these words fell, the atmosphere in the field had an inexplicable haze, as if there was an invisible big hand. It tightened their hearts. Feeling the change in the atmosphere around him, Zifa sighed secretly and said, I just received a call from Colonel Tina. Originally, she had received our signal for help and came to join us. It's just that she sent another signal just now. During the approach, she was sniped by 3 pirates with a bounty of over 100 million. It seems that this time, the attack from pirates is not accidental. The black hand hidden behind the scenes is planning a big thing. If we want to wait for the next wave of support, we have to wait at least half a day. At this point, Zifa looked back, and the pirates who were chasing behind him looked even more solemn. But can you hold on until then? As soon as these words fell, the faces of the Navy recruits present suddenly changed drastically. They are recruits from the training camp. Once they graduate successfully, they will be officers. However, as Zifa said, they are recruits who have not been tempered by blood and fire, and their experience in actual combat with pirates is basically zero. In the Naval Academy, the grades on paper look very good. Unfortunately, in this extremely harsh New World Sea, this perfect transcript may make people dislike it for being too dry even if they go to the toilet or wipe their buttocks. The current situation is just as Zifa said. If they want to survive, can they hold on until the support half a day later? Teacher Zifa, how sure are you? Bins couldn't help but say. Instantly attracted everyone's attention. At this moment, Zifa's existence is like a life-saving straw for them. 50%. Zifa said coldly, if I'm alone, I have a 100% chance. But with you, I only have a 50% chance. Of course, if we unite, we also have a 100% chance of survival. Who knows, we may be able to turn defeat into victory and wipe out these pirates, so you must believe in your own strength and be able to create enough miracles. Faced with this encouragement talking, The originally oppressive atmosphere has obviously become loosened. However, this time, Anne, who hurriedly caught up with the recruit trial and stood not far away to observe the changes in the battle situation, fell into silence. She has experienced many blood and fire experiences beside Qin Yu. At the same time, the battle of death on the Sabao Islands made Anne understand what is naive and cruel in reality. This made Anne clearly know that Zifa's morale boost is indeed very good. But this is only facing the pirates who are simply chasing in front of them. If the mastermind hidden in the dark can't hold back an attack in advance, then for their group, it is undoubtedly the beginning of a nightmare. At that time, let alone counter-killing the pirates who are chasing, I am afraid that even the 50% chance of survival will not exist. After all, in Anne's eyes, after following Laxus and experiencing many deadly battles in person, clearly understand that these people in her eyes are just flowers in a greenhouse, unable to withstand the ravages of wind and rain. Thinking of this, Anne looked down at the sea stone wristbands on his hands. It seems that the training that he had just adapted to during this period of time can only be temporarily abandoned. Okay, what Mr. Zifa said is right. We are also first-class talents in the training camp. As long as we cheer up and boost morale, it is not difficult to defeat a group of pirates. Us of the long-armed clan took the lead in raising his arms and said. As soon as this was said, it was obviously echoed by many people. Looking at this scene, Zifa was slightly relieved. An inexplicable breath of crisis, like an invisible big hand, instantly enveloped his nerves. The sudden scene shook Zifa's nerves. He didn't have time to think too much, and his observation haki was quickly pushed to the extreme. There is an enemy attack. Zifa roared in a hurry. Without time to think too much, he hurriedly pushed the armed haki, and the moment he covered his hands, he blocked in front of him. Boom! A blue-white flying slash shot out in front of the warship. The speed was so fast and the blade was so big that it was at least 7 or 8 meters long. At the moment when Zifa raised his hands, there was no trickery and they collided with each other. Bang! A thunderous explosion sounded. The flying slash exploded, and the violent explosion waves splashed like a tide. The fragments of the blade seemed to have turned into densely packed sharp blades, shooting in all directions. Bang bang bang! A series of explosions sounded. The debris on the deck and the splash of blood instantly made the warship, which had already been devastated by artillery fire, wailing and screaming. Although this attack was no less than that, it did not cause death to the recruits. However, facing this sudden attack, even Zifa just reacted. Not to mention, these Navy recruits who have not been trained. Faced with such a fierce flying slash, 90% of the people could not react. There were at least 15 or 16 injured recruits. Some of them were seriously injured and bleeding. If they could not be treated in time, they would be dead. Especially the long-handed tribe Yusu, who had just spoken to boost morale, lost half of his left arm. At this moment, he was sitting on the ground, covering his bleeding wound and crying out in a hurry. Enemy attack, it's an enemy attack. Teacher Zifa, what should we do now, will we die? Who is it, who dares to sneak attack our Navy headquarters recruit training ship? Marshal Sengoku will definitely make him die ugly. The hysterical roar echoed on the sea. Looking at the completely collapsed Yusu, Anne's face turned pale, and he took a look at the armed color domineering covered with both hands. There was also a new recruit who was protected by her in time. After suppressing the remaining fear in his heart, he walked to the side of us. She slapped him on the back of his head with her backhand, and then looked at the mastermind behind the attack in the distant sea. If you don't want to die, shut up. No wonder there are pirates attacking us this time. This is a moron among pirates. Chapter 788 Try your best to survive. Moron among pirates. Binz, who was able to remain calm at the scene, was suddenly nervous. When they were in the recruit camp, they were deliberately told to pay attention to some special information. For example, besides the 4 emperors, who else can't be provoked? Once encountered, they can unconditionally give up the mission and turn around and leave the enemy. Among them, on the list of those who can't be provoked, there is the nickname of Pirate Moron. A pirate who is said to have inherited the powerful strength of Whitebeard when he was young. But he has only the IQ of a moron. This pirate with a child's mind, once he gets angry. He is more stupid than Jack, and has a worse temper than a woman. Looking at that huge body of 5 or 6 meters standing on the boat. There is also an old lady with a short stature and a face full of dry bark. Looking at these two people, Zifa's face suddenly turned pale. For Zifa, he is willing to meet ruthless people and the four emperors. But he absolutely does not want to meet this kind of enemy who can't even communicate. Facing this kind of idiot pirate, the only thing you can do is to compete on the edge of the knife. Most importantly, the two in front of us are not simple goods. One is suspected to be Whitebeard's illegitimate son. One is suspected to be Whitebeard's lover who was drunk and confused. That is the woman who was said to have served in the Rocks Pirates 40 years ago. This kind of existence is not comparable to ordinary pirates. Miss Ba Jin, why did you attack us? Zifa's face sank, and he shouted in a hurry, I remember that not long ago, the world government proposed to you to become one of the candidates for the 7 warlords of the sea. If you attack the Navy recruit training ship like this, once it reaches the ears of the 5 elders, your future title of 7 warlords of the sea will be directly ruined. As the former admiral of the Navy headquarters, he also has the title of Navy Chief Instructor. He still knows a little about these internal decisions. However, after these words fell, the faces of the Navy recruits who were attacked on the ship changed drastically. The 7 warlords of the sea are known as one of the strongest forces on the sea. This idiot pirate in front of him could actually enter the eyes of the world government and even the 5 elders. His strength is naturally self-evident. If it were Zifa alone, it would be difficult to stop such a terrifying existence. Not to mention, he would have to consider the safety of these people. Haha, old Zifa, I didn't expect you to be alive. Ba Jin raised his cheek and laughed dryly. You just said that the world government has given my precious son the opportunity to take over the future 7 warlords of the sea. Although, my precious son wants to inherit the title of the strongest from his father Whitebeard and become a true 4 emperors. However, becoming a 7 warlords of the sea is the best choice at the moment. However, everyone who becomes a 7 warlords of the sea has done a great event. Even the ugly woman Hancock destroyed a kingdom. At this point, Ba Jin's face showed a hideous smile and said, my son has the appearance of an emperor. If he also destroys a kingdom, he will only be overshadowed by the ugly woman Hancock. Since we want to make a big deal, of course we have to do something that no one else has done, and it is still a great thing. So, killing the Navy recruits led by the former admiral of the Navy headquarters, Zephyr, should be a very good idea. The slightly long voice gave people a feeling of death at this moment. Falling in their ears, looking at the 2 tall and short combinations in front of them, there was only one thought in their minds. Crazy. These 2 pirates are completely crazy. In order to be a glorious Shishibukai, they went to hunt the ships of the Navy recruits. Aren't they afraid of losing their position as Shishibukai because of their poor performance? No. It should be said that in Zifa's eyes, neither the resentful woman Ba Jin nor the idiot Weeble considered this at all. What's wrong with Zifa? You'd better surrender obediently, so that your students won't die too painfully. This is not a good thing. Mom, let me kill them all quickly. Didn't you tell me that as long as I do something big, my dad will accept me? Weeble said in a coquettish tone after sniffing a bunch of snot. Listening to this innocent talk, Zifa's cheek muscles couldn't help twitching. However, he still suppressed his nausea and said, Ba Jin, I advise you not to be too naive. I, Zifa, have not been an admiral for a long time, but my strength is still there. Besides, I have already notified the Navy headquarters that support will arrive soon. If you insist on taking action, it will only be more trouble than gain. More trouble than gain? Ba Jin's cheeks, like dry bark, twitched and he laughed. Old Zifa, this is the first time I see you talking so much nonsense. In the past, you would attack pirates without hesitation when you saw them. Now it seems that you are really old. Don't forget, we are not 40 years ago. Weevil has inherited the strongest strength of Whitebeard when he was young. Don't say that you can't hold on until the reinforcements arrive. Even if the reinforcements arrive, they will be killed by my son. At this point, Ba Jin's face flashed a hideous smile, and he shouted sternly, my son, kill them all. Oh, Mom, I know. As long as I kill them all, Dad will definitely like me. Weevil sniffed his nose and turned his eyes to Zifa. At this moment, Zifa's nerves tightened all of a sudden, and the pores all over his body stood up directly. This is a long-lost death crisis. In the past, Zifa also encountered this feeling on those old opponents. Could it be that this idiot in front of him really has the strength comparable to Whitebeard's youth? All of you retreat, control the ship and resist the attacks of the pirates behind you. An, you command them, your orders are my orders, and anyone who violates the military order will be killed without mercy. A series of orders came out of Zifa's mouth, and after a pause, he said, "You try your best to fight, and I hope you can hold on until the arrival of support." Bang! A low sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded. Before Anne responded, Weeble was the first to lose his temper and take action. With a big step, his huge body soared directly into the sky. The naginata in his hand suddenly slashed in the void. The first move was a flying slash. Under Zifa's gaze, he slashed 7 or 8 times in a row. In an instant, the sky was full of sword energy, and in the blink of an eye it came to the sky above the warship. Feeling this terrifying force breath, Zifa's face changed, and he took the initiative to attack. Chapter 789 It's like a different person. Feeling the overwhelming sword energy, Zifa's face darkened and he roared angrily. Full body armed color domineering. The black armed color domineering instantly covered his whole body, making Zifa like cast steel, giving people an indestructible feeling. Facing the attack of Weibul in front of him, Zifa knew very well that the only way was to repel Weibul first. Otherwise, once other pirates chased after them, what awaited them would be a dead end. Thinking of this, Zifa did not hesitate at all, strode heavily, and shaved instantly. The next moment, like a ghost, he appeared in front of the sword energy that was coming all over the sky. A pair of hands covered with black and ink-like armed color domineering, smashed towards the incoming sword energy. Bang bang bang! A thunderous collision sound suddenly sounded. The sword energy that was attacking from the sky was instantly shattered. The splashing Hong Kong energy wind rolled back like a wave. However, before Zifa could react, Weibul, who was originally in the air, appeared in front of Zifa at some point. The naginata in his hand, at the moment covered by the armed color domineering, chopped down head-on. Facing the attack that was rapidly enlarged in his pupils, Zifa's expression changed. There was no time, so he quickly raised his hand to block it. Boom! The huge power, at this moment, was released like a galloping horse. Zifa's face changed, and the whole person flew backwards and stepped heavily on the deck. Bang! The huge impact force caused the deck to crack. The air wave quickly swept around. "Teacher Zifa, hurry up and save us, they are coming!" The cry for help suddenly sounded. Zifa's expression changed, and he hurriedly looked behind him. The first thing that caught his eye was the pirate ship approaching quickly. The thick chains were instantly shot onto the warship. It was still in a sailing posture, but was suddenly bitten to death by these iron chains. "Haha, I didn't expect that Boss Weeble would stop the warship with one move. Little ones, this is a good opportunity to become famous in the sea. Once you become a 7 warlords of the sea, all the crimes you have committed before will be written off. Hurry up and help Boss Weeble to kill all these Navy recruits." A burly fish giant who was 7 or 8 meters tall said with a big laugh. As soon as these words fell, the pirates on the 5 pirate ships cheered. That feeling seemed to make people's scalps numb. Looking at the pirates rushing towards them, the recruits present were instantly shocked by this fierce breath. "Ai! Anne, think of a way quickly, what should we do?" Us, who had one arm broken, couldn't hold back any longer and said in a hurry. "Haha, what should we do? Of course, just give us your heads." A hideous laugh suddenly sounded. Us felt a strong wind in front of him, and a ghostly figure came towards him. The door-like giant sword chopped down in front of him. Watching this scene, Us, who was one of the best in the recruit camp, fell into a stagnation in an instant. He even forgot how to dodge the attack. Dang! A crisp metal collision sound suddenly sounded. A pretty figure took the lead and blocked in front of Us. The dagger in Xian's hand had already been covered by the armed color domineering, and directly blocked the heavy giant's sword. Oh, it turns out that there are beauties in the navy. It seems that this trip is worthwhile. The muscular man who made the move smiled grimly. However, as soon as the smile bloomed on his face, he met Anne's cold eyes. Click! The crisp sound of the mechanism suddenly sounded. The 2 helo stone wristbands buckled on Anne's wrists opened and fell off. Feeling the long-lost power blocked by the sea stone, it quickly spread to his limbs. The moment Anne clenched the dagger with his backhand, he said coldly, "I will stop them, Bins, you lead them to form a defense line, do your best to wait for the reinforcements to arrive, and don't cause trouble for Teacher Zifa." Facing the aggressive pirates in front of him, Anne knew clearly that Zifa's existence was the biggest shield. If even Zifa lost, then what awaited them was a dead end. Reinforcements. The burly man who made the move was stunned at first, and then laughed and said, "Girl, you recruits are too naive. Let's not talk about whether the Navy arrives in time, but in the face of absolute strength, all struggles are futile. No matter how many reinforcements you have, it's a dead end. What's more, we will deal with you within 10 minutes. You can't even wait for the hope of Navy support." The voice fell, and the expressions of the recruits changed again. Feeling the change in the atmosphere, Anne's face sank and said, "Then let's pass me first, let you see the results of Teacher Laxus's training. Back off." Anne took the lead and flipped his left hand. The power of the devil fruit was instantly pushed to the extreme. Without any fancy moves, he slapped the burly man's chest directly. Bang! The big man felt his chest tighten. He didn't even take Anne's little hand seriously. However, when the palm landed at the moment, an inexplicable force swept through his body. His originally burly figure, as tall as 3 meters, became thinner in an instant. It felt like his body was completely drained, and most of his strength was instantly dissipated. He had clenched the giant sword as big as a door panel, but now he felt like he couldn't catch it and it slipped out of his hand. 1. Anne moved his feet, like a ghost, passing over the giant sword that suppressed him, and instantly passed through the big man. The dagger in his hand danced a knife flower and directly cut his throat. At the moment when the blood splashed, Anne's petite figure, at this moment, was like a shadow, rushing towards the attacking pirates. He raised his left hand again, and the power of the fruit of retreat instantly turned into a dozen arrows, which shot out. Retreat arrow! Bang bang bang! The pirate who was attacking him was instantly hit. The pirate, who was originally in his early 20s, was instantly regressed 10 years. Some of them who were only 15 or 16 years old turned into little brats. However, facing these confused pirates, there were also innocent faces after they turned into children. Anne's attack did not stop at all. His right foot made a sharp sound of breaking through the air and kicked out. Storm kick. Puff. With one kick, the wind slash was formed instantly. The life of the unconscious pirate was harvested directly in the middle. A large amount of blood splattered, like blood rain in the void. This sudden series of attacks gave people a sense of flowing water, giving people the illusion that they were not like new recruits at all. Zifa's expression changed slightly in the battle. He never thought that Anne had only followed Laxus for a short period of time, as if he had changed into a different person. Chapter 790 The Way to Deceive People. Back off! Anne shouted, and the power of the devil fruit in her hand was obviously pushed to the extreme. At this moment, she was obviously in the state. Like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, she rushed towards the pirates. The sudden scene made the 5 major pirate groups suddenly confused. In their eyes, they never thought that there was a veteran among the recruits. Moreover, the heaven-defying power of the retrograde fruit, under this kind of human sea tactics. With a backhand wave, a large group of people were directly regressed 10 years. Faced with the sudden changes in their bodies, even these pirates who were licking blood on the edge of the knife could not organize an effective attack for a while. Well, I was right about Laxus. With this method alone, Anne is enough to delay some time. Zifa said happily. Bins, quickly organize the defense line and go to support Anne. In Zifa's eyes, as long as the momentum is formed, it is not difficult to get into a stalemate with the pirates. You, hurry up and stop old Zifa. My son will kill these new recruits. Bajan suddenly shouted. Zifa and Anne, who were surrounded by pirates, suddenly changed their faces. Before Zifa could react, 3 pirates with a bounty of over 100 million rushed to Zifa first. Facing Anne's strange ability, there was still a one-sided situation. They were also eager to find a turning point. Bajan's proposal was undoubtedly the best at the moment. Mom, I know. Weibul sniffed his nose, and with a shake of his body, he took the lead in launching an attack. Like a ghost, he passed Zifa and appeared in front of us. There was no fancy at all. The naginata in his hand, under the cold light of the armed color domineering, did not have any fancy. He chopped it down head-on. Don't! Anne's face changed drastically, and he couldn't help but shouting in a hurry. Even Zifa's nerves were tensed at once. Unfortunately, facing the 3 pirates with bounties of over 100 million standing in front of him, Zifa had no way to spare his hands for support. Bang! The sharp sword energy instantly chopped down on us. The airwave impact caused by it rolled back like a hurricane. The debris on the deck and the splash of the strong wind. A large group of Navy recruits were directly overturned. In an instant, blood splattered, and large pieces of limbs were scattered on the ground. The power of one blow even shattered half of the warship deck. The sharp and unparalleled slashing, and the strong wind slashing, quickly swept away. Finally, a large wave was directly exploded on the sea surface hundreds of meters away. Ah, my legs! Teacher Zifa, I don't want to die. Why do I only have half a body? Help, help! Teacher Zifa, please save us quickly! Wails rang out one after another. There was also the mess of the battlefield, broken limbs and debris. There were even more unfortunate ones, the broken bodies scattered on the ground. Those familiar faces, staring with eyes wide open. At this moment, it was like a symphony of despair. Mom, they stained my clothes. Weibul was under the splashing blood, looked down at the stained clothes on his body, and said unhappily. Hehe, my dear son, have you forgotten what I said? Whoever makes you unhappy, you let him die. This is a world of kings where the weak are the prey of the strong. Your father did the same thing back then. Bajan said with a smile on his face like old tree bark. Weibul was stunned for a moment, then suddenly raised his head and smiled. Mom said that only by killing you can I be as strong as Dad. Then, all of you go to hell. The huge naginata turned upside down. The violent air wave rolled up at the moment, and with a 10,000-pound posture, it chopped down again. Get out of my way! Zifa roared hysterically. At this moment, the armed color domineering was pushed to the extreme, and the whole person rushed towards the pirates, blocking the way like a wild bull. Boom! With a powerful blow, the pirates blocking the way were instantly knocked back. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zifa's shaving immediately exploded to the extreme. Without any fancy moves, he disappeared in the first place. When he appeared again, he had rushed to dozens of meters away and blocked the attack of Wilbur in time. Mom, he was fooled. The way you taught me to cheat people is really useful. Wilbur spoke in a slow tone. The muscles of his hands, which were originally clenched with the naginata, suddenly tightened in an instant. The momentum of the force suddenly increased several times. At this moment, Zifa felt as if the air was torn apart. Bang! The dull sound of collision suddenly echoed. Under the arc of domineering, blood splattered. No. It should be said that an arm flew out in full view of everyone. Teacher Zifa! An's pupils contracted and he roared hysterically. Without time to think, he quickly abandoned the pirates in front of him and rushed towards Zifa. In the collision just now, Zifa was obviously too worried about the students and distracted. This reminded An of a most fatal problem that Laxus had mentioned in the past. Partial armament haki is more suitable for head-on confrontation than the defensive power of full-body armament haki. At the moment, Zifa was obviously eager to save people and underestimated the powerful armament haki of Weeble. In this collision, he made this fatal mistake. Zifa, who originally had 2 arms, was old and injured. He could no longer gain an advantage in a direct confrontation with Weeble. Not to mention, he had lost an arm now. This was a dead end for Zifa. Most importantly, they had never thought that Weeble, this idiot, would cheat. Haha, little girl, you don't have the opportunity to meddle in other people's business now. You'd better think about how to escape from us alive. A shout suddenly sounded. The fish giant, who was 7 or 8 meters tall and was watching from the side, took the lead in attacking. Although he was just a hybrid giant, his lifespan was still much longer than that of ordinary people. Even facing this strange ability to retreat, his strength loss was definitely not much. At the moment, An was obviously angry, and this was a great opportunity. An, be careful. Bins climbed out of the ruins and was the first to remind him urgently. Zifa has been severely injured. If An is also successfully attacked by the huge mace, then they will be doomed. However, as soon as this thought came up, an inexplicable aura swept across the whole place like a raging tide. Before everyone could react, the fish giant that suddenly rose in the air and chased An seemed to be cast under a spell of immobilization. Chapter 791 Unarmed Big Bald Head. The strange feeling was as if the air in the entire space was stagnant. Before they could react, a low air-piercing sound rang out without any warning. Bang! The violent shock wave, with an unparalleled posture, quickly rolled over the sea in the distance. Wherever it passed, the sea surface seemed to be torn apart by an invisible big hand. Immediately, it rushed straight towards one of the pirate ships with a rolling posture. Boom! The 10-meter-long pirate ship was cut in half. The invisible shock wave, with its remaining power, instantly enveloped the soaring fish giant. Accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. The 7 or 8 meter long fish giant seemed to have become a rotten sandbag at this moment, and was directly washed towards the distant sea with the crushing air waves. Finally, it exploded on the sea surface 500 or 600 meters away. Boom! The violent air waves rolled back, and the waves raised gave people a tsunami-like feeling. The overwhelming sea water, like a rainstorm, suddenly woke up the stunned people. Enemy attack! It's an enemy attack! A pirate shouted in horror. Looking at the pirate ship that was cut in half and scattered directly on the sea. There was also a hole that was torn open, a vacuum zone appeared, and the sea surface was flooded with seawater. At this moment, it was simply a shocking aftertaste. Looking at the center of the shock wave explosion, the waves still did not calm down. They knew clearly that if the pirate ship they were on just now was also blocked on the attack route. I am afraid that there is only one way to go for them, which is death. Especially, Anne, who was not far from the shock wave and was almost brushed by it. The moment she fell on the deck of the ship, her pretty face turned pale. Anne, thank goodness you are so lucky. Binns hurried forward and said. In their eyes, there was only a difference of 7 or 8 meters between Anne and the fish giant. If the shock wave deviated a little, Anne would be swept in. This small body would definitely be either dead or alive in the attack. Seriously injured. Don't worry, I'm fine, but the attack just now seemed. Anne came back to his senses a little. However, before she could finish, a sudden word pried everyone's nerves. Hurry up and look, there is an unknown pirate ship coming from the direction of the attack, with a blood-red pirate flag on it. The Navy recruits who had just got a chance to breathe turned pale. After seeing such a fierce attack, they were still fantasizing that the Navy support would arrive. They had a chance to survive. However, now the pirate ship that came with the wind, with the pirate flag flying in the wind, obviously shattered their extravagant hope directly. Looking at the huge pirate ship in front of them, they felt like the god of death was calling for their lives. Even Zifa and Anne's faces turned pale. This is the sky that wants them to die. Pirate! Bajan's dry bark-like cheeks also twitched slightly. Immediately, a trace of cruelty flashed across his face, and he said, Humph, no matter who you are, old man Zifa is our prey. My dear son, kill all these Navy recruits before he arrives. No matter who this pirate is, as long as we can kill these Navy recruits and severely injure the former Admiral of the Navy, we can achieve our goal, and the position of the 7 warlords of the sea is just around the corner. In Bajan's eyes, he had no intention of killing Zifa from the beginning. Killing the former Admiral of the Navy and killing the Navy recruits are two different things. Once the former dies, the Navy headquarters and the world government will be furious. But the killing of recruits is not uncommon in this sea. In this situation on the sea, the Navy headquarters will never go to war with a madman. Anne, run away quickly, if you can escape one, it's one. I believe you have a chance to escape under Lax's training. Zifa covered his broken arm and roared in a hurry. However, as soon as he said this, Weibul, who was blocking him, moved instantly. Mom, I know. Weibul sniffed his nose, and his figure swayed like a ghost, spanning more than 10 meters. He appeared in front of Tina one step ahead. The naginata in his hand clenched tightly, with the stern sound of breaking through the air, slashed down head-on. The sudden attack shook everyone's nerves. Especially seeing the armed color domineering flowing on the blade. And the horrifying scene of Zifa's arm being cut off just now. They remembered the bloody scene vividly. Facing Anne's small body, they didn't believe that she could withstand a blow that even Zifa couldn't withstand. You die for me, only in this way will my mother be happy. Weibul said with a low nasal voice. The speed of the slash in his hand suddenly increased, and the momentum was even greater. Facing Binns behind him and the safety of a group of new recruits. Anne's face turned pale, and he didn't dodge at all. The only thing he could do was to raise the dagger in his hand to block. He even subconsciously closed his eyes. Bang! A crisp collision sound suddenly sounded. Under the huge force, there was a violent wave of air rolling back. Anne, who closed his eyes, felt an inexplicable suffocation. However, facing the long-awaited attack, the violent force that should have been released on the dagger. At this moment, there was no feeling at all. There was no sense of crisis of death. The most important thing was that the originally noisy battlefield fell into a dead silence at this moment. It can be described as a needle drop. Chaotic thoughts flashed through Anne's mind. Without time to think, he hurriedly opened his eyes and looked forward. The first scene that caught his eye made Anne's pupils shrink suddenly. A big bald head stood straight in front of him. The black armament haki covered half of his head. The sharp naginata slashed down and slashed straight on the big bald head. However, the originally sharp blow fell on the unarmed bald head. It gave people a feeling that it could not be shaken at all. Weird. Too weird. Especially seeing that banana tights and red cloak. Especially under the attack, the pair of decadent dead fish eyes that did not change at all, as if they could not lift their spirits. At this moment, let alone the pirates present, even the idiot Weeble was doubting his life. Sorry, I was just about to board the ship, and it seems that the landing place is a bit of a hindrance to you. Chinyu's dead fish eyes turned and said nonchalantly. But, are you going to tickle someone with this strike? You haven't eaten yet and are hungry, why don't you have any strength at all? Chapter 792 The Shishibukai with a bounty of 50 Baileys. The huge battlefield fell into a dead silence. Looking at the uninvited guest in front of them, both the pirates and the navy were stunned. Too crazy. This is a sharp slash that even the former admiral of the navy, Black Arm Zephyr, could not take. How come it becomes worthless in the mouth of this big bald head? You bastard, dare to interfere with my mother's order, my father will not see me if you do this. Weibul sniffed and reacted first. The 10 fingers of both hands clenched the naginata in his hand again, without any fancy. He slashed towards Chinyu again. Puff. A knife came out, the air seemed to be torn apart. When the armed color domineering was pushed to the extreme, it even showed a flowing airflow posture like flowing cherry. The crackling domineering electric arc splashed, and it increased the momentum. Under the furious attack, this attack was completely different from the previous one. It felt like an invisible big hand was stirring the air flowing in this space. Be careful. Anne, who was blocked behind him, changed his face drastically. Feeling the sharp breath coming towards him, he couldn't help but breathe out. Unfortunately, before Anne could react, Chinyu took the lead. Without any fancy moves, in full view of the public, he turned his head and opened his mouth to bite the incoming naginata. Bang! Sparks flew, and there was a crisp sound of metal collision. The naginata with a black glow was bitten abruptly. The next moment, in full view of everyone, Chinyu's forehead bulged with a vein, and the naginata in his mouth was bitten to pieces. The fragments splashed all over the sky and scattered on the deck, giving people a lively feeling like rain hitting banana leaves. Looking at the fragments on the blade, the armed color domineering that quickly faded. The huge battlefield seemed to be blown by the biting cold wind, and fell into an inexplicable coldness in an instant. Looking at Chinyu who bit the naginata to pieces with his mouth open, everyone almost cracked their eyes. This is still the powerful one who just cut off the arm of the former admiral of the navy, Zifa. Is it Weevil, known as the second Whitebeard? If you don't see it with your own eyes, who would be willing to believe that all this is true? Your knife is a bit hard, don't interfere with my business, get out of the way and cool down. Chinyu spitted, his dead fish eyes turned, and he directly passed Weevil and looked at Zifa. This glance made the navy and pirates present tense up. At first, they might not know where this bald madman came from. However, this action could undoubtedly confirm his intention. Brother, I am B.A. Jin, the lover of the former Whitebeard Edward Newgate, and this is Whitebeard's biological son, Weeble. B.A. Jin's dry bark cheek twitched, and he hurriedly said in a deep voice, Old man Zifa and these new recruits are our prey. My dear son, he is born with the strength of Whitebeard in his youth, and he will become stronger in time. Now he has been chosen by the world government and the 5 elders to inherit the position of Shishibukai. As long as you step aside now, we will not treat you unfairly when we are done. At this point, B.A. Jin showed a threatening smile and said, as long as my son becomes Shishibukai, he will be recognized by Whitebeard. As a pirate, you should also know that Whitebeard is the strongest man on this sea. I am his lover, and Weeble is Whitebeard's biological son. You should know very well what Whitebeard values most, right? As soon as these words fell, whether it was pirates or navy, even Zifa and others couldn't help but change their faces. Family. That's what Whitebeard values most. If what B.A. Jin said was true, and it had something to do with Whitebeard. I'm afraid many people would be afraid to take action. Have you finished? Qin Yu turned his dead fish eyes and said, then please make way, you are blocking my way. Looking at Qin Yu who was walking towards Zifa, everyone's throat seemed to be strangled by an invisible big hand. Jin shamelessly dragged out the Whitebeard pirates. Qin Yu's disregard not only means contempt for Weeble, who claims to be the second generation of Whitebeard. It also gives people the feeling that even Whitebeard is not taken seriously. You, why are you looking for me? Zifa covered his broken arm and couldn't help but gritted his teeth. If you want my head, I can give it to you, but I hope you can save my new recruits. As long as you agree to this condition, I will let Anne take a message to Sengoku after I die, recommending you to become the new 7 warlords of the sea. 7 warlords of the sea? Jin suddenly came back to his senses and shouted, Zifa, you are looking for death. Qin Yu's dead fish eyes turned and said, are there 8 Shishibukai? Or am I a fake Shishibukai? Fake Shishibukai? The people present were stunned. They are all people who have been in the sea, and they know clearly about the selection of Shishibukai. At this moment, this big bald man with unknown origins opened his mouth and said that he was Shishibukai. But it overturned their cognition. Zifa teacher, he is not a fake Shishibukai. 3 days ago, the Navy headquarters and the world government have issued a joint notice that the person who will replace the former Shishibukai crocodile is Saitama, the one-punch monster. Tina jumped onto the warship on the pirate ship. The newspaper raised in her hand, the content on the front page, instantly attracted everyone's attention. Especially the bounty amount on it, it made people rub their eyes. When they saw the amount on it clearly, their facial expressions were twitching. No. It should be said that even Tina's facial management was out of control. Not long ago, when she took the newspaper from Qin Yu, she also suspected that she had read it wrong. However, after repeated confirmation, a reward of 50 Baileys was offered for the 7 warlords of the sea. It was the first time they saw it. Of course, Qin Yu knew clearly that all this was definitely done by Garp. Who made Saitama, this template, never do anything bad when he went out to sea. The world government and the Navy headquarters were also under pressure from the sea. In order to recruit Qin Yu as a 7 warlord of the sea, they did not have time to issue a reward. They had to let Garp randomly put up an insignificant amount. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, Qi Yu. The strength of the Jade template does not match the information, and the fidelity is increased by 10%. The current fidelity has reached 50%. The ethereal prompt of the system sounded in his mind. Qin Yu's eyebrows could not help but raise, looking a little surprised. Originally, for the identity of the 7 warlords of the sea with a bounty of 50. He was still a little bit upset, and never expected that in the eyes of the system, it actually improved his realism. However, when I think of the results and rankings that Saitama received in the assessment of the Hero Association in the original work, he still had a sense of existence. The same is the mismatch between strength and information. It seems that it is precisely because of this reason that he got 10% realism. Chapter 793 Kill and Replace. 50% realism? Qin Yu felt the power that spread all over his body and grew again, which made him smile. If you have to find a comparison in this world, the current Saitama's strength, before the realism is 40%, is the same as the lightweight King's Fist performed by King Prot-Ians. Once it reaches 50%, it is completely a dividing line. According to Qin Yu's assessment of his own strength, the power of a full-strength punch should be able to reach the level of the King's Fist 100%. Once it reaches this point, let alone a ship. In this world, King Prot-Ians punched through the enemy's fortress with one punch. Tina, are you telling the truth? Zifa asked anxiously, enduring the pain in his arm. Why are you on his ship? If he is the new Shishibukai, then there is no vacancy in the Shishibukai seat. If he really recruits people, then he is a fake Shishibukai. For the unexpected scene in front of them, not to mention Zephyr, even the pirates could not react. The reward of 50 Baileys for the 7 warlords of the sea is ridiculous. However, no matter how low the reward is, it is an officially recognized candidate for the 7 warlords of the sea. If the one-punch freak Saitama in front of him is really a 7 warlords of the sea, then what is the idiot Weevil who they followed who just clamored to become members of the future 7 warlords of the sea? If the news that they followed a mentally retarded pirate got out, I am afraid that they will definitely become a laughing stock in this sea in the future. Teacher Zephyr, I was just chased by Kurogain and others, and it was all thanks to this Saitama who saved me, and I have already contacted Vice Admiral Tsuru. Tina explained hurriedly. It has been confirmed that the new 7 warlords of the sea is indeed Saitama, and this matter is still led by Vice Admiral Garp. Unless the position of the 7 warlords of the sea is vacant again, otherwise this weevil will never become a 7 warlords of the sea. Garp? Zifa's expression paused slightly. As an old friend for many years, he knew Garp's cynical nature. It was because of the 50 bounty that Zifa believed that the 7 warlords were real. Thank you for your hard work, Tina. Zifa came back to his senses and said, Sir Saitama, I didn't expect so many things to happen after I left the Navy headquarters. However, I know that you should have signed an agreement with the world government and will never save us for nothing, so I want to know what deal you and Tina reached. For Zifa? No. It should be said that for any man, a woman can convince a man in addition to having enough money and power. There is also the fastest way. However, it is precisely because of this method that Tina is humiliated. Teacher Zifa, don't worry. Tina had no idea that Zifa had already boarded the car and was ready to act as the driver. She quickly shook her head and explained, this time, Mr. Saitama is willing to help because I promised to give him a devil fruit on the ship as a reward, so you don't have to worry about me getting into trouble. Is a devil fruit that simple? Zifa's expression paused slightly. Even Ein and the others, and even Weevil and others, never expected it. A powerful pirate known as the 2nd generation of Whitebeard is only worth a devil fruit. If this devil fruit is a natural or mythical beast, it is still worth a little. What if it is just an animal type that is common on the street? Does that mean that Weevil's head is only worth 100 million Baileys? I'll give it to you, as long as you can save my student, not to mention 1 devil fruit, I'll give you 2. Zifa responded in a hurry. In his eyes, it is better to seek a glimmer of life from Qin Yu than to be brutally wiped out by Weibull. However, just as this thought flashed through his mind, Ba Jin's dry bark-like cheek flashed a hideous smile, and said, Little girl over there, thank you for your words just now, and reminded me. There are indeed only 7 positions for the 7 warlords of the sea, but once someone dies, the position will be automatically vacated. At that time, will there be another vacancy in the 7 warlords of the sea? Although the 7 warlords of the sea are independent and it is difficult to find their traces, don't we have a ready-made one in front of us? At this point, the smile on Ba Jin's face became more and more evident, and he said, Hurry up, join forces with my son and kill him, otherwise what happened today will be spread out. Without the title of 7 warlords of the sea, you attacked the recruit trial ship led by the former admiral of the navy, which is absolutely certain to die. Now, don't you hurry up and do it. The stern words uttered, and the faces of the pirates in the field changed drastically in an instant. Facing Ba Jin's threat, they were very reluctant. Butas, she said, if what happened here gets out, the Navy headquarters and the world government will never let these little pirates go. Once that time comes, they will be waiting for certain death. When thinking of this, the originally deadly situation suddenly changed. All eyes turned, and thousands of eyes were locked on Qin Yu. Feeling the atmosphere changing and the murderous intent generated from the heart, Ba Jin's face flashed a trace of joy, and then he shouted in a hurry. My son, do it for me, kill him, then Whitebeard will like you. I know, mother, I will kill him obediently. Weevil sniffed and took the lead. Having lost his handy naginata, Weevil instantly threw away the broken weapon in his hand. His 5 fingers suddenly clenched down, and with a stern sound of breaking through the air, he smashed towards Qin Yu head-on. The sudden scene, like a flood, instantly detonated the depressing atmosphere in the field. The pirates who were originally eyeing here, after looking at each other, rushed towards Qin Yu. In their eyes, Zifa and the new recruits were no longer able to fight. Only Anne and Tina could be considered combat-capable. There was also a group of inferior Navy soldiers. Under this lineup, for the pirates standing in the Weeble camp, they had 1,000 people, and the other side could only fight a few people. As long as they used the human wave tactics and cooperated with Weeble's trump card to fight, it was not a difficult task to kill the new Shishibukai with a bounty of only 50 Baileys. Yes. In their eyes, the most important point was that the one-punch monster Saitama only had 50 Baileys. In this sea where the bounty amount was used to measure the strength of the sea. This undoubtedly gave the pirates hope. Bang! The dull collision sound exploded again like thunder. Under the heavy punch, the fist wind swept the entire deck. Looking at Weeble, the fist full of armed color domineering, hit the shiny bald head. They doubted life again. Chapter 794 The One-Punch Monster is so terrifying. Bang! The dull sound of the collision seemed to be infused with magic sound at this moment, hitting the depths of people's souls. The fist with black light, with a sharp posture, hit a big bald head. That scene that still cannot be shaken really makes people doubt what material this bald head is made of. Especially the pair of dead fish eyes that are like the finishing touch. It makes the pirates who are full of murderous intent at the scene feel that Weeble is pretending to fight. Hurry up, he must be holding on. He can't be killed by one punch, but he definitely can't withstand the attack of 100 or even 1,000 people. The agent's face changed, and he cried out in a hurry without thinking too much. Mom is right, I'm going to beat you to death. Weeble yelled with his ever-present snot. He raised his fist covered with armed color domineering and smashed it on the back of Chinyu's head again. However, this time, Chinyu suddenly raised his head. His left hand lightly pressed down on the incoming fist. Bang! The dull collision sound echoed again. The collision was no less impressive, and the strong wind swept by was also not less. However, facing this scene, Chinyu's arm, which was much different in size, did not bend at all. He raised his head slightly and said, "Your little pink fist is pinker than a woman's. But I hate others to hinder me, you can disappear." As soon as the voice fell, Chinyu's 5 fingers on his right hand suddenly clenched. The moment the 5 fingers clenched, the air seemed to be instantly grabbed and exploded. As the finger bones crackled, an indescribable sense of crisis swept the whole place like an invisible wave of air. However, what made Zifa and others feel unusual the most was the big bald man in front of them, who had a careless and decadent expression from the beginning. At this moment, he actually became serious. "Teacher Zifa, hurry up, abandon the ship and run away!" Tina roared in a hurry. At this moment, his instructions flashed through her mind. Don't let this man stay by his side when he is serious. Faced with the strange instructions, Tina didn't understand at first. But when she saw the decadent salted fish on Chinyu's face was replaced by seriousness. And the sudden clenching of his hands gave her a feeling of tightening her heart. Tina instantly understood that she had to escape at this moment. Escape? Everyone present, whether it was Zifa, the Navy recruits, or even the pirates, couldn't help but be stunned. Faced with Tina's inexplicable reminder, they were completely confused. However, as a fellow Marine and an important student of his, Zifa showed a moment of hesitation. Without any fancy moves, he jumped and ran away. At the same time, Zifa still couldn't suppress his curiosity and looked back. And, it was because of this look that gave him an unforgettable feeling. Serious Series Fist of the King Full Power Edition. Bang! A punch. With a powerful posture, like a raging wave, it directly penetrated the space and hit Weeville's body. The armed color domineering that quickly spread over the body like a conditioned reflex. At this moment, it was pierced instantly like paper. As it shattered into a spider web, it dissipated in the body like a receding tide. The next moment, the endless shock wave on the fist burst out like a dam bursting. A huge air wave impact was formed, sweeping away. Boom! In an instant, the sky and the earth were bright. The whole sea seemed to be shaking. No. It should be said that the whole space was shaking. Like a 15-level hurricane, it swept away with a crushing posture. The pirate navy who abandoned the ship and fled, and even Zifa, had no time to take a closer look. They were directly hit by this violent air wave, and the whole person was thrown out like a sandbag. They fell heavily on the sea. Before they surfaced, another big wave, like a tsunami, hit them hard. For a while, it felt like the end of the world. That kind of sharp and unparalleled posture hit people's hearts directly. Facing this sudden attack, it was like the end of the world. Zifa didn't know how long it lasted. He only knew clearly that he had been struggling for a long time before he caught the broken board again and floated to the surface. He didn't have time to wipe the seawater off his face, nor did he care about the stinging pain in his arms. Zifa couldn't suppress his urgency and hurried to look at the battlefield. The first scene he saw made Zifa's pupils shrink suddenly, and his eye sockets almost cracked. Looking around, a vacuum zone with a diameter of several thousand meters, like a round bowl, appeared on the sea surface 10,000 meters away. A vacuum zone with a diameter of hundreds of meters, as if it was hit by a fist, quickly connected to the round bowl. It felt as if the scene in front of him was hit by a punch. Most importantly, 3 of the 4 pirate ships that had blocked the warship had already disappeared in the sea. Only a small half of the remaining one was left, and it sank in the sea. As for the warship where the battle was taking place, it was also shaken to pieces. Only half of the huge hull remained. The only thing that was not implicated was the other direction of the attack. The pirate ship that Hiri Kojiki was on, and the sloop that intercepted the warship by Bacon, were spared. However, at this moment, the expressions on the faces of these survivors were all the same. If you want to add an auxiliary verb, I'm afraid there is only one. Damn. As for Weibo, who was standing in front of Qin Yu, he had already disappeared at this moment. Only half of the arm that Qin Yu held in his left hand was left. It seemed to be saying that the fight just now was not a dream. This little pink fist is really too weak, it didn't even catch a punch. If Whitebeard knew, I'm afraid he would think this is the son of Lao Wang next door. Qin Yu regained his decadent look like a dead fish with drooping eyes. After throwing the broken limb in his hand aside, he yawned and looked at Tina listlessly. Where is the devil fruit you promised me? I'm very sleepy. It's time for a nap. If I don't sleep well, I'll lose my hair. Qin Yu said slowly. The careless tone once again touched everyone's nerves. As a traitor, Tina's nerves were tense to the extreme. After taking another look at the messy battlefield, he finally understood clearly why he asked her to avoid Saitama, who was serious. Moreover, why is the nickname of the 7 warlords on this bounty order a one-punch monster? After seeing the fights one after another, Tina finally understood. I'm afraid that since going to see those enemies and challengers can't withstand this punch. If one punch can't defeat it, then 2 punches. One-punch monster Saitama. It's so terrifying. Chapter 705 Unexpected Gains. The huge battlefield, the sea water is pouring back crazily. Broken ship fragments, scattered goods all over the sea. There were also corpses of pirates floating on the sea, whose lives and deaths were unknown. Following the backflow of the waves, they were directly sunk into the sea and eventually became food for the sea kings. Looking at this battlefield full of wounds and extremely messy, it gave people a shocking aftertaste. Looking at the harmless big bald figure with dead fish eyes. This identity of the 7 warlords of the sea with a bounty of 50 Baileys is simply a Tian-Keng. At this moment, they finally understood why the bounty order called this guy a one-punch monster. You killed my baby son, I will definitely take revenge, and Whitebeard will never let you go. Ba Jin's expression stagnated, and he suddenly woke up and left these cruel words. Without any fancy words, he turned around and steered the helm to escape. Even Weibo, who was her trump card and claimed to have the strength of Whitebeard in his youth. He couldn't withstand the opponent's punch and was directly blown away, and his life and death were uncertain. Although she is also a member of the Rocks Pirates. However, it also depends on whether she is the main member. If she is not a main member, she has a little strength in front of this big bald man. Then what awaits her is also a dead end. You did such a heinous thing, and you dare to run away, stay here. Anne's cry suddenly sounded. Soon, a pretty figure was seen, using the moon step to step into the air and landed on the pirate ship. The short knife in his hand flew, and the handle hit Ba Jin's neck directly. The sudden scene made Ba Jin's face change drastically. Facing the younger and more agile Anne, she obviously couldn't react in time, and was hit on the back of her neck by the handle of the knife. Go up. She fainted directly. Those pirates who had escaped by chance had originally planned to secretly escape with Ba Jin's ship. However, after seeing Anne on the pirate ship with a murderous look on his face, this idea was directly strangled in their hearts. Come on, follow me to sink these pirates into the sea. Tina's face flashed a trace of cruelty, and she rushed out. As a naval commander who had experienced hundreds of battles on the sea, Tina's decisive attack was completely incomparable to those recruits. Those pirates had witnessed with their own eyes that Saitama was in great power. They were already scared. On the sea, the combat power was 10 times less, and the situation was directly one-sided. Kojiki Hiri on the side obviously did not miss this opportunity and quickly followed. However, unlike the last time, after seeing the strength of the caterpillar with her own eyes, Kojiki Hiri still brought it with her. For a while, shouts of killing were heard everywhere, and the scene was in chaos. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, the caterpillar has reached level 5. The ethereal reminder of the system sounded in his mind. Qin Yu raised his eyebrows and subconsciously glanced at the caterpillar. The speed of upgrading by killing monsters seems not slow. In just half a day, it has reached level 5. However, as the level increases, the more experience will be required for upgrading, and the difficulty will become greater accordingly. Relying solely on monsters to upgrade, I am afraid that it will take a long time to reach the full level of 100. When Chinyu thought of this, his head was a little swollen. Sir Saitama, this is the devil fruit reward that Tina promised to give you. Zifa's voice suddenly sounded. Chinyu came back to his senses and exited in the consciousness space. 2. Yes, I have 2 devil fruits on hand, one of which is an animal devil fruit, and the other one, I can't recognize it. Zifa's arm has been urgently stopped from bleeding. However, for Zephyr, who is known as the Black Arm, losing an arm is equivalent to completely retiring him. This time when he returns, his strength may be only 60% or 70% of it. In the original work, Zephyr gained a sea stone arm in the later period. However, the heavy burden of asthma and sea stone arm undoubtedly made his old body unable to do anything. After fighting with Luffy, he consumed a lot of physical strength and was finally defeated by Kizaru. One is animal type, and the other one. Chinyu glanced at the other devil fruit covered with mysterious patterns. He remembered that the system has the function of exchange and identification, and the preciousness of this fruit can also be reflected. With the help of this level of calculation, it may be possible to distinguish the evolutionary energy value provided to the caterpillar by the animal type and other devil fruits. Thank you very much. Chinyu took the 2 devil fruits, closed the box, and said, "Where is your severed arm? Since you gave me an extra devil fruit, and Laxus's little kindness, I will help you to reattach your arm." Originally, Chinyu did not intend to meddle in other people's business. However, the reason why Laxus, the character template, was able to enter the Navy headquarters was mostly related to Zifa's full recruitment. The most important thing is that Saitama's character likes to take advantage, but he will be more serious when it comes to righteousness and kindness. Now Zifa's remuneration is obviously much more than what was agreed. In order to prevent Saitama, the character template, from owing favors, Chinyu decided to meddle in other people's business. You actually know Laxus?" Anne's voice suddenly sounded. Soon, she was seen falling behind Zifa with blood all over her body, and asked eagerly. Zifa's expression also stagnated slightly, and then he glared at Anne with a slightly reproachful look, and said, "Anne, you must not be rude to Lord Saitama. However, Lord Saitama, what is your relationship with Laxus, and when was the last time you met?" When I thought of Laxus's experience with the battle with Kaido that day, he had lost contact until now. Zifa's face was indeed not as worried as Anne. But his heart was still full of urgency. When? Chinyu touched his big bald head and said, "More than 10 days ago, I owed him a meal. He told me that he planned to practice for another year or 2 before returning to the Navy headquarters, and asked me not to be a pirate, otherwise he would arrest me personally." More than 10 days ago? Zifa and Anne's expressions froze for a moment, and the worry on their faces dissipated a little. Chinyu did not clearly state Laxus's whereabouts and situation. However, for them, it was enough to know that Laxus was not seriously injured. "Teacher, Anne, are you paying attention to the wrong thing now?" Bins landed beside Zifa. In his hand was Zifa's arm that was originally cut off by Weibull. The blood flowing out of the fracture on it was coagulated. However, according to the time calculation, if there is no special means to preserve the broken limb, it will soon cause the flesh and blood to decay. This arm can be reattached in the future, but it will also be scrapped. Chapter 796 Evaluation from Garp. Looking at this familiar half-arm, Zifa sighed and said, "Sir Saitama, you don't have to joke with me. If Vegapunk and sophisticated medical equipment are here, my arm may be reattached. But you can see that the warship was destroyed and the first aid equipment on board was gone. We have to rush back to the sea from here. The military headquarters also needs a day, and there is no way to connect the arm in time, and its cells will die directly." At this point, Zifa sighed and said, "It seems that God also thinks I am old and wants me to retire early. This time I am lucky to meet Mr. Saitama, it is already very good, otherwise I will let these little guys die here with me, and I will become a sinner of the Navy." For Zifa, Weibull's attack was completely beyond his cognition. If you have not experienced it yourself, who would believe that someone in this sea is so crazy that he would choose to attack the Navy's recruit training ship? Don't worry, what others can't do doesn't mean I can't do it. Leave this arm to me, and you should prepare for the arm connection quickly. After saying this, Chinyu took Zifa's arm and jumped onto the pirate ship, and went to prepare. Zifa and the other two who saw this scene looked at each other with wide eyes. They thought that Chinyu was just joking and giving them hope. They never thought that on this face full of carelessness. It turned out that he was not joking. On the other hand, in the Navy headquarters, in the huge office of the Admiral. As the Admiral of the Navy, Sengoku sat on the chair with a gloomy face, looking at the Den Mushi in front of him, and said nothing. The people present also included Crane, the Chief of Staff, Admiral Akainu, Aokiji, and Garp who was eating donuts. Facing the distress signal received from Zifa not long ago, Sengoku had indeed mobilized the Navy close to that sea area to support. Unfortunately, when I think of the opponent Zifa encountered this time, and according to the intelligence, there is a lineup about Weeble. For Zifa now, there is also the training ship for new recruits. That would be a devastating disaster. Kizaru, that guy hasn't completed the mission of escorting the celestial dragons and returned to the marine headquarters yet? Zhangguo was the first to lose his temper. After receiving Zifa's request for help, Zhangguo immediately asked the neighboring navy to go to support. However, when he thought about Weeville's connection with that place, he had a flawed power. It was far beyond the reach of ordinary people. According to Zhangguo's calculations, even if it was a vice admiral of the navy, only the top people could fight against it. At present, among those who received the mission order, only Tina responded in time. Although in the emergency brief report, Tina mentioned that she accidentally met Saitama, the new 7 warlords of the sea, who was a one-punch monster. They even reached an agreement to take action. However, when he thought about the other party's identity, and Weevil was also one of the candidates for the 7 warlords of the sea selected by the world government. What if Saitama, as a 7 warlord of the sea, did not contribute and had the mentality of being a soy sauce? That would be a joke with Zifa's old life. After all, under the successive 7 warlords of the sea call-up orders, this kind of attitude can be found everywhere. Zhangguo, why are you so anxious? With brother Saitama here, Zephyr will be fine. Garp stuffed a donut into his mouth and comforted him nonchalantly. As soon as these words fell, they instantly attracted everyone's attention. Zhangguo's face darkened, and he shouted angrily, Garp, Zephyr is in a life and death crisis now, and you are the only one who can drink tea and eat snacks here. Also, why didn't you report why Whitebeard and red-haired Shanks came into contact with Saitama and suddenly appeared there? What happened on the ship at that time? Saitama didn't have a reward. Why did you add 50 Baileys to it? Don't forget that some people are very sensitive to rewards. If Saitama sees this reward amount, what if he thinks that our Navy headquarters is sneering at him, and it has a counter effect and causes Saitama's hostility? At present, the Navy headquarters, facing the major events that have occurred one after another on the sea, has already felt a sense of exhaustion. If because of some mistakes made by Sengoku, another troublemaker stands on the opposite side of the Navy headquarters. This is definitely not what Sengoku wants to see. Mr. Garp, I want to know how strong Saitama is. Aokiji exhaled a breath of cold air and asked first. Faced with this question, Akainu, who had been sitting aside and had been silent, also subconsciously looked at Garp. Feeling the change in the atmosphere in the field, Garp laughed dryly and said, Sengoku, that kid is not as petty as you think. As for what happened on the Moby Dick, what is there to report? It's just that I can tell you that the kid's physical skills and fists are very good, and he has the style of my youth. In time, he may be able to flatten a mountain with one punch. Vice Admiral Garp, you are exaggerating. According to my guess, the so-called one-punch monster Saitama is probably already defeated by Weevil. Akainu finally couldn't help but speak. Once it comes to this, Marshal Sengoku, you should give an order to let Zephyr kill them. Everyone knows that Garp defeated Rocks in the Valley of the Gods together with Pirate King Roger. With a pair of iron fists, he won the title of Navy Hero. His strength is so strong that the Navy headquarters, the world government, and even the 4 emperors on the sea also agree with him. However, now Garp said that this Saitama will be able to match him when he was young in time. Although the setting of this world will not weaken due to aging. And with Garp's physical fitness, it will become stronger and stronger. Perhaps Garp is now stronger than when he was young. But if you compare Saitama to Garp when he was young, Akainu would never accept that a pirate's strength could reach this level. Kill them. Aokiji raised his eyebrows and said, Akainu, your proposal seems a bit too much. Don't forget, the 7 warlords of the sea, Saitama, was commissioned by our Navy headquarters to support teacher Zifa. Once this matter gets out, I'm afraid the other 7 warlords of the sea will have opinions. Don't forget, those guys are unruly. Unlike Akainu's absolute justice, Aokiji stands on the side of justice, but there is still a ruler of conscience in his heart. You mean, because the pirate works for us, he shouldn't die? Akainu's face sank and he shouted angrily. It is because of your womanly heart that I have always disliked you. Chapter 797. If I had known earlier, I would have been admitted to the Navy as an exception. The stern voice was mixed with a strong smell of gunpowder. The successive defeats made Akainu's prestige in the Navy headquarters decline. On the contrary, Aokiji's indifference cast a mysterious veil over his strength. This rise and fall, the Navy headquarters, especially the recruits. For the kind-hearted Aokiji, the call for the successor to the marshal is even louder. For all this, Akainu has always seen it. In order to save all this, he challenged Laxus. Spend effort to train Drake and the other 2, and use the defeat of Laxus to save his lost prestige in the Navy. Akainu, you're a bit too much. Aokiji's expression suddenly sank. The cold air permeated the surface of the body, causing the temperature in the huge Navy office to drop suddenly. Humph, since we graduated from the recruit camp, we haven't fought for many years. This time, it's just right for you to know the gap between the strong. Akainu snorted coldly. The hot magma rolled violently on the surface of the body, and the hot wind blew like a tide. In an instant, the huge office was directly plunged into a feeling of ice and fire. Enough, where do you put me, the Navy Admiral? Zhang Guo's face sank and he roared angrily. If you want to fight, unless I step down from this position, don't blame me, I will send you to the new recruits camp as instructors. Don't forget that as a general, you must lead by example. If people outside know that you are fighting here, the face of the Navy headquarters will be lost by you. Akainu and Aokiji's expressions froze. Looking at the furious Zhang Guo, the breath permeating the surface of the body quickly dissipated. Okay, Zhang Guo, you are also an old man, don't bother with these 2 young boys. Garp glanced at Aokiji and spoke first to help. Now that we have something to think about, let's see if we can get through to Zephyr's Den Mushi. If we can get through, it proves that Guy is safe. I also agree with Garp's proposal. Tsuru agreed. However, just as the words fell, a hurried Den Mushi voice suddenly sounded. Gurgle gurgle, this is Tina, requesting Vice Admiral Tsuru to talk immediately, requesting to talk immediately. Tina. Tsuru raised his eyebrows. But the action in his hand was not vague, and he quickly connected the Den Mushi. Colonel Tina, have you found any trace of the recruit trial ship led by Chief Instructor Zephyr? As soon as these words fell, everyone's nerves tightened up, and their eyes were locked on the Den Mushi. Vice Admiral Tsuru, Tina, and Mr. Saitama, the 7 warlords of the sea, have successfully reunited with Mr. Zephyr. Tina's voice came from the Den Mushi. We're here. Zhang Guo's face lit up, and he said in a hurry, what about Zephyr and the new recruits he led? And that madman Weeble, he actually dared to attack our Navy recruits. Afterwards, I will definitely ask the 5 elders to revoke his 7 warlords candidates and hunt him down all over the sea. The stern voice echoed in the office, and there was murderous intent in his words. Garp and Crane haven't seen Zhang Guo behave like this for a long time. However, Weeble chose to attack the Navy recruits, which undoubtedly touched the reverse scale of the Navy headquarters. If Zhang Guo didn't take any action, who would care about this sea in the future? I'm afraid that hunting down new recruits has become a trend on the sea. Marshal Zhang Guo, before we arrived, Zephyr fought with Weeble and accidentally cut off one of his arms. Tina explained in a hurry. The new recruits of the Navy also encountered 5 pirates with bounties of over 100 million. They attacked together, resulting in more than half of them being killed. The only thing that makes people feel fortunate is that Lord Saitama acted in time and killed all the pirate captains. As for the leader of this sneak attack, Weevil, who claims to be the 2nd generation of Whitebeard, also broke an arm in the fight with Lord Saitama, and his life or death was unknown, and he disappeared in the sea. At this point, Tina paused, and soon heard the rapid transmission sound again. This is Tina, preparing the battle footage recorded by Den Mushi in advance, hoping to help Marshal Sengoku and you solve your doubts. However, Tina finally overstepped her authority to add that Lord Saitama's strength was seriously underestimated at 50 Baileys, and his bounty should start at least 1.5 billion. After leaving these words, the signal of Den Den Mushi was instantly cut off. Facing Tina's last words, the people present were startled at first, and soon saw the eyes of Den Den Mushi glowing. The recorded battle scene was quickly projected and played. As time passed, an inexplicably oppressive atmosphere quickly spread in the huge office. When Qin Yu got serious, he threw the strongest punch. The fierce attack made even Akainu's pupil shrink. At this moment, he finally understood why Garp, a hero of the Navy, gave such a high evaluation to a big bald man with a strange image. Facing the devastating punch in the projection, the moment it was thrown made Akainu feel creepy even through the screen. Garp, you shouldn't have concealed the story of Saitama boarding the Moby Dick that day. What if our Navy headquarters misjudged his strength because of this? If we are not careful, it will bring unnecessary crisis to our Navy. Zhang Guo took a deep breath and blamed in a deep voice. If we had known earlier that Saitama had such a strong power, he would not have committed a crime. We should not have recommended him to become a Shishibukai, but should have made an exception to recruit him into the Marine headquarters. At the beginning, Sengoku proposed that Saitama be the new Shishibukai, which was originally a gamble. At the beginning, it was just to make the power of the Marine headquarters stand firm on the sea again as soon as possible. Now that he saw the shocking battle scene with his own eyes, Sengoku realized that they had completely picked up a treasure. Now that the Shishibukai is a foregone conclusion, Sengoku can only regret it. Haha, Sengoku, I didn't expect you to regret it too. I have long seen that the boy is not simple. Garp laughed and said, but don't blame me. It's good enough to make that boy a Shishibukai. If you still want to use the identity of the Navy to restrain him, I'm afraid it will have the opposite effect. Regarding Saitama's performance, especially the strong posture of defeating Weevil with one punch. In fact, it is completely beyond Garp's cognition. It can be said that Garp also misunderstood this matter. However, now that the matter has been settled, Garp can't afford to lose face. The only thing he can do is to pretend to know everything. Chapter 798 Pulling the Five Elders into the Water. Sengoku, Garp is right this time. Crane spoke first. The strength of the one-punch monster Saitama is far beyond that of an ordinary vice-admiral, but we still know nothing about his origins. Instead of placing him in the Navy, it would be more convenient to make him a Shishibukai. If he can really contribute to our Navy afterwards, we will consider recruiting him into the Navy headquarters. It won't be too late. After saying this, Akainu's face darkened slightly. After a moment of silence, Zhang Guo said, he is right. I was too hasty. This time, Zifa had one arm cut off by Weeble. I am afraid his strength will also be damaged. The first thing to do now is to let Laxus return to the Marine headquarters as soon as possible to take over the work of Chief Instructor Zifa. Facing this increasingly changing sea, we must make arrangements in advance. Otherwise, once these guys start a trouble, the situation waiting for our Marine headquarters will be too passive. When I think of the 4 emperors who occupy the New World and fight each other. Now there is another 5 emperors, the skeleton demon. There are also major events that have occurred one after another, and a major force that is suspected to be hidden in the darkness and comparable to the Rocks pirates. A series of disturbances from the sea. This is a huge challenge for Zhang Guo. If there is another major event similar to Sifa Island, Impel Down, or the Red Earth continent Holy Land Mary Gosa, I am afraid that Zhang Guo will not have the face to continue on this sea. Humph, since there is nothing for me to do here, there is no need for me to waste time and stay here. However, Marshal Sengoku, don't forget the bet between Laxus and me. Akainu stood up suddenly and said, of course, whether he admits defeat in public or loses in the end, I will not make it difficult for him to enter the Marine headquarters. You should be satisfied with this. After leaving these words, Akainu turned around and left. Looking at Akainu's back that quickly disappeared at the end of the corridor. Sengoku's face suddenly sank, and he sighed faintly and said, now there is only 1 month left before the gambling fight, and I don't know where Laxus is. Moreover, the students who choose the gambling fight have no time to train at all. Can he really defeat Akainu in this battle? At this point, Sengoku smiled bitterly and said, what if Laxus loses confidence in our Marine headquarters and just walks away? This is adding insult to injury. After these words fell, the atmosphere in the field became a little more inexplicably depressed. Garp rolled his eyes and said, Sengoku, you are too worried. However, our Navy headquarters must also make changes as soon as possible, otherwise we will be left behind by the pirates. Garp, I didn't expect you to think with a pig's brain. Sengoku glared. By the way, what happened on the Moby Dick? You haven't reported it to me yet. Hey, Garp, don't run. Is it related to your grandson? On the other hand, in the Holy Land of Marijoa, a warship is anchored at the abandoned port. Looking at the scarlet earth that is like 1,000 miles, the scarred land still gives people a shocking feeling after more than half a month. Let the garrison at the Navy soldiers on the warship couldn't help swallowing their saliva. In their eyes, he was alone, using the Holy Land of Marijoa as a battlefield. He escaped unscathed from the Admiral of the Navy. These achievements can be called shocking. Vice Admiral Virgo, the pork chop on your face is still stuck, and it hasn't been removed. An adjutant couldn't help asking. Who are the Shishibukai we are here to pick up this time? For the Shishibukai, anyone who has licked blood on the edge of a knife on this sea is definitely not unfamiliar. However, the Shishibukai are the best among pirates, in a sense. They are in opposition to the Navy headquarters and even the world government. Going in and out of the Navy headquarters is already unexpected. Not to mention, a Shishibukai actually ran to the Holy Land of Marijoa to meet with the 5 elders. This big frame is completely beyond the expectation of ordinary people. It's Tien Yasha from the Don Quixote family. Don't forget that he has the status of the King of Dressrosa, so it's not surprising that he came to meet the 5 elders. Virgo said lightly. However, what makes me wonder is that I clearly ate the pork chop for lunch just now. Why is there a second piece on my face? Is it the afternoon tea you specially left for me? Looking at Virgo, who was serious, rubbing the pork chop on his face and continuing to taste it. The Navy soldiers present smiled bitterly. This kind of thing is not the first time they have encountered it. In their memory, Virgo's cheeks can stick to everything. In particular, even going to the toilet and opening the big bowel are not spared. He's here, everyone be careful. Virgo suddenly said after stuffing the pork chop in his hand into his mouth. The Navy soldiers present were stunned at first. Before they could react, a ghost-like figure fell from the sky. It landed directly on the deck of the warship. As soon as the footsteps landed, the domineering aura exploded. Bang, bang, bang. Caught off guard, the sudden impact of the breath made the Navy soldiers on the ship roll their eyes, foam at the mouth and faint. The remaining Navy officers with relatively good strength who resisted the impact of the domineering aura. Doflamingo threw a silk thread directly at him, pierced the back of his neck and fell into a coma manually. Looking at the men who were knocked down in an instant, Virgo seemed to have seen it all and said, "Young master, I didn't expect that you would plan to contact me at this time. But I want to know what you are looking for this time." As Doflamingo's subordinate, the most important chess piece in the Navy headquarters. If it wasn't about the life and death of the Don Quixote family, Doflamingo would never want to meet Virgo frequently. After all, in Doflamingo's eyes, every time they meet, the chance of the plan being exposed increases. "Virgo, I asked you to track down the information about Saitama, have you found it?" Doflamingo grinned and said teasingly. "This time, Kaido personally entrusted me to deal with Saitama. However, it would be too risky for me to do it alone, so this time I came to the Holy Land of Marijoa to drag the 5 elders into the water. If those pedantic old guys are willing to lend a hand, I believe that with Saitama's strength, no matter how hidden, there is an 80% chance of killing him." Chapter 799, the trump card that even Kaido covets. 80% chance? Virgo couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and said, "Master, I haven't seen you so confident for a long time. But I hope you don't forget your original intention." As one of the highest-ranking cadres of Don Quixote, Virgo, Treble, Pica, and Diataman are all the original family elders. He is also one of the people who discovered Doflamingo and placed the group's hopes and devil fruits on him. To be able to reach the level of Shishibukai and the King of Dressrosa, it is definitely necessary to have the original intention at the beginning. Haha, Virgo, you are right. You are the calmest and most thoughtful person in the family. Doflamingo laughed dryly and patted Virgo on the shoulder and said, "It was for this reason that I let you join the Navy and become the most important chess piece in the family. After so many years, you can still advise me to keep in mind the original intention of the family. This is really comforting. But don't worry, even if the 5 elders are dragged into the water, there is an 80% chance that Saitama will not be killed. I am also preparing the final trump card to respond to all changes." The final trump card? Virgo's face changed involuntarily, and soon his expression returned to normal, saying, since the young master intends to use that method, it seems that I am worrying about nothing. This time, Virgo will try his best to find a way to participate in the war, hoping to take care of the young master, and at the same time wish the young master success. At the beginning, Virgo was still worried about Doflamingo. He had been pampered for too long in the position of Shishibukai and King of Dressrosa, and became lax. This will allow people to find loopholes and make fatal mistakes. However, Doflamingo will now make the worst plan and even use his last trump card. With this series of plans, Virgo has nothing to worry about. After all, the method may seem a little despicable, but for them, it has always worked. Gurgle gurgle. The rapid sound of den den mushi suddenly sounded. Virgo raised his eyebrows and took out the den den mushi from his pocket. Young master, it seems that God is also fond of us. This is the spy I planted next to Crane. It seems that he has also found useful information during this period. As he spoke, the den den mushi opened its mouth and spit out a text-type intelligence map. Looking at the content above, Doflamingo raised his eyebrows first, and then smiled and said, I didn't expect that God is really helping me. Then the Navy captain reached a deal with Saitama to support Zephyr, and the condition is the devil fruit. For me, Dover, nothing is much, but the devil fruit is the most. Originally, I was still thinking about how to make Saitama take the bait, and now I see that he can take the initiative to deliver it to the door. In this sea, if we talk about physical skills, it is a steady way to improve power. It is considered the development path of a hard-working genius. Then taking devil fruits and gaining powerful strength is a shortcut to improving strength for anyone. In Doflamingo's intelligence, Saitama has always used physical skills to fight against enemies. There has been no sign of devil fruit ability. This gives Doflamingo enough reason to infer that Saitama is looking for a powerful devil fruit to enhance his own strength in a short period of time. Young master, according to the information I stole from the Navy headquarters, Saitama's strength is already very good. The devil fruit that can impress him is definitely not an ordinary type. Virgo spoke again. According to my inference, at least the natural system, the animal system fantasy beast type, the superhuman type, and at least the animal system ancient type. According to my memory, these types of devil fruits have been sold by the young master as soon as they appeared. Now if we only rely on ordinary types of animal systems, I am afraid that the effect will not be great. As the highest cadre of the Don Quixote family, Virgo certainly knows that Doflamingo has many artificial devil fruits. However, this artificial devil fruit has too many disadvantages. Only a madman like Kaido would use his hands to gamble his luck. In the outside world, not many people would be interested in this kind of devil fruit. Hehe, Virgo, don't worry, I don't forget that I still have the fruit that even Kaido covets. Doflamingo laughed dryly. If it weren't for the existence of this fruit, Kaido would not have reached a deal with us for artificial devil fruits. As long as I spread the news, I think Kaido will not be able to sit still and come here to join in the fun. Looking at Doflamingo with a confident face, Virgo's face changed and he fell into silence. The devil fruit that can make Kaido crazy may not be clear to outsiders. But Virgo is very clear that it is another trump card of Doflamingo. Now both trump cards are released by Doflamingo. This is enough to show that Doflamingo attaches far more importance to this incident than in the past. It seems that this time the plan is very big. Someone is coming. Doflamingo raised his eyebrows and spoke first to remind him. However, before Virgo could react, a golden laser light passed quickly in the sky in the holy land of Marijoa. Finally, it stopped over the warship and showed its figure. Yo, Virgo, Doflamingo, what are you doing here? As soon as Kizaru appeared, he pouted and spoke first in a vulgar way. Don't forget where this is, Doflamingo. If you are bullying the people of our Navy headquarters, I, the Admiral, can't turn a blind eye. You are not going to leave your position as the King of Dressrosa and your status as a 7 warlords of the sea behind, and imitate the pride of Escanor to make a scene in the holy land of Marijoa. Then I can just catch you and make up for the crime. Looking at Kizaru who suddenly appeared, Virgo seemed a little surprised. Fortunately, Doflamingo had just made a move and knocked out all the Navy soldiers on the ship. At least, this approach can reduce the chances of revealing flaws. Haha, General Kizaru, it's a coincidence that I met you here. Doflamingo laughed dryly. I just planned to let Vice Admiral Virgo take me for a ride. However, since he doesn't want to, I won't stay here any longer and will leave first. Doflamingo jumped down after saying this. The string fruit in his hand shot out instantly, entangled with the clouds in the sky, and quickly flew away. Looking at Doflamingo, who disappeared into the horizon in an instant, without a trace. Yellow Monkey tilted his mouth and looked at it, then said, "Haha, this Yasha is really fast, the 7 warlords are not easy to deal with. Just now, I heard from Sengoku that the new 7 warlords Saitama defeated Weibo, who even Zifa couldn't deal with." Chapter 800, The Second Arm. Even Zifa can't defeat the opponent. Virgo's face changed. After joining the Navy, he also received training and guidance from Zifa, the former admiral of the Navy. He has 6 physical skills and domineering use. It can be said that most of his achievements come from Zifa's guidance. For this black armed, what kind of strength does the guy called Whitebeard have? Virgo knew it very well. However, even Zephyr couldn't defeat Weevil, the 2nd generation of Whitebeard. He was defeated by the newly promoted 7 warlords of the sea, One Punch Man Saitama. If he hadn't heard it with his own ears, Virgo would not want to believe that all this was true. Thinking of Doflamingo's confident look just now, Virgo couldn't help but ask, "General Kizaru, I am also very interested in the One Punch Man Saitama who suddenly appeared, especially the reward of 50 Baileys. Can you reveal a little bit?" "Oh, I didn't expect that Virgo, who has always been dull, would also be interested in these things." Kizaru showed an interested expression. "Marshal Sengoku didn't reveal too much to me, he just mentioned it briefly to me, these things must be kept secret. However, since you have followed me for a while, Virgo, I will reveal a little to you." At this point, Kizaru touched his chin and pondered for a while, then said, "I heard that in the battle between Zephyr and Weevil, one of his arms was cut off by a madman. Weevil, who was planning to continue to commit crimes, was defeated by the new 7 warlords One Punch Monster Saitama, and his life and death are uncertain in the end." As soon as these words fell, Virgo's face suddenly changed drastically. Originally, he thought Zephyr was just defeated, and he didn't expect that Weevil would cut off one of his arms. The most important thing is that Weevil, who defeated Zephyr, was defeated by One Punch Monster Saitama. Does this mean that the strength of One Punch Monster is several points stronger than Zephyr? When he thought of this, Virgo looked anxious, and he was about to speak again. "Oh no, the celestial dragons are looking for me again. I've been hurt by Escanor during this period." Kizaru raised his eyebrows and said obscenely, "Virgo, you are free, come with me to the holy land of Marijoa, I am fed up with the celestial dragons." As he spoke, Kizaru landed directly beside Virgo and called him to the holy land of Marijoa. Seeing this scene, Virgo's face changed suddenly. Originally, after learning that the One Punch Monster Saitama defeated Weevil, he planned to find a time to inform Doflamingo and keep an eye on him. "By the way, check what happened." Now Kizaru suddenly intervened, but directly disrupted his overall plan. However, now under Kizaru's eyes, the only thing Virgo can do is to hope that Doflamingo will not be too impulsive and wait for his contact. One day later, dozens of miles away from the Navy headquarters, Marineford, a dog-headed warship quickly came into contact with a pirate ship that was flying a blood-red flag and looked a bit shabby. If it were in normal times, this kind of contact between the Navy and the pirates would definitely start a fight immediately once they met. But this time, the Navy side showed a little excitement on their faces. After all, the person they came into contact with this time was Mr. Zifa, who trained their elite Navy soldiers. When they learned that Weevil had attacked the recruit training ship, they were full of anger and shouted to go out to fight to the death. Now they can see that Zifa and most of the recruits have returned safely. For them, it is a blessing in disguise. "Haha, Zifa, you old man, I heard that this time, you didn't start well and even lost your arm." Garp's hearty laughter suddenly rang out. Soon, everyone could see that Garp, wearing a dog-headed hat, jumped up and landed on the pirate ship first. As an old man who is of the same generation as Zephyr, he is also a contemporary. He was in the office of the Warring States, and he said casually that he didn't care. But when he heard about Zephyr's experience, he wanted to hit Weevil immediately. Otherwise, he would not come out to support Zephyr in person. Whoosh! A dignified sound of breaking through the air sounded without any warning. Everyone just saw a black shadow, like a ghost, appearing in front of Garp one step ahead. Without any fancy, the fist covered with armed color domineering, hit him in the face. The sudden scene made Garp's face change slightly, and then he laughed and said, "Zeph, you guy, you are really determined. The last time we fought was 10 years ago. At that time, you were no match for me. Now you have lost an arm, and you have no chance of winning. While laughing, Garp's movements were also unambiguous. The right hand armed color domineering, the moment it quickly covered, collided with the incoming fist like lightning. Boom! Armament haki, the collision was no less than that, and a large area of haki arcs burst out. A dignified strong wind was like a tide. Feeling this terrifying breath, the expressions of the Navy soldiers present changed slightly. The next moment, a scene came into view. It made people's pupils shrink suddenly. I saw a fist collided strongly, and another fist full of armament haki rushed over with a dignified sound of breaking through the air. The second arm? Garp's expression could not help but stagnate. Obviously, he did not expect that Zifa, who had lost one arm, now had a second arm. In this unexpected situation, there was no time to react. He was hit hard in the chest by a punch. Bang! The dull collision sound suddenly echoed. Under the huge impact force, Garp retreated 7 or 8 steps directly. He leaned heavily on the guardrail of the ship. Just at that moment, Garp used his armament haki to defend himself in time, but the power of Zephyr's punch still surprised him. As an old rival, Garp knew clearly that this punch was not the same as it was 10 years ago. It can be said that this arm is really Zephyr's original arm. When he thought of this, Garp suddenly woke up and subconsciously looked at Zephyr's arm. Looking at the rapidly fading armament haki, the right arm that was originally broken according to the intelligence had already been reconnected at this moment. However, there were obviously some mysterious patterns on it, giving people an inexplicable mysterious feeling. Zephyr, isn't your arm broken? You, a guy, falsely reported the intelligence, making me and Sengoku Bai worry about you. Garp's face sank, and he said with a pretended complaint. You have deceived my feelings, you must compensate me for 100 meals.